Chapter 1. Alara. I grimaced at the clock on the dashboard as I pulled up outside the bar I'd worked at every weekend for the past 5 years. Late as always. Mick's really gonna kill me this time. I jumped out of my car and slammed the door. The old rust bucket was reliable and got me where I needed to go, even if the aesthetics left something to be desired. I ran through the back entrance, pulled off my woolen coat, and dumped my bag in the small cupboard we had for employees, fumbling with my keys. The bar wasn't one of those dive bars with only 2 light bulbs that worked, but it wasn't a fancy 2-story place with a super expensive menu either. It was warm and friendly, with an affordable menu. The locals considered it the perfect place to hang out after work or on the weekends. "Alara, you're late. Again," Mick called out to me, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You're lucky I love you." I was lucky. He really did love me, and as a wolf shifter without a pack, I needed a family. Mick was the only father figure I had in my life these days. I threw him a grateful smile. "You know I'll make up the time at the end of the night." He tossed me a chef's apron, and I caught it one-handed, trying to suppress a groan. He liked us to wear them on nights when more beer got spilled than drunk. Football finals. That was tonight. Shit. "The place is already half full, so..." He clapped my shoulder with a heavy hand. "Better get out there." I tied the apron around my waist, covering my new jeans. It seemed a bit of a waste to wear them at work, especially since no one could really see me from the waist down behind the counter anyway. But new jeans. I couldn't resist trying them out. "Thanks, Mick." I walked through the kitchen, tossed a quick hello to our chef Louise, then strode out to take my place behind the bar. My heart was still pumping from the rush to get here, but my body was beginning to hum pleasantly, my hips swinging to the music playing over the bar's speakers. I might whine and moan about having to work weekends, but mostly it was all show. I really didn't have anything else I'd rather be doing. This place, and the people who worked here, had become a home to me. I enjoyed my nights here, and there were definitely worse jobs. Even on nights like this, with the rowdy football crowd making extra work and noise. I grabbed a hair tie from around my wrist and threw my long hair up into a high ponytail. On football nights, the place got stupid hot, and people flooded in non-stop until the early hours of the morning. Working the bar on a busy Saturday was basically the equivalent of a free gym workout. "Hey, Tammy," I called out to the other bartender, who was shaking a tumbler and pouring what looked like a cappuccino cocktail mixture into 2 glasses. Ooh, fancy. "Hey, Alara," she called back with a wide grin. "How's it going?" Tammy was a nice chick, the ideal bar partner for this sort of place. We worked hard, probably too hard, but I think she enjoyed the rush as much as I did. The bar was busy enough to warrant hiring a 3rd bartender, but thanks to the fact that Tammy and I could run an 8-hour shift on our feet, Mick didn't need anyone else. Being a wolf shifter meant I had a fast metabolism and more strength than a non-paranormal human. I could work hard without really feeling it physically. Tammy was driven by pure energy. There was no paranormal in her, but she still worked like a Trojan, I assumed, just because she could. She was awesome. "Hey, can I get 2 brewskis?" a guy called out, shaking me out of my train of thought. He threw a 20 on the bar in front of me. I stopped a sigh from escaping just before I politely plastered on my work face. No rest for the wicked, or so the saying went. "Of course. Can I get you anything else?" I asked, jumping into work. I didn't stop for hours. People just kept coming through the door and I kept running, pouring glass after glass. Beers and wines and more beers, and the occasional cocktail for a stray hen party reveler foolish enough to come to the bar on a football night. You could barely hear yourself think above the roar of the men in the bar. As I predicted, it was roasting in here. I snagged my water bottle out from under the counter and gulped it down before wiping the sweat from my brow. "Who's winning?" I called out at one point to Tammy, grabbing her elbow as she flew past me. She rolled her eyes and laughed. You can't tell? I winked at her, grinning, and let her disappear back into the crowd. She knew I wasn't a football girl by any stretch, but living in Nebraska meant you had to follow a team, and know the rules well enough to follow along. Hey, gorgeous, aren't you dressed like an angel tonight? Said a man leaning over the bar, his tone sticky enough to trap plenty of honeysuckers. But that wasn't me. I squashed the desire to roll my eyes at his cheesy pickup line. That would have been strictly against Mick's no upsetting the customers policy. Instead, I flashed the guy a grin. Thanks. I got this top on sale, actually. I tugged at the top in question. It showed off my ample cleavage, true. But it was made of a breathable cotton, perfect for running around like a crazy woman for 8 hours straight, and serving beers to guys like this one. What can I get you? What are you doing after work tonight? He pressed on, ignoring my polite deflection. The smile I'd stuck on my face threatened to slide off. I forced it to stay put. This guy wasn't a regular. I'd never seen him before, which was a pity, really. If he had been a regular, he would have known that I don't date. Barely, at any rate. And even if I did, I wouldn't choose a 40-something guy who wore a suit to a bar on a Saturday night. Who was he trying to impress? If it had been a Friday, that would have been forgivable. I understood the whole corporate vibe then. Some of the men came straight from work, after all, so they had an excuse to be suited up. But this douchebag had actually made the decision to put on a suit to come drink beer and watch football. What am I doing after work? I struggled to think of something brief and innocuous in response. Probably going home and face-planting my bed. I don't get off until 4 a.m. His eyes lit up, and this time I couldn't disguise my flinch. Fuck. Rookie mistake. Damn it. I'd gotten out of practice, apparently. Well, I'm sure I can get you off by 4:30. His tongue darted out and wet his lips. My place or yours? My skin crawled. Jeez, this guy. I can't say I wasn't used to it. Practically everyone in the place had tried it on at least once. After 5 years working as a bartender, I'd accepted that this sort of thing came with the territory. Most accepted when I said no. If only they knew I could shift into a wolf and bite their faces off if I wanted to. I didn't know if it was the heat or the lateness of the hour, but something about this dude made me want to punch him right in his smug expression. I put up my hands and shrugged. Look, I'm just here to serve drinks. Do you want something? Yeah. 3 beers and your phone number. I turned away to grab 3 beers from the fridge, the expensive ones. He hadn't been specific, after all. His mistake. Are these all right? His eyes widened a little as I set the bottles on the counter between us. Oh, sorry. Too rich for your blood? I asked, trying to sound as confused and innocent as possible. Oh, no, not at all. Here, charge it. He handed me a normal blue credit card and I bit my tongue. What, no black Amex? I tapped his card on the machine with a bland smile and slid over to the other end of the bar, trying to calm the tremble of anger rushing through my veins. You can't hit anything, or anyone here. Relax. That guy had actually managed to make my blood boil. I wasn't sure why. I was usually pretty good at brushing past people's shit. Damn, my blood really was up tonight. Definitely must have been the heat. I needed some peppermint tea and about 14 hours of sleep to calm down. In that order. Hi, what can I get you? I asked the girl waiting patiently for my attention. She was a tiny redhead, fresh out of college by the looks of her. White wine, please. Just the house is okay. I nodded at her with a friendly smile, then turned to open the wine cooler. College and wine. Luxuries I hadn't been able to afford at her age. Whatever. I'm doing fine without either. Here you go. I slid the drink across the bar. I was just turning to deal with the guy to her left when an almighty crash reverberated across the room. The crowd of rowdy patrons stumbled out of the way to reveal the same douchebag who'd been trying to pick me up earlier. He'd dropped all 3 bottles of beer against the hardwood floor. There were shards of glass everywhere, and alcohol pooled at his feet. Shit. I glanced around, trying to spot Mick. He was all the way over on the other side of the room, busy with the DJ and his sound system. "Alara!" Mick called, gesturing to the mess on the floor and miming a dustpan and brush. He gave me a thumbs up before turning away again. I was officially done with this night. I just wanted to go home to bed. Fine. I picked up a spare tray, grabbed a broom, and headed out into the fray. The guy was leaning against a nearby pillar, looking strangely smug. "Hey, I'm sorry," he said, not sounding sorry at all. I forced a smile. No problem. After all, it was my job to clean up after man-babies like him. I bent down and picked up the big pieces of glass carefully, putting them on the tray, and then swept up as much of the rest as possible into a pile. Damn it. The glass had tracked everywhere. I was going to need the vacuum. I grabbed the tray and turned to the creep. "Can you keep other customers away from this area? I'll be back with the vacuum in a moment." "Sure thing," he said with a shit-eating grin. I turned to walk away, and he slapped me on the ass. Hard. I bit my tongue as a growl rolled up into my throat. I swallowed hard. That was unusual. My wolf usually lay mostly dormant inside of me. I shook myself and kept walking. I located the vacuum at the back of the storeroom and allowed myself one single, solitary "fuck" out loud in the dark, empty space before I went straight back out there. That creep didn't scare me. Hardly. I dealt with much worse. Eventually, the football game ended. Most of the patrons had called it a night and were wandering home or piling into waiting cabs. All of them, that is, except the creep. I'd kept an eye on him after the beer incident, but he mostly kept a low profile for the rest of the night. Foolishly, I let my guard down, deciding he wasn't worth the stress. If he wanted to nurse his beer in an empty bar, fine. Not my concern. I'd get to kick him out soon anyway. Finally, there were only 2 customers left. The creep and some guys slumped over in a booth in the back corner. Almost done. As I wiped down the counter, I noticed the creep harassing Tammy over by the DJ booth. She'd gone out to collect the empty glasses. He was pressing her up against a pillar, tugging at the tray in her hands. Ah, shit. My heart began to pump faster, harder. Tammy was no wilting lily, but she was no wolf shifter in hiding either. "Hey, Mick," I called out, but he was nowhere to be seen. I ducked my head around the kitchen door. "Louise, you seen Mick?" Not for a while." Louise furrowed her brow, stacking plates onto the draining board. "Bathroom, maybe?" "Do you mind keeping an eye on the bar? Tammy needs help." Louise narrowed her eyes, understanding my tone. "Sure." She came out of the kitchen with me as I re-entered the bar area and marched across the floor. The creep had succeeded in tugging the tray out of Tammy's hands and was leering over her, getting right up in her face. His breath probably smelled horrible. "Please," Tammy was begging. "Stop." She shrank back against the pillar, trying to fend off his groping hands. My wolf instantly rose, sensing danger to a member of my adopted family. I reassured her enough that she settled, albeit uneasily. "I can deal with this," I told my wolf. "He's just another creep who needs to go home and sleep off his stupidity." "Hey," I poked him hard in the shoulder. "That's enough now." "Piss off." He glared at me, his eyes bleary and bloodshot. He reeked of alcohol. "You had your chance. I'm going home with this one." Over his shoulder, I caught Tammy's eye. The look of horror on her face had my heart pounding and my wolf racing straight back up to the surface. No fucking way. I don't think so. I grabbed his arm and yanked him away, giving Tammy the chance to scuttle to safety. I'm calling you a cab. Come on, let's go. I did a quick scan of the room. Damn it, where'd Mick go? Patrick, our security guard, was missing too. He was probably outside, making sure the drunk patrons got into cabs instead of wandering toward their parked cars. You little bitch. My attention snapped back to the problem at hand. The hammered, infuriating asshole of a problem standing in front of me with an irate expression. You let her get away. Get away? My jaw dropped. She's not a fucking rabbit, dude. You're not out hunting. The veins on his neck bulged as he clenched his teeth. He wanted to hit me. Well, good. Just try it. Please. Give me an excuse to break your teeth. I held my ground. I suggest you leave now before I call the police. I turned away but didn't get very far. Wide hands reached out and grabbed me, hauling me backwards. I could feel his soft belly pressing against my back. His beer breath brushed my cheek. You jealous, girlie? That your problem? I tried to lean away from him, but he held on tight. I felt a hot wetness sliding over my cheek, slithering behind my ear. Ugh, he had his tongue on my face. That right there was the last straw. I shoved away from him as hard as I could and twisted around to face him. He stumbled backwards, a look of shock on his stupid face. Shock that turned almost instantly to rage. As his fist clenched and he started towards me, I roundhouse kicked him in the belly. He flew backwards and collided with the pillar behind him, clutching his stomach. What the fuck? He wheezed. Good. You're crazy, bitch. When he stumbled to his feet and staggered forward, his dark eyes were filled with hatred. His fingers tightened into a fist, and he aimed what looked like a forceful haymaker at my head. Shouldn't signal your punches like that. I ducked under him and came up with a swift uppercut to his jaw, listening to the satisfying crunch it made as my fist met bone. Unfortunately, I hadn't put enough force behind the punch. He didn't go down as I'd intended. He just staggered sideways, off kilter, and fumbled for a bar stool to hang onto. Who the fuck do you think you are? He hissed. Stupid bitch. My strength didn't exactly match that of a normal human woman, especially one my size. He was clearly too drunk to register what I really was. I grinned. That was his biggest mistake. He got to his feet and tugged on his suit jacket, stumbling away and weaving through scattered bar stools. He mumbled to himself as he went, but I didn't bother to listen closely to what he had to say. Instead, I moved cautiously back behind the bar, watching his progress. To my relief, he made a beeline for the exit and cursed as he yanked the door open with more force than necessary. Before he could walk out into the night, however, someone stepped in front of him, blocking his path. We dimmed the lights in the bar hours ago, and at first I could only make out the man's silhouette against the darkness. I could tell that this guy was big, though. Bigger than the creep by a long shot, with a broad chest and shoulders. It was then that I recognized his flannel shirt. The guy from the booth. Huh. In the rush to help Tammy, I'd forgotten he was still here. He wasn't slumped in his booth anymore. He wasn't swaying like the creep, either. On the contrary, he moved with the deliberateness of someone who was completely sober. He leaned forward, saying something to the creep in a low voice. His face caught the light, and I got a good look at him at last. Reed. God damn it. You, I whispered. My heart sped up at the sight of someone I had never thought I'd see again. Before I could process my thoughts or emotions, the creep swung his fist at the newcomer. Oh boy, even bigger mistake. The flannel-shirted guy moved so leisurely it almost seemed like slow motion. He hit the creep in the face with one brutal blow, and the douchebag went down like a lead fucking balloon. Chapter 2. Reed. It took me more than 2 weeks to track her down. I'd searched every corner of the city and come up empty. I'd had to rake through social media in my shitty motel room and hang around outside dive bars in the hopes someone might have seen her. And yet there had been nothing. Until this morning, when I'd overheard some guys outside a cafe talking about a hot girl they'd seen the other night. A shifter with dark hair who worked weekends at Mick's place. That had caught my attention, and the lucky break had led me all the way here to a bar in the middle of the city. I'd been watching Alara work all night. She really was a sight for sore eyes, even after all this time. Her gorgeous, thick, dark hair swung in a high ponytail as she took orders. Her blue eyes remained warm, no matter who she was dealing with, and her beautiful face glowed with good health. Her strong, lithe arms moved gracefully, gesturing back and forth as she laughed with her customers. And those were just her physical attributes. According to my intel, she worked 2 jobs now. She'd lived alone out here for 5 years, supporting herself. The fact that she lived outside of the pack's protection was unusual for a shifter woman, even these days. Obviously, she was doing a pretty damn good job of it. She looked well, not unhappy. Damn, it was good to see her again. I stuck to the shadows all night and slouched alone in a booth near the back. I didn't know why, but I was hesitant to catch her attention. Tracking her down had been one thing, but actually confronting her with everything I had to tell her, that was quite another. So I lay low and watched her work. She served drinks, took cash, and got hit on. Rinse and repeat. She dealt with all of it in her stride, and better than most. I knew her well, though. All those little tells from the past were still in operation. That tiny crease between her eyebrows when she served the guy in the suit told me she was royally pissed. And rightly so. That asshole guy just wouldn't let it go. All night I watched him circling the bar like a fly that just couldn't be swatted away. I managed to keep my cool, even when the other patrons started to leave and the jerk managed to corner Alara's bartender friend. Though a moment longer and I would have stepped in. Funnily enough, I hadn't had to. The fire in Alara's eyes had flared as she'd stormed over and finally confronted the asshole who had been plaguing her all night. There had been a shadow of her father in her at that moment. They'd always been cut from the same cloth, with their dark hair and eyes, right down to their hot tempers and their desire to protect others. When the guy hit the pillar, the thud had reached my booth. I smirked down at the table, hearing her punch meet its mark, right against his stupid face. Atta girl. Dumb bitch, the guy had muttered to himself as he stumbled away from her. Probably a whore anyway. I'd heard enough. I wasn't going to let him get away with disrespecting her so easily. I was tired of sitting back and listening to his bullshit, watching him try to use his strength to abuse and control the women behind the bar. Time to make my presence known. Moving swiftly so I could catch him before he disappeared into the night, I blocked his exit, putting my hand against the doorframe so he couldn't slither away. What the fuck, man? The guy mumbled. Alara had really done a number on him. With the alcohol and the blows, he could barely stand straight. I leaned close. Your pickup tactics need a little work. He blinked, his lip curling. Get fucked. He swung at me, and that was all the permission I needed. I punched him. Hard. It was one of the most satisfying punches I've ever landed in my life. He crumpled to the floor like a sack of potatoes. I nudged him with my foot, rolling him onto his side. He was out cold. His expensive suit dragged a little, picking up scum from the floor of the bar. Oops. Hadn't meant to hit him that hard. I kept forgetting humans were more fragile than us. A wolf would have taken that punch and come back for more. I swept the hair back off my face and looked up, trying with difficulty to keep my heart rate under control. Alara, the love of my life, my sweetheart, the one I'd let get away, stood there with her arms crossed, staring at me. I couldn't work out the expression on her face, but I could make a good guess as to what she felt. Disbelief, shock, regret maybe? Same as me. She met my gaze. Her expression cleared, landing firmly on irritated. With her arms folded like that, her boobs looked great. High, full, plump, just like I remembered. I forced my eyes away from that delectable cleavage. "I had it under control, Reed," she said, foregoing a greeting. She hasn't changed. Always did cut straight to the chase. "I know." I grinned at her. "But he deserved it." We stood there for a moment, seeing her again, talking to her. I was struggling to remember why I'd come here in the first place. I shifted my weight, glancing around the empty bar. "Can we talk?" Her arms relaxed and fell to her sides. She rolled her shoulders a little, like she was preparing for battle. "Do I have a choice?" "Always," I wanted to say. And she did. She could walk away from me right now, disappear again like she had 5 years ago. She'd abandoned the pack, her father, all her responsibilities as the Alpha's daughter. She left me, even though she'd had good reason to. I shook the thought away. This was bigger than what had happened in our past, bigger than us. She needed to know what had been going on with the pack since she'd left. Her pack. Our pack. We needed her now. She was the only thing that stood between us and Jamie. "You know you have a choice," I said, keeping my voice low and persuasive. "But if you have a minute, I'd appreciate it." She stared at me, assessing me intently like she used to. And for one unsettling moment, I thought she was going to turn away, tell me to fuck off and leave her alone. The thought made me cold. Then her shoulders relaxed a little, and I realized we'd both been holding our breaths. She nodded once. "Fine," she said. "I finish in an hour, okay? I can talk to you then, or tomorrow. It's super late." I couldn't wait any longer to speak to her. I'd been waiting all night. Longer than that, really. 5 whole years. I wasn't tired. Far from it. Watching her all night, talking with her now, standing up close like this. It was enough to call the wolf in me up to the surface. I could feel the pheromones shivering through my body, urging me to shift. But I had to ignore the way my blood was pumping in her presence. Ignore the enticing scent that filled my nostrils every time she moved. Mate. But she wasn't. She had made that choice when she ran, which meant I couldn't act on those urges now, no matter how strong they were. My desire for her was forbidden. Sadly, I answered to a higher power than my libido. With difficulty, I shoved down the distracting feelings and refocused. I had a job to do, after all. "I can wait." I looked around and pointed to an empty booth. "Can we chat there?" She wrinkled her nose. "I've been here all night. There's a 24-hour diner just down the block. I'll meet you there, okay?" "Sure." Alara turned away, heading back to the bar and picking up a tray. Conversation closed then. It was about what I deserved anyway. I stared down at the unconscious guy at my feet, half wondering if I should drag him outside. A bouncer appeared through the open door behind me and tisked at the sight of him, shaking his head. "Friend of yours?" I snorted. "Hardly." With one final wistful glance toward Alara, I made my way out the door, leaving the creep and his future fate in the hands of the bouncer. He must have caught something in my expression, because he clapped me on the shoulder as I passed and hooked a thumb toward the bar. Alara had busied herself with the cash register. She'd apparently decided to ignore my presence completely. "You know Alara, then?" the bouncer asked. I opened my mouth and shut it again. He waited. "Used to," I mumbled eventually, ducking my head at the sight of the guy's knowing grin and raised brow. He was clearly looking out for her, but must have known her well enough not to try stepping in on her behalf. As I strode out into the night, it began to dawn on me. This mission was going to be a whole lot more difficult than I'd realized. Alara had a life here, one that I didn't know anything about. Friends. Maybe even a boyfriend. The latter thought turned my stomach. After all my efforts, finding her again had turned out to be the easy part. Convincing her to give up her life here in the city? That was going to be a whole other level of difficult. Chapter 3. Alara. Reed was the last person in the world I expected to see tonight. The last person I wanted to see. Tonight, or any night for that matter. He was the guy, the only guy, who had completely broken my heart. He'd always gotten to me like no one else, even when we were kids. He understood me in ways I didn't understand myself. And then, one day, he ripped it all away, like what we had was nothing. He was one who got away. Only it ended up being me that got away. From him and from everything I had known and grown up with. As I started packing away glasses, my memories burst through, creating a kaleidoscope of images flashing past me, one after another. The day I first saw him. We'd been kids then, total strangers. Too young to shift, chasing each other through the trees with sticks and howling like wildcats all summer long, running barefoot over the forest floor. The picture changed. The two of us in awkward adolescence, struggling to cope with the rush of puberty and our first shift. Reed had withdrawn, avoided me for weeks, disturbed by the new hormone-fueled feelings that were racing through him. Then, later, Reed and I in bed together. Our first time together. My first time, period. He'd been so gentle, letting me set the pace. I recalled his broad shoulders beneath my fingertips, warm and strong. The silken feel of his hair that always seemed to fall down into his eyes no matter what he did to it. The shape of his mouth, curled up at one corner, right before he kissed me. All the tiny details were still there in my mind as I recalled the memory of that night. As the years wore on, our connection had only deepened. Couples around us broke up and got back together, found new partners who came and went as the seasons changed. But not us. Our teenage infatuation morphed into a true, lasting bond. I'd been crazy for him. He was everything I thought a good man should be. Strong, warm, funny. He was a part of my pack. A part of me. I would have done anything for him, and back then I had truly believed he'd do anything for me in return. That hope had been snuffed out the night Reed broke up with me. He had acted so strange that night. Distracted. All he would say was that it wasn't right for us to be together, that he knew it was hard, but that one day I'd understand. "I'm doing this for you," he said, "because I care about you." He hadn't given me a reason beyond that. Instead, he just stood there stone-faced while I yelled at him, crying, and begged him to change his mind. I couldn't remember most of what I'd said after that. I only knew that I could never take any of it back. I'd packed some things in a small suitcase and left the following morning. I watched everything I'd ever known shrinking away from the back window of the cab as it drove through the trees. My pack, my people, my friends, my family. And now, here he was. The person from my old life I'd fought hardest to forget. There was only one reason he'd track me down after all this time, and I knew it had nothing to do with him missing an old flame. Something must be wrong with the pack. Or my dad. That was the only reason I hadn't immediately told him to leave. I finished up my shift by putting away the final glass and glancing around to make sure there was nothing left to do. I walked up to my boss, who was counting the money out of the till, and handed my apron back with a grimace. "You gotta get more security staff. We could have been in a hell of a lot of trouble tonight if I hadn't kicked that guy's ass." Mick grinned at me as he took the apron. A girl waited for him at the other end of the bar, gazing in his direction with big doe eyes. So that was where he'd been all night. "That's why I have you, kiddo." He ruffled my hair and I ducked away from him. He chuckled. You're all the security I need. You know I do the work of 2 bartenders, right? I stuck out my tongue at him. You can't count on me for security, too. That's just not fair. Hey. As he handed me my pay, he pulled an extra 50 from the till and pressed it into my hand with a wink. Thanks for tonight, hun. Tammy wandered out from the kitchen, wrapped up in her woolen sweater and hugging herself tightly. The ordeal had clearly shaken her. Yeah, Alara, I owe you one. That was my problem, I thought with a sigh. My famous protective streak. I couldn't walk away from people who needed me, and everyone knew it. Even people who had crushed my heart under their heel for no good reason, then turned up 5 years later as if nothing had happened. Damn it. I tried to tamp down my pulse rate, which surged at the thought of Reed waiting in the diner down the road. I'll see you both tomorrow night, okay? I managed to smile at Tammy and Mick and raised my hand in farewell. Hopefully Sunday night would be quieter and far less eventful. Pulling on my long woolen coat, I shook my hair free from its ponytail and walked out into the crisp night air. I smelled Reed immediately. The intensity of his wolf shifter pheromones mingled with his cologne and an underlying scent that definitely hadn't changed in the 5 years since I'd seen him. The evocative smell melted the years away, and I had to stifle the moan that rose up from my chest. I would never get enough of that scent. I would never forget it either. I thought I'd walk with you, he said, the voice coming out of the darkness. I startled, then looked to the right where he was leaning against a brick wall, his head cocked at a sexy angle like some sort of underwear model about to strip off. Okay, I shrugged, like it didn't matter either way, though my heart was thudding through my winter layers. No problem. I stuck my hands into the pockets of my coat and began to walk. I loved how dark the nights became at this time of year. The cold kept the city streets quiet and deserted, but there was still enough light from the stars shining brightly above us to see clearly enough to navigate. It was a pity we were surrounded by so many streetlights here. Without them, we'd be able to appreciate a lot more of the natural light. Still, this time of night, after my shifts, was the closest my concrete jungle came to the vast, glittering constellations I'd been used to seeing growing up. Reed and I had gazed up at those same constellations once. We had given them made-up names, and I picked out all the brightest stars, pointing them out one by one. I'll make them into a necklace, Sally, just for you. Reed, I giggled. You can't make stars into necklaces. I can. He kissed the top of my head. For you, I can. I promise. When I glanced in his direction, his head was tilted up toward the heavens. He glanced over and our eyes met. Was he remembering those times too? It felt like a lifetime ago. The diner was up ahead, just around the corner. We kept walking in silence. Was he as weirded out by all of this as I was? I couldn't think of anything useful to say. I had a million questions rolling around in my head, but my mind turned blank every time I tried to reach for one. His presence alone was intoxicating. We walked close enough that I could feel the radiant heat from his body, and our hands were inches away from each other as we reached the end of the block. I tried to tell myself that it didn't matter how sexy he was, or how much heat he put out, inviting my hands to touch and explore. Reed and everything I had ever loved about him was in my past, and that's where he needed to stay. My body wasn't listening. Heat pooled in my lower belly, and my skin tingled. My heart thumped and blood pounded in my ears. I began, then fumbled when he caught my eye. It's right here. The bell jangled when I opened the door. He inclined his head, indicating that I should go first. After you. A reluctant smile twisted my lips. What could I say? The guy was a gentleman. He was exactly as I remembered him, and I knew we'd be standing here all night while he pushed to do the right thing. He always had. Which was why our breakup had felt like such a betrayal. The thought pulled at my stomach, and my smile faded as I walked into the diner. Hey, Penny. I called out to the waitress standing behind the cash register. Got room for 2 more? I'd known Penny for 5 years, ever since I started working for Mick. She was tough, like me, and she'd helped me out of some tight corners when I first arrived in the city. Alara, hi! Penny's gaze darted around the empty diner, and she chuckled. Yeah, I think we can squeeze you in. I started toward my favorite booth at the front of the shop. She raised an eyebrow, as if noticing Reed for the first time and liking what she saw. Her eyes widened and her brows waggled at me. Want some menus? Maybe a candle? I gave her a frown, trying to quash where her thoughts were obviously headed. Menu, yes, I said, sliding into the booth. Candle? Definitely not. Reed sat down opposite me and drummed his hands against the table. You come here a lot? Yeah, it's kind of the only decent place open after I finish work, I said. I'm usually wired and starving, so I need some place to relax before I head home. After not being able to speak at all, now I was talking too much, too fast, trying to fill the empty space between us with words. His presence in the city felt like a bizarre fever dream, my old life crashing gracelessly into my new one. Part of me worried that if I blinked, he might melt away. Night shift munchies. Reed nodded. Makes sense. Huh. For us, it didn't make sense at all. The wolf shifters of my old pack weren't nocturnal creatures at all. They hunted, fought, and conducted their business in the daylight hours. Up with the sun, down with the sun, as my daddy always said. Reed must have been feeling pretty shitty having to stay up so late to talk to me. Maybe that was the reason he was acting so oddly. He hadn't met my gaze once since we'd sat down. You want some coffee? I asked. No thanks, he said. I'll be bouncing off the walls till dawn if I have some now. Penny came up to our booth with the menus. She looked Reed up and down like she'd never seen a man before, or at least not one that good-looking. She turned to me and mouthed, "Who is he?" Later, I mouthed back, hiding my face behind my menu. Reed was paying us no attention, however. He was fixated on his order. She shrugged, but her eyes glinted with interest nevertheless. The usual, Alara? I couldn't blame her for being curious. Reed didn't exactly blend in with the city suits. I'd never even seen him wear a tie. His flannel shirt and beat-up leather jacket made him stick out around here, and his height and broad physique only accentuated his striking looks. It wasn't my style to bring random men to my favorite diner at the end of my shift, and Penny knew it. I would have to give her a rundown later. That'll be an interesting conversation. I nodded. Yes, please. Blackberry tea and a piece of pecan pie. My reward at the end of a long, exhausting night. Predictably, Reed ordered half the menu. I laughed at him when Penny walked away and propped my chin in my hands, resting my elbows on the table. Still hungry as ever, huh? My appetite hasn't changed, if that's what you mean, he said slowly. I swallowed hard and stared into his dark eyes. Did that mean he still liked to have sex every day and twice on Sundays? Because that was an appetite I could appreciate. I coughed, crossing my legs under the table and dropping my gaze quickly. Jeez, I needed to shut down that line of thinking, and quickly. Whatever sex drive I once possessed had lain dormant for a long time. One whiff of Reed's scent, however, and I couldn't seem to get my mind out of the gutter. You wanted to talk. I drew a deep breath, forcing myself to look at him and praying that the heat I could feel in my face wasn't a noticeable blush. So, start talking. A shadow fell over Reed's face, and he stared through the window at the darkness outside. It was bad news then, just as I had suspected. My heart sank and I clutched my hands together. Your father's sick. My stomach swooped. How sick? Alpha wolves were the strongest of our kind, and pack leaders were the toughest of all. They rarely got ill, but if they did, it usually signaled the end of an era. Reed lowered his head, staring at me with an intensity that I remembered well. You know what I mean, Alara. I shook my head. Pain tightened my ribcage until I felt like my chest would burst. I need you to say it. "He's dying," Reed said, sounding shaky. "The doctors haven't said how long he has left, but you and I both know they don't understand our physiology very well." But I scrambled for words as I tried to process the information. I'd expected bad news, and yet somehow not this. Are we talking, what, weeks, months, years? I knew in my heart that Reed wouldn't be here if it was the latter. Weeks, at most. Hot tears sprang up in my eyes, and I ducked my head and blinked rapidly, forcing them back. I refused to cry. Not here, and not in front of Reed. What? I swiped at my cheek, catching a stray tear. Damn it. What can I do? My dad and I hadn't been close, even when I lived with the pack. Not after my mother had died, anyway. It happened suddenly, the year I turned 14. Dad withdrew from almost everyone, shutting himself away in his study for months and taking long solitary walks around the perimeter of the village. Eventually, he'd begun to open up again, but we had never really reconnected like we had in the past. As the years wore on, I had turned to Reed rather than Dad for comfort. But he was still my dad, and to hear now that he had mere weeks. The night I'd left the pack, the look on my father's face was etched into my memory. He had stood watching me like an unmoving stone statue. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. "You have to come back, Alara," Reed whispered, breaking me out of my thoughts. "You have to come back with me." I frowned, trying to think. "I'll come back, sure, to see Dad. I won't be staying, though." Reed matched my frown with his own. "You know that's not what I meant, Alara." "Well, what did you mean? Be clear." Something contrary inside made me want to push at him until he acknowledged the unspoken threat of his presence to my current comfortable existence. He glared at me, and I glared back, my sadness temporarily forgotten. That was the problem with us. The thing everyone had loved to point out in the past. We had been a hot-headed pair. I needed someone calm, like a chilled-out yoga instructor, a guy who could balance me out and temper the fire in my blood. "The pack is waiting for you, Alara. It is time to claim your birthright." I stared at him, dumbfounded. I hadn't expected that. I struggled to form a coherent thought. This cannot be happening. What are you talking about? Dad's been grooming Jamie to take over forever. Jamie was the son of Terry, my dad's right-hand man. He was a beta like his father, but fierce with ambition. I'd never really gotten on with him, but I'd always chalked it up to my own jealousy. He and my dad had been super close, especially after Mom died. Jamie had become the son my father never had. Strong, sharp, and most importantly, male. I found it difficult to watch them together, so I'd kept my distance from Jamie out of habit. I thought back to that time. About a week before Reed broke my heart, Dad had gathered the whole pack together for a huge feast. He'd pulled Jamie up to stand by his side, his arm thrown affectionately around Jamie's shoulders as he made a toast. He declared then and there that, when the time came for the pack to have a new alpha, Jamie would be his successor. I hadn't been surprised. None of us were. That announcement had been years in the making. I'd never really thought about the timing of it all, though. Jamie was announced as my dad's heir, and Reed ended our relationship a few days later. In hindsight, that struck me as kind of odd. Nevertheless, what was done was done. I'd tried my best to close the book on that chapter of my life for a reason. Re-examining those memories was like poking at an old wound. It wouldn't bring me the closure I wanted. It would only reignite the pain. "I know it's not what you want to hear." He looked down at the tabletop for a moment. Damn it. It was all I could do not to reach out and comb my fingers through his hair, tilt his face up to mine, and press a kiss onto his lips. Oh, how I had missed kissing Reed. I blinked, bringing my focus back to the matter at hand as Reed spoke. "It's not meant to be this way, Alara. You are your father's heir, his blood. I shrugged off his words, along with my traitorous impulses. This is what my dad wanted. Your alpha. He chose Jamie. I narrowed my eyes. Then you dumped me, remember? There was nothing left. So yeah, I got out. Now it seemed to be my turn to stare down at the wood grain of the table. Anger filled my chest as I raised my gaze back up. Has anything changed? No, of course it hasn't. Reed went very still, like he'd been caught in a trap he hadn't realized was there. Alara. He lifted his head and glowered at me, like he had any right to be angry. Jamie isn't the man your father thinks he is. He can't be trusted, and there's no one who can stand up to him worth a damn. Not anymore. He leaned forward, capturing my gaze. No one but you. His eyes were hypnotic. For one heart-fluttering moment, I felt like I would do anything he asked, even dive off a cliff top if he suggested it. A plate of pie landed heavily in front of me, followed by a steaming mug of tea. I snapped out of my love-struck spell and thanked Penny with a flustered smile. Her answering grin was a little too knowing for my liking. With my first sip of tea, my faculties returned. Was Reed being serious right now? I'm sorry to have to tell you this, I said, not sorry in the slightest. But your trip has been wasted. Eat up, get your strength back, and go home. There's no way I'm going back with you. Not now. Not unless Dad's really that sick. He had the gall to look confused. Why not? I'd been about to take my first bite of pie. Instead, I dropped my fork and it fell against the side of the plate with a clatter. Why not? I have a life here, in case you haven't noticed. Friends, an apartment. I have work tomorrow, for Christ's sake. And I'm not giving it up, Reed. Any of it. If Dad's that unwell, then I'll make arrangements to come visit. But not to stay. Never that. I picked up my fork again and pointed it at him. Not for anyone. But... My words rushed out before I could stop them, buoyed by a tidal wave of past heartbreak and loss. And certainly not for you. Chapter 4. Reed. I gazed at Alara. This booth wasn't huge, and she was sitting close enough to touch. My first love. Hell, my only love. No matter how hard I'd tried to put her out of my mind, I always failed. She'd made a permanent mark on my heart, one I would carry forever. Alara. Somehow I had to make her understand. This is serious. The whole pack is in jeopardy. Every last man, woman, and child. She would come around eventually. I was sure of it. The Alara I remember was fiercely protective. She cared deeply for her pack and defended them no matter what kind of trouble they got into. She might be tough, but she was also a good person who cared about others. Her heart had always been in the right place. I couldn't see that changing, no matter what she'd been through in the past 5 years. The way she'd punched that guy in the face for her friend tonight, that was Alara all over. Now she just stared at me with those beautiful dark eyes and pushed my plate closer toward me. Eat up, okay? You have a long drive ahead of you. I stifled a sigh. So maybe convincing Alara to come back with me wasn't going to be as easy a task as I thought. But I couldn't really blame her. Her father had distanced himself from her after her mother died, a time when she probably needed her dad more than ever. Then he had passed her over as his successor, and on top of that, I'd gone and ended our relationship. 5 years ago, every link she had to the pack must have felt like they had been broken, one by one. She must have felt abandoned by everyone. I hung my head. There wasn't any point ruminating on the past. I had to focus on the situation in front of me and consider the future. I picked up my knife and fork and began to eat. The scrambled eggs were light and fluffy, the bacon crunchy and fatty. Just how I liked it. Focusing on the food gave me time to gather my thoughts and figure out how best to play this. Alara matched my silence, though I noticed she only picked sporadically at her pie. No matter what she said, I could tell my news had upset her. She hadn't changed much. still beautiful, stubborn, and fiery. Everything I remembered, everything I loved. If I moved my leg under the table, even slightly, it would brush against her calf. The prospect was enticing, but there was something in her eyes that made me hesitate. Her eyes had changed. They used to glow when she looked at me, lighting up her whole face with a radiance that took my breath away. I hadn't been naive enough to expect to find the love-struck teenager I'd once known. I knew that time was over, and that she had buried her teenage notions when she left all those years ago. But I hadn't expected the loss of innocent young love to sting this much. She was so close to me, but her face was pale and blank. Her cold demeanor separated us, far more than this table. It made me feel like the miles still stretched out between us. I didn't know how to get through to her. I didn't know if I could. Suddenly, the Alara I'd known seemed like a figment of imagination I'd dreamt up, a ghost from a happier time, one that was not even real. Once I'd eaten the breakfast plate and the French toast, my hunger began to abate. I moved on to the basket of fries, eating them slowly and stirring my milkshake. Time to try a different angle, I guess. So, I leaned my elbow on the table. Tell me about city life, then, since you love it so much. What's so great about it? She smiled tightly, but the show of humor didn't reach her eyes. I do love it. She drew a shaky breath. I work at an elementary school during the week, helping children with reading issues. And I work weekends at Mick's Bar. I've got a lot of friends out here. Good people. They really, helped me through stuff. I nodded, ignoring the twinge of guilt in my chest. Did they help her through what I did to her? You live alone? Do you have a boyfriend? I desperately wanted to know. I sensed the question wouldn't be a welcome one, though. Yeah, I do. She looked down at her empty mug, hair hanging over her face. With a jolt, I thought for a second she had confessed to having a boyfriend. I picked up the thread of our conversation as she continued and shook myself internally. Stay on track, damn it. Her presence was getting to me, just like it always had. When Alara was near, my brain still turned to mush. To be honest, I really like having a place to myself, she said. You know what growing up in the pack is like. Everyone's living on top of one another, and everyone knows everybody's business. I have my own space here, independence. The city, you can blend in here, disappear. No one cares what you're doing. I like that anonymity. It's refreshing. You can disappear? How could someone like Alara disappear? She had such a presence about her. She lit up every room she entered. Still, I could see why the city held its charms for her. If she hadn't felt welcome at home, the close-knit pack atmosphere would have only magnified the problem. She must have felt trapped, especially after that night. You don't love me anymore? Something broke inside me at the forlorn note in her voice, but I kept my gaze stoic and controlled. I've made up my mind, Alara. Shoving down the past with some effort, I managed to catch her eye once more. Alara, you gotta come home, okay? Even if it's just to spend some time with your dad. Her lovely face crumpled. I hated having to be the one to hurt her, again, but it had to be said. Her father was dying. I have some leave due, she sighed, fiddling with her fork. I'll apply for some in the next few weeks. What? No. That might be too late, I snapped. Her face blinked, then her eyes narrowed as she glared at me. Dad hasn't contacted me in 5 years, Reed. 5 years. Not once since I left. He never even checked to see if his own daughter was still alive. Do you know how that feels? Why would I just drop everything I've built here in the city to go running back to a family that so clearly doesn't want me? The words were harsh, but I heard the underlying hurt beneath them. The waitress glanced over at us from behind the counter, looking concerned. I exhaled with frustration and forced myself to lower my voice. He does want you, Alara. He's always wanted you." I resisted the urge to reach across the table and grab her hand. "That's not what this is about." She made a succession of angry noises as she stood, throwing some money down on the table. I shook my head. I knew she was upset, but seriously? She was leaving, just like that? "Well, thanks for stopping by." She shoved her bag onto her shoulder. "Drive safe. Send my regards to the pack." As she made to walk past me, my hand shot out and I grabbed her wrist. She tried to shrug me off, but I held tight. "Reed." She fixed me with an icy gaze. "Let me go." I could feel her anger rising, and the spark lit the flame to my own temper. Alara had always done strange things to my insides. As much as we riled each other up, I never felt more alive than when I was with her. As uncomfortable as this interaction had been, I couldn't deny it. Just being with her again was exhilarating. I felt more energy sparking through my system than I'd had in years. "I won't give up that easily, Alara," I assured her. "This is more important than you think." She twisted sharply and pulled free of my grasp. "Good night, Reed." As she stormed out of the diner, she let the door slam on her way out. I deliberately turned back to my meal rather than see her leave. I'd already watched her run out of my life once before, and it had been one of the hardest things I'd ever done. I finished my meal in silence, ignoring the waitress's glower, before heading back to the motel where I'd been staying for the past few nights. I wasn't leaving the city without Alara. I just had to make her an offer she couldn't refuse. I was so fatigued I practically passed out back in the motel room. I stayed that way all day, trying to catch up on the sleep I'd lost last night. It had been hell trying to adapt my body to the stupid hours these city people keep on weekends. The pack didn't live like this. We went to bed at night rather than dawn. Here, waking up as night fell left me groggy and disoriented. I couldn't wait to leave this place. If everything played out as I hoped it would, I would be going home in a few hours. I just needed to convince Alara that it was a good idea for her to come with me. I glanced around the parking lot and stared at the small bar. Mick's place, she'd called it, with a note of affection in her voice. Sunday nights seemed to be a quieter affair. Only a handful of punters passed through the frosted glass doors, and the noise level was thankfully reduced to a muted hum. The city could be so loud. I didn't know how she'd stuck it out for so long. After a moment of consideration, I decided not to try my luck inside tonight, instead waiting out on the street. I was relieved when she walked out around midnight. "Hey," I called out, waving at her. She froze. Her eyes met mine with a mixture of anger and incredulity. I stayed where I was, leaning against the hood of my truck, letting her assess my presence. Never catch an unknown shifter off guard, Reed. But Alara wasn't unknown. I knew the sound of her heartbeat as well as I knew my own. We'd had sex in this truck I was leaning against. How many times? God only knows. I wasn't scrapping the thing, ever. Too many memories I couldn't let go of. The ghost of a smile flitted across her face as her eyes traced over the scratched headlights and beat-up hubcaps. "Still got this old junker, then?" "Yup." I left it at that. There were too many thorns attached to any conversation about our old relationship, and I'd already proven myself adept at stumbling right into them and scratching both of us in the process. She tilted her head to the side as she gazed at me. "What are you still doing here, Reed? I told you to go home." Hopefully my gamble would pay off. After all, the Alpha's daughter had never backed down from a challenge before. Ever. "I've got a proposition for you." Her head came up. I watched her spine straighten into a posture I recognized. "Oh yeah? What's that?" she asked, lifting her chin. "A challenge." Something flickered behind her eyes. I continued. "A fight between you and me." "A fight?" she whispered. The shifter swirl of silver swam in her eyes. Wolf shifter eyes. She could try to hide it all she liked from her precious city friends, but she couldn't hide her shifter from me. "Yeah, if I can pin you, then you gotta come back with me." I lowered my voice and leaned close. "Come see your dad. Come back home, to your pack, your family. We need you, Alara." She blinked, seemingly caught off guard, before appearing to recover herself. "And when you lose?" she asked, flicking her ponytail over her shoulder and thrusting out her chest in a cocky move. I put up my hands, trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. She'd always been easy to rile up, just like I was, but I sensed that it had been a long time since the wolf in her had been allowed to roam free. That'll sure make my job easier. I brushed off my guilt and focused on my task. I had to do whatever it took to get Alara to come back with me, even if that meant using her wolf shifter biology against her. I gave a loose shrug. "Then I go on my way. I'll return to the pack, admit defeat, and make sure none of us ever bother you again." I studied her carefully, wondering what she was thinking. If I lost, did she even plan to come home for her father's funeral? My resolve firmed. It didn't matter what she planned or didn't plan. I was going to win this fight. I had to. I didn't have time to give even a passing thought to the possibility of failure. She stared at me for a moment longer, and a spark of hope grew in my chest. Then she shook her head. "No." She turned away and walked off without another word. God damn it. I took off after her down the street. It looked like she was heading toward that diner where we'd eaten last night. "Come on, Alara. You know I don't give up that easily." She stopped in her tracks and pinned me with a stare. "You gave up on us." I felt her words slide like a knife right between my ribs. "I didn't give up," I forced myself to say. "I made a choice." She held my gaze for a long time, but I didn't break the eye contact. I couldn't. This was too important. Eventually, she was the one who blinked and glanced away. Then it was the wrong choice. Her voice shook with suppressed emotion. This time, her words twisted themselves straight into my heart. I had given her 5 years to move on, to find someone better. But from everything I'd seen and heard about her time in the city, it didn't seem like she had come close to settling down with anyone else. I grabbed her arm and pulled her around to face me. "We need to put our differences aside. It's like I said, okay? There's more at stake here than just the two of us." I understood her position. It was a struggle to think about the bigger picture right now, too. "Accept my challenge, Alara. Let the chips fall where they may." She bit her lip, and I could tell she was wavering. I gripped her arm a little tighter, pressing my advantage. "You could be free of me forever. Free of the pack. One fight. That's all it would take. I give you my word. If I lose, I leave." She lifted her gaze to me, and there was so much unsaid in those big blue eyes of hers. Fear was at the forefront. Was she afraid of saying no, or saying yes? Of finally severing her connection to the only true family she had, our pack? I hoped not. That was what I had leveraged my challenge on. Then suddenly her face cleared. She gave a single nod. "Okay, Reed." She cleared her throat, her wide mouth narrowing to a thin line. "I accept your challenge." Finally. I knew, somewhere underneath that slick city demeanor, that the Alara I knew was still there. I shoved my hands into my pockets and projected an aura of casual certainty. Not that I was feeling anything near casual, but I didn't want my eagerness to cause her to switch off again. "Where do you want to do this?" I asked, resisting the urge to say your place or mine. This is her territory, after all. She knew the lay of the land better than I did. "My condo has a backyard," she said without hesitation. "The sooner we can get this over with, the better, right?" I nodded. "Sure." I couldn't quite get a handle on her emotions. One moment she seemed ready to kick me to the curb and send me packing, and the next, I could swear she seemed almost excited by the prospect of letting out her wolf. Without another word, she turned and strode away from me. She's probably just looking forward to body slamming me a few times. Feeling strangely like I'd lost control of the situation, I followed her. Chapter 5. Alara. The backyard of my condo was dimly lit, and the fences were high enough to deter any prying neighbors. Perfect. I shucked off my scarf and shoved it into my bag. Come on, I haven't got all night. I was trying to contain the rush of adrenaline rocketing through my system, but it was proving more difficult than I thought to tamp the runaway emotions back down. Yes, ma'am. He gave me a mock salute, and I rolled my eyes. I could hear the thud of his heartbeat in his chest and his breathing picking up. My stomach tingled with anticipation despite everything. It had been how many years since I'd shifted? Too many. I grinned, despite the situation that had led to this moment. A few ground rules, he said, tugging off his jacket and tossing it to one side. No hair pulling, okay? Very funny, I replied. I remember your moves well enough. He shook himself out a little and stretched. His biceps pulled tight behind his head, and I looked away. What was I doing, getting into this with Reed? I was here in the city for a reason. I had an okay life. I had friends. I was doing fine on my own. Good, even. No thanks to him, or my dad, or anyone from the pack. They'd cut me loose and never followed up. Till now. He smirked. He'd caught me looking. I shook the hair out of my face and straightened, focused on keeping my balance. If he wanted a fight, he would get one. I wasn't going down easy. Something in his gaze shifted when he registered the change in my posture. To a human, the change would be imperceptible, but for the first time that night, I saw the wolf inside him rear up. His breathing had deepened, and there was a silver glint in his eye. My body was responding, as it had done hundreds of times before. Adrenaline raced along my veins, making my muscles tremble, and a shot of excitement curved my lips upward. My wolf pushed, hard, desperate to be let out after all this time. Silently, Reed extended his hand to me. I stared at it for a moment before accepting the connection. Already, my brain felt totally scrambled. Right. Challenge accepted. I took a deep breath and let him clasp our palms together. The feeling of his warm skin amidst the cold night air shocked me, and I gasped. This was the first time we had touched each other in 5 years. His head lowered and his eyes darkened, unblinking, hungry, and utterly focused on me. I couldn't suppress a shiver as I backed up a couple of steps. He matched me pace for pace, and we began to circle each other slowly. Without warning, he snarled, and his eyes flashed silver. The outside world melted away, and my vision narrowed. He had been my sole focus since we set foot in my backyard, but as I shifted into my wolf body, that feeling only grew in intensity. My every sense flooded with him. The heat of his fur, the intoxication of his scent, the flash of his eyes. They all melted together with a level of concentration I had long forgotten. I shrank away from him, disoriented and overwhelmed. It was surreal to be a wolf again after all this time. My ears flicked, catching the sounds of distant traffic on the freeway. I padded toward Reed with a curious huff, absorbing the feel of the damp grass against my paws. Well, they always said it would be like riding a bike. Reed's wolf eyed me impassively. His brown fur glinted with silver flecks, just like I remembered. He stood a couple of hands taller than me, and his pelt wasn't quite as sleek as mine. He made a formidable sight. If he had been a stranger, I might have been afraid. But I wasn't. Quite the opposite, in fact. He was trembling a little, muscles coiled. He was holding himself back as he waited for me to adjust to the change. I thought about the long years I'd spent alone, without him. I'd been abandoned at a time when I needed him, more than I ever had before. He knew how much he'd hurt me, and he hadn't seemed to care. And then, to come swanning back into my life now like nothing had ever happened. The dark thoughts swirled in my head, and a growl built in my throat. He answered it with a low, rumbling snarl. There wasn't any warning or signal. We didn't need one. Not when we were like this. We sprang at each other, just as we had done countless times before. But this was no play fight or teenage sparring session. Not for me. I channeled every ounce of hurt I had held onto for the last 5 years and unleashed it on him. It had always been like a dance, fighting with Reed. I could sense his every breath, perceive his movements almost before he actioned them himself, and he could sense mine. We knew each other's strengths and weaknesses as well as we knew our own. We sparred for a while, ducking and weaving and play fighting as we had as children, relearning each other as my body quickly fell back into the groove of the whole wolf thing. I might not have been as strong as I once was, but I knew I could still put up a fight. He seemed to sense the heat of my anger, too. Good. But he was holding back a little, and that infuriated me further. He'd challenged me, after all. There was too much at stake for half measures. I snapped at him to show my frustration. He loped back a few paces, shaking out his pelt. He couldn't fool me. We were both panting heavily with exertion, but he needed to commit fully, so I could too. I let out an impatient whine and charged him. Taking advantage of his shock at my aggressive move, I fastened my teeth onto his neck and pulled him over me, trying to lock him into a tussle. He threw me off with ease, confirming my suspicions that he wasn't using his full strength. Come on, Reed. What are you so afraid of? He'd been the one to suggest this, raising the stakes. But now we were here, body slamming each other into the turf. He didn't seem to want to land a proper hit on me. Finally, it dawned on me. He was worried about hurting me. I snorted. Well, if he wanted to hold back, I wouldn't. I slid under him, rolling him over and forcing him into action. We grappled, and finally I felt his energy engage. Good. If I won this, I wanted it to be on my own merits, not because he wouldn't commit. Neither one of us managed to gain the upper hand. His body pressed itself against mine, eliciting all kinds of long-forgotten sensations. He wasn't going easy on me anymore. He was finally exerting his full strength. I had to use every trick I had to keep him from getting close enough to pin me down. We drew apart, and he shook himself out with a rumbling growl, glowering at me. His eyes darkened, and his pupils grew larger so that only a sliver of silver iris was visible. Adrenaline pulsed through me. Perhaps he'd thought I'd go down easy. I hadn't been in my wolf form for a long time, after all, and clearly he had only grown in agility and strength. I still had a key advantage over him. Alpha blood ran through my veins. We were more evenly matched than he'd bargained for. His sudden attack caught me off guard, knocking me to the ground. I twisted out from under him, and we rolled over and over on the grass before thudding into the side of the fence, hard enough that splinters of wood flew everywhere. Oops. So much for keeping a low profile. For a split second, I had him exactly where I wanted him. His head pushed into the ground, and he relaxed under me, huffing out a breath. I breathed out too, relief crashing over me. I had this. Acting on instinct, I leaned down and nuzzled at the side of his throat. In a flash, he flipped us over and pinned me to the ground. Enraged, I snarled and snapped up at his neck, struggling against him. To no avail. I didn't have him after all. Far from it. Instead, he had me exactly where he wanted me. I should have walked away while I had the chance. Everything about him, his voice, his scent, his eyes, had made me weak. Alpha blood or not, I suddenly realized I never stood a chance. The fight drained out of me, and I felt my body start to shift, melting back into human form. Above me, Reed's wolf form faded too, until I was staring up into wide human eyes. I wasn't struggling anymore. The shock of transformation drained me of any fight I had left. At any rate, he'd won. He had me pinned. His bare skin was hot against mine. In a rush, I remembered why it wasn't a good idea to shift into wolf form wearing clothes. There were probably torn pieces of clothing littering the grass all around us. Those were my new jeans. It was a minor annoyance in my current position, but still. The silver in his eyes faded to their usual dark gray, though they were still burning with heat. The expression of desire on his face was one I remembered well. Our mouths were mere inches apart. Involuntarily, I licked my lips, and his gaze dropped immediately to my mouth. He looked like he'd forgotten why we were tangled together like this. He wasn't making any move to get up, though, and I wasn't making any effort to push him off me. I could barely feel the grass underneath us anymore, or see the starlit sky above. I was consumed with the feel of his body on top of mine. We'd been here 1,000 times before. My body remembered it vividly, even if the rest of me had desperately tried to forget. He drew his arms up until they rested on either side of my head. One of his hands found my throat and traced the skin there. He slid his fingers through my hair, tilted my head up, and leaned close so that his hair fell down and tickled my shoulders. When he brushed his lips against mine, I shivered, my lips parting slightly. He groaned and exhaled against my mouth, deepening the kiss and pressing down against me. Heat curled in my stomach, and I slid my calves against his. Taking advantage of his distraction, I rolled us over so that I straddled him, before leaning back down and kissing him deeply. When we broke apart, I stared at him, a million thoughts swirling in my head. What am I doing? God, I've missed this. He lay there, chuckling. Alpha? Judging by his wide smile, he wasn't mad about me flipping us and taking the dominant position. I brushed the hair off his face and ran my hands down his chest and over his arms. He was breathing heavily, looking up at me with something akin to awe. A small part of me wondered if he'd known this was going to happen. An even bigger part of me screamed to get off him before I did something we would both regret. His hands wrapped themselves firmly around my hips, and I snapped back to the moment. He was waiting for me to make the call. Screw it, I thought. In for a penny, in for a pound. My fingers tangled in his hair, and I dragged him up to meet me in another messy kiss. Chapter 6. Read. Our fight had gone in my favor, just as I knew it would. Alara was still fiercely strong, and faster than any of the other women in the pack, but I had the edge of determination and raw strength on my side, and a point to prove. Kissing her hadn't been part of my game plan, though. It's been too long, the wolf in me snarled. Take her, right now. Her hands threaded into my hair, and she pulled me up toward her again. I went willingly. No hair pulling. I wound my arms tightly around her as she kissed me. A surge of desire caught me, and I moved her off me, jumped up, and then pulled her to her feet. I lifted her against me, and she instantly wrapped her legs around my waist, holding on like a limpet as I carried her to her patio door. After a little fumbling to find the handle, I managed to open the door one-handed and carry her inside. The tiny shred of reason left inside me screamed at me to stop, to back away right now, leave. This wasn't meant to happen. This was the one thing that wasn't meant to happen. Every second I held her in my arms, I was breaking down all the barriers that had kept me apart from her. Barriers I knew had been put in place for a reason. I had agreed, hadn't I? She wasn't meant for me. I knew that. She never had been. But if we kept going like this, tonight, then the strings that had once tied us together would be hopelessly tangled again, and this time, we might never be able to unravel them. Once my shifter impulses had kicked in, red mist had descended. Even though we hadn't been near each other for years, my body reacted to her touch as if no time had passed, like we were a mated pair, soul-bonded. There was only one direction this was heading in, and it was a direction I couldn't continue to travel. And yet I was powerless to stop. It had been so long since I felt whole. 5 long and lonely years. We stumbled through her dark condo, and I pressed her up against every surface we passed. Her kitchen counter, the back of her couch, a nearby wall. She nipped at the skin between my shoulder and neck, and I growled with impatience before finally pushing her up against the door she whispered belonged to her bedroom. She lowered her legs to the floor. I pinned her there as she shivered and gazed up at me. Her pupils were dark. and even in the low light I could tell that her lips were swollen from my kisses. "I've missed you." The words tumbled out before I could stop them. Without giving her a chance to register what I'd said, I leaned in and captured her lips again, delving into her mouth without restraint. The heat building between our dampening skin would have overwhelmed an ordinary human, but it only intensified our desire for each other. Her scent was driving me crazy. The smell of her shampoo was different, but underneath it she was still Alara. My Alara. Chapter 7. Alara. I rolled over in bed and felt the unfamiliar weight of another person lying next to me. Well, not quite unfamiliar. I'd had more than a few dreams like this, in the hazy moments between sleeping and waking. I smiled sleepily and pressed up close against his back until my body was flush with his, inhaling that gorgeous scent. Reed. As I began to wake up properly, it all came flooding back. Last night, the fight, and then shit. Twisting away from him, I yanked the covers back and stumbled out of bed, groping around on the floor for my robe. I cursed myself for being so stupid, for letting him get to me like that. No matter how carefully I stepped, it seemed I couldn't help myself when it came to him. "You helped yourself last night," said a voice in my head that sounded suspiciously like Penny's all-knowing tone. I grimaced at the memory. On Sunday afternoon, I'd swung by the diner to grab a coffee and fill her in on Reed's sudden reappearance, followed by the disastrous meal we had shared there the night before. Penny was one of the few people in my new life who knew the truth about who I was and where I'd come from. This had made explaining the whole Reed thing easier in some ways and much, much harder in others. "So he's, what, an ex-boyfriend of yours?" I nodded, stirring my coffee. "I guess you could say that." Penny's expression grew contemplative. "That explains the weird tension, then. Wait, I thought shifters mated for life." I cringed. "He's not my mate. He's just Reed." "Huh." Penny looked skeptical. "If you say so." I changed the subject and instead regaled her with my bar encounter with the creep who had harassed Tammy. Penny seemed to take the hint, though I could tell she had a million questions hovering on the tip of her tongue. Not that I was likely to have the answers for her. I thought I'd known where I stood. Now it was like the ground beneath me had crumbled away, and I stood at the edge of a cliff, looking down at the jagged rocks below. When I walked out of the diner last night, I had wondered if Reed's and my brief reunion inside the bar was the last we would see of each other. I'd had no plans of returning to the pack until he dropped back into my life, after all. At some point, I would probably have visited the pack briefly, to pay my respects to Dad. But up until yesterday, the thought of seeing Reed again had been too painful to contemplate. Perhaps, I thought, he would take me at face value and give up. It seemed hopelessly naive in the cold light of day. Reed wasn't the type to give up on anything that truly mattered. Like me seeing my dad before he died, obviously. I stared down at Reed's sleeping form, lost in thought. His brown hair lay fanned out over my pillows, his face buried between them. A heavy sleeper, just like I remembered. The smooth planes of his back were toned and lithe, although he had filled out since I'd last seen him. Having now reached his physical prime, he'd lost the rangy appearance of a young wolf shifter and fully come into his adult power. He looked strange in my little apartment bedroom, like a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit. Shaking away my confusing thoughts, I grabbed a towel from the linen cupboard and, after a second's hesitation, fresh clothes. I would change in the bathroom. I was better off leaving him to his own devices while I attempted to pull myself together. After my shower, I made coffee and toast, curled up at my kitchen table, and waited for him to make an appearance. It was a little after 8 when my bedroom door finally opened and he padded into the kitchen. Steam trailed in through the open door. He was wearing one of my towels slung loosely around his hips. Water droplets ran down his neck in an obscenely distracting manner. He flashed a grin and shook out his hair, sending water everywhere. He scrubbed at the back of his head with one careless hand. Ugh, I hated when he did that. I only remembered how much I hated it as he was doing it. I kind of regretted making him a coffee now. His grin widened. Unrepentant, he stole a piece of toast from the plate in front of me and chewed happily. Picking up the coffee mug, I pushed across the table at him and wandered back into my bedroom. The worst part of all of this? He knew that he had me exactly where he wanted me. It was imperative I return with him now. It was written into our biology, in the shifter blood running through our veins. A promise that couldn't be broken. I couldn't decide how I felt about that. I knew one thing for sure. I should never have accepted his stupid challenge in the first place. Groaning to myself, I put my head in my hands. Last night had been such a mistake. Now that he'd given me a taste of what we used to have, walking away at the end of all this was going to be so much harder. He would just repeat what he did last time and stroll off without a care in the world. I would be left to pick up the pieces. Again. There was nothing to do about it now, though. I had to see this thing out to the bitter end. Haven't you missed it? At all? Reed's voice startled me out of my reverie. I'd been staring out the truck window, watching the skyscrapers turn into suburbs as we reached the edge of the city, before finally giving way to open farmland. I turned to him. Missed what? I said, though I already knew. His hands flexed on the steering wheel. His eyes were fixed on the open road. Home. The pack. Of course. Before I came here, it was all I'd ever known. Not so much anymore, I said. I pulled the sleeves of my sweater down over my hands and hugged myself. Feels like a long time ago. It wasn't a total lie. It did feel like a long time ago. I had found new people to protect in the city. In some ways, they had almost become my new pack. He glanced at me. You cold? I shook my head. No, this truck has shitty insulation, which you still haven't fixed. Don't think I haven't noticed. It was a bullshit answer, and we both knew it. Wolf shifters ran hot. We didn't need the kind of protection from icy weather that ordinary humans did. It does. You never... His face fell, and his expression shuddered. You never shut up about it. A weighty silence followed his words. Our past together lurked around every corner, and we kept slamming into it like a brick wall. I rubbed the cashmere weave of my sweater between finger and thumb. It wasn't practical for where we were going, but I hadn't taken much stuff with me when I left all those years ago. Most of my clothes were lightweight now. Sneakers and tank tops were much better for a crowded city. I thought about Reed's question. Maybe I'd done a better job than I thought of seeming above it all, like I couldn't care less whether he came or went. Maybe he truly believed I had moved on from my old life with the pack. Moved on from him. I had, right? Coming back with you, it doesn't mean I'm staying, I heard myself say. You do know that, right? His face turned grave. I know. The fields were disappearing outside the windows. We were nearing the edge of the forest now. I caught sight of the first redwoods up ahead of us, and my heart clenched with a queasy mixture of anticipation and dread. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at Reed, but his focus had turned back to the road. Although I would never admit it to him in a million years, I was comforted by his presence. The only thing worse than my current predicament would be having to face the pack alone. The redwoods began to thicken, and the winter sun shone dimly through the trees as we drove. The woods were small and spaced out here. Some were barely 7 feet tall. The trees at the heart of the forest were giants. They stood tall enough that you could barely see the tops of them, and their branches seemed to stretch out for miles, forming a leafy canopy overhead thick enough in places to block out the stars. Stick close, Reed said suddenly. When we arrive, stay near me, okay? I'll take you straight to your dad. There was tension in his voice that startled me. I didn't understand or appreciate his tone, but I nodded nonetheless. Maybe things back home really had changed. Did he think I was in danger? What's up with Jamie anyway? I asked, to change the subject. You said he couldn't be trusted. Why? Reed's face darkened. He was silent for a long moment, like he was choosing his words carefully. He wants to expand our territories. His brow furrowed as he stared at the open road ahead of us. The snow-topped mountains loomed in the distance, blue and hazy. Roll the border out, right across the creek. He wants to take land all the way out to the plains. Once he becomes alpha, he's planning to start a turf war in every direction. What? My heart began to pound. He wants to push the Farrers pack off their land? And the Thornwoods? That's crazy. The neighboring packs had lived in peace with ours for as long as I could remember.
I know.
Reed's jaw clenched.
Even if we had the numbers, it's a suicide mission.
I nodded grimly. Not to mention the fact that we would be betraying the trust of people we knew. Our allies. Packs that we'd fought shoulder to shoulder alongside during countless turf wars in the past. Strange, I thought, how I've already slipped back into thinking of the pack as ours. And now Jamie wanted to destroy our pack? Destroy everything my dad had built in an ill-considered and bloodthirsty quest for dominion. How do you know all this? I asked. I couldn't imagine Jamie revealing his plans willingly, and to Reed of all people. They had never seen eye to eye. As the son of the pack's beta, Jamie was a high-ranking male in the pack's hierarchy. Reed was an unknown element, an outsider who, in the eyes of some, had unsettled the natural order of things when he waltzed in and started dating the Alpha's daughter. When we were young, Reed had been stronger and faster than the others, and everyone knew it. As a foundling, no one knew Reed's true heritage, but I always assumed he came from an Alpha line. He was huge in wolf form, and protective as all get-out, not to mention loyal too. Jamie had challenged him to more than one fight over the years, usually over something petty and stupid. Reed had always had the good sense to refuse. The notion that Reed was now somehow privy to Jamie's plans seemed absurd. Still, what do I know? They might be best pals now. Maybe Jamie was planning on making Reed his beta. I'd been away for a long time, after all. I almost laughed at the ridiculousness of the image. Things might have changed, but they couldn't have changed that much.
About a month ago, I overheard Jason talking to Paul,
Reed said,
about Jamie and his plans. They'd both tried to tell him how insane it was, apparently, but he wouldn't listen.
That made more sense. Jason was Jamie's best friend. Paul was a couple of years younger, but he had followed the two of them around like a puppy for as long as I could remember. It hadn't always been that way. Once upon a time, Jason and Reed had been like brothers. Reed, Jason, Kara, and me. When we were kids, it was just the four of us. Our own little pack. That was a long time ago. Things were very different now. The Thornwoods would retaliate, I said. They'd go upstate, get help from one of the bigger packs, maybe even the state chapter. I tried to keep the panic out of my voice, but I could hear it nonetheless. All the peace treaties would be dust. We'd be wiped out.
Alara.
Reed took one hand off the steering wheel, grabbed my hand, and squeezed it.
Listen to me. I know. That's why I came to bring you back. I realize this isn't what you want. I would have let you be if I could. But the pack needs you right now.
I need you. His unspoken words echoed in my head, and I sighed with frustration. Why did he make me feel like this? As if I knew what he was thinking and feeling as well as I knew my own mind. Just like last night, I was misinterpreting things again, filling in the blanks, equipping him with motivations that might not even be accurate. Does Dad know? I asked. Reed's mouth twisted. He tapped his fingers against the driving wheel and wouldn't meet my eyes.
No.
Something dawned on me. As I put the pieces together, my feelings of despair grew. He's been ill for a while, hasn't he? He sighed.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I knew that learning the truth about Jamie would break my dad's heart. Reed had kept that painful news from him, apparently. For better or worse. Thank you for sparing Dad that information. Reed nodded, and I turned to stare out the window. I had to think fast. It wouldn't be long before we arrived. The trees we passed were taller and denser now, and the air had taken on a familiar, dim, misty quality. Shafts of sunlight pierced through the branches and lit up patches of undergrowth as we rumbled along. "Would the pack stand behind Jamie?" I asked. "Some of them might agree with him." Reed's brow creased, and he shook his head.
"I don't know. Some folks, maybe. But most of them would realize that it's total lunacy."
I exhaled shakily. For the first time since we got in the truck, Reed turned his head and met my eyes properly.
"Alara, you and I both know we won't have a choice. Once Jamie becomes alpha, he can exert his will over the pack. They'll have to do what he says, even if
it kills them," I finished. That was how it worked. I'd never appreciated how terrifying the prospect was before, nor how easily the power could be abused. Maybe because Dad, for all his faults, would never dream of leading his pack into danger. Every single decision he made considered pack safety and happiness first and foremost. I swallowed. Except when it came to me, I guess. Reed was silent for the rest of the journey. When the track curved to the left, winding off the main road, he glanced at me.
"You ready?"
"Yeah," I lied. The first rooftops began to peek through the trees. We passed trucks parked up on both sides of the track, and the tarmac road gave way to dirt. I tried, without much success, to quell the flutter of nerves in my stomach. Reed pulled up outside his house and turned the key to cut the engine. The truck suddenly felt way too still and silent for my liking. Although I was eager for a chance to stretch my legs after the long journey, I took my time opening the passenger door and climbing out. Our arrival had not gone unnoticed. People came out of the meeting house across the street, stopping in their tracks to stare at us. Who was I kidding? They stared at me. Their eyes burned into the back of my head as I slammed the door of Reed's truck louder than I needed to. I mostly kept my head down, but still noticed some familiar faces in amongst the gathering crowd. On the wide porch of the Briars house, Jason stood watching us, his sister Kara by his side. My mouth twitched as I noticed that their faces were perfect mirror images of shock. I couldn't help but feel the ghost of something at the sight of Kara, a feeling that was akin to regret. She had been my closest childhood friend. I was an only child, the lonely daughter of the alpha wolf. Most of the other children had treated me with respect, but they never forgot who I was, or what I was destined to be. They weren't cold to me, but they weren't warm either. Except Kara. We had been almost sisters when we were kids, joined at the hip. Then Reed came along, and the four of us had hung around for a little while. Reed, Jason, Kara, and I, making forts in the woods, pranking the other kids, and causing all kinds of trouble. And then Mom died. I'd withdrawn from Kara, just like I had from practically everything and everyone else. I spotted Luke, who had been a kid the last time I saw him. He was now a gangly teenager. He reminded me a little of Reed at the same age, standing in the awkward fashion of someone who wasn't yet certain how to arrange their long limbs. One by one, everyone in the immediate vicinity fell silent. Every face turned toward me, watching, waiting, no doubt, to see what I would do next. Run away? Again? It seemed like the most attractive option, albeit a highly impractical one at this moment. Instead, I lifted my head high and straightened my spine, hearing my dad's voice float to the surface of my mind from some long-forgotten memory. Alpha wolves do not bow to anyone, Alara. I had to face the situation head-on. I had to act like I couldn't care less about the stir my appearance had created. Easier said than done. A warm hand landed around my shoulders, a firm, steady pressure that eased the nervous tension a little. Reed. He was a solid presence by my side. He turned me slightly, shielding me from prying eyes with his body. "Show's over, folks," he called out, waving a hand at the audience we'd gathered. A few more curious glances shot my way. Then the crowd began to disperse, murmuring amongst themselves. After a couple of minutes, we were alone on the dirt road that ran straight through the center of the small village. Our small village. I stepped away from Reed, and his hand fell back to his side. His face fell, too. "I'll see you later," I said before I could stop myself. He brightened and gave me a crooked smile.
"Definitely."
My old house lay at the end of the street, just around the corner. It was set back a little from the other houses, down a small gravel path. When I reached the house, the long timber beams supporting the overhanging porch, and the swing where I used to sit with Reed, everything seemed exactly the same, just like I never left. There was a light in the small window at the top of the house, the attic, where my dad's study had been. Was it still his study? Or was he too ill to do any work there anymore? He had always kept a lamp burning there all through the night. One time I asked him why. I had been very small and wanted him to keep talking to me so I didn't have to go to sleep.
"Because, Allie,"
he'd said as he tucked the blanket up under my chin and smoothed the covers beneath his hands.
"Sometimes even Daddy has to sleep. And this way, my lamp can keep watch over the whole pack and keep everyone safe."
"Like a lighthouse?" I asked.
"Just like a lighthouse."
He kissed my forehead.
"Exactly. It's my job to protect everyone in this pack, honey. And one day, it will be yours."
I snuggled down under the covers. "Good night, Daddy."
"Good night, Alara. Sweet dreams."
The memory faded away, and my happiness at the familiar sight mingled with dread at the thought of what I would find up in that attic room. Chapter 8. Alara. Before I could talk myself out of what I had to do, I strode up to the porch and fumbled in the pocket of my jeans, drawing out the small key I'd found buried in the bottom drawer of my closet back in the city. A lump formed in my throat as I slid it into the lock and turned the handle. Maybe he changed the locks. The door opened easily. I stepped inside, inhaling the familiar smell of pine leaves, smoke, and family. My chest grew tight. I dug my nails into my palm to prevent tears from falling. Why had I stayed away so long? Was the hurt back then worth alienating myself from everything I had ever known and loved? I could barely even swallow. My throat ached at holding back the emotion. The hallway was dimly lit. As I closed the door behind me, taking care to be quiet, a woman appeared at the top of the stairs. Rachel, my mom's oldest friend. The woman who'd taken Reed in, raised him practically as her own child. She'd always had my back. After Mom died, she'd been the only one to defend my relationship with Reed. On one memorable occasion, she had even argued with my dad about it. He'd thought we were too young to be spending so much time together, and she had reminded him sharply of the way he and Mother were at that age. After that, he never brought it up again. "Alara?" She blinked at me, looking as dumbfounded as everyone else in the village. I raised my hand in greeting and smiled at her weakly. She seemed to gather herself together and raced down the stairs, sweeping me into a rib-cracking hug before pulling back to look me over like she couldn't believe her eyes. "What? How? When did you get back?" "Whoa," I said, grinning. "Slow down. Just now, I swear. I came straight here." Her eyes filled with happiness. "Reed found you, then?" I dropped my gaze and untangled myself gently from her embrace. "Yeah." So she had known he was coming to look for me. It occurred to me that I didn't know whether Reed had acted alone. Had he confided in anyone about his plans for bringing me home? Rachel had clearly suspected it, at least. Was she the only one? "Your father's upstairs." Her hand pressed against mine, holding tight. I'm so sorry, Alara. He's very ill. Reed told me already." I blinked back a tidal wave of emotions before they threatened to spill over, determined to meet her kind, familiar gaze with calm rather than panic. "Can I see him?" "Of course, honey." She put her hand on my elbow and led me into the kitchen. "You can take him his glass of water. He needs to take his medication, and he hides the pills otherwise." I snorted despite myself and grabbed a glass from the cupboard before filling it up. That sounds like Dad, all right. Trying to keep my breathing steady, I climbed up the stairs with the glass in my hand. Once I reached the landing, I spared a glance at my old bedroom door. Had he kept it as it was? Or had he cleared it out? I couldn't bring myself to peek inside. I didn't particularly like either of those options. The narrow stairs that led up to the top bedroom were fitted with a stair rail that hadn't been there when I left. I knocked once on the door and then pushed it open softly.
Rachel?
A voice, frailer and quieter than I remembered, floated over from the other side of the room.
That you?
I hadn't been allowed into the attic much as a child. The adults had been afraid I might overhear something, a pack secret that wasn't meant for a child's ears. My dad and his beta, Terry, would work in here. Maps were often pinned to the walls, plans weighted to the coffee table, almanacs stacked up on the sideboard as they made plans each new year. Resolving feuds, managing supply runs, chairing council meetings, negotiating trade deals. In the pack, everything was done with the changing seasons, drafted into existence as frost coated the window panes, golden leaves blustered through the streets, or the first buds of spring curled open on the branches outside. When Mom died, Dad had taken to sleeping up here. He'd never come back down. Not really. I inhaled sharply as pain squeezed my ribs. He was sitting near the window, reclining in his favorite armchair. He was propped up on a stack of pillows. An old TV set buzzed faintly in the background. A stack of newspapers rested on the coffee table beside him. I'd clearly just woken him. My chest tightened. "Hey, Dad." He turned, startled. His sudden recognition felt like the clouds parting to reveal the sun.
Alara?
The newspaper on his lap slid onto the floor. I approached him slowly, picked it up, and placed it on his unmade bed. "I'm being too cautious. Relax. If your body language conveys tension, he'll sense it. Hell, he taught you that." He looked up at me, blinking. I gave him a faint smile. "Yeah, it's me." He angled his head to get a proper look at me. He had aged so much since I'd last seen him. His hair had almost entirely turned white, and his body was completely dwarfed by the chair he sat in. There was barely an echo of the strong man in the prime of his life that I knew as a little girl. The intervening years, and the losses they brought with them, had obviously taken a great toll on him.
"It's really you, isn't it?"
He reached out and touched my hair. His touch was as light as the brush of a cobweb.
"After all this time, the prodigal daughter returns."
"Reed brought me home," I heard myself say. I was still reeling from the sight of my father like this. The proud alpha wolf he had once been still lurked somewhere behind those clouded eyes. It must. He can't be gone from me already. At the mention of Reed's name, my father sighed deeply.
"Ah, yes. Of course."
I bristled. Surely he couldn't be holding on to his old grudges even now. 1,000 defensive comments swirled in my head. Before I could express any of them, however, my father spoke again.
"Alara."
He drew a deep, shuddering breath, looking like it took all his energy to do so.
"I owe you an apology."
I went still. What? Whatever I'd been expecting, it wasn't that.
5 years ago, he continued, you left us. I know it was because of me.
He paused and gave a couple of great hacking coughs. I passed the glass of water over to him, looking around for his medication. "Dad, it's fine. Just rest, okay?"
"No."
He batted my hands away, taking the glass but refusing to drink.
"I'm fine."
"You're not fine." So stubborn. Now I remembered where I got it from. "You need to save your strength."
"I've been saving it."
He met my eyes.
"For this. For you, Alara. I had to talk to you before."
He trailed off. His gaze turned inward, like he was looking at something I couldn't see. I took a seat in the easy chair opposite him, giving him a chance to gather his thoughts.
"I never meant to make you feel like you didn't belong here,"
he murmured, so quiet that I had to lean forward to hear him.
"I think about the night you left all the time. I think about the choices I made back then.
Like announcing Jamie as your successor? He looked up. His eyes were steel blue, piercing. The clouds vanished. In that moment, for a few seconds at least, he looked like his old, strong self.
Being a leader is about strategy, Alara, he said, leaning back and folding his hands together. I had to think about the pack. I didn't know whether they would accept you as my successor. A woman taking the role of alpha. It isn't unheard of. But in these parts,
as much as his reasoning made sense, my voice still trembled with anger as I said, "So you, what? Just decided to keep me out of the loop altogether?"
I never kept you out of anything,
he barked, refusing to meet my eyes. Instead, he stared beyond me, gazing out of the window at the forest.
I couldn't reach you, Alara. As much as I wanted to. I didn't know how.
For the first time, I saw our situation through new eyes. Me and Reed grew close after Mom died. Dad had withdrawn from me, sure, but I'd pulled away from him too.
Terry and I talked it over. After your mom,
he hung his head.
We'd never properly spoken about her death. I could sense that wasn't going to change, even now. You seemed so lost, Allie. You weren't ready for the responsibility.
And Jamie? I asked. You thought Jamie could take on that responsibility? My father's face softened.
It wasn't an either-or situation. I thought he would be a good match for you when the time came.
Confusion rose in me. So, you thought that by naming Jamie as your successor, I would eventually become his mate? My mouth twisted. On paper, it did sound like a neat solution. The ideal way to appease those in the pack who wanted a male alpha, and those who wanted a leader with actual alpha blood. A perfect match. Too bad I'd refused to play along. He met my eyes, and it was as though his piercing gaze reached into my mind and turned over my thoughts, one by one.
I wanted you to step up, Alara. You and Jamie had the potential to lead the pack together, side by side. I wanted you to think about your future here.
A new thought nudged at the back of my mind. Hazy at first, before it slid abruptly into focus. You ordered Reed to end things with me, I whispered. Didn't you?
Like I said.
He leaned forward, placing his trembling hand over mine.
I'm sorry.
A jumble of emotions threatened to overwhelm me as I sat there in silence and tried to make sense of it all. For so many years, I'd avoided thinking about that night, the moment Reed's words had washed over me and broken me apart, piece by piece. At the time, I had been in shock, unable to think straight. The breakup had seemed to come totally out of the blue. It had left me reeling, wondering if there had been signs of his fading affection that I'd missed. I recalled the things he said that night with excruciating clarity. Even all these years later, those words had jagged edges. They cut me just as sharply as they had the first time I'd heard them. We can't be together anymore. I should never have let it get this far. You had to know. We were never going to last forever. Alara, I'm doing this for you. Maybe he really had done it for me. Or done what he thought was the best thing for me.
The boy wasn't easy to convince, Alara.
My dad's words broke through my reverie. He sat there, gazing at me. His eyes were overcast once more, full of regret.
I tried everything I could think of to make him see reason.
He stared at the television, but I knew he wasn't really seeing the screen.
I offered him money. That didn't work. Then I threatened him.
My lips parted a little, but no words came out. A threat? My dad shook his head.
I'm not proud of it. But still, he wouldn't budge. I gave him the chance to pack up, go start a new life somewhere, far away. He wouldn't take any of it.
I swallowed hard, unable to speak. That sounded like Reed, all right. If my dad had thought any of those options would sway Reed, then he didn't know him at all. Reed didn't care about money, and he was afraid of nothing.
Finally, I asked him to consider your future,
my dad whispered.
As the alpha's daughter, I told him that you had certain responsibilities, that sooner or later you were going to have to make a choice.
A choice between the pack and Reed. You were worried I would choose wrong, I said softly.
He nodded. I was, and I had every reason, Alara. I couldn't know for certain whether or not you would put the pack's welfare first.
I looked away from him and watched the bare branches of the tree outside tapping against the glass. I guess we'll never know what I may or may not have done. But without him, the pack wasn't worth leading. There wasn't anything here worth staying for. When I'd been cast adrift after my mother had died, he was the one who found me and pulled me back to shore. I couldn't envision life here without him. My father seemed to catch the words I left unsaid, because he simply nodded, regret etched across his face. He'd tried to force my hand, and he'd lost everything. We both had.
I made a mistake, Alara.
He leaned forward and took my hand in both of his.
I didn't understand the depth of your feelings for him. That was my failing, not yours.
I sniffed and wiped at my face with my cuff sleeve.
Your mother and I...
The ghost of a smile flickered across his face.
Well, I knew it from the moment I met her that I would do whatever it took to keep her safe. That I could never be without her. When you find your mate, you know.
I could never be with Jamie, I said, feeling the need to explain myself. There was no one else, only Reed.
Allie,
he said, pulling me forward with a surprising amount of strength to gather me up into a hug.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for leaving, I mumbled into his shoulder, realizing that, despite the fact he'd tried to manipulate my life, I'd ended up proving him right. That the pack wasn't the most important part of my life. Reed was. We broke apart and I wiped at the tears on my cheeks.
I put you in an impossible position, he said, brushing the hair out of my face and giving me a chagrined smile. And for what it's worth, I'm proud of all you have accomplished out there on your own.
I frowned. How do you know what I've accomplished? You haven't... I stopped. Of course he had kept an eye on me. I was Pac. I was the Alpha's daughter. There's no way they'd have just let me disappear without keeping some kind of tabs on me. I wasn't sure whether to be grateful or annoyed that maybe I hadn't been as alone all these years as I had thought. Tears sprouted, and even then I couldn't tell what emotion was foremost in my mind. Eventually I rubbed my eyes and shook my head. Given my tears, I must have made an unappealing picture, but my dad didn't comment on it. You're proud of the bartending on the weekends? Assistant teaching? Hardly a glittering career, Dad, I managed to say.
It's all yours, though.
His eyes twinkled.
My little lone wolf. You must have learned some mean cocktail recipes, at least.
I laughed. Totally.
You know who else would be proud of you?
Dad's voice trembled, but he continued regardless.
Your mom. She loved you very much.
I gave a shaky nod. I worried that if I spoke in that moment, I would start bawling again.
You're my daughter, Alara.
My dad brought my head forward and touched our foreheads together.
My true heir. I neglected you when you needed me, and I'm sorrier for it than I can say. I want to make things right between us while I still can.
The weight of hurt, of betrayal, fell away, leaving me light. I let out a long breath. You already have, Dad. With a peaceful smile, he fell into a doze. I left him and tiptoed back downstairs to find Rachel. I settled in one of the living room armchairs with a mug of cocoa and tucked my feet up beneath me. Rachel sat opposite. She took a careful sip from her own mug and fixed me with an unreadable expression. Although I could barely admit it, even to myself, I wished Reed were here. It might help to diffuse the tension in the room. It's good to see you, I said. It's been too long. 5 years too long. Her eyebrows drew together as she frowned. I called you, Allie, several times. You never picked up. I'm sorry. I let out a shaky breath. I changed my phone. I needed a clean break, Rachel. I never got your messages. Sorry. I just had to leave it all behind." She set her mug down carefully on the coffee table and folded her hands in her lap with a heavy sigh. "You never truly turned your back, though, did you, Allie?" I stared down at the mug in my hands, my heart thumping. "What makes you say that?" "Well, it's obvious." Rachel's voice was surprisingly gentle. I looked up, forcing myself to look her in the eye. "Reed is your mate." Your mate. The two words reverberated through me until they were all I could hear. I stared blindly at the mantel, looking at the photographs set out on display there. Reed and I when we were kids. Rachel and I baking a cake covered in frosting. My dad, looking about 30 years younger, glowing, with his arms wrapped around my mom. Rachel had probably put them there. Dad didn't have any photos of Mom in the house when I lived here. That's what Dad said. Well, implied, I said, feeling proud of the fact my voice didn't wobble. But Reed broke up with me, Rachel. Dad told him to do it. I know that now. But I thought it wasn't possible to walk away from your mate like that. If you were truly bound together, I mean. Oh, Allie. Rachel shook her head at me, just like she used to do when I was 10 and she caught me skipping out on homework to go play in the woods. You think he walked away? He never did. A sudden surge of irritation caught hold of me at the knowing smile on her face. Yes, he did. You weren't there. You didn't see his face. It seemed so easy for him. And yet, Rachel said softly, after you left, I was here. I saw the effect it had on him. It was like something inside him just switched off. I'd never seen him like that before. He barely spoke to anyone, didn't want anything to do with the pack. He just went off by himself. Sometimes he didn't return for days on end. I absorbed her words slowly. I didn't see the point in being here if I couldn't be with him, I said. I'm sorry. Rachel nodded, sighing. I understand that. And I'll bet you he felt just the same. Now, with hindsight, I was sure she was right. But for me, leaving had been the only way to stay sane. Then again, if I'd stayed, maybe I could have stopped Jamie from making his plans to destroy our pack. Hopefully it wasn't too late to stop him now. Rachel's words echoed through my head while I wandered the village, saying a few quick hellos to old friends and acquaintances as I passed. I kept my conversations brief and didn't answer any questions about where I'd been or why I'd gone away. Rachel thought that Reed and I were mates. It wasn't an impossibility. Nobody knew why the fated mates attraction happened. It didn't happen to every shifter, but it was common enough for our kind that plenty of tales were told of it. I had heard many over the years. They were spoken of around the campfire on lazy summer evenings. The elders told the stories, and the smoke above our heads framed image after image of love, death, and war. Women who had run away from home after pack meets to chase after the shifter men that they couldn't get out of their heads. Packs turning to bloodshed and violence over a stolen woman or a broken marriage pact. Many people said that my mother and father had been fated. To be honest, they were probably right, though the phenomenon was shrouded in secrecy. Bonded mates were something only the council could officially determine. If they had known anything about me and Reed, they'd kept their cards close to their chests, right up until I left. The only reason I took Rachel's belief to heart was that Rachel was probably the only person in the world who knew Reed almost as well as I did. Chapter 9. Alara. I had been 7 years old when Reed came to our town. My dad had leaned down and scooped me up to sit on his shoulders. My mom walked alongside him, explaining something to him in low, urgent tones. They'd found Reed on the steps of the meeting house early in the morning. He was a scruffy, skinny foundling, roughly 8 or 9 years of age. His hair was a dark chestnut brown color, and his eyes were a clear gray. Even though I'd been young, I remembered his eyes the best of all. They had been wide and full of fear. At first, he had glared daggers at everyone who dared to come near him. He seemed half feral, a little cub dropped into the den by who knew who. He wouldn't talk at all for the first few days, although he'd eaten everything put before him with a ravenous hunger. No one seemed to know where he had come from or guess at how he'd arrived in the middle of our village. He couldn't, or wouldn't, answer any of the questions the pack elders asked him, even after he finally started to speak. The only concrete piece of information that they managed to get out of him was that his name was Reed. Finally, it was agreed by the council that he should be taken in and cared for until his identity was confirmed, or until the pack he belonged to came back to claim him. It was decided that he should live with Rachel, who had no children of her own, a spare bedroom, and a gentle manner. He started going to school with the rest of us kids, and after a few months, it was just as though he'd always been here. Although my father sent out dozens of lines of inquiry, nobody came forward to take him back to wherever he'd come from. Not a whisper from any of the neighboring packs, nor any indication that someone out there was missing a son. A single shred of evidence arrived one day, 3 years after Reed came to us. It was via an unmarked envelope, and it contained a handwritten message which simply read, "He is safe here." As for Reed himself, the strangeness of his arrival was only the beginning. He grew into a quiet boy who was far more interested in climbing trees and building forts by himself than play fighting with Jamie and the other boys of his age. Even as a child, it was clear to the pack that he was a shifter. His strength and speed were incomparable to that of a human child. If his agility hadn't been enough of a giveaway, then the way his eyes swirled with silver a few weeks after his 12th birthday certainly was. Not long after that, his first shift happened. Unlike most of the pack, whose fur colors varied between grayish silver and a light sandy brown, his coat was rich and dark, a deep brown like his hair color. In both wolf and human form, he stood a fraction taller than the other boys, and his pelt was thicker and shaggier too. I experienced my own shift a few months later. In my wolf form, I was quick and deft, and to my delight, I was by far the best at clambering up steep riverbanks and wriggling through tiny crevices. The forest around us was like a giant playground, and we reveled in it. The boys were always stronger than me, but far clumsier, with their overlarge paws. On top of this, they had little regard for danger, and their recklessness came back to bite them more often than not. I couldn't help but smile at the memories this place held for me. Reed was well liked by most and grew into a strong and dependable man, an asset for a pack of our size, though the unanswered question of Reed's origin continued to haunt us. Although he never spoke about his life before he'd come to our pack, even to me, I knew that it bothered him somewhere deep down. The pack's adult members accepted him as one of us under strict orders from my father, but I knew that in many ways, he would always be seen as an outsider to them. Their prejudice was on some level instinctive. Sometimes the wires got crossed in the wolf part of our brains. Reed was no enemy to them, but he was no kin either. They always treated him with respect, but often kept him at a careful distance. Nobody had to tell me that my father would have never considered Reed to be a suitable match for me. The alpha's daughter would never be partnered with a foundling cub from who knows where. It didn't matter to me, or to Reed. Practically from the minute he'd arrived, we'd been inseparable. "Allie?" I started, and realized that I had been so deep in my thoughts that I'd wandered right to the edge of the village. I had come upon the small babbling brook which cut a path through this part of the forest and provided our village with fresh water straight from the mountains. Kara crouched by the side of the stream, rinsing out a beautiful piece of cloth the same color of the redwood leaves behind her. Her arms were green too, right up to her elbows, so that it looked like she was wearing gloves. After a second, I realized she was in the process of dyeing the material. She'd always been an artist. Half the blankets in the village had been woven by her. She stared at me, waiting for a response. "Oh," I flushed. "Hi, Kara." "Long time no see," she said evenly, drawing the cloth out of the water and wringing it. "Reed said you moved to the city." That's understating things, somewhat. I inclined my head. Yeah, I've been away a while, huh? She just nodded. Her expression was unreadable. About your dad. I'm sorry. How's he doing? Thanks. A ripple of sadness swam through me as I recalled the reason for my return. He's in good spirits, but he's worried, I think. Something flickered in Kara's eyes. I sensed that she caught the fullness of my meaning. So, that must mean things have been different around here. Must be difficult for him. Heaving the cloth out of the water, she flung it out onto the boulder next to her and sat back on her hands. I guess we all do what we think is right in the moment. She was talking about the succession, Jamie being named my father's heir ahead of me. As uncomfortable as the topic made me, I knew that I should get the lay of the land from her. Kara was as good a person as any to talk to. She always gave good advice, and I trusted her judgment better than most. I leaned against a nearby tree and took my chance. Has Jason told you anything about... I didn't need to finish my sentence. Jamie and Jason had been thick as thieves for years now. Wherever Jamie went, Jason was sure to follow. She snorted suddenly. Nope. You'd think he'd open up to his twin sister, wouldn't you? But no. He's always with Jamie and Paul nowadays. I hardly see him. That pretty much lined up with what Reed had told me. Still, I couldn't help but wonder whether there was more to the story. They've always been best friends, though, I pressed. Right? She shook her head. It's not that. I can't explain it, but something's changed here, Alara. Ever since... She trailed off. Right. Ever since I left the pack. I really wished people would stop reminding me. Come to think of it, Kara said suddenly. There was this one night. A couple of months ago, I came down to the kitchen to get a glass of water. I heard something weird. My heart rate picked up, but I forced my voice to remain calm. Jamie was there? No, Kara said. Reed, of all people. He was talking to my brother, and they weren't exactly keeping their voices down. It sounded like an argument, if I'm being honest. What did you hear? I said, too intrigued to pose the question subtly. She shrugged, shooting me a curious look. I couldn't make sense of it. Reed said something about Jamie being dangerous, I think. Then Jason said, Her cheeks went pink. Something about you, actually. About me? First, he told Reed to stay out of their business. Kara grimaced. That it was none of his concern. And that he was just jealous of Jamie because, your dad wanted him to be with you and not Reed. I didn't reply. I was too busy thinking about what my dad had said earlier. As the alpha's daughter, you had certain responsibilities. Reed left pretty soon after that, Kara said. I think Jason might have said some other things, about Reed coming here maybe. About him being a foundling and not having any family. Stuff like that. But I didn't catch much of that part. I frowned to myself, thinking. I couldn't tell Kara about what Jamie planned to do after he became alpha. It would only put her in danger. And besides, Jason was her twin brother. I didn't want any of my suspicions to fall on the wrong ears. Jason had always struck me as a decent person, though. He was kind and thoughtful, just like his sister. Does Jason really think that? I asked. About Reed? After all, they had been friends, hadn't they? Once upon a time. It seemed difficult to square this version of Jason with my dim memories of the two of them. Back then, it was simple. The sun had always shone, and we were happy. But we were older now. Supposedly wiser for it, too. Though I didn't know how true that was. Everything was so much more complicated. About him being jealous of Jamie? Probably. But not about Reed's parentage. Kara trailed her hand in the flow of water and looked up at me. No, that's not like him, Alara. That's Jamie all over. It's like the words were coming out of Jason's mouth, but Jamie was saying them. He's gotten to my brother in some way. Jason's under his influence now, and whatever they're up to, it can't be good. I'm sure of it.
Chapter 10. Read. I woke with a jolt. For a few moments, I struggled to remember where I was. The past couple of weeks had been disorienting, and I hadn't slept in this room in a long time. Looking around, it was as if hundreds of memories patchworked themselves together with my present reality. Alara's quilt spread across the bed. All her old posters covered the walls. It brought me back to a different time. On the pinboard above the dresser was a postcard from the day we'd spent together at Gold Beach. Just in front of it was the stuffed bear I'd won for her at the carnival when we were 16. The real woman snuggled closer into my chest, forcing me out of my recollections. Even in sleep, she held me close, like she was worried I would disappear. I stroked her dark tresses out of her face. After a few minutes, Alara's blue eyes blinked open and she gazed at me with a sleepy kind of surprise. All the events of the previous day seemed to rush back to her, all at once. She extracted herself from my arms and hopped out of bed, pulling her hair up into a messy bun and securing it with a band from around her wrist. "Alara!" I groaned at the rush of cold air and pulled the covers up over my chest. "Come on, it's way too early. Come back to bed." She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and shot me a cheeky grin. "No thanks. I'm gonna go see Dad. I thought I could make him a virgin cocktail today. I don't think it's a good idea to give him alcohol, but I thought it might be fun to show him my skills in some way." Smirking, she picked up my flannel shirt off the floor and slipped it on. Such as they are. "So it went well with you guys yesterday, then?" I said, trying to keep my voice light and casual. After the visit with her father, she'd been distinctly untalkative last night, eating little and saying even less. I hadn't seen the man himself for some time, but I shoved down my curiosity. Alara didn't need an interrogation from me on top of everything else. She seemed to be in a better mood today, though. Her eyes brightened as she wrapped my shirt around her body. The sight of her in my clothes always did strange things to me. I managed to ignore the surge of arousal and focus on the conversation. Surprisingly, it did. Her voice was warm as she opened her closet and rifled through the coat hangers, pulling out some of her old clothes. He explained a lot. In particular, the stuff that happened around the time I left the pack. She wouldn't meet my eye, but I caught her drift well enough. "Oh," I said, and left it at that, for now. I didn't want to ruin her sunny mood, especially not when things were going so well between the two of us. Plus, I didn't know how much her dad had told her. Stuff that happened. Stuff about Jamie. About me. I desperately wanted to tell her everything about that night, but I knew it had to wait. Once an agreement was reached, and Alpha's word was binding. Alara's father had been very clear. First, I had to break things off between us, and break her heart in the bargain. Second, I couldn't ever tell her why. Only when the Alpha died would the pact between us be broken. As much as I didn't want anything to happen to Alara's dad, I did want the truth to come to light, one day. Not that I was certain how she would react when it did. Maybe she would never forgive me. But at least there wouldn't be any more secrets between us. I'd lived with them, and their consequences, long enough. He said he was proud of me. She smiled at me, looking rueful. For what? I don't know. I pillowed my head with my arms and appraised her. A pulse of excitement shot through me when I saw her gaze lingering on my biceps. So modest. She threw the sweater she was holding at my head, and I ducked out of the way, cackling with laughter. Our attention was diverted by a couple of knocks at the bedroom door. Alara quickly buttoned up my shirt on her, then headed over to the door. She was still giving me the evil eye in between her giggles as she opened the door. Rachel stood on the threshold. Her face was entirely drained of color. "Alara," she whispered, "I need you to come upstairs with me, right now." For most of the pack, the death of their alpha was a once-in-a-lifetime event. The very oldest members had only been children when Alara's grandfather had died, with one or two exceptions, such as myself. The pack structure was mostly made up of members from those original families. By the time Alara had said her last goodbyes and his body had been taken away,
We walked outside the Alpha's house and were greeted with quite a spectacle. Hundreds of candles lined the path leading up to the front door. What looked like the entire pack had assembled outside, huddled into small groups, holding vigil for their fallen leader. They were dressed in black and gray, and tears streaked some of the women's cheeks. They were waiting for some kind of direction. They wanted to hear what would happen next. Alara stood beside me, her back straight and her face grim. She was her father's daughter through and through. It would have been clear, even to an ordinary human, that alpha blood ran through her veins. I stood by her side, close enough to see the tension she carried in her shoulders. But then I knew her better than most. I knew all her little tells, the ways she put on a mask to hide her pain from the world. She had rifled through the back of her wardrobe and found a simple black dress that had once belonged to her mother. Her face was very pale, but her eyes were dry. She held her head high as she surveyed the waiting crowd. "My father is gone." A ripple went through the pack, as though she had thrown a stone into a still pond. People gasped, and a few cried out. Young children hid their faces against their parents' chests. But most of the pack stood silent and still, ashen-faced. Every man, woman, and child in the pack. They had all known this was coming for a long time, but that didn't make this moment any easier to bear. Alara opened her mouth, then closed it again. She lowered her gaze and pressed her lips together, hard, obviously fighting grief. I put my arm around her shoulders and gave her a gentle squeeze, and she looked up at me, her expression beseeching. "I can take it from here if you want," I murmured so that only she could hear. She reached up and slid her hand over mine. "Yes. Elder Mason will perform the rites." I raised my voice so that the entire pack could hear me. My voice echoed through the silent crowd. Only the wind in the trees answered. "He has already made the preparations. We gather at noon, at the boneyard." There was a figure at the edge of the spectators, standing a little apart from the rest of the mourners. Before I finished speaking, he turned and hurried away down the track before vanishing from sight. Jason, I thought. Perhaps no one had yet told Jamie the news. I was sure Jason would be off to do that now. I gave a few more parting words to the crowd before guiding Alara back into the house. I shut the door behind us and let out a long breath. I'd always disliked crowds, and it was a relief to be free of the dozens upon dozens of eyes watching us. More specifically, watching Alara, waiting for answers, most of which she couldn't give. Alara kept glancing up the stairs. It was like she expected her dad to come walking down them at any moment, hale and hearty. Part of me wondered whether she was strong enough for what lay ahead. Hey. I took her face in my hands and forced her to look at me. "I got you, okay? I got you. I'm right here, I promise." She nodded and blinked with those blue eyes that always held me so entranced. Her expression wobbled a little, and she flung her arms around my neck, burying her face in my shoulder. I swept her hair out of the way and kissed the side of her head, just above her ear. "Don't leave," she mumbled, so quietly I almost missed it. I drew back and met her eye, tucking a few errant strands of hair back into place. "I swear upon my ancestors, whoever they might be." I smiled, watching her mouth curl upwards just a little. I cupped her jaw and placed a soft kiss on her parted lips. "I'm not going anywhere." The boneyard lay about a half-mile from the village, down a narrow gravel track. Carved wooden posts covered with tendrils of ivy marked the trail on either side of us. Burning tapers signified the entrance, and I shivered as we passed under them. I wasn't frightened of old spirits that might haunt this place. Those ghost tales were for kids. I knew that the dead had no power over the living, even here. It was the living folk that concerned me. One in particular. A raised platform had been erected around a freshly dug patch of earth. At the graveside, Elder Mason stood with a dusty records book and an ancient-looking carved staff. His face was solemn, but other than that, he betrayed no emotion. There were a few scattered sobs from the people behind us, but the scene was eerily silent otherwise. Across the circle of mourners, I spotted Jamie's sandy blonde head of hair. He caught my eye, and a slow, satisfied smile spread across his face. My eyes narrowed as I studied him. Did he know that I'd figured him out? We had sparred often enough in the past, but as hot-headed as he could be, he had always known better than to deepen our enmity. I was young and strong, an asset to the pack. If he drove me out, he would weaken his position considerably, and without false modesty, he and I both knew he would likely weaken the pack as well. Once or twice, I'd caught him watching Alara in a manner that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Part of it was attraction, and that part I understood. She had always been gorgeous. No one could deny that. But there was something else, a deeper, darker undercurrent to his gaze. I sensed that he wanted to possess her, ensnare her like an animal in a trap. He needed her lineage to legitimize his claim, but I knew he would destroy her if he had to. He would stop at nothing to secure his power. Before long, he would have everything he wanted. He would be alpha. If push came to shove, I would leave the pack. I would take Alara to the city and leave everyone behind, everything I'd ever known, in order to protect her. Once Jamie became alpha, things wouldn't be safe for her here. I didn't know how long we had. I hoped that we would be given a few days' grace before we had to make the decision. I wondered if, after the announcement, Jamie would ask Alara to undertake a bonding ceremony with him and make her his mate without wasting any time. It seemed unlikely that Alara would agree to anything like that. My stomach dropped at the thought nonetheless. If he lays a finger on her... I forced down the hot surge of anger as images of Jamie in Alara's bed flashed through my head. Him on top of her. No. I needed to stop that train of thought immediately. I turned my attention back to the ceremony. "He was beloved by us all," Elder Mason was saying. "A strong leader and a worthy alpha until the end." My chest tightened as the casket was lowered into the earth. The man had taken me into his pack and given me a home with Rachel, cared for me, defended me from the judgment of others. He was gone. There was a part of me that still couldn't believe it. Despite my own sorrow, I needed to stay strong for Alara. She leaned close, pressing into my side as she watched the soil being poured into the grave. The pack was silent, watchful. The only sound was the wind whistling through the clearing. The branches above us whispered and stirred, like the trees were passing secrets amongst themselves. A loud thud startled me. After a moment, I realized it was Elder Mason's staff slamming into the ground. All eyes turned to him. He gave a creaking cough before he started to speak. "The time has come for us to announce a new alpha," he said. His voice reminded me of the rustle of dry, papery leaves. "An alpha to emerge from the ashes and replace our fallen leader. An alpha to carry us forward into a new era for the pack." I inclined my head so that I could whisper to Alara without being overheard by those next to us. "I don't think I've ever heard Elder Mason speak publicly before." "Neither have I," she murmured. "But, shh. My council has consulted upon this matter for several moons now, leading up to this day. The previous alpha guided us in our decision and offered his blessing. Though some among you may doubt it, I believe that our new leader will prove worthy of the responsibility." I glanced across at Jamie, who was whispering something to Jason. Jamie's eyes were glittering and his face was pale. His gaze was fixed on Alara, who was too absorbed by the elder's words to notice. My hackles rose. My wolf sensed danger. I slid my arm around Alara's waist, resisting the urge to shield her with my body. "The role of alpha shall pass through the true bloodline," Elder Mason announced, and a ripple of surprised noise rolled through the crowd. "Hang on a second. True bloodline? But that means..." "Alara Bain." The elder turned to her and held out the thick, dog-eared tome he was carrying in front of him. "Do you accept responsibility for the pack of your father, and his father before him?" Cold with shock, I could do nothing but stare down at Alara. Her lips were parted, and shock was reflected in her expression. Frozen to the spot, she blinked up at me, and then back to Elder Mason in turn. I gave her a gentle nudge. She reached out and touched the ancient record book, tracing her fingertips over the tome's binding. I accept. She cleared her throat and raised her chin. I accept, she repeated, louder and firmer this time. I spared a glance over to the other side of the circle, where Jamie stood with his fists clenched. His face was almost incandescent with fierce emotion.
Very well.
The elder inclined his head in somber acknowledgement. With slow, reverent movements, he opened the book and drew a small silver knife out of his pocket, laying it down on the page in front of him with the handle pointed toward her. On the left-hand side, I could see the name of Alara's father recorded in dark red, and his signature and seal, a little faded around the edges. The right side page was blank, ready and waiting for the next alpha's mark.
No!
A piercing cry came from the other side of the circle, traveling over the freshly settled earth of the grave mound. It was Jamie. Alara paused, her hand outstretched to take the knife.
Alara.
I put my hand on her arm and tried to hold back the rumbling growl that threatened to take over my voice.
Ignore him. Sign the book.
Jamie called out again, his voice echoing through the clearing. 2 men jumped forward to restrain him, but even so, his fury was so intense they only just managed to hold him back and prevent him from shifting into wolf form. His eyes flashed silver, full of disbelief and rage.
Alara Bain, he shouted. I challenge you.
Everyone froze to their spot. He had said the one thing we couldn't ignore. The one thing that was bound to catch the attention of every single pack member, right down to the smallest child.
Tomorrow,
he spat, shaking himself free of the men restraining him.
We battle, you and me. Whoever wins becomes alpha.
Jamie stood with his back straight and regarded Alara with a look of visceral hatred. I let out a growl, unable to hold it in any longer. It was like a switch flipped as I took in his aggressive body language. His stance was enough to trigger my instinctive fight response. If he shifted into his wolf form now, I would be sure to follow, and I couldn't guarantee there would be anything left of Jamie for Alara to fight. I took deep breaths, trying to control myself. I had to let this play out the correct way. The pack had to see Alara step up and take control. It was the only way for her to prove her leadership qualities. But I didn't have to like it. And whoever loses, she called. Her voice rang out loud and clear so that everyone could hear. The way she spoke reminded me of our fight at her condo, the one that brought her here. It was only a couple of days ago, but it felt like a lifetime.
Oh, didn't I mention?
Jamie gave her a smirk. He was savoring this moment, I could tell, making assumptions about his own strength and her weakness.
We fight to the death.
My stomach dropped out from under me.
No. No, no, no.
It took a moment to realize I'd shouted the words out loud because Alara tugged on my wrist. I got this, she muttered, before raising her voice so that it could be heard all the way across the clearing. I am the Alpha, Jamie. It's in my blood, my lineage. It was always going to be this way.
Then prove it,
he yelled back. Even from this distance, I could see the way his body still trembled with suppressed rage. To me, he looked to be on the edge of lunacy, the most dangerous kind of shifter to fight.
What kind of alpha abandons their own pack?
Jamie jeered. He pointed to her as he turned to address the crowd of funeral onlookers.
Her father's dead, and now she wants to stroll in and take charge. She ran out on us 5 years ago. She doesn't care about us. She left, and she'd do it again in a heartbeat.
Alara sucked in a breath. That's not...
You would allow a woman to lead you?
Jamie cut across her before barking out a harsh laugh.
The Alpha named me successor years ago. Just because he changed his mind in the end means nothing. He was right not to trust her. Why should you? She ran off. She betrayed her own kin.
Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Nobody seemed convinced by Jamie, but nobody was shutting him down either. Some of the people around us looked skeptical, but most just looked afraid.
"She's hiding behind that mongrel," Jamie pointed at me, and I bared my teeth at him. "Like he'll save her. Look at her. She's barely even a wolf anymore. She's been away from us for so long. Who would respect a pack whose alpha has forgotten who she is?" My pulse raced and my body trembled. It wouldn't be long before I shifted. Jamie's words were stirring up every protective instinct I had, and every cell in my body wanted to tear his throat out right where he stood. Alara's hand gave mine a final warning squeeze before she stepped forward. Her head was high. Her dark hair flowed down her back like a river, looking almost blue in the places it caught the light from above. Jamie is wrong. She is the alpha. The light in her eyes was unmistakable. She was proud, unbending, regal. All the years she'd been away from us fell away like water. They didn't matter. She wasn't changed. She had never belonged to the city, and it hadn't left an indelible mark on her. Her experiences there had shaped her, yes, but she was still Alara, still a wolf. More of a wolf than ever, in fact. "I accept," she shouted, and my heart dropped. "I will meet your challenge for Alpha, Jamie, and I will win." "What are you doing?" I hissed, horror flooding my senses, even though I knew she had to do this. My actions had ensured that she had no choice. By bringing her back here, I had put her in this position where she had to fight him. After so long, I'd finally gotten her back, only to risk losing her again. This time for good. I had led her into enormous danger. She would have been safer remaining in the city. I'd just signed the death warrant of the woman I loved. "You have to trust me," she whispered. She stared at me, and her blue eyes were filled with resolve. "I do," I said, brushing my fingers lightly over her cheek. "I do." And I did trust her, more than anyone. I trusted in her loyalty and integrity, and her determination to do the right thing, no matter the cost to herself. But I knew that the man standing on the other side of the clearing didn't care about trust, or honor. I knew that, whatever happened tomorrow, he wasn't planning on playing fair. Jamie met my gaze and smirked, his eyes glittering. He had the taste of victory already on his tongue. The pack walked back through the forest, past the meeting house. I kept Alara separate from the clusters of pack members who stared at us unashamedly as she passed, walking so that my body sheltered hers from their gaze. It was the least I could do for her. Helpless fury burned its way right to my core. She had been placed in an impossible situation, one that I had inadvertently created. If I hadn't meddled with her fate, Jamie would be Alpha right now, and she would be safe and sound in the city, none the wiser. In the back of my mind, I knew the situation wasn't that simple. The pack would have been screwed either way. With Alara, at least they had a shot. And her father had needed to see her before the end. But damn it. Now she was in danger, and there was nothing I could do to protect her. I managed to keep my thoughts to myself all the way back to the house. Once the front door shut behind us, I couldn't bring myself to hold it in any longer. The tension had been steadily mounting between us as we walked. Now, I let it spill out into the open air. "Don't do this." Through some effort, I managed to keep my voice steady. She had her back to me. She became still, the line of her shoulders rigid with tension. "You're putting yourself in danger," I continued. "Jamie, this is what he wants. You're a threat to him, Alara. He'll destroy you." She didn't turn. Instead, she walked away, disappearing through the archway of the kitchen. I followed her, only to find her staring out of the window into the forest with a pensive expression. "Alara." I placed my hand on her shoulder, taking care not to startle her or show too much of the panic I felt. "There's still time. You can take it back. You can. Just go to him and tell him you won't do it." She twisted out of my grasp and fixed me with a glare strong enough to knock the wind out of me. "Take it back? Are you serious?" "Yeah." Recovering, I threw out my hands defensively. "Screw Jamie." She just stared at me, saying nothing. After a moment,
all the pent-up frustration drained out of my body. I was exhausted. I ruffled the hair on the back of my head with one hand, sighing. Once Alara set her mind to something, there was nothing anyone could say to put her off her course. To tell the truth, it was one of the things I loved most about her. Usually. I huffed out a long breath and sat down at the small table by the window. I had to choose my next words carefully. Your dad wouldn't have wanted this. You know that, I said softly. He'd want you to be safe. She made a noise of irritation and slumped into the chair opposite me. She hid her face in her hands, her hair tumbling forward and obscuring her expression. I don't have a choice, Reed, she mumbled, so quietly I almost missed it. You know I don't. I thought fast. We'll leave together, while we still have the chance. I drummed my fingers against the table and pulled up a mental map, plotting our route in my head. The truck's got enough fuel to get us at least as far as Bridgeport. We can hop around, stay in motels, maybe head for the East Coast, see those beaches you love so much. I smiled wistfully. Before she could say anything, I continued. Or up north, far north. Somewhere remote, where no one will come looking for us. I can pick up work along the way. You wouldn't have to worry about anything, I swear. We'll find a place, Alara. I'll keep you safe. She looked up at me, her eyes wide. You really mean all that, don't you? I bit my lip, dropping my gaze. Yeah, I really do. We gotta get far away from here, and we gotta go now. She stared at me as if in disbelief. Then she reached out and took my hand, drawing it closer to her. I wound my fingers through her hair and pulled her forward, kissing her forehead. She squeezed my hand tight, and then let it go. I can't leave, she said after a long moment. I growled my frustration. He'll hurt you, Alara. He'll kill you, and he'll enjoy it while he does that. You said you trust me. Her accusation hurt. I do trust you, but I don't trust him. He won't play fair, Alara. He'll use every dirty trick in his arsenal. He wants you dead. I know. She traced a pattern on the tabletop. But he'll hurt the entire pack if he becomes alpha. He's crazy, Reed. I saw that today. So I can't abandon everyone. Not again. She stared past me, out of the window at the forest beyond. He's right, you know. I did leave everyone behind. If I leave now, why did I come back at all? Why did you bring me back? Her head snapped back to face me. Her gaze was sharp and unrelenting. Maybe it was always going to play out like this. Alara wouldn't walk away from people who needed her. It wasn't in her nature. And right now, our pack needed her. Whether they knew it or not, she was the only one who could protect them from Jamie. If she survived tomorrow. Jesus. Why had I brought her back here? So she could see her dad one last time. Because she's the only thing standing in the way of Jamie wreaking havoc across the entire state. Shit. I couldn't lie anymore, even to myself. Not now that she was finally back in my arms. No longer a memory, but flesh and blood. Real. I'd brought her back because I needed her. Plain and simple. My thoughts were interrupted when she gave a heavy sigh. If I refuse his challenge and take over as alpha anyway. She paused, lost in thought. They'll never accept me. You know that, Reed. I knew. I also didn't need to ask who she meant by they. The council, the pack elders. Hell, everyone in our community. She was right. Elder Mason had proclaimed her the rightful successor to her father. She could sign her name in that book in her own blood, perform all the rites, and be declared alpha. But none of that would mean Jamie's challenge would be forgotten. She couldn't step into the alpha role having turned her back on a rightful challenger on her very first day as leader. It would be an unforgivable display of weakness, and it went against every code of law followed by our kind. Then there was Jamie himself. He had Alara in his sights. Like any vicious predator, he wasn't about to let her get away without a fight. Even if we left the pack, we would never be truly free of him. He would cast a shadow that would find us wherever we went. He wanted to snuff her out. The realization filled me with dismay, and I couldn't stop myself from pressing my point.
"There's got to be another way," I said. "This isn't a gamble you have to take, Alara."
"Yes, it is." She stood up. The late afternoon sun shone through the window, and she lingered in the light for a moment, bathed by it. The loose strands of her hair glowed, framing her face like a halo. She had always taken my breath away. "I've already made up my mind," she said. Her eyes glimmered as she looked at me. I was transfixed, unable to look away. "You know that. I'm done running away from my fate. It's time to face it, Reed." In that moment, I could truly see the alpha she had already become. Her eyes held their own silvery light, like she was on fire from within. "You should leave." Her hand slid down my arm, her touch cool and reassuring. "If he wins tomorrow," she trailed off. She didn't need to finish her sentence. If Alara lost the battle, the next person Jamie would come after was her vengeful, grieving mate. Me. Her unspoken statement filled me with surprise. Even now, after all this time, she didn't know. Where you go, I go.
I'm not going anywhere.
In a couple of strides, I rounded the table and was by her side. I cupped her face in my hands and gazed into those sunlit eyes, then softly kissed the corner of her mouth.
"I'm with you, every minute."
She made a small noise and turned her head, drawing me closer for a deep, toe-curling kiss. And I knew, in that moment, she did understand what she meant to me. We understood each other perfectly. Chapter 11. Alara. I stared up at Reed, hardly daring to believe that we were back in this space where anything was possible, where we might get our second chance. His hands were warm on my face. The look he gave me was blazing, and it heated me right down to my toes. I turned my head to the side slightly, sliding my own hand up to cover his, and kissed his palm gently.
"Let's get out of here," he breathed.
I raised an eyebrow at that, and he said,
"Just for a little while. Not for good."
A grin spread across my face as I caught on to his meaning. Our special place. My wolf surged up, ready to spring free. With a seductive smile, I slipped out of his arms and padded over to the kitchen's back door. I opened it and stepped with bare feet out into the sunlight. Hanging on to the doorframe, I lifted my eyebrow challengingly. "Race you?" For a second, he stood there in the kitchen and stared at me, like he couldn't believe his eyes. After a moment, his brows lowered and his expression darkened, and a new kind of hunger crept into his gaze. It was enough to make my cheeks heat and a flush creep up from my neck. Without warning, he gave a playful growl and sprang after me. There were times when his wolfish qualities came right to the forefront, even in human form. He had always struck me as particularly wild, even compared to others of our kind. His untamed qualities made my pulse race and called to the shifter in me. My heartbeat thrummed in my chest like a trapped bird as I began to run, darting through the trees, his footfalls echoing all around me. As I ran, I pulled off my drab black dress and let it fall to the forest floor before shaking my loose hair out over my shoulders. I panted as adrenaline began to flood through me. This was freedom, and it had been so long since I'd tasted it. I shifted into wolf form. Unlike the other day, this time the change was as effortless as breathing. I could run on 4 legs much faster than 2, and I leaped through the air with the sheer exhilaration of the chase. In spite of everything, it was good to be back. Home. It seemed like an eternity since I'd felt the sun on my back like this, or had time to stop and listen to the sounds of nature around me. For a wolf, city life could be overwhelming. The first couple of months had been hell. Every car alarm, police siren, and drunken argument outside my bedroom window had startled me, and my finely tuned senses became so rattled I barely slept. But I'd gotten used to it. Eventually, I'd managed to put my memories of the woods, memories of this place, in the same deeply buried box in my mind where I put everything else that hurt too much to think about. As I ran, I heard a deer chewing the foliage half a mile away. Somewhere nearby, a woodpecker hammered on tree bark. There were distant voices echoing from the village. The wake for my dad was still winding down, most of the tribe having adjourned to the meeting house. I was aware of Reed's presence somewhere just behind my right shoulder. He was catching up to me, and fast. I had always been smaller and lither than him. Today, I used that to my advantage, ducking under a fallen branch, weaving through tight spaces, and sprinting away before he could catch me. Our destination glimmered through the trees up ahead, and anticipation shot through me. I picked up my pace. I burst through the tree line at the edge of the lake and dove in without hesitation. The water was pleasantly cold, and I swam down into the depths, admiring the flickers of silver as fish darted through the dark reeds around me. Reed crashed through the water after me. His dive was markedly less graceful than mine. Any remaining fish in the area swam away in panic as shock waves rippled through the water around us. When I reached the surface and burst out into the sunshine, I realized I had transformed back into human once again. The transition had been so seamless, so natural, that I hadn't even noticed. I yelped with laughter when Reed followed me, emerging from the depths, still in wolf form, shaking out his fur and becoming a man again before my eyes. He was grinning from ear to ear. "Cheater," he laughed. "I would have won if you hadn't taken that shortcut." "If that's what you need to tell yourself." I splashed him playfully and shrieked when he splashed me back. He grabbed me around the waist, dunking me underwater. I squirmed away and resurfaced, gasping and spluttering with laughter. His gaze was bright with unmasked joy. It raked over my torso, taking in the way my wet hair clung to my bare chest, accentuating my curves. I grinned. One-track mind. I could admit it, I wasn't much better. The way his water-slicked abs glistened in the sunlight made me want to do things to him. Wonderful, unspeakable things. It was amazing to think that, even though we had spent so many years together before being driven apart, my desire for Reed hadn't been quenched one bit. If anything, our 5-year separation had only intensified my need, because I remembered exactly what I'd missed. I wanted to drink him in, have all of him. And this time, I never wanted to let him go. I traced my eyes over his arms, his shoulders, appreciating the way his hair had slicked back in the water and the sunlight glistened off the hard planes of his body. He was still panting a little, from our race and from something else. Desire. In that moment, looking at the need etched on his face, and then down to the hardening of his body beneath the clear water's surface, I knew that he wanted me just as much as I wanted him. No more waiting. We lay on the bank at the edge of the lake until the light started to fade. Reed's eyelids were half closed, and he seemed about ready to pass out, but I knew he was still alert to our surroundings. If he'd been in wolf form, his ears would have flickered at the sound of every leaf rustling, every twig snapping. His fur would have been tufted up, standing on end. I trailed my hand down his skin, and goosebumps appeared where my fingers had been. He groaned. One eye blinked open, staring at me. Gray eyes, fringed with dark lashes. No silver now that he was sated. They changed like the weather, Reed's eyes. When he was angry, they swirled like a storm, and they grew pale and still when he was sad or deep in thought. Right now, they were calm, the color of wood smoke. I loved his eyes. I loved everything about him. He grinned, flashing his white teeth at me before flopping onto his back. "You don't know what you do to me," he said. He whistled low through his teeth. "It's like I have a plan, and then you come along and everything flies off the rails. Been that way ever since we met, Allie." "Oh yeah?" Feeling bold, I pressed a kiss onto his shoulder, and then another. Slowly, my mouth trailed down his bicep. "Didn't know I was so distracting." "Alara," he murmured, cupping the back of my neck and forcing me to meet his eye. His expression grew serious. 5 years ago. I tensed. Way to ruin the moment. "What?" My tone was carefully neutral. I made the wrong call. I shouldn't have listened to your father." He pressed his forehead against mine. "I was a stupid kid. The pack should never have come between us.
I should have found a way for us to be together, no matter what."
"Yeah?" I breathed, hardly daring to believe that he was admitting such a thing. His mouth met mine for one dizzying moment, and then he pulled back, his fingers twisting themselves through my hair.
"Forgive me. I didn't stand up for you, for us. I regret it every day."
He did? I tried to hide the rush of emotion that flooded through me. "You were obeying your alpha," I said. "You had no choice."
"There's always a choice,"
Reed said simply.
"And for me, it's always going to be you."
My heart skipped. "Is that so?"
"Yes, ma'am."
His smile was wide and utterly, blindingly perfect. I closed my eyes and let myself believe I could have him like this forever, even though the promise of tomorrow wasn't a certainty.
Chapter 12. Reed. We slept again at her dad's house that night, though sleep was a relative term, at least for me. I could barely sleep at all, no matter how hard I tried. I lay with my arms around Alara, watching the dawn creep over the horizon outside and listening to the sound of the birds rustling in the trees. 100 thoughts raced through my head. I couldn't shake the constant nagging fear that Alara would get hurt. I wouldn't allow myself to contemplate the possibility that I might lose her, for good this time. I had one shred of hope on my side. I knew that if Alara was facing death at Jamie's hands, I could step in and offer myself as her champion. I would face execution, and she would be safe. It may not be her ideal outcome, but it was a hell of a lot better than the alternative. She would never agree to the idea if I voiced it before the battle. In her mind, she needed to be the one to defeat Jamie's challenge so the pack would accept her as their leader. I understood the position she was in, but that did not mean I had to like it. Nor would I accept her death as any sort of outcome. She mumbled a little in her sleep, and my arms tightened around her body. She was so strong, so determined to do the right thing. But the fact remained that she was out of practice in her shifter form. As fast and smart as she was, Jamie had years of training under his belt, a mean streak a mile wide, and a point to prove. And if it came down to it, I would gladly go to my death protecting her. To an outside observer, she would probably seem confident, even laid back. I knew her better than that. When she was getting ready, her hands had trembled slightly as she wound her long hair into a braid, and she deliberated for too long over what to wear, pulling out every item she had brought back with her, as well as everything she left behind, and laying it all on the bed. She'd never been one for fancy dresses. Like me, she usually kept it simple. Plain tees and worn-in jeans with combat boots to top it all off. Perfect for hiking over rough forest terrain. "What does it matter?" I said. "You're going to be in wolf form. No one will care what you wear beforehand." She glanced at me, her brow furrowed. "It matters, okay? I can't go out there looking like the same old Allie. If I'm destined to be the alpha, Reed, I have to look the part." I put up my hands in a gesture of surrender. Okay, your call." "I have to go out there like I already know who I am." She straightened her neck and rolled out her shoulders. To me, it didn't matter what she wore. Being an alpha was innate, not dependent on anything external. Alara was an alpha in my eyes already. In the end, she settled on a pair of calf-length boots over her jeans and her favorite sweater. Her eyes landed on her old leather jacket that had hung on the back of her bedroom door for as long as I could remember. Her bedroom was exactly as she'd left it. Her dad hadn't moved a thing. I wasn't sure how Alara felt about that. When she first saw it, she had stopped in the doorway for a long time. A sheen of tears had brightened her eyes, but she hadn't said anything then. "Reed?" she said now, bringing me out of my reverie. She walked over and took down the jacket, then brought it over to show me. Up close, I realized that it was an old one of mine. She had stolen it a lifetime ago. I had long since grown out of it, but it fit her perfectly. The collar was crooked, and the elbows had been repatched on countless occasions. It reminded me of happier times, when our only problems revolved around not getting busted for sneaking out into the woods at night. She slipped on the jacket, adjusted her braid, and looked up at me. The image changed.
Suddenly, she wasn't the carefree teenager I'd once known. She was a woman, a strong alpha. She's mine, I thought, and quelled my inner wolf before it could emerge. It wasn't the time or the place to claim her. Up until then, I hadn't realized how detached from the pack she'd been when she traveled back to us in her city garb. How uncomfortable she had seemed in her stiff funeral attire. Now, it truly felt like she was a part of the pack again. The battered leather jacket with its clinking hardware was all the battle armor she needed. "What do you think?" She fixed me with a challenging stare, her mouth lifting at the corners. "Perfect," I said. "Ready?" She nodded. "Let's do this." As Jamie had been Alara's challenger, he was the one to choose the arena for the fight. He had selected a clearing about a mile away from the village, surrounded by overhanging trees on one side and a rocky outcrop that tumbled into the ravine below on the other. I did my best to hide my irritation. Leave it to Jamie to go all dramatic. He was a showman of the worst kind, and he clearly wanted to give the pack something to remember. He wanted to defeat the last symbol of the old bloodline. He wanted to be the victor of a story that would be told around endless campfires for years to come. The whole pack gathered at the edge of the tree line, ready to watch the action. I couldn't see Alara anymore. She had greeted everyone with a quiet confidence when we first arrived, and then wandered off, presumably to prepare herself mentally for what was about to happen. There were some ancient uprooted trees that served as benches, and a few hollows in the rock face that the elders settled in, whispering amongst themselves. On closer inspection, I realized that these carved-out spaces were man-made. Somebody had taken the time to make seats, like this place had been used for gatherings before. Battles, I guessed. Or rituals. I traced my fingers over the grooves in the rock face, and the back of my neck prickled with anxiety. There was a light touch on my shoulder, accompanied by a soft, familiar voice. "This place is famous," Rachel said. "Must have been used to settle hundreds of scores. It's been around since before Alara's grandfather's time." I forced myself to appear relaxed. I turned and gave her an uneasy smile. "Too showy for me," I said. She chuckled and grabbed me into a hug. I hugged her back tightly, and she whispered into my ear, her voice low and urgent. "Allie needs you. Go to her." She pulled back and looked me over, reaching up to brush the shoulders of my jacket. "Whatever happens out there, you keep your cool, all right? Promise me, Reed." I gazed down at her. Even though she barely came up to my chest, she always had a way of making me feel like the little kid who had shown up on the pack's doorstep with nothing but the clothes he stood in. It was a lifetime ago now, but in so many ways, she was the only mother I had ever known. Unable to meet her gaze, I glanced away. "You know I can't promise that. If she's in trouble—" Out of the corner of my eye, I watched her expression fill up with sorrow. When she spoke, it was with understanding. "I know." She rested her hand against my face, sighing. "You'd do anything for her. But I had to ask. I'm proud of you, Reed. Whatever happens, remember that." I nodded. "Thank you for everything, Rachel." I walked away from her with a heavy weight in my chest, and made my way through the trees in the direction Rachel had pointed until I came upon Alara. She was sitting on a boulder, staring into space. She didn't seem to hear me approach, because when she looked up, her expression was startled. I knelt in front of her and took her face in my hands, staring deeply into her eyes. "You got this," I said, more to reassure myself than her. "Jamie has the edge." She hung her head. Her braid swung toward me, and I tugged on it lightly. "He's strong. He's ready for this." "He's arrogant. He thinks he has this in the bag." I extended a hand, pulling her up. "You can use that arrogance. Turn it against him. Plus, you're faster than him. You're smarter. Remember all of those things, Allie." She nodded, but doubt still flickered in her eyes. My chest went cold. She can't doubt herself. Not now. I could fight on her behalf, but she could hold her own against Jamie, at least for a little while. She had to. "Reed," she smiled softly. Before she could finish, a howl pierced through the forest. A flock of birds took off from a nearby tree, their wings beating at the undergrowth.
I know.
I kissed her forehead for a final time.
I know. Me too.
This was not the time to declare our love once again, or to wish that things might be different. She had to concentrate. She nodded, lifted her chin, and stepped away from me. Maintaining eye contact, she slipped off her leather jacket and laid it on a nearby log. Her sweater followed, then her boots and jeans. Finally, she stood before me. Framed by greenery like this, she looked ethereal, like a goddess of the forest.
I believe in you, Alpha, I said.
And in that moment, hope filled me. She could do this. She could save our pack. Her eyes glimmered with silver, and my whole body tingled. I had to back away before I shifted into wolf form alongside her. Not yet. Not knowing entirely why, I picked up her jacket and hugged it against my chest. She gave me one final, unreadable glance before she turned away, padding off into the trees. I followed her through the forest, back to the clearing where Jamie and the others waited. I rubbed the old leather between my fingers. It was stupid, but I wanted something of hers to hold on to while I was forced to watch. No, don't even think it. Alara would survive. I trusted her, and I trusted myself to back her. I would do whatever it took to ensure that she survived this. The alternative was unthinkable. Rachel stood at the edge of the gathering. As I approached, she beckoned me to her side. My gaze wandered over to the group of elders. Jamie's father, Terry, sat among them, looking as stoic as ever. He met my eyes and gave me a brief nod of acknowledgement. Although he shared his son's fair hair, that was where the resemblance ended. As far as I knew, Terry had always been faithful and supportive, the ideal second-in-command for Alara's father. He had never treated me with the disdain that some of the pack members showed, and he could usually rein in Jamie's more fiery impulses. Usually. I wondered if he knew what his son had in store for the pack if he won today. Did he know the extent of his own flesh and blood's craziness? Before I could contemplate any further, a vicious growl erupted from the other end of the clearing. Jamie. I bristled with tension. If I had been in wolf form, my fur would have been standing on end at the sight of him. Alara, in wolf form, loped into the clearing with her head held high, circling wide so that she could acknowledge the crowd of spectators up close. She looked regal. Her carriage remained unbowed, as was befitting a wolf of her status. Jamie dragged up the earth, raking it with his claws. His growl built until it seemed to shake the ground beneath our feet. He was trying to rile her up, bait her into attacking first. She appeared to pay no attention to him. One of her ears flicked back and forth like she was trying to swat away an annoying fly. Finally, she turned to her opponent. Silence fell as they faced each other down. From where I was sitting on a fallen log next to Rachel, I could see Jamie's flank rising and falling rapidly. The muscles in his back legs were coiled with tension. Although he was bigger than her, he was slighter than most of the male wolves in the pack. He had a wiry, deadly strength, and a reputation for using it with an unbridled savagery. A chunk was missing from his left ear, and even from a distance I could see his muzzle was heavily scarred. He was glowering at Alara, practically frothing with bloodlust. My fingers dug into the bark of the log, anchoring me in place. I have to let her do this. Without warning, he leapt for her. His jaws were already wide, preparing to close around her throat. He'll snap her neck in an instant. It'll be over before it has begun. Moving impossibly fast, she met him halfway. They clashed in midair, their two bodies crashing down to earth in a blur of claws, fur, and teeth. Snarls and growls filled the previous silent arena. In a flash, I was transported back to our fight in Alara's backyard before we left the city. It had been a close call, too close for my liking. Both of us had pushed to the edge of our strength and dexterity, but that battle had been completely different to this one. Death had never been a chosen outcome for either of us. Our battle's undercurrent had held a different kind of intensity. Our passion for each other had been obvious even then. We wanted to draw each other as close as possible, taste the other's delicious scent while we had the chance. This was different. The fight between Jamie and Alara was vicious, frantic, and merciless. They were both going for the kill, snapping at each other's jaws with an impossible speed and ferocity. If either one reached the other's neck, it would likely be over in an instant. Jamie had the size advantage, and he used it. He kept pressing forward, forcing Alara back onto the defensive. I watched with bated breath as he managed to close his teeth around her back leg, but she shook free and slid out from under him before he could fully bite down. Although she was giving it everything she had, I could tell Alara was flagging. She kept feinting to the left, and I realized she was trying to draw Jamie away from the crowd of watching pack members. I growled in frustration. Alara. She was too busy thinking about danger to others when she should be focusing fully on her own peril. Typical. Jamie lunged again. His bite didn't manage to gain purchase, but he did tear at Alara's ear. She whined, blood dripping down from her wound and soaking the earth between them. Jamie loped back a few paces. His movements were unconcerned and almost lazy. He was enjoying this, taking his time. Arrogance. There it was. Use it against him, I willed her. Rachel placed her hand on my arm. I realized that my fists were clenched and my knuckles were white. I forced myself to relax my muscles and concentrated on slowing my ragged breathing. In, out. Alara backed up, drawing Jamie farther away from the tree line. In, out. He lunged at her again, crowding over her until she bore down into the earth. He was forcing her to lie flat to protect her stomach. Her ears were peeled back, and her eyes were wide and fearful. She was showing her fear? That wasn't good. In, out. Jamie's jaws closed around the scruff of her coat. Too close, far too close to her neck. He dragged her to her feet and shook her violently between his teeth. I couldn't stand it any longer. I had to help her. Shaking Rachel's hand off my arm, I felt the air around me grow hazy and distorted. Adrenaline raced through me, and my heart beat a mile a minute. Jamie dropped Alara into the dirt and nudged at her with his paw like he was playing with his prey. Though they were some distance away by now, I could see her chest rising and falling rapidly. Alara! I bellowed, dropping with a thud onto my knees. I was dimly aware of Rachel and a couple of others pulling at my chest, holding me back. They were trying to stop me from shifting. I gritted my teeth, heeding their warning, but ready to throw them off if I had to. Jamie held Alara down, right at the very edge of the outcrop. One wrong move and he would send her tumbling over the edge onto the jagged rocks below. Alara gave a soft whimper. Though my blood still raced, and I felt like I was about to explode, the noise caused a memory to flicker in the back of my mind. Alara doesn't sound like that. Although panic was flooding my body, I held my breath for a few seconds and thought about that noise. I'd sparred with her hundreds of times. When we were mad at each other, when we wanted to solve an argument, when we were happy, sad, bored, or for any reason at all. I had never heard her make that whimpering sound before, except once. It had been years ago, when we were teenagers who would skip out on long and boring pack meetings to go spar in the forest for hours. I scrambled to my feet after shifting back to human form, and kicked moodily at the dust, glaring at nothing in particular while Alara picked up a blanket and wrapped herself in it, laughing and laughing. "You look so mad," she said, delight in her tone. "Yeah," I said, feeling belligerent. "You tricked me." "I did not." "Did too." I snagged my jeans and tugged them up quickly. "You pretended you were scared, made me hesitate. I would have pinned you otherwise." "Well," she chuckled at the look on my face. "It worked, didn't it?" I grumbled and took her hand, pulling her close to me. "I won't be such an idiot next time." "Maybe you won't underestimate me next time." She flicked my ear with the tip of her finger, and I couldn't help but grin at her. I threw my arm around her shoulders as we headed back through the woods to the village. My vision cleared. Jamie wasn't toying with Alara. Alara was toying with Jamie. She was doing exactly as she should, taking advantage of his arrogance, his bravado. She knew he wanted to put on a big show for the pack and take out his competition in a public show of dominance. She knew he would assume his victory was set in stone the moment she appeared to back down. Even though I was focused on what was happening here and now, Part of me reconsidered our fight back in the city. Had that gone her way as well? I thought about what had happened after I pinned her. Maybe, after all that, she had wanted my win just as much as I did. Maybe she'd wanted to come home, but had been too stubborn to admit it out loud. Lightness filled my heart. She wanted to come back. With me. Then I narrowed my eyes, studying them. Nothing was guaranteed. She was still in a great deal of danger. After all, it wasn't over yet. I calmed down enough that I wasn't about to shift into wolf form, but the sight of Alara so close to the edge of that precipice still had me on the verge of panic. She told me to trust her, and I did, down to my bones. Jamie still had Alara pinned to the ground. One paw rested on her chest, almost like he couldn't be bothered to fully restrain her. His ears pricked up and he looked out over the pack, surveying the scene, letting everyone drink in his superiority. The Alpha's daughter, defeated, about to be silenced forever, along with any memory of her father's legacy. In a move so quick that everyone watching let out a collective gasp, Alara twisted out from beneath his restraining paw and sprang up. The move swept Jamie's front legs out from under him, and he yelped, obviously shocked. He staggered for a moment, caught off balance before falling sideways and scrabbling. He couldn't seem to get purchase, and slid backwards towards the rocky edge of the ravine. Before he had a chance to fall, Alara pinned his forelocks to the ground, holding him firmly in place. Making sure he didn't fall to his death, I realized, as indeed did everyone watching. Silence fell over the pack. Then, into the silence, Alara threw back her head and howled. The sound reverberated through the forest, sending shockwaves down my spine. The faces of the people around me were tight with tension. The only figure of calm was Elder Mason, who stood near the center of the gathered crowd, surveying the scene with his cloudy, half-blind gaze.
"It is as decreed,"
he declared in his strange voice. He glided to the front of the crowd, his walking stick hitting the ground with a resounding thud at every step.
"The Alpha's daughter shall take her place as the rightful heir."
A shiver went through the pack as they processed the outcome of the fight. Then, moving as one, every member of the council lowered their gaze to the earth and raised their right hand, placing it over their heart. "Alara Bane," they cried, and their hands flew upwards as if they were offering her name to the sky. Thud, thud. The wooden staff struck the ground. It was done. Alara was the new Alpha. Her name echoed through the trees once more as the pack declared her their rightful leader. I rushed forward, wanting to reach her, but Rachel put out a hand, stopping me in my tracks. "Wait." I turned toward her with a small growl. I had waited long enough. What now? Chapter 13. Read. But Rachel simply placed a woven blanket in my arms and gave me a gentle push. "Go to her." I gave her an apologetic smile and mumbled my thanks. I was grateful for her foresight, even if every cell in my body screamed at me to go to Alara right this second. I held up the blanket. "You brought this for her. You knew she'd win?" "I had a hunch." She patted me on the arm, smiling fondly. "Now go." On impulse, I grabbed up Alara's leather jacket off the ground from where I'd dropped it before I strode into the clearing, unable to stop myself from jogging the last few feet until I reached her crouching form. She had morphed back to human again. She had her back to me, and even from my angle of approach, I could tell that she was panting harshly. "Alara." She didn't seem to hear me. "Alara," I repeated, keeping my voice as soothing as possible. "I'm here." Her head turned then, but just barely. If she were in wolf form, her ears would likely be twitching back and forth. Moving slowly, I draped the blanket over her shoulders, covering her bare skin. After a moment, her fingers came up and she drew the blanket around her, wrapping herself in it. She stood then, revealing her fallen adversary. Jamie lay sprawled out at her feet, staring up at her with an expression of hatred. The Elder had decreed Alara the winner. There was no way for Jamie to win the fight now, even if he cheated and took her out after the fact while in human form. He would be shunned by the whole pack, and I would kill him. Alara arranged the blankets so that it sat evenly over her shoulders. Her graceful movements made it seem like she wore a coronation gown rather than an old woolen blanket.
"The pack have declared it," I said in a low voice. "Once and for all. You are their alpha, Alara."
Finally, she looked up at me. Her blue eyes were shining. She had never looked more beautiful. "Don't I always tell you to trust me?" she said, granting me a soft smile.
I chuckled. "Maybe I should start listening."
She moved closer to me and pushed her forehead against mine, sighing. The sun glowed through the trees, and the wind flooded my senses with her gorgeous scent. It was a perfect moment. Well, it would have been, except I pulled away and ran a thumb over her temple, snarling when I found blood there.
"He hurt you."
Her face turned grave, and she glanced down at the silent figure lying at our feet. "It looks worse than it is," she said, reaching up to touch the side of her head gingerly. "Reed, this isn't your fight."
"Your fight is my fight," I said simply.
Jamie sneered at me, and his eyes glimmered with a hint of silver. I had to look away before I did something stupid. Alara tugged at the jacket I held in my hands, distracting me. "You brought my jacket?" she said, giggling. It was kind of silly, given the situation, but it felt right for her to have it while she faced the pack for the first time as their leader. Careful not to jostle her, I laid the jacket loosely over the top of the blanket and brushed stray strands of hair away from her face with my fingers. Now that my heart had stopped racing, I noted every scratch and bruise on her skin. They were scattered all over her face and jawline, and trailed over her collarbones and the exposed portion of her chest. My gaze drifted down to the monster at her feet. "Reed," she said firmly. My eyes snapped back up to meet hers. "It's my call." I inclined my head. "Yes, Alpha." The heat of my gaze contrasted with my deferent tone, but I couldn't bring myself to change it. If I were in her position, I would kill Jamie without remorse. He had done enough damage, to us and to the pack, and if he had his way, he would do even more, destroying anyone who dared to stand in his way. It wouldn't take much. He'd shifted back to human now and was already at the edge of the cliff. The perfect picture of submission. One push, and he would be out of our lives forever. Alara seemed to be mulling over the same thought. She stared up at the sky and closed her eyes, standing perfectly still for what felt like an eternity. Then she opened them. "No." She turned to me, and I knew her mind was made up. "Jamie lives." I shook my head, readying myself to challenge her with everything I had. "It was a fight to the death. You have to do this." "I won't." She stumbled a little and pressed her hand against her side, groaning. I darted forward to catch her, but she refused to let me take her weight. So stubborn. "I can't let bloodshed be my first act as the alpha of our pack, Reed." "Alara." "I knew it," Jamie spat. "She hasn't got the stomach for it. Just like her dear old dad." He sat back on his elbows and glared up at us. My blood was boiling, but I knew what the outcome of the fight meant for him. Some considered it a fate worse than death to be defeated, humiliated in front of everyone. Voices murmured behind us, and I looked up to find that the rest of the pack had come closer. They stood in a crowd a few paces away, watching and waiting. "James Fletcher." Alara raised her voice so that everyone could hear. "As victor, I decide your punishment." She looked down at him, her demeanor cold and regal. "I will not kill you. Instead, I banish you from this pack. From this day until your last, you may never return here. When you die, your bones will not be laid to rest with those of your ancestors." I spared a glance at the pack, wondering what they made of all this. Were they relieved by the outcome of the battle, or enraged? I couldn't really tell. Only Terry's face stood out to me. The man looked white as a sheet. A long silence followed Alara's words. Slowly, Jamie got to his feet, grunting with pain. I felt a shadow of satisfaction that Alara had managed to give as good as she got. For someone so out of practice in her wolf form, she'd really done a number on him. He straightened up, looking her right in the face. No deference to her status showed at all. His eyes were like ice. "You'll regret your weakness," he said in a low voice that trembled with rage. "Someday soon. I promise you. You and your mongrel mate." A growl built in my throat. Alara linked her arm through mine, pulling me away from Jamie until he stood alone at the edge of the cliff. "Leave it," she murmured. "He knows it's over." Without breaking eye contact, Jamie circled around us and backed away, his hands in the air in a mocking show of innocence. Once he reached the edge of the clearing, he stopped and turned back, shouting, "When the time comes and you're all sick of this little girl and her mutt, don't worry. I'll be there to take her place. She turned her back on you, but I never will." Without waiting for a response, he loped away, vanishing into the undergrowth. I stared at the spot in the trees where he had disappeared, fighting the urge to follow and finish him. I knew that his threats weren't empty. This wasn't the last we would see of Jamie. Alara's fingers threaded through mine, and I smiled as a new thought struck me. We might have to watch our backs, but so would he. Alara was a force to be reckoned with, and she would have me by her side from this time forward. Casting my gaze over the crowd, I noticed that Jason was watching Alara with an unreadable expression. He glanced away when I caught his eye. Kara murmured something in his ear, and he nodded. Paul stood beside him, looking devastated. I told myself that it didn't mean anything. He'd just lost his best friend, after all. Terry was a far bigger concern. He stood a little apart from the others, staring out into the valley with a blank look on his face. As the beta of the pack's old leader, he would always have a place on the council and the ear of the pack. Not for the first time. I wondered whether he'd known about Jamie's plans. He'd always been a thoughtful man, the complete opposite of his hothead son. Terry had counseled Alara's father for decades. I fervently hoped that he would understand the position she had been put in. Then I understood the logic of sparing Jamie's life, as well as the compassion. The pack's new alpha would have made a powerful enemy if she had killed Terry's son. Rachel smiled at me, relief and hope in her eyes, and I smiled back. I owed her so much. I'd had nothing when she took me in. Nothing worth holding on to, anyway. "Looks like you got your wish after all." Alara tugged on my hand, and I looked down at her. "What's that?" In spite of her tiredness and injuries, her face glowed. "You're stuck with me. I can hardly go back to the city now, can I?" Acting on impulse, I picked her up and raised her off her feet. She squealed with surprise before laughing brightly. "I'm sure we can find something for you to do here," I replied, burying my face in her hair and kissing her head before setting her down gently. "Alpha Bane." She gave me a wicked grin. "At your service." Epilogue. Alara. I sat in front of my dressing table mirror and peered at my reflection. I might just change that little strand. Kara slapped at my hands as I tried to rearrange the wedding hairstyle that my friend had thoughtfully done for me. "Stop fiddling with it." I dropped my hands into my lap, trying to tamp down the guilt. Oops, busted. Time to put my trust in Kara. She threw a smirk at my reflection via the mirror before continuing to weave her seemingly magic fingers through my hair. It was looped into a simple half-up, half-down style that looked simple and yet elegant. As much as I loved what she'd done, my fingers itched to pull my hair free of its style, slip out of my fancy dress, and run far, far away. I was about to get married, to the man I loved more than life itself, and I couldn't control my nerves. Rachel appeared in the room, and I met her gaze in the mirror, smiling gratefully as she passed me a cup of herbal tea. "Something to settle the nerves," she said. "Do all brides feel like this?" It seemed ridiculous to be stressed over something I actually wanted. "Most do." Rachel patted my shoulder. "You'll have to get used to being stared at, Alara. You're the alpha now." I huffed a sigh. I knew that, of course, but everyone knows that Reed wasn't my father's first choice. Kara glanced at Rachel before resuming her fussing with my hair. "What if they all think I'm making a mistake?" But he's your choice. Rachel's hand on my shoulder squeezed gently. It was always meant to be this way. In time, they'll come to understand that. I prayed that Rachel was right about the others. I wanted them to accept Reed fully as one of us. I hadn't lied to Reed when I told him there hadn't been anyone else. There had never been anyone else. I realized that now. And I wanted to bond forever with my mate. For me and for Reed. We'd been apart for so long, it seemed unthinkable now that either of us had let the situation drag on. He had been following his alpha's orders, at least, but I had been driven by hurt. After we had picked up where we left off, the intervening years had melted away like a bad dream. I had a lot to be thankful for, and I couldn't wait to make my love for Reed official with the bonding ceremony. But part of me knew that the mystery surrounding his origins would always leave people wondering, who was the man at the right hand of the alpha? Would he be my beta wolf? My co-counsel? Would we lead the pack together? They were only some of the questions that I didn't have the answers to yet. Finally, Kara finished fussing at my hair. I stood and straightened my skirt, turning to face her and Rachel. Do I look okay? They nodded. More than okay. You look perfect. Rachel put a hand against my cheek. You look so much like your mother. One finishing touch, Kara said. She picked up a simple circlet fitted with small amber stones and reached up to drape it carefully over my head, so as not to disturb my hairdo. There, now you're good to go. You look awesome. I don't feel like I'm good to go. I wanted to scream. I feel like I'm about to melt into a puddle of tension. Nevertheless, I gathered my nerves together and made my way downstairs. Rachel helped me down the front steps of my house, and together we walked through the village, coming to a stop outside the meeting house. Just relax. Take it one step at a time, Rachel said. Remember, it's your day. I felt some of the stiffness in my spine drain away as I climbed up to the entrance of the building. Briefly, a wave of sadness hit that my parents would not be here to see me wed Reed. But somehow, I felt their energy, their presence, and I knew that they would both be happy for me in this moment. I nodded, took a deep breath and released it, letting the sadness go. Then I entered the hall. As I did so, soft music began to play. Elder Mason stood at the front on a raised dais that had been constructed for the occasion, holding a length of red velvet in his hands. The pack surrounded us on either side of the aisle. They stood patiently, about to witness the bonding of their alpha to her mate. Beside Elder Mason stood Reed. As soon as I saw him, my tension melted away. He was always the focus of my attention in whatever room he stood. But today, I truly couldn't take my eyes off him. He ditched his trusty leather jacket for the occasion, trading it in for a simple button-down in a soft gray that fit his broad frame perfectly and made his eyes look even more striking. He had even tamed his hair somewhat, pushing it back so that I could see the strong line of his jaw as I approached. He was everything I had ever wanted. I came to a stop opposite him, meeting his gaze. The look on his face was hard to read, but there was a storm of emotion in his eyes. You look beautiful, he mouthed. My lips curved into a smile. You too, I thought, and hoped he could read the appreciation in my gaze. I'd never seen him so polished, though I'd always loved him best in flannel and his old boots. The music began to crescendo, swelling with intensity, and the drumbeat thundered around us, keeping time to the beat of my heart. As one, we held out our right arms. Our wrists met in the empty space between us. The time has come, Elder Mason said, for these souls to join together as one. He held the velvet fabric up for those watching to see, and then wrapped it around our joined wrists, tying it once. Alara Bain, he continued, you are bonded to Reed, body and soul, as the fates have foretold. I inclined my head. The elder wrapped the cloth around us a second time, tying it again. Reed. His attention turned to Reed. You are bonded to Alara Bain, body and soul, as the fates have foretold. Reed bowed. Against the wrist that was now bound to his, One of his fingers brushed my arm gently.
"She is yours,"
Elder Mason said, magnifying his voice so that it filled the whole room.
"And you are hers, as the fates have foretold."
As one, the pack got to their feet, stamping on the floor and echoing his words in unison as a drum beat started to play once more. "As the fates have foretold." With his free hand, Reed pulled me forward by the waist and I melded into his body. He kissed me with a fierce intensity, our bound hands trapped between us. When we broke apart, I flushed at the way we had displayed our passion for the whole pack to see. I was faintly aware of applause, some scattered cheering, and a few wolf whistles, but I pressed my forehead into Reed's and ignored it all, focusing only on him.
"Finally,"
he breathed, and then captured my lips for a brief, dizzying moment before pulling away and laughing softly to himself, like he couldn't believe it.
"You're back, and you're mine."
"As you are mine, now and always," I said simply. We stood there, soaking in the moment. Then Reed tugged at the ties that bonded us together.
"Do we have to keep these on forever?"
he whispered, quirking an eyebrow.
"Because I could work with that."
I chuckled, shaking my head. "I think you're meant to untie us at some point, if you can figure out the knots," I added, winking. Toward the back of the hall, I spotted my old boss Mick, Tammy and Penny chatting to Kara and Jacob, and my heart skipped a beat or two. I gave them a wave and a grin, and then tilted my head at Reed. "I didn't know they were coming."
"I invited them."
"What?" he said.
"City life can't have been all bad, right?"
With difficulty, given our current entanglement, I wrapped my arms around his neck and kissed his cheek. "I love you."
"I love you too,"
he murmured, kissing my hair. His eyes were warm, and calmer than I'd seen them in a long time.
"Always have, always will."
The festivities wound on well into the evening. A long table was set up in the clearing, and lanterns were hung in the trees. Children ran back and forth, trying to catch the fireflies that glowed in the fading twilight. Dancing began after the feast, and people spun around each other, skirts swirling, shouting with laughter. Reed was at the center of it all, playing ring-a-rosy with the smallest children and letting them clamber all over him as he chuckled. I stood to one side and watched the people, my people, without really seeing them. Too much stirred in my head to get completely lost in the joy of the moment. I'm the alpha now. The thought shocked me still, but my dream had come true. Reed had stayed, just as he said he would. My duties weren't mine to carry alone. Wherever you go, I go. We had to protect everyone here from whatever lay out there in the darkness beyond the trees. But we would do it together.
"Most women look happier at their bonding ceremony,"
said a voice beside me. I turned. Terry was holding a can of beer and studying me with interest.
"Don't fancy a dance with your new mate?"
I swallowed and shook my head, fiddling with the trailing edge of my sleeve. Just tired, I guess. The truth was, I did feel kind of weird. I had for a few days now, but I'd chalked it up to bonding ceremony jitters.
He
nodded.
"The road ahead is long and winding, Allie. Better keep your strength up for what lies in front of you."
Before I could figure out what he meant or formulate a reply, he drifted off, mingling with the revelers until I lost sight of him altogether. What lies ahead? Was he in contact with his son? What did he know? My niggling worries could be paranoia on my part. Nevertheless, something made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. He was your dad's closest friend, I told myself.
"So we'd better keep an eye on him,"
replied another inner voice, which sounded remarkably like Reed. I wonder what he'll do next. Penny came bounding up to me, flushed with exertion from being spun around by the inhuman strength of dozens of wolf-shifter men. "Hey, cheer up, sour face. It's your wedding. Or close enough, right?" "Right," I laughed, forcing a smile onto my face. "Having fun?" "Tons," she grinned back at me. "Your hubby, or is it soulmate? Whatever. Reed's waiting for you. Go dance." At that, I shook off the niggle and grinned back at her. Penny was right. I could put away my alpha responsibilities for just one night. I wandered out onto the dance floor where Reed waited for me. His eyes reflected the light of the flickering tapers around us, and his lips were stretched up into the most gorgeous smile I'd ever seen. It might have taken a few bumps along the road to get here, but I knew now that we could take on whatever the future brought to our doorstep. Because finally, we were together. The end. Chapter 1. Tammy. The forest outside my window flashed past in a blur as we drove. The landscape was breathtaking this far outside the city, but I wasn't in the mood to take in the natural beauty that surrounded us. Up front, Mick and Penny were chatting. No, gossiping. Their topic of conversation was fixed on one thing: the mysterious stranger Alara had eloped with a couple of weeks ago. I'm just saying, it's crazy she just ran off with him like that. Penny swiveled in her seat to catch my eye, and I gave her a half-hearted nod. That seemed to satisfy her, because she turned back and continued her discussion with Mick. If any of my ex-boyfriends showed up, I wouldn't be taking them out on any dates, that's for sure. Her long earrings swung from side to side as she talked. Penny was pretty, petite, and vivacious, a real firecracker. She'd had to fend off a guy or two from time to time. Nah, Mick said. I could see his profile, his lips drawn into a frown in the side view mirror. I saw the way he looked at her. It was deeper than some past fling, I'll bet. Alara said he dumped her, Penny mused. What? She laughed, catching Mick's raised eyebrow look. So I eavesdropped a little. It was past midnight and there were no other customers in the diner. You can't tell me you wouldn't have done the same. Mick just harumphed and caught my eye in the mirror. Check the map, will ya? This place must really be out in the sticks. We were in a remote area that provided no signal for a GPS. Sighing, I opened the map and spread it over my knees, running my finger over the route we had marked out. Of all the road trips I'd taken, this one had to be the weirdest. First, the highway we were on was narrow and winding, with steep banks cut into the rock on either side of us. It was completely unmarked on the map itself, so we were basically following a series of crosses Reed had drawn for us and praying we were on the right track. We were in remote territory now, and if we got lost, nobody had any bars of reception on their cell phones to call for help. I couldn't ask Alara for advice, even if we had reception. Reed had invited us as a surprise for her, so she didn't know we were coming. Secondly, Alara had disappeared from our lives practically overnight. The only reason we knew she was all right was a short note she'd left for Mick, saying that she was fine and that she had to take care of some things at home. She said she'd only be gone a few days. And finally, rather than appearing once again after a few days, we'd received an invitation from her hunky guy Reed to their wedding in Alara's hometown. Out here somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Only he didn't call it a wedding. He'd called it a bonding ceremony. I had to admit, the wording intrigued me a little. I didn't have Alara pegged as the type to be into all that new age crystal healing stuff. Looks like we're on the right track, I said, glancing up at the road ahead. We passed that cave thing on the left a couple miles back, right? I think so, Penny said, sounding uncertain. She and Mick resumed their debating, and I tuned out, letting the sound of their voices wash over me as I went back to staring into space. Truth be told, I hadn't known Alara very long. She was a good coworker, and I loved working with her, but I'd always known the bar job was just a stopgap for her, a way to make ends meet, just like for me. I was fresh out of college, having finally completed my last semester and had gained enough credits to earn my degree in child development. Alara and Mick had both surprised me by showing up at my graduation ceremony, which had been lovely. All my friends and family wanted to know when I would start grad school to become a social worker. It had been my goal from the minute I'd started college, and they all knew it. I blew them all off and kept my answers vague and non-committal. There would be time for all that later on. I was burned out, and if I were honest, I was fine where I was. Mixing drinks wasn't exactly the ideal way to spend my weekends, but it paid the bills. Besides, it wasn't like I had anyone to spend my weekends with. Not anymore. I shook off the dark thoughts and focused on Alara, This was going to be her day, after all. I knew the other two were curious to witness the mysterious bonding ceremony as well. Reed hadn't really described what would happen, but I got the sense that it wasn't like anything I'd seen before. I should be excited too. But I couldn't shake off my misery so easily. It had sunk its claws into me a month ago, and it wasn't going away anytime soon. Time heals all things. I wished I could believe it, but the advice I had heard from everyone around me was empty and meaningless. I was alone, and there was no disputing that fact. No way of inserting sunshine and rainbows into my life. The years stretched out ahead of me, barren as a desert. No matter how I looked at the situation, the pain was still as deep as it had been that night. The night that had changed everything and turned my whole world upside down. Nothing made sense anymore. I didn't know when things would turn right side up again, when the pieces of my life would fit back together as they did before. In my heart of hearts, I suspected they never would. It was midday by the time we rolled up the narrow road and into Alara's hometown. There were trucks parked on the side of the road, mud coating their wheel guards. We hadn't seen any signs of life since we turned off the freeway, so it was a relief to see evidence of civilization this deep into the woods. The trees were just like Alara had described the few times she talked about home. Their trunks were thick. Some stood wider than our car's width, and they were so tall I had to crane my neck up to see the treetops. Their branches were so high, it was like they held up the skies above us. Mick parked on a small patch of grass littered with dirt bikes and other cars and turned off the engine. Our arrival had not gone unnoticed. Several people were staring from outside a nearby house, and more than a few had stopped in their tracks. Some of the kids were peering curiously, trying to get a better look at us. I waved at a small girl with long braided hair, and she smiled at me before hiding her face in her mother's skirt. "Well," Penny said, confident as ever, "I guess we should find out where to go. Wouldn't want to miss the fun." With that, she opened her door and slid out the passenger side, landing daintily on her tiptoes so that her heels didn't sink into the grass. I'd opted for simple flats for the occasion, as the invitation had suggested. The ground was firm beneath my feet, and as I inhaled, the first lungful of cool forest air cleared my head, leaving me with a calmness that I hadn't felt in weeks.
"We're here for the, bonding ceremony?"
I heard Mick say to someone nearby. "We have our invitation," Penny added, offering the stranger a card identical to the one I'd received. "Which way is the town hall, please?"
"Social hall,"
a man corrected her, sounding gruff. His eyes were narrowed, and he stood hunched over with his hands in his pockets. Another man wandered over and put a hand on the gruff man's arm. The first guy backed off immediately. That was weird.
"Sorry about that."
The second man addressed us with a warm smile, and we gravitated toward the friendly face. He shook each of our hands in turn as he spoke.
"I'm Terry. The hall is right this way. I'll take you, as I was just heading there myself."
"Thanks." Penny smiled as we fell into step beside him. "We're not exactly from around here." Terry threw back his head as he laughed uproariously.
"No kidding. Everyone knows everyone else around here. That's just the way it is. Some don't take kindly to new faces, but they'll get over it soon enough. We're friends of Alara's," Mick explained. "From the city?"
Something flickered behind Terry's eyes, but other than that, his expression didn't change.
"Sure, of course. Our Alara's always been one for adventure. Loves new experiences, all kinds of people. Here we are."
He pointed to a building slightly larger than the others surrounding it, with a low-pitched roof.
"This is the social hall, the center of our little community."
We climbed the steps and found ourselves in a room with a vaulted ceiling made from roughly cut logs, some as large as tree trunks. The ceiling held a light fixture made from antlers, and the wooden benches were beautifully carved with leaping salmon, prowling mountain lions, and soaring bald eagles. It was rustic, but beautiful. Feels like home. Which was admittedly an odd feeling for me to have. I'd never been anywhere quite like this before. It certainly didn't look anything like what I'd always thought of as home. The room was already packed. Practically every person in the village must have been in attendance. With a shared look and an unspoken agreement, we chose a bench at the very back of the room and took our seats. "Hey," Penny murmured, leaning in close to me. "Check out the eye candy." I glanced over, following her sightline. On the other side of the aisle were a group of youngish guys, sprawled out over the back benches and conversing lazily amongst themselves. Despite their casual demeanor, there was an alertness in the way they kept glancing over to the doors of the entrance that suggested they were keeping a close eye on the proceedings. Almost like they're guarding the place. But from what? This was a wedding, after all. Were they expecting someone to make a scene? I didn't have time to wonder about what was going on before Penny's elbow caught me sharply in the side. "Dibs on the cutie," she whispered, giggling. Which one is the cutie? The truth was, they were all as good-looking as each other. I couldn't work out which one in particular she meant. Even though they were all seated, I could tell they were unusually tall. They were broad, too, the width of their frames causing their suit jackets to sit almost awkwardly across their shoulders. All of them cut an impressive figure, with firm jawlines and white teeth that complemented easy, perfect smiles. Country living certainly seemed to agree with these men. For a brief, heart-stopping second, a pair of hazel eyes met mine. My cheeks flushed with heat, and I looked away quickly, my heart hammering in my chest. I furtively wiped my palms against my skirt and looked intently at the invitation that lay in my lap. God, it's hot in here. I told myself I must have been mistaken. It wasn't like any of them would be looking at me for any reason. They were probably staring at Penny, who was naturally attractive and vivacious, and I just happened to be in the way while they were scoping her out. I was too nervous to check and see if I was right, so I decided to keep my eyes to myself from now on. There were plenty of other things to hold my attention, after all. Up at the front, a group of musicians were performing a piece that involved a pair of huge drums. Although I couldn't see much from my position, I was intrigued by the braided hair of the women playing the music and the long, sweeping robes of the elderly man who stood at the front of the hall. "There's a buffet after, right?" Mick mumbled to Penny, who shushed him as the music cut off abruptly and an eerie silence filled the room. The double doors creaked open and a man entered through them, alone. Reed. Alara's ex-boyfriend turned fiancé, the man who'd invited us here today in support of her. I had a vague recollection of him from just a few brief moments when he'd stood in the doorway of our dim, smoky bar after Alara had punched that jerk who tried to hit on me and wouldn't take no for an answer. I'd only caught a few glimpses of Reed that night, but the two things that stuck out to me most were his height, as well as the rough, battered leather jacket he'd worn. Just like those other guys across the aisle. Just like the owner of the hazel eyes. I forced my attention to remain on the groom, if that was what he was called at a bonding ceremony. He was a lot more well-dressed than I remembered. His hair was combed, for one thing, and he was wearing slacks and a button-up shirt that brought out the color of his eyes, which were just as piercing as those of the hazel-eyed guy. Reed strode up the center aisle and came to a stop at the platform, just in front of the elderly man. The older guy looked like some sort of religious officiant, but I didn't recognize the denomination of his church. His robes didn't look like any that I'd seen before. The drums picked up again, and soon the entire room was filled with the sound. There was buzzing through my feet, and my body unconsciously began to move with the music. I didn't notice for several seconds, and when I did, I continued. Those around us were also swaying, as well as stamping their feet in time to the rhythm. The doors opened once more, and Alara entered, accompanied by a few women who were also dressed to impress. But none of them could hold a candle to Alara. My friend looked supremely radiant. Her long, dark hair was looped up into a complex pattern fastened at the nape of her neck. She must have had someone else arrange her hair, because the Alara I knew would never have the patience to create that. Her long dress was beautiful in its simplicity. The only decorative element was the embroidery that shimmered around the sleeves and hem of the garment. As she passed us, I realized that the design emulated the foliage that surrounded this place. The forest was echoed in her headpiece, too. The delicate silver band was fitted with amber pieces. Their golden hue stood out against her dark hair, making her look regal. Once she reached Reed, she turned to face him. The expression on his face at the sight of her was enough to send a shiver of envy all the way down my spine. I sighed, wondering what it would feel like to have someone look at me that way. It wasn't that I didn't feel happy for Alara. I did. Extremely happy. I knew she'd had a tough time, and it seemed as if she'd finally found her place in the world again. She was back where she belonged, with her people, her family. And she had this gorgeous guy by her side who clearly adored her. Anyone could tell that he would do absolutely anything for her. I watched as they murmured their unusual vows to each other. They sounded arcane, almost mystical, like nothing I'd heard before. He leaned in close to her to whisper something, and I watched her lips curve into a smile as she stared up at him with adoration. I couldn't begrudge Alara her happiness, and yet there was a tiny part of me that ached with longing. They were both equally gorgeous, and they looked utterly content together. Two halves of a perfect whole. The beautiful ceremony unfolding in front of my eyes only exacerbated my feelings of loneliness. I was sure to the depths of my being that no one would ever look at me that way. Never cradle my face like I was something precious and irreplaceable to him. Never kiss me like he couldn't get enough of my lips against his own. Hold me like there was nobody else in the room. Alara's slender body curved to meet Reed's strong form. She was so lithe and feminine, her dress skimming over her body like water. I couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to look like her. Next to women like Alara and Penny, I always felt so frumpy and ungainly. I knew I would never be petite like them. My weight had always bothered me, but in moments like this, it really came to the forefront. Above all, I envied Alara because I could tell that she was totally secure. I envied her the security of Reed's love, even as I celebrated for her. She knew the man she loved would never leave her or look at another woman. She knew that the love she felt was returned by her partner completely, and she had her whole community around her to celebrate this day. It was a life I would never know, and I was humble enough to admit that it crushed me a little inside to acknowledge that fact. Still, I held up my chin, smiling widely, and applauded with everyone else when Reed and Alara stood, their arms bound together, flushed and glowing with happiness. It was a perfect day, and I wasn't going to let my private sorrow ruin it for anyone. No way. Chapter 2. Jason. A trio of folks I didn't know entered the social hall, led by Terry. Were they shifters from another pack? After some deliberation, they sat across from us on the other side of the aisle. They were obviously invited guests and didn't seem threatening, so I barely looked at them, being more focused on the hall and my own pack until Paul elbowed me in the side. "Must be Alara's friends from the city," he hissed. "Don't you think?" Huh. Must be human then. We didn't get many ordinary humans up in our neck of the woods. Our settlement was deliberately hidden away, far from the main highways that cut across the state. Some of the children had barely seen outsiders before. Humans weren't that interesting to me. They couldn't hike, run, or climb like we could, and their senses were notoriously feeble. I hated the avalanche of noises and smells that greeted me any time I visited the city, and the way they gawked at us when they saw our eyes change always made me want to head straight back home where I didn't feel so out of place. But just for a moment, I gave those city folk a brief look. Not like there's anything better to look at right now anyway. The one on the end was a woman with a loud voice, bright lipstick, and dangly earrings. Human as they came. She seemed to have spotted something she liked, though, over in this direction. She kept glancing over to us and giggling. To my annoyance, Eli and Paul didn't seem to mind this at all, judging by their identical smirks. It was all I could do not to roll my eyes at their juvenile posturing. Paul noticed my glowering face. "What?" "Nothing," I muttered. "She's hot, right?" he continued, indicating toward dangly earrings. Like I was going to miss the way his tongue was practically hanging out as he studied her. "Do you think I should go for it later?" I shook my head, this time not hiding the eye roll. To avoid having to respond any further, I looked back to the humans and pretended to consider them. Next to the loudmouth chick was an older guy who didn't look quite as thrilled to be there as his friend did. I vaguely remembered hearing Reed talk about Alara's job as a bartender, and that she'd gotten to know the owner pretty well. From his description, this guy looked like he could fit the bill. My attention turned to the woman sitting at the far end of the row. She was dressed more soberly than the other woman, and her curves were nicely plump. Her features were softer than those of her companions, a kind and gentle friendliness on her face as she glanced around the room. When her more garish friend nudged her, she looked across and caught my eye, and a jolt shot through my system. Whoa. What the hell was that? I almost glanced away from her, but something inside stopped me doing so. Sweet. The words struck me out of nowhere as I continued to stare into her eyes, which had widened a little. Did she feel this strange connection too? Around her face, her hair fell in loose natural waves over her shoulders. The style, as well as the rich auburn color, was striking against her creamy pale skin. Not my usual type at all. And yet, something about her arrested my attention and held it. I couldn't look away. She folded her hands in her lap and stared down at them, breaking the moment. I blinked hard a few times before slouching down in my seat. I tried to ignore the way my pulse picked up as a tingle of awareness sparked in every part of me. It felt like my body had betrayed me with its reaction, and I didn't understand where it had stemmed from. I'd slept with more than a few women over the years. The corners of my mouth curled upwards as I thought of the women I'd bedded. Confident shifter women, from packs out of state who'd been passing through our area to trade with us or to look for a mate. Hot women. Skinny, fit women. In truth, not one of them were anything at all like the sweet human female sitting opposite me. I had thought about bonding with a few of those ladies over the years. I genuinely liked a lot of them, and they liked me. But something had always held me back before I took that final step. I could never put my finger on the reason. The humans would probably call me a lone wolf. I had just figured I wasn't a commitment kind of guy. I glanced at the woman again, surreptitiously this time, and told myself to pull it together. This was clearly a good girl, someone who would never look my way, let alone spend a night in my bed with no strings attached. I could already see that as plain as day. As much as I was a commitment phobe, she was a woman who had wanted all from her partner. All or nothing. This was a lady you wed. You didn't just bed her and move on. The doors opened behind us, and Reed strode through them, looking as uncomfortable in his fancy getup as I felt in mine. Every time I thought about bonding with someone, spending the rest of my life tied to another person and sharing everything with them, the whole idea seemed so crazy, it almost made me break out in hives. Had things gone differently, it might have been Jamie up there right now about to bond with Alara, the alpha of the pack, and me as the proud beta, standing by his side and supporting him every step of the way. In the back of my mind, I knew it was a ridiculous thought. Alara would have never gone along with the bonding, not with Reed already there in her heart. And Jamie, well, the less I thought about him today, the better. Alara herself came in soon after, and I watched the ceremony with a mixture of envy and sadness. The envy confused me. Surely I didn't want to be bonded to one woman like Reed was about to do with Alara, even if they both did look the happiest I'd ever seen them. The sadness, on the other hand, was understandable. Jamie had had a dream of being alpha, and I'd been caught up in that dream right along with him. The dream had been snatched away in the blink of an eye, and I was still getting used to the new status quo. But maybe this is what's best for the pack. Alara and Reed together are strong, and that can only be good for us all moving forward. The sound of the drums carried me to my feet, and I hollered and stamped like everyone around me. But inside, there was an empty, hollow feeling in my chest. I wasn't quite sure what was causing it. Without meaning to, I darted another glance over to our human visitors and caught an expression on the auburn-haired woman's face that seemed to mirror exactly what I was feeling. On the surface, she looked supportive and happy, but there was something in her features that hinted the opposite. I sensed that she carried something sad deep inside her, just like I did. Something dark, like regret. Whatever it was, I could tell her emotions in that moment weren't so different from my own, despite the wide smile on her lips. Hell, I need something to amuse me, just so I can make it to the end of this confusing day. I decided to make it my mission to find out just what that something bothering the mystery woman might be, and see if a little wolf company could put a more authentic smile on her face. Maybe I was wrong, and she would consider a no-strings-attached night of fun. The thought lifted my lips, and my first genuine smile since Jamie had been defeated by Alara in the fight for alpha supremacy of the pack. Tammy. The reception was held on the lawn just behind the hall. It was a beautiful day. The decorations were perfectly set off by the sun glistening through the trees, and my heart warmed to see so many children making a dash for the open space after being cooped up inside for so long. To the delight of Mick, the buffet table was laden with food and drink, and he immediately made a beeline for the victuals. Penny made a similar move for the wide lawn, predictably throwing herself into the thick of the social action without a second's hesitation. I didn't know which one of them to follow. Getting a drink seemed like the smartest idea right now. A strong one, preferably. The people flooded out onto the grass, chattering and laughing. The musicians came with them and struck up a square dance. Smaller children linked hands and persuaded some of the more enthusiastic adults to take turns swinging them around in a circle while they squealed with joy. I smiled too as I watched them all dance. The joy was infectious. Alara and Reed came out of the building arm in arm, chuckling as they untangled the red velvet cloth that tied their arms and bound them together. Reed spun her around in his arms and tied the cloth around her waist, fastening it with a bow at the back and kissing her neck while she batted his hands away in mock protest, her eyes shining with pleasure. I was so glad for my friend, who had obviously found her perfect man. I found myself alone, sitting on the back porch of the social hall. I clutched my glass of white wine like it was a lifeboat and occupied myself with people watching. It was one of my favorite activities, especially at large social events like this one. Reed was the life and soul among the kids, letting them clamber all over him. Now that his gruff exterior had dropped and he was back in his natural environment, I could see his playful spirit shining through. He'd make a great partner for Alara, and maybe someday, a great father to their children. I searched among the group for that captivating pair of hazel eyes from inside the hall, but they were nowhere to be found. I didn't know whether to be relieved or disappointed. The frisson of awareness that had shivered down my spine when I met his eyes had been more than a little disconcerting. A low, smooth voice traveled down to me, coming from somewhere above my left shoulder.
"Don't fancy joining the party?"
I looked up slowly, my heart jumping in my chest when I realized to whom the voice belonged. Hazel eyes, black hair, just the right amount of stubble. He's actually speaking to me. The man had undone his tie, along with the top few buttons of his shirt, leaving a tantalizing glimpse of his chest on display. I wasn't sure whether he had purposefully sought to emphasize his impressive physique, but it was certainly working for me. "Oh, I don't know this dance," I said carefully, pointing to the mass of partygoers who were now weaving in and out of each other in pairs and spinning their dance partners around with enthusiasm. Or any of the dances, to be honest. I'm happy to sit here and watch the fun. To my shock, he took a seat next to me on the steps. He was a perfectly respectable distance away, but a shiver passed through me nonetheless.
"Are you really happy to sit here and watch? That doesn't seem to be the case for your friend,"
the guy said, resting his elbows on his knees in a careless way and pointing in Penny's direction. Sure enough, she was reveling in the music. Occasionally she missed a step or trod on someone's foot, but she just laughed it off and carried on regardless. "That's Penny," I said, feeling the need to explain. "She's extremely confident. She's just making it up as she goes along, by the looks of it."
"And you can't do that?"
I turned to meet those devastating eyes. He was studying me with an intent expression that I couldn't quite read.
"Make it up as you go along?"
"Definitely not," I mumbled, feeling inadequate as always. Spontaneity isn't exactly my default setting.
"Maybe you just need to meet the right man to lead you in the steps."
He flashed me a cocky grin. God, his smile was so alluring.
"Don't let life pass you by, Red. You never know what could be waiting for you right around the corner.
Red? My face heated as I registered the reference to my hair color. How original. I've tried the whole man thing, and it didn't exactly work out for me, I snapped. He looked askance at me, and I sighed. Sorry, my faith in guys isn't exactly top tier right now. He clicked his tongue and ran a hand through his hair.
So that's your damage,
he drawled.
I was wondering. Back in there.
He hooked a thumb over to the doors that led into the social hall.
You looked.
He trailed off without finishing the statement. I decided to push further, feeling irritation rising in spite of myself. Looked what?
I don't know. Conflicted?
He stared at me, narrowing his eyes.
Now, maybe you just hate bonding ceremonies. But there's more to it than that, right? I could tell, just by looking at you.
I hope no one else could tell, especially Alara and Reed. I got to my feet and smoothed down my skirt, trying to rein in the hot rush of embarrassment and annoyance that flooded through me. Why do all the hot ones have to be such assholes? And why was he even talking to me anyway? A guy like him could have any woman he wanted, most likely just by crooking his little finger or shooting them an inviting look. Women with gorgeous bodies, women who would laugh at his jokes, women who weren't too shy to get up and dance in front of strangers. Women like Penny. Never women like me. I am not a puzzle that you can just pick apart to satisfy your own amusement, I managed, after an awkward pause. Alara's a good friend of mine, and I'm thrilled that she and Reed are married. Or at least bonded. He regarded me with a wry smile.
Same thing in our world. And I never said you weren't happy for your friend.
He hadn't moved from his position, comfortably sprawled out across the step. For some reason, the casual, arrogant display only served to inflame me further. I am happy for her, I said. I was telling the truth, after all. I wanted to be here for her on her wedding day. End of story. He didn't need to know anything more than that. I'd already given him too much ammo as it was. And he definitely doesn't need to know that he hit the nail right on the head without even trying. Bullseye. 50 points to the arrogant jerk with the hypnotic eyes.
If you're referring to what just happened in there,
he said slowly,
maybe you don't know her as well as you thought.
What does that even mean? I stood and began to walk away, unwilling to entertain any more of his cryptic nonsense. I had a half-formed plan to rescue Mick, who seemed to have gotten himself backed into the buffet table by a couple of angry husbands. I grimaced. Knowing Mick, he could have been hitting on any number of ladies. Penny was still out there somewhere, flinging herself around the dance floor. I tried to focus on my friends, managing to push the arrogant man out of my mind and assuming the caregiving role, which came naturally to me. Dang. Guess I'm the designated driver. Lucky for them, I'm responsible. Responsible enough to walk away from guys with loose ties and easy smiles, that's for sure.
I didn't catch your name,
I heard from somewhere behind me. I looked over my shoulder. Him again. I debated ignoring him, but innate courtesy won out. It's Tammy. His hazel eyes glittered, and in spite of my conflicted feelings, it was like the first time we locked eyes all over again. My breath caught in my throat and my heart thundered.
Jason,
he countered. He didn't raise his voice at all, but it traveled over to me nonetheless, clear as a bell. Nice to meet you, Jason. God, I'm losing my mind. Did I really say that with the come-hither huskiness in my voice? The sooner I get out of here and back home to the city, the better.
Chapter 3. Jason. Her words washed over me with the effect of lit gasoline. My blood ignited, and the heat rolled right through me from head to toe. I watched Tammy walk away with a strange feeling in the pit of my stomach. I had a strong desire to catch her before she disappeared into the crowd, which was unusual. Women chased me, not the other way around. I was so lost in my thoughts that I didn't notice Reed approach until he spoke. Hey. Reed shoved his hands in his pockets and looked at me, tilting his head. It's almost time for the race up by the creek. You still coming, or what? I gave him a tight smile. Wouldn't miss it, man. He grinned back,
a relieved look on his face before strolling off, whistling to himself. Reed and I had exchanged a few brief yet civil conversations over the last few days. Our awkwardness had a lot to do with Jamie's absence. As the pack's new beta, Reed wanted to bring everyone into the fold and make sure those previously closest to Jamie were happy. And to keep an eye on us, of course. Shifter packs were old school when it came to allegiance. In our minds, one was either with us or against us. There was no middle ground, no Switzerland. Which put me in a bitch of a situation. Many years ago, Reed and I had been like brothers. Back when everything had been simple. When we were kids, it didn't matter that Reed wasn't of our blood, that he might challenge one of us for control of the pack one day. It was obvious, to those of us who would admit it to themselves at least, that Reed was of strong blood. His size alone dictated he was at least born of a beta wolf, more likely an alpha. But what kind of alpha would give up his son? None of us knew. Jamie was unstable, always had been. If he'd been allowed to lead, he would have walked the pack off the edge of a cliff if he thought it would further him in his quest for domination. The way he ranted and raved about Reed was sickening. Alara, meanwhile, was nothing but an obstacle to him, to be used or destroyed as he saw fit. As Jamie's preferred second-in-command, I had found myself in a situation that was growing increasingly untenable, and yet I hadn't quite known how to extricate myself. The more Jamie seemed to lose it, the more I felt like I couldn't leave him without somehow making the situation worse. Alara had shown unexpected mercy toward Jamie, the day she let him go free. It was a mercy that he would not have shown her had their roles been reversed. We hadn't seen the last of him. I also knew that, as Jamie's proposed beta, I could easily have been left out in the cold along with him on the day he lost the challenge to become alpha. I had been loyal to him for too long, and a wolf's loyalty was not easily broken. It would have been simpler in the eyes of everyone if I had been banished, safer too. But Alara and Reed weren't like that. They would never banish one of their own, not without a good reason for doing so. The only problem was, it was clear to everyone in the pack, and especially to me, that the two of them didn't trust me. And what's a wolf without the trust of his alpha? I stared into the distance. The isolation sank into my bones as I watched the joy of the revelers shouting with laughter, celebrating the bonding of their alpha with her mate. Without meaning to, Alara and Reed had doomed me to a purgatory I couldn't escape. Even though it was a purgatory of my own making, through my own actions, it still hurt. I was with my family, with the people I loved most in the world. And yet, I didn't belong. Not anymore. I wanted to be part of the pack again, to be part of the future that the new alpha was building, to gain back the trust of my former friend. But this was my new fate, to exist on the fringe, always on the outside looking in. I'd always been considered a bad boy as far as women were concerned. So if I was going to be cast as the pack lone wolf bad guy now, then so be it. Tammy. It was early evening by the time I finally convinced Mick and Penny that it was time to head home. If we get lost in the dark in those woods, I trailed off, looking between the two of them imploringly. There's no cell reception out here, no gas stations, nothing. We'll be stranded. So what? We'll stay here for the night. Penny flung out her hands, staggering sideways as Mick almost fell into the back seat of the vehicle. They had obviously both imbibed rather generously. Very lucky for them that I hadn't indulged. Penny had taken off her heels, and they dangled precariously from one manicured finger. There's more than a few warm beds to hop into, she giggled, hiccuping. If you catch my drift. I struggled to shut out the hazel eyes that popped into my head at her words. No, forget about him, damn it. Penny cackled when she caught sight of the look on my face. You're blushing. Was it that guy you were talking to earlier? He was delicious. You got his number, right? No point getting his number, I muttered. No cell reception, remember? But she wasn't listening, already staring around at the crowd as if looking for one of the other sexy young men. I turned away, willing my flaming cheeks to settle and pretending to check on Mick. He was stretched out in the back seat of the sport utility vehicle. Every now and then he gave a light snore. Well, at least that's one of them taken care of. Penny's arm landed around my shoulders like a lead weight as she hung off me, listing a little to one side until I flung out my arm to steady us both. Hey, Tammy, I said— Nope. I cut Penny off, gently maneuvering her until she was safely situated in the front passenger seat. I didn't get anyone's number. Women like me don't ask for phone numbers from guys like him. I realized with a jolt that there was no sign of my purse. I checked the vehicle footwells and the hatch, frantically retracing my steps in my head. Damn it. I must have left it somewhere at the reception. With a frustrated sigh, I turned and made my way back toward the social hall, picking up my pace when I heard the distant laughter of some of the villagers nearby. They sounded like they were on the move. If I could catch them, someone might have seen my purse lying around somewhere. To my surprise, once I reached the lawn, the area was almost completely deserted. Only the whispering wind greeted me, stirring the leaves of the trees overhead. Trying to ignore the sudden anxiety making my heart pound, I scouted around for my missing purse. My search came up empty. Maybe I should just leave. It's going to get real dark soon. Alara would mail it on to me anyway. It contained nothing that I couldn't live without for a few days. I was mulling over my options, staring into the tree line where the grass met the edge of the forest when a strange light caught my attention. One light became 2, which then became 4. I narrowed my eyes. There were about a half-dozen of them, all bobbing and weaving through the trees like fireflies. What the hell? Then I put 2 and 2 together. They were the lanterns from earlier. They had been unhooked from their poles and carried into the trees. The party hadn't disappeared after all. It was on the move, winding its way into the forest. I glanced back the way I'd come. I should turn back. We had a long journey ahead of us. I shouldn't follow those lights. I shouldn't. Penny and Mick are waiting for me. I have to drive them home. Come on, Tammy. It's time to leave. Walk away. Just turn around. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and the flesh on my forearms rose with goosebumps. Something was calling me in that forest, and I had no idea what it was. My feet carried me forward without my permission. I padded across the lawn, following the progress of the lights as they flickered like a beacon amongst the dark foliage. I'm going to regret this, I spoke aloud, even though I was on my own. I couldn't seem to stop following. What are they doing? Where are they going? I kept a distance from the stragglers at the back of the group, using the sound of distant chatter and shouting from the party up ahead to guide me through the darkness. I reasoned to myself that I was Alara's guest. This was her wedding celebration, wasn't it? It was her day, and we had been invited here after all. I wanted to be there for her. She would not begrudge me my curiosity. The trees were starting to thin, becoming smaller and more spaced out. I was nearing a small clearing. I kept a careful distance, wincing when a twig snapped under my heel and made a loud cracking noise. Luckily, those nearest to me seemed to be too caught up in the excitement of whatever was happening to notice any noise I might have made. A male voice floated over to me, carried in snatches by the wind.
The rules? Simple. 3 laps to the ravine. No shortcuts, okay?
I crept closer, daring to peek through the leaves to get a proper look at what was going on. Most of the adults from the party were gathered around the perimeter of the clearing, clustered together in small groups. There was a gap at one end, and someone was dragging a tree branch through the dirt, drawing a rough line. There were about 10 people gathered at the center of the circle. I spotted Reed and Alara among them, along with Jason and a few of the other guys from earlier in the day. They formed a sort of huddle before breaking apart, whooping, and playfully shoving each other as they made their way over to the marked line. Looks like they're about to run some kind of race. But why are they doing it all the way out here? From where I was standing, the foliage seemed too thick to run through. The branches would snag their clothing and shred it. I spotted Jason drop his suit jacket on the ground, pull his tie off his neck, and roll up his shirt sleeves. Okay, so maybe him losing his clothes wouldn't be such a bad thing. They all crouched down, like they were taking their marks or something. Then, the strangest thing happened. In the fading light, it looked as if everyone's eyes flashed, swirling with an odd silvery light. And then, those in the center of the circle changed, morphed into something non-human right in front of my eyes. I inhaled deeply, frozen to the spot with the shock of what I was witnessing. Some humans remained around the outskirts of the huddle, but everyone in the center of the circle was gone. Alara was gone, and Reed. In their place stood a pack of enormous wolves. The smallest of them could have comfortably looked me right in the face, even on all four paws. It was easily my height. The largest among them dwarfed the nearby spectators with paws larger than dinner plates. Oh my God. They're wolf shifters. And suddenly, everything began to make sense. Alara's sudden disappearance, this small community, so isolated all the way out here in the middle of the forest, the strange ritual that I'd witnessed this afternoon, and the weird looks we got when we arrived here. Jason's words rang through my head once again. Maybe you don't know her as well as you thought. Shit. My fingers dug into the bark of a nearby tree, gripping it for dear life. I needed to grasp onto something real and concrete, as everything I had ever believed about my work colleague and friend was turned on its head. I let go of trying to make sense of my thoughts and focused on breathing, aiming to slow my pounding heart. The effort was futile. Frantically, I tried to remember everything I'd learned about wolf shifters from movies and books. They were much stronger than the average person, faster too. All their senses were heightened. They had sharp instincts and knew how to use them. They're also fiercely territorial, and they don't like outsiders coming onto their turf. Right. That would explain the cold shoulder we'd received on arrival. Lucky we weren't shifters ourselves, or else it could have gotten ugly, and fast. A howl pierced through the air and I jerked, startled out of my reverie. Several more joined in until the air was filled with the sound. It should have been terrifying, and it was. But it was also hauntingly beautiful, almost like music, and I shivered in excitement as well as fear as I listened. How many humans had ever heard such a thing? I heard a couple of human-sounding yells, and I realized the race had begun. The wolves leapt into a run with impossible speed, racing into the tree line and melting into the forest like shadows. My thrill of excitement mixed with a new unease. I shouldn't be here. This wasn't for human eyes. I was about to turn away and try to fumble my way back through the trees toward the relative safety of the village when I froze. A new realization dawned on me. A pack of superhuman wolves was roaming somewhere in these woods, and I was, quite possibly, their ideal prey. Alara wouldn't eat me. I was certain of that. But I didn't know the others well enough to be sure. Would they all be as good and kind as my friend? Would Jason retain his humanity when he was roaming the forest in his wolf form? I was about to blunder off blindly in the dark, straight into their path. On one side of me, the clearing was filled with pack members in human form, talking and laughing amongst themselves. If I moved that way, they would soon discover me. On the other side of the forest were the wolves. If I started back the way I came, my human senses would be no match for a stray wolf shifter. They're at a wedding, Tammy. They're just having fun. Still, what kind of fun did wolf shifters get up to other than racing each other? Maybe the party earlier had just been the appetizer. I swallowed. Maybe I'm about to become dessert. Chapter 4. Tammy. A leaf rustled nearby and I closed my eyes, my heart hammering a mile a minute. Alara wouldn't let them harm me. She'd always looked out for me. Every time a creep harassed us at the bar, she'd kicked them to the curb. Alara can't protect you forever, said a voice inside my head. You're all alone. You'll always be alone. Stop being such a baby and learn to stand up for yourself. I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to focus. There was only one course of action. I had to walk into the clearing and show myself to the pack members who had remained behind in human form. Hopefully they would take pity on me and take me back to the village. I thought longingly of the SUV where I had left Penny and Mick waiting, and cursed myself for my recklessness. Serves you right, wandering into the forest so impulsively. Okay, so I had a plan. But unfortunately, my feet weren't getting the memo that it was time to move. They remained stubbornly rooted to the spot. Frustration and fear welled up in me once more, and I trembled. Just do it. Take a step forward and let them know you're here. Thud. The noise came from somewhere behind me. It was a heavy sound, like a weight being dropped onto the ground, or the sound a gigantic paw might make when it landed on the floor of the forest. The sound of a predator advancing on its prey, slowly and deliberately so that the prey didn't startle or run away. My heart clenched and I almost whimpered out loud. Very, very slowly, I turned my head. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the wolf. It was one of the bigger ones. Its shaggy fur was black with a few patches of gray here and there. Its eyes were slivers of silver and its gums were peeled back, teeth fully exposed in a silent snarl. It must have caught my scent while racing the others. But clearly I was a more entertaining prospect. My heart hammered in my chest, thudding with the speed of a high-performance engine, zinging adrenaline along my veins. There was no point in running or shouting for help. I could tell from the look in its eye that this would all be over before anyone could reach me. Knowing my luck, I would only end up attracting more unwanted attention anyway. The massive wolf hunched down and backed up a few paces as it prepared to spring. I closed my eyes and waited for the end. Please, God, let it be over fast. But the death blow never came. Instead, I heard a growl, then a high whine and a loud thud, like the sound of a body hitting the side of a tree trunk. Still paralyzed with fear, I inched one eye open to get a look at my surroundings. My attacker was lying on his side, unmoving, next to a nearby tree. What on earth? Panting heavily, a second wolf stood where the downed creature had been a moment before. This one was also large, with dark fur. I had escaped unscathed. For now. Maybe this second wolf just didn't like to share his food. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. But my rescuer was different from the other one. His posture was upright, not crouched low. He didn't seem to be stalking me like the other one had, even though he was growling at me. A low, rumbling growl that I felt all the way through my chest, right down to my toes. There was a sharp contrast between this growl and the one from the other wolf. The first wolf had been ready to kill. I had read death in its eyes, and it had let out a snarl that was all vicious, blood-curdling aggression. This one almost sounded like a warning. Like the wolf was pissed off at me, but didn't want to hurt me. In my head, I heard a human voice, more panicked than anything. "What the hell are you doing all the way out here by yourself? You're not safe." I grimaced. Yep, I was definitely losing my mind. Hearing voices in my head that weren't actually my own. The newcomer loped his way closer to me. I inhaled sharply. Fear prickled every one of my senses, and I couldn't move a muscle. It was probably my imagination, but as I stared into his eyes, unable to look away, I swear I recognized him. Jason? And even stranger, I saw a flicker of recognition in return. I moved backwards, flattening myself against the tree trunk as the wolf loomed over me. He had me pinned. He was so close I could feel the heat coming off his fur. It was a stark contrast to the chilly night air, and I shivered, fighting a sudden urge to lean in and rest my body against his warmth. My reaction was as frightening to me as anything else in this moment. And then everything stopped. The cold of the wind and roughness of the tree bark pressing into my back disappeared. The trees no longer rustled, and the dull whining of the other wolf lying somewhere nearby faded into nothing. The only thing I registered was the press of a very human body against mine. His eyes still glowed silver before they faded a few seconds later into a familiar hazel color. Jason was human once again, and his gaze was wide with astonishment. I fell into those entrancing eyes head first and felt like I could never climb back out. He stared at me, conveying the same amazement that I felt as my body flooded with something I'd never felt before.
"Huh,"
Jason breathed.
"Hey."
His face was so close to mine, our mouths were a few scant inches apart, and his bare torso pushed me insistently against the tree like he wasn't even aware of his own movements. His arms bracketed my head on either side, solid and strong. My gaze flickered to them, watching the tendons shift beneath his skin. I swallowed hard. "Were you going to kill me?" I whispered.
"What?"
He sounded dazed. I felt like I had just been hit over the head with a sledgehammer. He sounded like he did too. What was happening between us? "Your buddy almost tore out my throat," I managed. "Weren't you tempted?" It was difficult to concentrate when we were so close, his body still pressed up against the full length of mine. To an outside observer, I wasn't sure if it looked like he was shielding me or making love to me. His proximity was making my pulse race nonetheless.
"No."
Shock flashed across his features.
"No, of course not.
Jason!" Alara's voice from nearby was sharp, startling us both. He finally dropped his arms, allowing me to slide free of my confined position. Funny, there was a part of me that didn't want to step away from the warmth of his embrace. That thought sent heat racing to my cheeks, and I ducked my head, trying to regain some kind of equilibrium. As he stepped backwards, I realized that he was completely naked. Well then. My face heated even further, and I averted my eyes from his body. I doubted it was humanly possible for my blush to intensify at this point. "There you are." Alara burst through the undergrowth, breathing heavily and loosely buttoning up her shirt. Reed appeared just behind her, looking worried. "Oh my God! Tammy!" My name came out almost as a screech. She was obviously shocked to see me. "What are you doing here? I thought you'd left ages ago." Everyone turned to look at me, and the words dried up in my throat. I swallowed and tried again. "I lost my purse, and I saw everyone heading out this way. I just automatically followed. I didn't know. I'm so sorry." I wrapped my arms around my middle, trying to contain my nerves. Alara's lovely features softened as she took me in. She put a hand on my arm and sighed deeply. God, I must look like a complete mess right now. "This is all my fault," she said, to my surprise. "I should have told you the truth about us. I thought it would be easier for everyone if I didn't. And now I've put you in harm's way. I'm the one who should be sorry, Tammy."
"Are you hurt?"
Reed murmured, stepping forward to stand by Alara's side.
"No,"
Jason said before I could answer.
"Paul just got a little carried away. That's all."
We all looked at Jason. He was sitting at the base of the tree he'd held me up against only moments before. The dazed look was still clouding his expression, and he couldn't quite meet anyone's eye. "What happened?" Alara demanded, her voice authoritative. Reed slid an arm around her waist, and she relaxed visibly, but her tone was clear, and the steel in her eyes didn't fade one bit. "So, she's in charge? Interesting."
"We'd just taken the corner next to the waterfall," Jason said haltingly. "We were up ahead from some of the others, out on our own. I was on Paul's heels, hassling him a little, trying to figure out a way to get ahead."
Alara nodded, and Jason sighed, rubbing a hand over his face before continuing.
"Then I saw Paul turn, just a little. He lifted his head, scented the breeze, and immediately changed course."
Jason swallowed.
"Then I smelled her."
He inclined his head at me, still refusing to meet my eyes. I forced myself not to shudder. I wonder what I smell like to them. To him. Attractive? In a sexual way? Or like dinner?
"Paul took off, full tilt through the forest," Jason said. "Like the devil was on his tail. You know how it gets sometimes. The mist descends. He was just acting on his instincts. But I knew she wouldn't be safe if he got to her, so I took off after him."
A few feet away, someone moaned faintly. Paul.
"Sure enough, he was about to spring,"
Jason said. For a split second, there was nothing but pure fury in his eyes. I was glad it didn't seem to be directed at me.
"So I jumped in the way before he had the chance to pin her. The end."
Alara was silent for a few moments, processing the information. She exchanged an unreadable glance with Reed before turning to me. "Tammy?" Her voice was gentle. "Did anything else happen?" "Yes, but I couldn't tell you what it was that passed between me and Jason. Not for love nor money. No, I muttered. That's everything.
I can give you guys a ride home, Reed said. You've had quite a shock, and you probably shouldn't be driving.
Oh, no, you don't need to do that.
They should stay,
Jason cut in. I turned to him, surprised to find that he was staring straight at me.
Just for one night.
I'd fallen into his eyes again. Damn it. Nobody who spent enough time amongst these people could mistake them for normal humans. Jason's eyes smoldered even in the darkness. They gave off their own, almost hypnotically powerful light. Of course, I heard myself say. I couldn't possibly trouble you, Reed. It's your... I was about to say wedding night, but that wasn't quite right. God, I didn't know what was right. I didn't have the first clue. The night of your bonding ceremony, I finished lamely. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing, right? We'll be fine here until the morning. The others are probably asleep by now anyway. With any luck, Penny and Mick would remain passed out in the SUV until tomorrow. You're welcome to stay, Alara smiled. It's the least we can do. She linked her arm through mine as we set off back through the trees. The distant lights of the village soon began to twinkle through the undergrowth, and the knot in my chest eased at the prospect of a warm bed. It had been one of the longest, most confusing days of my life, and I wanted nothing more than to put my head on a pillow and forget about it for a few blissful hours. Thank you, I said to Alara, glancing behind me. I expected to see Reed or Jason following in our footsteps, but there was nothing but dark foliage. Don't be silly. Alara gave me a strange smile. I'm happy to have you around a little longer. Her words were friendly, but she gazed off into the distance as if she was lost in thought. Besides, I'm not the only one. My stomach flip-flopped as I considered the implication of her words. I knew who she meant, and I didn't know how to reply. I wanted to tell her the truth about what had happened out in the woods. I knew I could trust her. But what was the truth? I honestly didn't know. However, one thing was certain. Tomorrow morning, I had to find Jason. We needed to talk.
Chapter 5. Jason. Alara walked off with Tammy, leaving Reed and me to pick up the half-conscious Paul and drag him back through the forest. I was grateful to have something physical to do to occupy my mind for at least a few minutes. I was still gobsmacked over what had happened with Tammy, a human woman, and my brain needed time to process it. In an unusually thoughtful gesture, Reed had tossed me some jeans, and I was grateful for the cover as we made our way through the undergrowth on the way to the village. Wolf shifters didn't feel the cold like regular humans, sure, but it was nice to have some semblance of modesty when I was feeling so unsteady. I made sure not to manhandle Paul any more than necessary. The guy was still groaning from the hit he'd taken, and while I knew that he'd be fine by morning, I still felt bad. A bit. After all, I'd taken him down for a good reason, to protect her. He'd been about to attack Tammy, kill her most likely. If I hadn't been there, he would have finished her off in seconds. I hadn't meant to slam him against the tree quite that hard, though. The poor guy actually bounced before hitting the ground and staying there. Reed was silent for the first few paces, which suited me fine. He was clearly deep in his own thoughts. After all, the night had taken an unexpected turn for everyone. The adrenaline of my wolf form hadn't fully left me, and every leaf rustling and twig snapping underfoot increased my tension and agitation. It was crazy. Tammy had left with Alara only moments earlier, but every inch of me wanted to abandon Paul and Reed and tear through the woods after her. I craved her with a ferocity that would be unsettling if I could think about it logically. But that was impossible. I was on fire, and I couldn't do anything but burn. You know she'll probably head back to the city tomorrow. It took me a minute to register that Reed had broken the silence. His voice was low and cautious, like he was talking to a wild animal or something. In a way, he is. What? I hefted Paul's arm so that it was wrapped more securely around my shoulders. He was staggering like a drunkard, forcing me to steady him.
It gave me a handy excuse to focus my attention on him instead of Reed. "The human girl," Reed said. "Her name's Tammy." "Yes, I know that, Jason. I'm the one who invited them here." I could hear the almost eye roll in his tone. "I'm guessing they'll head back at first light. No reason for them to hang around here all day, after all." I grunted. "What makes you say that?" Reed shrugged his free shoulder. "Nothing." We were silent for a few minutes. The trees were beginning to thin out, and I knew we were reaching the edge of the woods. "Reed." The name tore out of me as I stood at the edge of the village and looked up at the dark shapes of the houses silhouetted against the starlit sky. Just a minute." Reed gave a nod and we stopped moving. Paul was pretty much a dead weight at this point, a dark shape hanging between us. Reed looked at me, unblinking, his expression imperceptible. "When I threw Paul off the girl, I went to check on her." I swallowed, hearing my voice shake, and I clenched my fists tight. "When we touched—" "She's the one, isn't she?" Reed murmured. He wasn't looking at me anymore. His gaze was blank, staring in the direction of the treetops. I mirrored him. A large pale moon hung in the sky, washing the grassy field with pale light. "Tammy, she's your fated mate." My mouth dropped open at how perceptive he was. "How is it even possible?" My voice was hard as flint. I evaded answering his question directly, but I couldn't deny the truth of his words. "She's who I've been waiting for. All this time." "She's a human," I said, more to myself than to Reed. "How can we be destined for each other?" "It's not unheard of." Reed glanced at me, deep in thought. "All humans have shifter blood in them. You know that. For most of them, it stays dormant all their lives. Unless they are destined to mate with a shifter." I couldn't argue with the genetic side of things. Tammy wasn't a shifter, and she never would be. But our children will be like me. Jesus, children. I'd only just met the woman, and suddenly I was picturing her having my pups. It was all happening so fast. How was I so far removed from the person I was when I woke up this morning? Reed seemed to catch on to my state of mind because his expression grew consolatory. "I'll talk to Alara. I'm sure she'll convince Tammy to stay for a few days. This whole world, who and what we are, and how the fated mates thing works, is all new to her. She'll need some time to come around to the idea. So will I." Whenever I pictured bonding with someone, in the idle moments I'd entertain the prospect of settling down, the woman in my mind's eye had been, like me, a wolf shifter. Strong, fast, confident, a little too sexy, maybe. Someone who would fit in with the pack, who knew the way things worked with our kind. Someone I could share everything with, no secrets. Someone who understood my world completely, because it was her world too. I turned to Reed, frowning. "How did you know?" I asked. "What you said about Tammy." I paused for a moment, even her name on my lips sending a shiver down my spine. "It's like you knew what had happened in the forest before I said anything." Reed's mouth twisted into a wry smile. "It was pretty obvious." "Really?" "Really," Reed echoed. "It was written all over you both. I've never seen you look like that before, man." Ouch. If Reed knew, that meant Alara knew. Which meant that I had lied to my alpha's face. As if reading my thoughts, Reed gave a loud bark of laughter. "Don't worry about it. You've just found your mate, Jason. Give yourself a break. Why do you think Alara wanted them to stay the night?" I'll admit, I had entirely missed the subtext on that one. I'd been so wrapped up in my own shock over what happened, I hadn't realized how damn obvious I was. Then something Reed had said penetrated, and my muscles relaxed a notch. It was written all over you both. "So, you think she felt it too? As strongly as me?" Reed raised a brow. "That's how it works with fated mates. I'm sure she did." I parted ways with Reed with a murmur of thanks and headed home. taking a half-awake Paul the last few meters on my own. After depositing him on the sofa, I headed upstairs. On the landing, I lingered for a moment outside the closed door of Kara's bedroom. Call it a twin thing. Whatever it was, I was struck by a sudden urge to tell my sister everything that had happened tonight and get her take on it all. She hadn't come out to the forest to race. She'd been too tired, so she'd missed seeing the whole thing with Tammy. She would probably give me a shove and tell me to get over myself. She'd say that some people waited their whole lives to meet their fated mate, and that many never got the chance. You should count yourself lucky, idiot. I couldn't decide whether that was the advice I wanted to hear right now. So in the end, I headed off to my own room, falling face first onto my bed with a groan. When sleep eventually found me, my dreams were riddled with the sound of running feet hitting the forest floor and feral snarls. Despite the late night, I woke before dawn and lay staring up at the ceiling for a long while. I knew that I had to see Tammy today and speak with her properly. It was inevitable and necessary. Half of me, the wolf half, ached to be with her again. My human side told me that things were never straightforward, even in more favorable circumstances. Regardless, whatever the day held for me, I would learn where my fate lay. Somewhere out there, just beyond my front door, close enough to touch, close enough to taste all its heady promise. And sooner or later, I would have to go and meet it. Tammy. When I woke, I lay for a moment in the comfort of the warm bed I found myself in. I ran a hand over the soft quilt and basked in the morning sun that streamed in through the window. The room Alara had found for me last night was in a house belonging to a woman called Rachel. It was simple but cozy, and much of the furniture looked handmade. A bunch of herbs were arranged in a jar on the bureau, and their scent filled the space with a soothing aroma. I was so relaxed that it took a moment for my brain to catch up, and for yesterday and last night's events to come flooding back. Jason found me in the forest. He rescued me. Why? Maybe he didn't want his friend to have blood on his hands? But one thing was certain. Something had happened between us when he held me against that tree. The connection wasn't like anything I'd felt before, and the more I thought about it, the stranger the whole thing became. The way he'd stared at me. Like I was the only thing in the world he wanted to see. I'd never been looked at that way before. It was the same way Reed had stared at Alara during their bonding ceremony. Even now, as I sat in Rachel's small kitchen nursing a cup of coffee between my palms, I could run through every detail of the previous night in my mind with perfect clarity. The feel of Jason's skin pressed against mine, his hot breath on my face. The way his eyes had burned into mine so powerfully, even in the dim light of the forest. The warmth of his body, enticing me impossibly closer. I felt an ache in my lower belly and between my legs that I hadn't felt in a long while. But the connection was more than that, more than lust. I just didn't know what it was. It was still too early to head back to the vehicle, but I couldn't sit still any longer. I wanted to be out in the fresh air again and enjoy the beauty of my surroundings while I had the chance. I didn't know why, but something about this strange forest community cleared the cobwebs from all the dark corners of my brain and left me feeling lighter than I had felt in months. I slipped out of the front door and shut it behind me as quietly as possible so I didn't disturb my kind hostess. Outside, the grass underfoot was damp with dew, and drops of moisture clung to my shoes as I made my way outside. There was a chill in the air this morning, and I wrapped my jacket tightly around my shoulders, taking in a few invigorating breaths of air. It was so quiet here, so different from the bustle and noise of the city. There wasn't another soul to be seen, which suited me just fine. I had always been content with my own company, and I wanted more time to process everything before I was faced with the entire pack. The word was so alien to me. Alara had a pack. More than that, she seemed to call the shots. Last night, it had been clear that Reed and Jason deferred to her judgment. She had the final say over whether or not the three of us from the city stayed the night. I glanced around at my surroundings. surprised to find that my feet had taken me back to the social hall. All closed up in the light of morning, it looked sleepier than it had yesterday. My gaze snapped to the steps that led up to the wide entranceway. "What's your name?" The voice belonged to a little girl of around 7, sitting neatly cross-legged on the top step, gazing at me with undisguised fascination. I thought I recognized her from the day before. She had been among the crowd of kids who'd waved at us so excitedly when we first arrived. I wondered about shifter children. Did they shift into wolves like the adults? Or was that something that only happened at adolescence or in adulthood? There was so much about Alara's life, about Jason's life, that I didn't know. "I'm Tammy," I answered the girl, taking a seat on the bottom step and folding my hands in my lap. "What's your name?" The girl blinked at me and twisted a long braid in her hair around her finger. "Lyra." "That's pretty." "Where are you from?" Lyra asked. "I haven't seen you before." "I'm Alara's friend," I explained. "I used to work with her when she lived in the city." "The city," whispered Lyra, as if to herself. I smiled at the look of wonder in her eyes. "I've never been to the city before. Did Alara have her own pack there? Were you in it?" I laughed as I caught on to her assumption. "Oh, no, we weren't in a pack." I paused before continuing. "I'm not like you, Lyra. I'm not a wolf shifter." Lyra's eyes rounded. "Wow," she whispered. "That's what Sage said, but I didn't believe her." "Sage?" I tilted my head to the side, curious. "My sister." Lyra bit her lip, frowning. "I've never met a regular human before. What's it like?" I chuckled again, unable to stop myself. It had been a while since I'd been around kids of Lyra's age, and I'd forgotten how much I liked their forthrightness and honesty. "It's refreshing. Everyone else around here seems to speak in riddles. Being a human? Probably not as interesting as it is to be a shifter," I confessed, and watched her eyes light up with interest. "What's that like?" "It's the best." Lyra grinned widely, revealing 2 missing front teeth. "Well, I guess." She pouted a little bit. "I can't run fast yet or climb the tallest tree. Mom says it's because I'm too little." "Well, I'm sure you could still beat me," I said, and watched her brighten at the idea. I fervently hoped that she wouldn't take me up on it. Getting into a foot race with a kid that would probably run rings around me? Not exactly number 1 on my agenda this morning. Luckily, Lyra seemed to be more interested in quizzing me about life in the city than challenging me to a race. Over the next half hour, I told her about my life, about the fancy drinks with the little umbrellas I made for bar patrons, the deep dish pizza from my favorite pizza place around the corner from my apartment, my upstairs neighbor's 3 noisy dogs that barked in the middle of the night for no reason. I talked about the noise and the traffic and the hustle and bustle and general busyness of life in the city. She listened to it all with astonishment, drinking in my words like she was committing them to memory. "I much prefer the peace and quiet out here, though," I admitted, and she laughed. "I don't," Lyra said. "I bet I would love noise and bustle best." I grinned at her, wondering if she would change her mind as she grew older. For me, life here in the forest felt like an idyllic escape from all the chaos and misery I had left behind. But I could see that, for a kid like Lyra, the world beyond the forest probably seemed like an exotic fairy tale. I left out all the distinctly un-fairy tale parts. She didn't need to know about them. Let the kid believe that the world is good and kind while she still can. I won't be the one to take that fantasy away from her. I was halfway through explaining the concept of a karaoke bar when a shadow fell across the step I was sitting on, blocking the light from the early morning sun. "Making friends?" That voice had grown so distinct, so familiar to me in such a short span of time. It startled me, and I couldn't help but look up with trepidation. Had I imagined that moment last night? Was it all in my head? "Lyra was just giving me a rundown of how things work around here," I said, shielding my face so that I could better make out Jason's form, backlit by the sun. My heart flipped. "She's been very—" I turned back, but the little girl was nowhere to be seen. The spot where she'd been sitting only moments before was empty. Helpful, I finished, feeling confused.
It isn't you.
Jason extended his hand and I took it by instinct, letting him help me to my feet. The chaste touch shouldn't have affected me the way it did, but I couldn't help focusing on the warmth of his hand and the way it made my insides curl with pleasure. This was the second time we had touched. The real question here is, why am I keeping count? I blinked and realized I was still holding on to him. I dropped his hand quickly and took a step back, my cheeks burning. He's waiting for you to reply. What did he say again? My sluggish brain finally clicked into gear. What isn't me? I asked, blinking stupidly, and he chuckled. Great, now he'll think I'm an idiot.
She didn't leave because of you.
Jason shoved his hands deep into his pockets and rocked back and forth on his heels. Despite his nonchalant posture, I could tell that he was holding something back, something that made him uncomfortable and faintly sad. I couldn't say how I knew that, but it was as if I were tuned into his emotions almost as clearly as my own. Then he added,
It's me, not you, if that's what you were wondering. I'm not exactly Mr. Popular around here these days.
Why is that? I asked softly. He fixed me with an inscrutable look and ducked his head. We had to be around the same age, but there was a boyishness about him that was equal parts frustrating and deeply attractive. He didn't answer my question, instead changing the topic swiftly. It didn't fool me, but I let it ride, for now.
Were you satisfied?
Jason asked. I released a shaky breath, my mind flashing to the night before. His body had been so close against mine. The heat of him bleeding through my clothes. His arms encircling me, holding me steady. If the others hadn't arrived, I don't know what would have happened. The possibilities had seemed endless, and I had been unusually open to exploring them. Satisfied? Nowhere near. He gave me a crooked smile, his eyes glittering like he could read my thoughts. Oh God, I hope mind reading is not one of their superpowers. He cleared his throat.
I only meant, did Lyra answer all your questions about life here in the village?
Oh, was I ever going to stop blushing around this guy? Well, no. I still have tons of questions, I confessed. But we got kind of sidetracked talking about human stuff instead.
Oh?
I guess those tiny cocktail umbrellas sound really exciting when you're 7 years old. I scrunched up my face and he laughed. I do genuinely have more questions we didn't get around to, though. I mean, last night was a bit of a shock all around, actually. There, I'd said it. Kind of. At least I'd put the ball in his court in relation to whatever it was that had happened between us. I stared challengingly at him, and he stared back. After a moment, he leaned in and offered me his elbow. The gesture was so unexpected and slightly old-fashioned I wanted to laugh. But instead, I bit my cheeks to hold in my amusement and took his arm. The supple leather of his jacket was warm against my fingertips. Now he was wearing what I assumed were his usual clothes. He looked much more comfortable than he had in the more formal wear from yesterday.
Come with me,
he murmured. Where are we going? I asked, picking up on his light, mischievous tone. It felt like we were playing hooky from school or something. He smiled.
It's a surprise.
I've had a few of those already in the last 24 hours, I muttered. Unexpectedly, he laughed.
This is a good surprise, I promise. Trust me?
Surprisingly, I did. My heart was a little lighter as he led me out of the village. Chapter 6. Tammy.
Okay, you can open your eyes now.
Jason's voice was soft and lingering, so close that his lips barely missed brushing the shell of my ear. I shivered at the sudden proximity and did as he said. Oh, I said, my mouth dropping open. We were standing beside a small stream, on a bank carpeted with moss and long trailing ferns. Toward the water's edge, there were a few rocks scattered in amongst the foliage, creating the kind of natural spot I had only ever seen in movies before now. The sunlight dappled the water and the breeze ruffled my hair off my shoulders. It's so very beautiful, I said, sighing at the tranquil vision before me. When I turned, Jason was watching me rather than the picturesque setting. I looked away from his intense gaze, feeling suddenly self-conscious. "What?"
"Nothing,"
he said, but out of the corner of my eye, I saw a wide smile break free. We sat beside the water in silence, and I listened instead to the trickle of water, warbling birdsong, and the rustle of leaves above us. So different to the noises of the city, and so much more in tune with what my soul craved deep down inside. I just hadn't known that until now. I'd never been in a place as calming as this. It was surprisingly comfortable being here with Jason, too, in spite of how little I knew him. It felt as if we'd known each other for many years, and we'd just returned to a favorite place only the two of us knew about. I hadn't felt that close to anyone before. Not even with... No. We're not thinking about him. Not today, not ever.
"No one else from the pack knows about this place,"
said Jason. His voice was low, confessional, like he was letting me in on a secret, which I suppose he was. "No one?" He shook his head.
"I haven't shown it to anyone else. It's a good thinking spot."
He fixed me with one of his intent looks, his gaze piercing. I felt honored that, for some reason, he decided to share his secret place with me. I wasn't quite sure why. It wasn't like gorgeous men were forever taking me to their secret hideouts, after all. I suppressed a self-deprecating laugh. So many gorgeous guys. I can hardly keep track of them all. "I won't tell, promise." I smiled. "Thank you for sharing it with me." He looked at me wonderingly for a long moment until I was forced to drop my gaze. I fiddled a little with the sleeve of my jacket, at a loss for what to say.
"You do that a lot, huh?"
he said. "Do what?" I asked. He replied slowly, carefully. I could hear a hint of curiosity in his tone.
"Look away from me. Do I make you nervous?"
Very. My heartbeat was strong but steady. I took a long, shuddering breath. I felt safe here with Jason. A little. He chuckled. The timbre was loose and easy, strikingly melodic to my ears.
"Don't be nervous. I won't bite."
"Ha," said the wolf to Little Red Riding Hood. "Questions," I blurted out, my cheeks burning. I had to get the conversation back on track before this got out of hand. I still have questions."
"Fire away."
Resting a hand against the ground, he leaned back, tilting his head up to stare at the sky. "Alara," I said. "I've noticed she seems to have the final say over things here. She called the shots last night. What's up with that?" He shrugged.
"Alara's our alpha."
The way he said it was blunt. An open and shut case. She's the alpha. Like there was nothing more to it. I thought about that. That means she's like the leader around here, right?
"It's more complicated than that," Jason said. "She looks out for us. She's responsible for the big pack decisions, though she takes counsel from others."
I heard the implication in his voice. But, he threw me a crooked grin.
"It runs more deeply than that. When a wolf shifter becomes the alpha of a pack, the members of that pack are beholden to the alpha. You humans have your leaders, sure, but those bonds can be broken pretty easily, right?"
Are you saying you have to do what Alara says? I couldn't even imagine having that sort of power over someone else.
"In a way, my biology wants me to."
Jason's mouth twisted. He looked like he was choosing his words carefully.
"I could go against her wishes, but it would be overriding all my instincts to do so."
"Wow," I whistled. "That's crazy."
"Not if you're like us," he said, amused at my tone. "It's totally normal for wolf shifters. She has final say, but she's not a dictator. Reads her beta. He helps with decision-making and tries to keep the rest of us in line. That sort of thing."
"That's kind of a crazy setup for a marriage," I pointed out. "Running a pack together. I could see that getting in the way of a relationship." He threw me an odd look.
"Reed and Alara are fated mates, Tammy. They're meant to be together. It's literally in their blood. They're A perfect match, I guess you could call it. Brought together by fate.
There was an odd undercurrent in his words, a tension that I couldn't read. I filed away that detail for now, deciding to examine it later. I had more pressing questions. I was silent for a moment. How do they know they're fated to be together? Now it was his turn to look abashed. He rubbed a hand over his mouth and turned his gaze toward the water, though I suspected he wasn't really looking at the stream.
You just know.
His voice was low, so quiet I had to lean forward in order to hear him properly.
It's like hearing your own name for the first time, coming out of the mouth of a stranger, and it just sounds so right on their tongue. Or solving a puzzle you didn't realize was a puzzle. One that you've been trying to solve your whole life, and then, suddenly, everything falls into place, and the answers are right in front of you.
That sounds pretty good, I said faintly.
It happens differently for each person, Jason continued. For Reed and Alara, they've known each other forever, since we were all kids. They just fit, you know? They were apart for a few years, sure, but they weren't whole until they found their way back to each other in the end.
I thought about the look on Alara's face the night Reed had turned up in the bar. She must have been so lonely without her mate for all those years. Yes, I said. I can see that.
Sometimes it's like a first sight thing.
Jason picked up a pebble and turned it over and over between finger and thumb. His hands were like the rest of him, tan and angular with smooth, rounded fingernails.
That one's a shock to the system. Or so I've heard.
He caught my eye.
Sometimes you know your partner by their scent, and sometimes...
He ran a hand through his hair, pushing it back off his forehead.
Sometimes you know you found your fated mate the first time you touch.
My skin tingled at the memory of his hands on my body. Don't be ridiculous, Tammy. You're not a wolf shifter. And you're not special enough to be anyone's fated mate. What I felt yesterday was nothing more than late-night excitement fueled by a near-death experience. It had to have been simply that, and nothing more.
Feels like electricity, I guess.
Jason gave a shaky laugh.
Tammy, come on. I don't need to explain to you. I think we both know what it feels like.
What? A flood of emotions crashed through me as he stared at me. He was acting as if I should know what he was talking about. But he couldn't be serious. I was no one's fated mate. It didn't make sense. What on earth was he thinking? I don't know what Jason had been expecting from his freaking soulmate, but I couldn't be it. You can't mean... Jason grinned at me, as if happy I'd finally caught on.
That we're fated mates? Yep. Didn't you feel it?
I blinked at him. Well, I felt something, but how is that even possible? I rubbed at the spot between my eyes, where I could feel a stress headache developing. I'm not like you, Jason. I'm not a shifter. I'm just... me. Fat, average, human, me.
It happens.
Jason's brow creased as he looked me over. Strangely, his eyes were reflecting the same uncertainty.
It's rare, but it happens. I'm sorry, Tammy. This...
He gestured around us, to the forest, the trees.
I know this isn't your world. You didn't ask for any of it. And I've gone and trapped you here with me.
I could have laughed in his face, but I bit my lip instead. It was crazy that a guy like him could feel bad on my behalf. He's acting like he's Hades, leading me astray down into the underworld. Except he'd gotten it backwards. The story was all wrong. You could be wrong, you know, I said. Maybe this is just some sort of glitch? Because if what he was inferring was true, everyone would believe I was the one to trap him. This gorgeous, sexy, funny guy belonged to a world of danger and adventure, of sexy women and perfect bodies. I was nowhere near good enough for him, and I'd spend the rest of my life knowing he'd settled for me when he could have had so much more. Someone better, someone more exciting, more sexy, more everything. And if he didn't already know that, well, I knew it was only a matter of time before he would come to the same realization. but I couldn't seem to get up and leave. For better or worse, I wanted to stay close to Jason, for as long as I would be allowed.
Chapter 7. Jason. I sat on the rocks and watched her out of the corner of my eye. Her hair was truly gorgeous. As the sun rose, it blazed with color, curling over her chest and framing her ample cleavage. My pulse raced at the sheer sight of her abundant curves and beautiful face. I wanted her badly, but I had to hold off for now. She was clearly disoriented from recent revelations and was probably struggling to adjust to all the new information I'd given her. It wasn't typical for a human to end up in this situation. The last thing I wanted was to hurt her or make her feel uncomfortable. It had been so long since I'd spoken with someone who wasn't a shifter. One thing that kept confusing me was the way she shied away after every compliment I paid her, every glance between us that lingered a little too long. At first, I thought it was her nerves showing, or some sense of modesty at the acknowledgement of our mutual attraction. But I was beginning to think that she was simply unused to any attention. I struggled to believe how anyone could fail to notice how gorgeous she was. She was not rail-thin and athletic, but that made her more unique, and far more attractive in my eyes. I had been struck like an arrow through the heart the very first time we locked eyes. I could tell that her reserved nature pushed her into the background, but she was the kind of soul who you glanced at once and then couldn't look away from. She was lovely, and above all, I could tell that she was kind. There were so many questions she wanted to ask. Every time I looked at her, I could see them shimmering behind her eyes. Questions about Alara and Reed. Questions about why Lyra was so reluctant to remain in my presence. Questions about the bond between us. How it worked, what it meant, and why it had happened. She had every right to know the answers to all of those questions, and more. But she wasn't forcing them out of me by any means. Instead, I was happy to talk. I was used to sharing my innermost thoughts with those closest to me. I'd grown up with Kara's incessant poking and prodding, and Jamie would have never allowed us to hold information back from him. It just wasn't the way a wolf pack operated. Having everyone up in your business sure got irritating at times, I could admit that much. But it was our way of life. Tammy was different, though. She wasn't pushing me. My heart raced when I thought of her simple acceptance of this fragile new thing between us, even if she seemed unsure about what it might actually mean for the two of us. I got the impression that maybe she saw herself as inferior in some way. Was that because she was human and I was a shifter? In my mind, one wasn't better than the other. We were just different. A desire grew in me to protect her from hurt. Not only physical, but emotional hurt. I sensed that maybe she had been hurt badly in the past, and while I didn't know for sure, I wanted to help her let go of anything in her past that had made her feel bad about herself. This was all new territory, though. I had no idea what to do to protect her. My new purpose, my innermost desire, was to keep her safe and make her happy. I smiled to myself. In her own way, by worrying about whether or not she was good enough, it seemed she wanted to protect me in return. I had been so focused on protecting her, it hadn't occurred to me that it could go both ways. And to tell the truth, I wasn't sure what to do with that information. I sat with Tammy, talking and laughing until the sun rose fully in the sky, and my stomach growled with hunger. Half the morning had gone by without either of us noticing. Time seemed to move differently when I was around her. I held off on taking her back to the village, unwilling to face the rest of the pack. This place was a haven away from all the judging eyes and silent suspicion. We were in our own little bubble of bliss, and I was loath to give it up before I had to. Eventually, I was forced to concede that it was time to head back. I loved Tammy's crestfallen look when I mentioned it. Perhaps she felt the same way I did and wanted to stay in our private little piece of heaven for as long as possible. Reed waylaid me as soon as we reached the clearing outside the social hall. Alara was at his shoulder, and she drew Tammy over to her with a firm but gentle hand, fixing me with an unreadable look as she turned away. Reed skipped the preamble. "So, I take it you told her she's your fated mate?" I nodded shortly. I did. What's going on? It's been decided that it's best if Tammy stays here with us. Reed crossed his arms over his chest. For a few days, at least. I can't imagine that you'll have a problem with that. I didn't, but I couldn't help but resent the intrusion on her behalf. Decided by who? Alara, the pack. Tammy wasn't a chess piece on a board to be moved around as we saw fit. I wanted to get to know her properly, sure, but it's up to her, Reed, I growled. I'll go back to the city with her if I have to. Reed snorted, probably at the mental image of me in the heart of the concrete jungle. Ugh. Whatever. If Alara could stick it out for 5 whole years without her mate, then I could deal with it for as long as it took, provided I could be with Tammy. Something flickered behind Reed's eyes. Silver. Uh-oh. I had to watch my step. I wasn't scared of him. Strength-wise, I knew we were pretty evenly matched. Why was I even thinking like that, anyway? We were on the same side now. And even if it irritated me, at the end of the day, I recognized that he was only looking out for me. Getting into a fight in the middle of the lawn with Reed was the last thing I wanted to do. Like it or not, I knew I had more than myself to think about now. I gave up on the idea of finding Tammy until later that day. The expression Alara had sent my way as they walked away said "back off" in about a dozen languages, including wolf shifter alpha speak. So I swung by my house with the vague intention of fixing a sandwich and quieting the rumbles of hunger in my belly. As soon as I entered, however, I froze in my tracks. "Jason?" Kara called from somewhere inside the house. "That you?" Shit. Shit. My first instinct was to run out the door, but it was pointless. There was no hiding from the visitor sitting in my kitchen. The scent, her scent, made me want to leave Idaho and never return. Quit being dramatic, you pussy. Just get it over with. With a deep sigh that was almost a growl, I padded toward the kitchen and stuck my head through the open door. Kara was hovering around the stove, making pancakes, and sitting at the dining table, a grin stretched across her face, was, "Hello, Jason," Naomi purred. "Long time no see." My gut tightened, but I forced myself to casually lean against the doorframe. "Hey, Naomi. What's up?" Naomi tapped her fingernails against the table and smiled, flicking her gaze up and down my body. "Not much. Just back for a visit. Same as always." "Sure. Except nothing is the same anymore." I swallowed, heading over to the breakfast bar and pretending intense interest in the bowl of batter sitting on the counter. Before I could stick my finger in it, Kara yanked it away. Not for you." Naomi smirked. "Oh, Jason's not very good at keeping his fingers away from things that don't belong to him, Kara." Kara screwed up her face. "Ew, gross." Jesus, the woman is all class. This was going to get very awkward very fast. "Where have you been?" I asked, just to steer the conversation away from dangerous territory. "Around," said Naomi, her eyes glittering as she fixed her gaze on me. I frowned and looked away. She was bad news. Bad news. Naomi and I went way back. She was part of the pack that lived over on the other side of the creek, and every spring, at the big pack meetup that happened every year, there had been a time I thought about sealing the deal with her. But I was just a kid then, too young and stupid to realize that she had a mean streak a mile wide and a habit of skipping town when her various misdeeds finally caught up with her. She was hot, sure, but she was a mistake, and always had been. Like a forest fire, she was beautiful and bright, and consumed everything and everyone in her path. "How long you sticking around?" I asked, trying to keep the tone of my voice level. "Depends." Naomi looked up at me through her thick eyelashes. Shit. Once upon a time, I might have said, "On what?" I'd have matched her smirk with one of my own and probably fallen into bed with her to forget how lonely I was. We'd danced this dance before, after all. Many times. I folded my arms across my chest and stared at her with nothing more than annoyance bubbling inside me.
Did she come here to stir up trouble? Did she know about Tammy already? I had a mate now, and a sensitive one at that. She wouldn't like one of my old bedmates hanging around. Hell, I didn't want my old bedmate hanging around. We may not have had a bonding ceremony yet, but my wolf was settled for the first time in my life. My wolf and I were in perfect sync, completely happy with the choice fate had made for me. Tammy was perfect, and even now, when we had only just parted, I ached to be near her once again. Naomi, on the other hand, was just plain old trouble. I had to get out of there as soon as I could.
Tammy. I may not have fully wrapped my head around the way things were done around here, but I knew an ambush when I saw one. Still, I allowed Alara to drag me away without putting up a fight. We had a lot to talk about, and if she was the alpha around here, I imagined she'd be pretty busy most of the time.
Good morning, was it?
Alara winked at me as we walked, and I shook my head with wry amusement at her cheery tone. I don't know what you're implying, I said, my voice light. Jason and I talked, that's all.
It's good to see you smile like that,
Alara said, her eyes crinkling as she looked me over.
I haven't seen a smile on your face for a long time.
I shrugged, keeping my attention fixed on the trees overhead as we walked. Something about this place makes me feel like smiling. As soon as I got here yesterday, it was true. I had felt like I was home as soon as we pulled up in the car.
I'll bet,
Alara replied gently. The path she led me down wound through the central group of houses toward a slightly larger house with a wide porch that was set back from the others. She caught my look of surprise and smiled as she led me up the front steps.
Come on, you look like you could use something to eat.
Up until that moment, new emotions and nervousness had kept me preoccupied, but as soon as Alara mentioned food, I realized I was ravenous. Jason and I had skipped breakfast so he could show me his surprise. I followed her into the house and smiled at the coziness of the interior decor. It's so homey here, I said, trailing after her into a rustic sunlit kitchen. So different from the city. In a good way, I mean.
Well, we are out in the sticks.
She laughed, rifling around in the cupboards for ingredients.
But I'm glad you approve. It can be peaceful, I guess. But my return was a bit of a culture shock.
I'll bet. Tammy. Alara had her back to me as she pulled out some pasta and various spices from the cupboards and the fridge.
I am glad you like it here. It's a relief that you do, honestly.
She used her hip to shut a cupboard door and turned around to face me.
I'm not sure how to say this, but we're going to need you to stay with us, for a few days at least.
Her tone was somber. Confusion struck me. Okay, but why?
Do you know what happened last night?
Alara tilted her head to one side, regarding me intently. Jason and I talked about it, I said. He said something about fate bringing us together. I chuckled a little and ran my hands through my hair. Listen to me. It all sounds crazy saying it out loud like that. A soft smile crept over her face.
You really like him, huh?
My cheeks heated. I don't really know him yet, but I guess I do. He seems like a decent guy and, well, I raised an eyebrow, trying for nonchalance. They don't make 'em like that back in the city. God, keep a lid on it. You only met the guy yesterday. Alara grinned more widely.
So you'll stay?
What about Mick and Penny? I asked suddenly. I was supposed to drive them home. I completely forgot all about them. How had I so completely forgotten my friends? Because of the whole fated mates shock with Jason, that's why.
Oh, they left hours ago, while you were off in the woods with Jason.
Alara set the pasta on the stove to boil.
I told them you would stay a while and we'd drop you back to the city if and when you're ready.
If and when? Fragrant-smelling steam began to rise from the pot as Alara stirred.
I promise, we'll take good care of you, Tammy, she added.
I thought about the big pile of nothing that waited for me back in the city and compared it to the excitement of everything that had happened here. There was no contest, really. Screw it. Why not? I said, my heart beating rapidly. I'll stay. I couldn't even imagine leaving now.
Not until everything with Jason was sorted out, one way or another. A part of me still assumed he'd made a terrible mistake, and he would wake up to that. Very soon. Chapter 8. Tammy. Alara squealed with joy and leaned down to give me a tight hug. Thank God, that's a relief. She returned to her cooking, looking like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. I folded my hands in front of me and fiddled with the bracelet that encircled my wrist. So, what's the deal with Jason? What do you mean? Alara asked. Her voice was suddenly non-committal, deliberately casual. What's he like? Alara shrugged. I know his sister Kara better than I know him. You guys must have all grown up together, I pressed. Something about the way she was dancing around the subject struck me as odd. Come on, Alara. It's me, Tammy. We did grow up together. Alara folded a dish towel, smoothing it flat. She began twisting it round and round in her hands, lost in thought. We were inseparable as children, actually. The four of us. Reed, Jason, Kara, and me. I heard the wistful sadness in her voice. So, what happened? Alara opened her mouth, then closed it again. She seemed unsure of what to say. Don't say nothing happened. I held up a hand to forestall her. I sense a sadness in Jason, a regret that he tries to hide. And I'm sensing the same thing now with you. And if he's my fated mate, then I deserve to know. Don't I? Alara sighed heavily. When I came back here, she said. Her voice was hushed, a stark contrast to her usual confident tone. Reed brought me back. At first, I didn't want to return. In halting tones, she told me about the night Reed found her in the bar and let her know her dad had been sick, dying. Poor Alara. I couldn't imagine how alone she must have felt. Just as I suspected, there was more to the story. I listened to the tale that unfolded, and it made me shiver. This was a world of rage and retribution, of bloody battles and territorial conquests. Alara's fate could have been so different if things had gone the other way. So, this Jamie, I said, once Alara had finished her story. Where is he now? I don't know, Alara said simply. Reed's pretty sure we haven't seen the last of him, though. And I agree. A wolf doesn't just give up like that. And a crazy wolf like Jamie will only stop once he's dead. What's any of this got to do with Jason? I asked. Jason? Alara blinked, surprised. Didn't I mention that part? Jason was Jamie's best friend. He would have been his beta if Jamie had defeated me and become alpha. My stomach dropped. What? As soon as I think I have a handle on this place, something comes along and knocks me off my feet once again. So that was why Lyra disappeared as soon as Jason had shown up. That was why Jason always seemed to be on the fringe of things, like he was on the outside looking in, even though this place and its people were all he'd ever known. Ever since the day I banished Jamie, Jason's kinda kept to himself, Alara explained. There were those who believe I should have cast out the both of them. Her face hardened. But that's not the kind of alpha I want to be, Tammy. Where do I draw the line? Do I banish everyone who might have sided with Jamie if he had become alpha? I shook my head, helpless. I don't know. I'm just glad I don't have to make those kinds of decisions. I refuse to punish someone who hasn't committed a crime against this pack, Alara said. And whatever happened in the past, Jason is loyal to his family. I trust Kara, so I trust Jason. I wavered, thinking about every encounter I'd had with him. Behind the cocky bravado, there was an underlay of something warm, gentle even. Maybe behind those glittering hazel eyes, there was a kind heart. He must have felt so alone for a long time. Jason was Jamie's right-hand man for years. Alara slid a steaming bowl of pasta in front of me, and I inhaled the delicious aromas gratefully. If Jamie were alpha right now, Jason would be the pack's beta. It just didn't shake out that way. Wow, that was rough. To have an expectation of your life going a certain way, only to be left out in the cold through circumstances beyond your control. I can relate. Pushing my dark thoughts aside, I took a bite of pasta and chewed, thinking hard. Was Jason on board with Jamie's plans for the pack? Would he have gone along with everything Jamie had planned? bloodshed, brutality, and domination. Whatever cultural differences lay between us, there were certain lines I wasn't willing to cross. Alara gave a deep sigh, taking a seat opposite me with her own bowl. Who can say? It's complicated. Our kind, I'm afraid that it's in our nature to be loyal to those closest to us, even if they bring us nothing but pain. I stared out into the forest, feeling a sharp ache in my chest. Maybe humans and wolf shifters weren't so different after all. And that wasn't necessarily a good thing. I spent the afternoon wandering aimlessly around the village. The conversation with Alara had cleared up a lot for me, but I was left with the realization that, once again, I was standing on the outside of this world looking in. My thoughts were interrupted by a crowd of small children led by Alara, who waylaid me on the gravel path in the center of the village. "Hello, Tammy!" Lyra bounced up to me, taking my hand like we were old friends. My heart warmed as I let her drag me forward. "Come and meet everyone." In due course, introductions were made. I met Lyra's older sister, Sage, a girl of about 10 who seemed to have adopted a teenage eye-rolling habit a couple of years early. JJ and Ethan were identical twins with identical tooth gaps. Eva, a shy little thing with long plaits who spoke in a soft, whispering voice, and Teddy, who had even more questions for me than Lyra. Before I knew it, I was sitting with them all in a circle in the long grass and quizzing them on everything I could think of. If there was one thing I learned from college, it was that kids were like tiny sponges. They soaked up everything at this age, and it was clear that these children in particular were hungry for knowledge of the outside world. "Don't you have class?" I asked, puzzled. In truth, I didn't see how they could go to an ordinary school out in the middle of nowhere like this. "We used to have Miss Jackson," Teddy informed me solemnly. "But she left a couple of months ago. She lives with another pack now, but she promised to visit. Sometimes one of the other adults teaches us stuff, but—" He shrugged, and it was obvious from their responses that these children had been allowed a rather ad hoc approach to education. "We do have a schoolhouse, though," Lyra piped up. "Want to see?" "Absolutely." True to the children's word, it was clear that the schoolhouse hadn't seen regular use in some time. With effort, I managed to get the doors open. A cursory peek around at all the facilities told me that this place could do with a serious update. The windowsills were full of cobwebs, and one of the light bulbs was busted. A few rows of desks were set up in a small semicircle, with a large teacher's desk in front of a blackboard at the other end of the room. There were a few plant pots in a row on the windowsill, and the walls were covered with craft displays and other projects. All in all, it was old school, but serviceable. Underneath all the dust, I saw a bright, happy place in my mind's eye. While I was here, I reasoned, I might as well make myself useful. With that thought in mind, I set about putting the room to rights. I explored a little and found a spare bulb in a box under the teacher's desk. I showed the kids how to sweep away the cobwebs from the windowsills and desks with a feather duster. I got so absorbed with my self-appointed task, I didn't even register the knocking until JJ tugged on my sleeve and pointed in the direction of the open door. "Rachel!" Lyra rushed over, jumping into the arms of a woman I remembered from yesterday's ceremony. Rachel. This must be the woman whose house I stayed in last night. She hadn't been home when Alara dropped me there and showed me up to my room. "I made a new friend!" Rachel laughed, hugging the girl tightly before setting her down and looking up at me. Her eyes were kind, and I returned her smile easily. "You must be Tammy," she said, extending a hand and grasping mine warmly. "You stayed in my guest room last night." "Yes." I scanned my memory frantically, hoping I'd left the room in a decent state. "Thank you so much. It was lovely." "Don't look so worried," Rachel chuckled. "It was a pleasure. I've had far messier house guests, believe me." I must have looked puzzled because she patted my arm a couple of times as if to reassure me. "I raised Reed from when he was about this high." Gently, she pulled Teddy toward her and ruffled his hair. Teddy giggled and tried to duck. "And believe me, when Reed hit teenagerhood, well, there's nothing like a teenage boy to wreak havoc." She kissed the top of Teddy's head, and the boy wrinkled up his face. "Rachel, I'm not little anymore." Teddy looked up at me, eyes wide. "I'm almost 9. "Wow, I said, nodding to show how impressed I was. Almost into double digits. Apparently satisfied with my response, Teddy ran off to join in the game the others were playing. They had abandoned the feather dusters in favor of chasing each other around the desks and shouting with laughter. I smiled, watching them for a moment. Yes, Reed was borderline feral at that age, Rachel murmured, smiling to herself. He, Alara, Jason, all of them. Jason? I struggled to keep the interest out of my voice. Judging by the twinkle in her eye, something told me that I hadn't succeeded. Oh yes, Rachel said. They were the best of friends once upon a time. Huh. Things seem to have cooled off considerably since then. Still, I guess kids weren't kids forever. Life got complicated sometimes. I should know. Do you have kids? Rachel asked suddenly. I shook my head. No, I've always wanted them, but I never found the right guy. I paused as I realized how insensitive that sounded. This woman had just told me she'd raised Reed. Did that mean she'd done it all by herself? I'm so sorry, I bit my lip. That came out wrong. I didn't mean… Darling. Rachel put a hand on my shoulder, gently silencing me. It's perfectly all right. It's wonderful if you can find a partner to do these things with. But it's clear to me that you're more than capable of going it alone if you choose. Really? Sure, Rachel smiled. You kept this bunch occupied for most of the afternoon, didn't you? These are shifter children, Tammy, with a whole bunch of pent-up energy that never seems to wane. That's no mean feat to hold their focus so long. How do you think I found you? I was wondering why it had gotten so quiet around town all of a sudden. I burst into laughter, and she joined in. Strange. I actually feel happy. All the pain I'd felt over the past few months, maybe it hid something deeper. I didn't know how, but it was like I belonged here. Almost like… I blinked a couple of times as the thoughts hit, hardly daring to believe it. It seemed impossible, ridiculous, and yet, it's like I've finally arrived home. Chapter 9. Jason. After making my excuses to Kara and Naomi, I ducked out of the house and spent the afternoon deep in the forest after first shifting into my wolf form. I'm not running away. I'm just clearing my head. Who was I kidding? I was totally running away. Being in wolf form felt as exhilarating as ever. The other night had been a maelstrom of confusion and panic, and it felt great to leave all that stuff behind for a few hours. The thud of my paws through the undergrowth, and nothing to focus on but the sounds of nature around me. Naomi, Tammy, Alara, Reed, Jamie. I needed the space to stop thinking about any of them and just enjoy the rush that always came with shifting. I pounded across the forest floor, the trees flashing past on either side of me in a blur of greenery. Eventually, I knew I'd have to return and face the music. I was finding it increasingly difficult to ignore the magnetic pull somewhere deep inside my chest, the pull toward Tammy, my mate. I trusted that Alara would look after her friend, but to be a lone human in the midst of a wolf pack would be unsettling. I had to get back and check that she was okay. By the time I returned, dusk had settled over the village. The pack had built up a large bonfire in the middle of the lawn, and several rough wooden benches were scattered around it. I spotted Tammy sitting at the edge of the circle and made a beeline for her. Hey. She looked up, and her eyes softened visibly at the sight of me. Hello. She shuffled up a little to make room for me on the bench, and I sat beside her. We watched the flames flickering in silence for a minute or two. I'm staying, she said. It sounded like a challenge. I caught her gaze and watched the fire dance in her eyes. I'm glad. More silence. I was very aware of our close proximity. This was the nearest we'd been to each other since it happened. How was your first full day here? I asked, and her face lit up with a wide smile. God, she's beautiful. Really good, she said, her voice full of happiness. Tons of new people. She giggled. Mostly the kids, but I'll get around to everyone else soon enough, I'm sure. She spotted Rachel, who sat across from us, and waved. Rachel waved back, smiling broadly at Tammy. To my surprise, the older woman's smile even extended to me. My gaze snapped to the fire to hide my shock. I had become so used to my outcast status, I'd forgotten what acceptance felt like.
You like kids?
I asked, swallowing the lump that had lodged itself in my throat. She nodded. My degree was in childcare, so... I waited for her to elaborate, but she didn't. Instead, she just shrugged and trailed off to nothing. I sensed there was more to the story, but something told me to leave it alone for now.
Maybe you could help with the schooling situation around here, I said. The kids are all kinda running wild at the moment.
I winced.
And that's an understatement.
She let out a knowing chuckle. Yeah, I gathered that. They're sweet kids, though.
They'd rather play in the woods than learn their times tables, I grumbled, and ducked my head at the sound of her answering laughter.
And I'm sure you were so well behaved at their age. Her white teeth nibbled at her plump lower lip, and an ember of something hot flickered between us.
Sure I was,
I drawled, picking up a stick off the ground and poking at the edge of the bonfire with it.
Nah, you're right. Jeez, I remember when Reed and I
broke off, running a hand through my hair. It was a long time ago now. Curiosity was written all over her face, but she didn't question me further. I decided to change the subject.
What's it like for a human? The whole...
I waved a hand between the two of us. Soul bond. I didn't know why I couldn't say the words out loud to her all of a sudden. It felt too intimate, especially out here surrounded by everyone else watching us. Jesus, harden up. Tammy's expression grew reflective. I don't know. Like nothing I've ever felt before. What's it like for a wolf shifter?
I told you.
I grinned at her, appreciating the way the color rose in her cheeks.
It's pure electricity.
Why me? She asked. I watched her eyebrows draw together as she gazed at me. You could take your pick, Jason. So many young, strong, and attractive shifter women for you to bond with.
So I was right. She was worrying about the fact she wasn't a shifter. The bond doesn't work like that, Tammy. You don't pick and choose for yourself. Fate chooses for us.
What if fate chose wrong this time? I opened my mouth to reply, but snapped it shut again. I couldn't deny it. The thought had been weighing on my mind, too. Not that fate had chosen the wrong mate for me, but that I wouldn't be able to protect her properly, living here among a pack of wolf shifters. I couldn't bear the thought of something happening to Tammy. And all because I happened to live in an environment that might not be safe for a human. How could a human live among us? Would it be safe for her here, in the long run? But she was already surprising me. Various pack members were greeting her like she was an old friend, and she'd clearly won Rachel over with ease. Most of all, when it came to the kids, she'd clearly hit her stride. The pack was in desperate need of a tutor for the younger children, and Tammy would be perfect, especially if she'd studied childcare at college. Maybe this can work out after all. I was getting way ahead of myself. Just because she fit in with the pack didn't mean all our problems would be solved. She's not like you. You can't ask a woman you barely know, a human at that, to give up her whole life for you. For my kind, I swallowed, thinking about how to explain. This bond is a pull like no other, undeniable, irresistible, and it only happens once. And for me, it was you, Tammy. I edged my hand close to hers, brushing our fingers together. Only you. For our pack, a bonfire signified one thing: being together, a family. Food, booze, music, stories, and conversation. Everything flowed freely between everyone on bonfire nights. The air was thick with smoke and laughter, and even the kids were allowed to stay up late to listen to the elders tell stories about the old times. It was the best kind of night. Usually. Tonight, I couldn't appreciate any of it. I was so distracted, I barely even noticed when the festivities finally wound to an end and I was staring vacantly into the dying embers of the fire. Beside me, Tammy was chatting easily to Terry. I was half paying attention to their conversation, but the bulk of my attention was focused on the lock of hair that fell loosely across Tammy's shoulder. It shone like copper in the firelight. I wanted to run it between my finger and thumb to see if it was as soft as it looked.
Jason?
I looked up to discover Terry had already left, and Tammy was staring at me with a concerned expression.
Are you okay?
She murmured. In a movement that seemed almost unconscious, her hand slid over mine, bringing me back to the present, grounding me. In answer, I slid my other hand into her hair, tilted her head up, and kissed her. She gasped with surprise, and I took the opportunity to flick my tongue against hers, groaning at the sensation and the taste. She tasted like strawberries, and her skin was fire-warmed and as soft as silk to the touch. We broke apart after a moment, and I rested my forehead against hers, panting. "Does that answer your question?" She melted into me, and our mouths met again, over and over. It wasn't long until I was completely lost in her.
Tammy. I felt weightless in Jason's arms, like floating on a cloud. His skin was hot to the touch, his muscles firm under my hands. Pleasure pulsed through me when he buried his face in my neck and his hand slid down the front of my dress. His thumb grazed one of my nipples and I let out a wanton moan, forgetting we were still out in the open where anyone could see us. The fire pit was long deserted. His arms are so strong and steady. I could stay here forever, just like this. Soon, though, my desire for him started coiling sharp and hot in my stomach. I needed more. I shifted into his lap and gazed up at him imploringly, hoping he'd decipher what I couldn't bring myself to say out loud. He did, letting out a feral growl before hoisting me up like my weight was nothing to him, manhandling me until he had me in a bridal carry. I wrapped my arms around his neck. He dropped kisses on my parted lips as he carried me into the darkness. I wondered vaguely where he was taking me, but I couldn't bring myself to care, as long as it was somewhere away from prying eyes.
"Jason, it didn't take much persuading to get Tammy to come and stay with me that night. Kara was off somewhere, so we had the house to ourselves. Once we got inside and I realized we were alone and could take our time, I almost regretted my impulsive actions earlier. Almost. Taking Tammy like that, in the middle of the forest, it hadn't exactly been part of my game plan. I was usually the smooth type, whining and dining a woman before undressing her piece by piece. I like to savor my conquests. But this was different. There had been no calculation on my part, only a wild need that seemed to be mirrored in Tammy, and it drove the both of us crazy. She brushed past me into the house, looking around the dark hallway with interest. I could smell myself all over her, and the wolf inside me growled with satisfaction. She's finally mine, and tomorrow, everyone's gonna know it. The rational side of me knew I should think about the logistics of what that actually meant, but right now, I couldn't feel anything but relief. I had finally satisfied my instincts, cleared my head enough that I could start to think about other things. She pressed up against my shoulder, standing on her tiptoes to kiss my cheek. The gesture was unusually chaste, given what we'd just done in the woods. Okay, tomorrow I would start to think about other things. She looped her arms around my neck and I walked her upstairs, listening to her giggle with happiness in my heart. It felt good to hear her laugh. The sound was a world away from the withdrawn, reserved woman I'd met just a couple of days ago. I ran my hands over her generous curves, appreciating her softness. She was still flushed, warm to the touch, and it made me almost ready to go again. However, by the way her eyelids were drooping, it wasn't going to happen again tonight. Sure enough, once she was in my bed, she was out like a light, molding herself into my side like she belonged there. And the crazy part was, she did. That's another first to add to my list. I don't think I've ever had a female stay overnight in this house before. For some reason, I couldn't keep the grin off my face. I wrapped my arms around Tammy and fell into a deep sleep almost the minute I closed my eyes. Chapter 10. Jason. When I woke, I felt totally replenished in a way I hadn't felt in possibly forever. I opened my eyes, stretching my arms above my head. The window was open and the white curtains billowed out, filling the room with fresh air. Outside, I could hear faint voices. The community was stirring, ready to start the day. I wasn't, however. Not yet. I just wanted to stay in this little cocoon for a while longer. I rolled over, flinging out my arm, finding only a vacant pillow. The space next to me was empty, only rumpled sheets beside me now. I sat up. "Tammy?" I called. She edged into the room. A dressing gown was wrapped tightly around her form, and she looked strangely shy. I frowned. That's weird. I thought she enjoyed last night. Did I read something wrong? "Come back to bed?" I pulled the covers back invitingly. Her cheeks flushed and she bit her lip, adjusting the tie on her robe. She sat on the edge of the mattress, taking care to avoid sitting on my feet. "You could try getting under the comforter," I joked, and she smiled back hesitantly. I couldn't figure out her sudden reluctance, but I decided to just charge ahead anyway. I flung back the covers, my feet hitting the floor. "Breakfast, then? If you can't beat 'em, join 'em, right?" A warm smile crept across her face. One hand stroked the material of her robe back and forth, like she had a nervous tic. "Sure." I bit my lip, looking her up and down once I realized that the robe was mine. Something about seeing her wearing my clothes excited me in a new and unfamiliar way. Her gaze met mine. She'd caught me looking. I grinned at her, unrepentant. "I don't have any clothes with me," she explained, looking sheepish. "I wasn't counting on staying so long." Huh. I hadn't thought about that. After some digging through my closet, I managed to find an old flannel shirt and some sweats that fit her well enough. She made me leave the room while she changed, which only heightened my feelings of puzzlement. What's happening? Is this a brush-off? Feeling disheartened, I wandered downstairs and set about making us some French toast. It was the only fancy breakfast thing I could make, and damn it, I wanted to impress her, at least a bit. Maybe this had only been a bit of fun for her, to be with a wolf shifter, the novelty of it. Maybe now that she'd had me, she'd be on her way. And leave 'em. That was my style, right? There would be a certain irony in having my own moves thrown back at me, especially if it was done by the only woman I'd ever really wanted to stay. I heard her coming down the stairs and shook off my morose musings, forcing a smile onto my face. She took her plate gratefully and we curled up on the sofa together. "What's your morning usually look like around here?" Tammy asked. I shrugged one shoulder. "Depends. When it's lumber season, I'm out in the woods for days on end. Sometimes I go hunting. We lived a rural life around here." I couldn't sugarcoat it for her. It was a life totally different from the world she was used to. "How often do you—" She broke off, giving me one of her adorably shy smiles. "I mean, how often do you, transform?" I laughed. "It's good to shift at least a couple of times a month. Otherwise, my wolf gets a bit antsy. But most of the time, it just happens, you know? Running on two legs can get boring." She chuckled. "Fair enough. It's different for everyone, I guess. Apparently, Alara wasn't in wolf form for years, and she still got close to beating Reed's ass." I snickered. "According to my sister, anyway." "Can I meet her?" Tammy said. "Her name's Kara, right?" My stomach flipped. I must have looked unsure or something, because Tammy's expression dropped in an instant. "Oh God, I'm so sorry. That was forward of me." "No," I cut in quickly. "No, you'll meet her later, I promise. I don't know where she is right now, is all. She's gone off somewhere, probably with Naomi." Jesus. This was going to get complicated if I didn't play my cards right. Naomi arriving here a split second after Tammy showed up and I bonded with her was like some kind of cosmic bad joke. "Never mind," I finished lamely. "We can hang out today, though." I had to stop myself from saying "if you want," like some kind of awkward teenager. I couldn't help it. Tammy made me feel clumsy, like I was putting the moves on someone for the very first time and doing it very poorly. "I'd like that," Tammy said softly. My hand found hers where it rested against the couch cushions, and I laced our fingers together, squeezing tightly. "Very much," she said, and the warmth in her tone chased my awkwardness away. "Tammy, Jason's plaid shirt was a little long in the arms, but other than that, it fit me okay. The material was soft, and I couldn't stop running my hands over it as we talked. It was distracting, wearing his clothes. The scent of him all around me was heaven. It made my heart race when I saw his eyes lingering over my frame, drinking in the sight of me. It made me feel special, wanted. In spite of that, I hadn't been able to bring myself to get changed in front of him this morning. "You're being ridiculous. You've slept together. What do you have to hide?" But it had been very dark in the forest the night before, and I wasn't sure I was ready for him to see all of me in the cold light of day. As much as he seemed to want me, I couldn't fully trust in this fated mate's bond thing quite yet. I sighed to myself. My insecurities over my body had always gotten in the way of me feeling comfortable in my previous relationship. Sex with my ex always happened with the lights off, no exception, and he had always made it clear he wanted me to lose more than a few pounds. Jason's gorgeous body didn't exactly help matters. He would never understand the insecurity that came with not being overly attractive, and I wouldn't expect him to. Things were so warm and safe between us this morning. He was so beautiful, his expression open and happy as we talked. I didn't want to screw things up, but the worst part of it was, I knew that I would. I always did. It was inevitable. Now and always. Only this time, when things ended with Jason, I had the feeling it would hurt a whole lot more than anything I'd ever experienced. There was good and bad about being someone's fated mate.
"You're doing that thing again."
He reached out and pushed a lock of hair behind my ear. My skin tingled at his touch, the sensation lingering long after he withdrew his hand.
"What are you thinking?"
"What thing?" I deflected, tucking my feet up under me.
"Like at the bonding ceremony," he explained. "You looked, I don't know, sad, regretful."
Inwardly, I flinched at his perception, but I made sure my facial expression didn't show my discomfort. "I told you, I was happy for my friend." He was silent, waiting for me to say more. "Doesn't everyone have some sort of damage, Jason?" I said eventually, and let out a deep sigh. "It's complicated." He frowned. I could see his concern for me was growing. His brow furrowed as if he was trying to figure me out and not quite succeeding.
"Try me."
I bit my lip, hesitant. "It's a long story." He slid his arm along the back of the couch and brushed his fingers against the nape of my neck. The evocative touch made me melt into him even further, and he shot me a crooked grin, clearly pleased at the reaction he'd elicited.
"I've got time,"
he said simply. "Okay." I paused, giving myself a moment to gather my thoughts. "Well, I guess I should start at the beginning. I was 16 when I started dating Johnny." I stared into the distance as the memories flooded my head. "We were high school sweethearts." I caught Jason's eye and he nodded. He was listening with that unique wolf-shifter intensity of his, giving me his undivided attention. "No one thought it would last, but we dated all through high school, then college." I sniffed. I believed that I'd found the man I would marry. We talked about it plenty, where we'd have the wedding, what kind of cake we'd have, all that stuff. I let out a laugh, cringing a little at the broken sound. It seems so stupid now, saying it out loud. Then, on the night before my college graduation, I came home to find him in bed with another woman. My eyes flicked up to ascertain Jason's reaction to my words. His face was impassive, but there was an angry steel in his eyes that made me shiver. I glanced away again. "Cliché, right?" I shrugged, trying to hide my hurt. Turns out he'd been seeing Christine, a woman from his office, behind my back for over 6 months, I said grimly. The worst part of it was the way he yelled at me after I walked in on them. Like it was somehow my fault I'd caught him screwing around with someone else, in our bed.
"What an asshole,"
Jason growled, and I huffed out a fake chuckle. He said he was going to tell me after I graduated. Apparently, he didn't want to distract me from my studies. I couldn't keep the bitterness out of my voice. After that, he told me we were over, that he was leaving me.
"Good riddance."
Jason's eyes were hard, burning with their usual intensity.
"At least the trash took itself out."
My chest warmed at his protectiveness. which cut through some of the resentful residue left by Johnny's betrayal. I shook my head, fiddling with the hem of my shirt. I guess. It didn't feel like that at the time, though. Still doesn't.
So, Reed and Alara's perfect relationship, and their bonding ceremony.
He trailed off, waiting for me to fill in the blanks. Yeah, it kinda stung a little, even though I was so happy for them both. I looked him in the eye, proud of the way my voice held steady. All my dreams for the future, the life I'd built with the man I thought I was going to spend the rest of my life with, disappeared. Just like that. Jason nodded, seeming to understand. His index finger traced random patterns across the back of my hand. I focused on the comfort of his touch, letting it soothe me before I went on. Meanwhile, Alara's childhood sweetheart comes out of nowhere to sweep her off her feet. They have a beautiful ceremony. They're perfect for each other in every way.
I can see how that would be hard to watch, Jason murmured. It's normal to feel the way you felt after what happened to you.
And yet, I still felt like an asshole, I said flippantly, giving him a rueful smile. Alara found the one person she was destined to be with right in front of her. Imagine being that lucky.
Hello? Fated mate over here.
He waggled his hands and raised his brows, and all of a sudden my heart lightened. I giggled, then sobered. It's not quite the same thing, you and I, is it? Alara and Reed were from the same world, an alpha and a beta, destined to be together in every way. Jason and I were worlds apart, literally. And I knew, deep down, that this thing between us could only ever be temporary.
Well, sometimes things don't shake out in exactly the way you think they will, Jason pointed out.
There was a twinkle in his eye when he spoke.
Doesn't mean you should close yourself off from the world forever.
Are we still talking about me right now? I tilted my head, watching his expression change to puzzlement, then defensiveness.
What do you mean?
Maybe you're right, I said. I got burned by a guy, and it's been haunting me ever since. But you're haunted too, Jason. I leaned forward. I can see it. There's a sadness in you too. What happened with Jamie? He ducked his head, his hair falling over his face. I brushed it away, tilting his chin up so I could look into his eyes. You can't change the past, I said. Neither of us can. We have to carry on. He surged forward and captured my lips. I wrapped my arms around his neck, holding him close. There was a desperation inside me as I kissed him, and I could feel equal desperation in Jason. I wondered if I would ever get tired of this. The thrill of having a guy so attractive want me as much as I wanted him. I was giddy with it. I would take whatever he gave for as long as he gave it. There's more to it than that, isn't there? A small voice said, coming from somewhere in the back of my mind. You just don't want to admit it to yourself, but it's true. You're falling for him. Hard. Even though you've only really just met. Chapter 11. Tammy. The next week with the pack flashed by in a blur. Alara had sent someone to the city to collect some of my things, so I now had some more of my own clothes and personal belongings, which was easier than borrowing stuff from others. I managed a couple of static-filled phone conversations with Mick and Penny from Rachel's ancient landline, just to let them know I was doing okay. From her tone of voice, I quickly realized that Penny knew that Alara was a wolf shifter, and that she was the alpha of the pack. I rolled my eyes when she said, "Oh my God, I am so jealous right now. I can't believe you're sleeping with one of them. How hot is that?" She should try being in my shoes for a minute. I couldn't deny that being with Jason was going great, way easier than I expected, actually. But I couldn't stop the niggling doubts. When would the penny drop for him that I didn't belong here? I lay awake late at night, soaking in the warmth of Jason's arms around me. It was a struggle to believe that it could always be like this. The two of us, here, a human and a wolf shifter, side by side, forever. It was hard enough to make a relationship work when you were both the same. But other than the couple of phone calls, I was completely cut off from the outside world. And the weird thing was, I didn't mind one bit. Nobody objected to me taking over the schoolhouse and giving lessons to the kids. A few days in, I realized that wolf shifter kids really didn't like being confined to a classroom all day. After that, I tried to keep their curriculum as outdoorsy as possible, collecting jars of tadpoles and sketching different types of leaves while we sat out in the fresh air, letting them run around and burn off some of that endless energy in between lessons. Some of the adults continued to give me suspicious glances every so often, but those grew fewer and fewer as the days wore on, especially when the children seemed to enjoy their lessons and kept coming back each day for more. To be honest, the pack adults seemed relieved to have the kids occupied rather than getting underfoot or running amok like wild things. The fact that I was a human was apparently something they were willing to overlook. There was one woman, however, who never seemed to want me around. She was Kara's best friend back for a visit, Naomi. She was tall, slender, and toned, like all the shifter women, with long, wavy hair the color of honey. She never spoke to me, but I saw the way her eyes flashed whenever I walked into a room. The perfect shape of her mouth twisted like she'd caught the scent of something she didn't like. I tried not to let it bother me, but it was difficult. She was way too obvious about her dislike of me, and ignoring beautiful women was not easy for me. It took a level of confidence I didn't have. There was something else about the woman that bothered me. I didn't like the way she talked to Jason, one hand resting loose against his elbow, leaning into him. She was familiar with him, clearly. Intimately familiar. And she was at pains to make sure I knew it. Every time they were together, it was like she was marking her territory, telling me without words that there was something between them. I was powerless, watching her hands move over his arms with casual confidence. The worst part was, I couldn't match her actions. I didn't know how to touch him like that. I wasn't sure I had the right. On a logical level, I knew my insecurities were skewing things between us. Jason held me so tight night after night, worshipping my body unlike any man I'd ever known before, whispering adoration into my ears as I moaned my pleasure and we wrapped ourselves around one another. But when Naomi was around, it brought back so many bad memories. I'd tried to forget them, but they kept bubbling up out of nowhere, disturbing my peace. Memories of Johnny. And his other woman, Christine. He'd loved me once too. Or so he'd said. Until I caught him in bed, in the arms of the woman he'd sworn up and down was just a friend. It wasn't fair to Jason, I knew that. He and Johnny were polar opposites in so many ways. Johnny had been professional and clean-cut, always in a shirt and tie. He was hard to read, pleasant to everyone, but distant. By contrast, Jason was as rough and ready as they came. After the soul-bonding ceremony between Alara and Reed, I hadn't seen him in anything close to formal wear. He favored plaid flannel, jeans, and solid boots, like everyone else here. He often had a 5 o'clock shadow, and the feel of his stubble against my skin drove me crazy with need. He wasn't one for cologne, but he always smelled so good to me. The soap he showered with mixed in with the scent of forest foliage and a tang of something Alara told me were his shifter pheromones that were apparently perfectly aligned to my system. "You're not a wolf shifter," she explained, "but he smells so good to you because you've bonded with each other. It'll be the same for him whenever you're near." I'd blushed at that, but decided to take the whole thing in stride. It certainly made better sense to me now why I wanted to launch myself at Naomi every time she so much as looked at Jason. I wanted her greedy hands off my man. I guess the possessive wolf thing goes both ways. The whole thing drove me crazy, and that damn woman knew it. She was dangling him in front of me like a prize to be won, and I couldn't do a damn thing about it except watch and seethe inside. "What's with her?" I asked Alara hours later. She looked up from where she'd been swirling her tea around in her mug, lost in thought. We were sitting on her porch, the place where I spent many evenings when Jason was out of town for work. Dusk was beginning to settle, and twilight turned the skies a pale violet above us. I could hear grasshoppers chirping in the undergrowth. "Who?" Alara asked after a moment. She sometimes lost the thread of our conversations, too caught up thinking about pack business. "Naomi," I whispered. "She seems to hate me." "Oh," Alara snorted. "Naomi." The name in her mouth seemed to carry a lot of significance. I raised an eyebrow at her, and she sighed heavily. "Naomi grew up across the creek. Officially, she's still part of the Thornwood pack, but she's been kind of a nomad for the past few years. When she noticed my expression, she shrugged. Not all wolf shifters want to settle down, Tammy. Naomi, she's different. Having lived with the pack for only a short while, I found myself struggling to imagine any other kind of life. What could be better than having a family around you, supporting you, protecting you? What aren't you telling me? I challenged Alara. Her mouth twisted, but she looked amused. I think she enjoyed having me around. A human not blood-bound by loyalty, and someone who wasn't afraid of her. Jason met Naomi when we were kids, Alara said. Her voice halted a little, and she fiddled with the handle of her mug. They had an on-again, off-again thing for a while. Jason might have considered bonding with her. I don't know. But Naomi... I waited for a minute before nudging my foot gently against hers. She shrugged. The point is, I don't think either of them were ever serious about it. Jason's never been serious before, not about anyone. She gave me a warm smile. Before you came along, I mean. My chest grew tight. Over the last few days, I'd felt the walls I had so carefully constructed around my heart splinter a little. Cracks were beginning to show in the protective walls, and the light was creeping in for the first time in what felt like forever. I'd started to allow myself to believe that Jason actually cared about me. It was dangerous and dizzying, but I couldn't help it. He got to me in a way that no one ever had before. To be honest, I was addicted. How can I know how he really feels, Alara? I heard myself ask. We've only known each other for a couple of weeks. What if he gets tired and moves on? I hated showing this much vulnerability, but Alara was a good friend. I knew she'd understand. I guess you never can know for sure, Alara said. But for our kind, the soul bond is a once-in-a-lifetime event. It's impossible to ignore, Tammy. It means that you two are fated. I had to admit, all the talk of fate and souls around here scrambled my head. I sighed, giving her a reluctant nod. Maybe I understood it as much as I was ever going to. Besides, Alara leaned forward, shooting me a conspiratorial look. Forget about him for a moment. What do you want, Tammy? What do you mean? Do you like living here with us? Alara asked. Does it make you happy? Of course. I wondered how anyone could not be happy here. It almost feels like home. I whispered the word, hearing the longing in my voice. Being here, I felt an overwhelming sense of peace, safety, and contentment. Some mornings I woke up and wondered how I could have gone without it for so long. It was like I'd been walking around with the piece of me missing, and being out here with Jason, with the pack, I felt whole. And your life in the city? Alara asked. My head jerked up. What about your grad school for social work? Have you applied yet? You told me you were working on it a while back. I stalled. I guess I haven't quite finished it yet. That was an obvious lie. I knew perfectly well that those forms were sitting on top of my dresser in my apartment, untouched, as they had been for months. She raised an eyebrow at me, and I flung out my hands. Come on, you know I like bartending. The tips are good. They're really not, Alara cut in. And besides, it's fun. I fixed her with a determined look. Her skeptical expression didn't budge, however, and before long, my shoulders sagged with defeat. Okay, fine. Sometimes it sucks. But you want to know what I think? Alara prodded me. No, but I suspect that you're going to tell me anyway. When I took that bar job, Alara said, I was running away from something. And I think you're running too, Tammy. Maybe not from a crazy wolf pack like I was. Alara smirked. But you've got your own demons. I know you do. In the city, I was lost. And maybe you were too. I opened my mouth, ready to protest, but no words came out. I ducked my head. You might not be a wolf shifter, Tammy, but you fit in here. Everyone can see it. Alara rested a hand on my shoulder, ever the alpha. I sniffed, my emotions threatening to spill over. Maybe it's time to stop running. Things don't always work out exactly the way you think they will. She gave a snort. Trust me. I can stay? I whispered. Of course you can. Alara pulled me into a tight hug. After a moment, I returned it. As long as you want. We pulled away from each other and smiled. Something struck Alara and she giggled. What? I asked. You'd really be doing us a favor. She leveled a grin at me. Those kids were running rings around us. We need you, Tammy. We need you as our kid wrangler. I spluttered with laughter and shook my head, but I couldn't deny it. The idea was exciting. It meant I had a purpose here, a place. Maybe it didn't matter that I wasn't exactly like them. As Alara said, sometimes even individual wolf shifters didn't fit in with the pack. Was it really so unlikely that the reverse could be true too? Maybe I have, at long last, found my dream. A place to call home, for real. 1 week turned into 2, and then 3. Before I knew it, a whole month had passed. A month of waking up in Jason's bedroom, of slow, lazy mornings, of exploring the woods and swinging around giggling children by the hands, baking in Rachel's cozy kitchen and chatting with Alara over cups of peppermint tea. The only dark spot in my happiness was the occasional nausea I felt creeping in here and there, disrupting my day. Herbal tea usually helped, but there were days I was about ready to throw up. Jason made me chicken one evening, and it made me so queasy I had to lie down on the sofa. A crazy thought struck me. Could I be pregnant? It seemed impossible. After that first wild time out in the woods, we'd been so careful. It was too much, too fast, too soon. Almost as soon as I had the thought, I pushed it to the back of my mind, unwilling to examine it any further. I was feeling particularly rough one afternoon, and I'd gone to lie on the sofa, trying to shake off the sickness that swept over me. I heard faint sounds of movement in the kitchen. Thinking it was Kara, I called out, "Hey, Kara, would you mind bringing me a glass of water, please? I'm not feeling very well." A voice traveled in through the open doorway. "Well, looks like you've made yourself right at home already." The tone was pointed and full of barely concealed hostility. I craned my neck, sitting up just enough to look over the back of the sofa. Naomi was leaning against the doorway, arms crossed, looking at me with narrowed eyes. "Oh," I said, brushing the hair off my face. I hoped that I didn't look as much of a mess as I felt. "Sorry, I thought you were... Never mind." I heard her scoff, and I felt a twinge of irritation in my stomach. What's her problem? Can I help you with something? I sat up as straight as possible, trying to project an aura of confidence that I didn't feel. "Not at all," she said, giving me a sweet smile that didn't reach her eyes. "You'll be gone soon enough, won't you?" "What's that supposed to mean?" I whispered. I felt like I had just missed a step on the stairs. I was grasping at the empty air around me, but I knew I was going to fall no matter what. She didn't move from the doorway, but she leaned forward, looking me right in the face. I saw the wolf in her eyes, the predator that lurked just beneath the surface. She could tear me to shreds if she wanted to, physically and mentally. "Jason doesn't settle down," she said, her voice coated with venom. "Don't make the mistake of thinking he's actually serious about you, human." "You don't know anything about us," I said. I heard my voice tremble, and a slow smile spread across her face. Oh yes, she'd heard that tremble too. "You're a plaything to him," she continued, letting out a humorless laugh. "You're nothing more than a game. Think about it. Why would he settle for someone like you?" I was silent. My mind raced and my palms began to sweat. I shouldn't listen, but I couldn't help it. Everything she said confirmed all my worst fears. I wasn't good enough for Jason. I wasn't a wolf shifter. I wasn't slender and sexy. I didn't have stamina or agility or a killer instinct. I had none of the qualities that were prized among shifters and humans alike. "The truth is," she shrugged, giving me a brief, calculating glance up and down before looking away, as if she couldn't bear the sight of me. "You're just a fat, unremarkable human. You don't fit in here, and you never will. Before I could respond, she turned on her heel and sauntered out, leaving me reeling in her wake.
Jason. The moment I stepped into the house, I could sense something was wrong. Nothing was out of place as far as I could tell from a cursory glance. All the furniture was exactly as I'd left it this morning. My old flannel shirt was draped neatly over the back of the sofa, and my books were stacked equally neatly on the coffee table. Nevertheless, my eyes narrowed. I stalked through the house and peered into every room. The kitchen, my bedroom, Kara's room. No one was home. That was weird. Tammy was usually back by this time in the afternoon. Maybe she got held up at the schoolhouse or something? Still, something felt wrong in a way I couldn't put my finger on. I thought back to this morning, trying to remember if anything had felt out of the ordinary. Nope. The past couple of days had been great. So good, in fact, that I'd been working up the courage to ask her to move in with me permanently. I thought we could make a weekend trip to the city and pack up the rest of her things, maybe check in on some of her friends along the way. I wandered back into my bedroom and noticed that her handful of items, which had previously been littered over my bedside table, were gone. My puzzlement began to give way to panic. I strode over to the window and looked out onto the assortment of trucks and dirt bikes that littered the turf outside. My truck was still there, but I raced down the stairs and out the front door, snatching up the scrap of paper that was fluttering on my windshield.
Jason, I'm sorry. I needed to get out of here. I've gone back to the city. Just give me some time to clear my head. Please don't follow me. Tammy.
I released a growl of frustration and crumpled the note in my fist. My blood was pumping, and worry flooded through me as I pictured her out there in the woods alone. What is she planning? To hitch a ride with some stranger? If she'd gone on foot, and my instincts told me she had, she must be heading for the main road, which lay a couple of miles out of town. I didn't know how much of a head start she had on me, but I figured I could catch up. My body screamed at me to shift into my wolf form. It would be faster that way. I could track her down using all my senses. I managed with some effort to restrain myself. She's clearly upset over something. It won't do her any good if a giant wolf comes bounding out of the forest and transforms into a naked man in front of her. I leapt into my truck and turned on the ignition. Several people gave me curious glances as I trundled up the dirt road toward the highway, but no one stopped me. I caught a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror and understood the curiosity. I looked like a madman, with my hair sticking out and my eyes glinting with silver. Calm down. It was impossible to calm down. Tammy was out there somewhere alone. Before long, it would be dark. Her human senses would make it impossible for her to navigate the rough terrain. I hurtled down the road, pressing the gas pedal hard until the truck was flying along. The darkened trees flashed by me on either side, and I pounded the dashboard with one hand, willing the vehicle to go even faster. I began to wonder whether I'd made a mistake. Maybe she hadn't gone on foot toward the main road. Maybe she'd persuaded Alara or Reed to give her a ride back to the city, or she'd wandered off into the woods. But something deep in my gut told me that I was on the right path. She was somewhere along this road. I knew it. I rounded the next corner and saw a lone figure walking by the side of the road. My brakes screeched and the figure whipped around. Tammy. Her face was pale and her eyes were shadowed and red-ringed, like she'd been crying. They widened when she saw me, and her lips pressed into a thin line, like she was trying to stop herself from bursting into tears. A strange feeling pierced through me at seeing her distress, like a blade lodging itself in between my ribs. I exited the truck and hurried toward her, taking her face in my hands. Tammy, what?
You followed me, she exclaimed.
To my rapidly growing bewilderment, she glared.
I told you not to, Jason.
Why was she angry? What had she expected? That I'd just let her run off and not follow? Not do whatever it took to convince my mate to come back where she belonged? I rubbed my hands up and down her arms. She was cold to the touch, only wearing the dress she'd arrived in all those weeks ago and a thin cardigan over top. A small bag sat at her feet where she dropped it when she turned. How could I explain the feeling of dread that caught hold of me when I read her note? Instead, I focused on the practicalities at hand.
Why are you out here on foot? You're freezing." She shrugged my hands off her. "I'm fine." So stubborn. "If you're not happy," I forced my voice to sound as neutral as possible, "you should have just said something. Your notes scared the daylights out of me." "You don't get it, Jason." To my horror, her eyes filled with tears. "I don't belong there, and I never did. And it's stupid to keep pretending." "Pretending what?" I felt like she was speaking a completely different language. Where was this coming from? "That it's going to work out between us." Her voice was trembling with suppressed emotion. "We're just kidding ourselves, Jason." Her shoulders slumped and her voice was weak. "At the end of the day, you're you and I'm me." "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked, feeling a twinge in my stomach. I felt ill, as if I were about to lose anything I'd eaten in the last day. I thought she'd gotten over the fact that we were from two very different worlds. Clearly, she hadn't. "It means that I'm doing us both a favor. With me gone, you'll see that—" She bit her lip as splotches of red appeared in her otherwise pale cheeks. "That there are other options, better options." I shook my head. "No, there's just you, Tammy." I took a deep breath. "It's only ever been you. The moment we met, I realized that I'd simply been waiting for you to arrive in my life." "You think that now," she said weakly. I wished we were having this conversation in the relative warmth of my truck. She looked exhausted and cold. "Jason, I can't stay here." I tried to imagine life with the pack without her in it, and I found that I couldn't. "Tammy, please." "Come with me." Her usually soft gaze was pointed. Her brows drew together imploringly. "Let's just go, Jason. Back to the city, to my place. I'll never belong here, and we both know it." I'd run out of words. All the fight fizzled out of me as I stood before this lovely, impossibly stubborn woman. I could go with her, to the city. But whatever it was holding her back from being with me wasn't mooted in location. I had the feeling we would simply take the issue with us, even though I wasn't quite sure what the issue was. I found myself tracing over the planes and angles of her face in my mind, committing it to memory. She gazed up at me, and I faltered. "I don't think that's a good idea, Tammy." Her gaze dropped. "Well then." "We can work this out," I said. "We can. Just come back to the truck. At least let me get you warm." After a moment she nodded, and in silence, we walked back to my truck. She climbed into the passenger seat with obvious reluctance. The line of her back was stiff, and her face, usually so kind and open, was shut off like the light inside her had been snuffed out. I started the engine, letting the truck heat up inside. With Tammy, I had to constantly remind myself that she couldn't weather the harsher elements like I could. As a shifter, my body temperature ran a little hotter than a non-shifter human. Her relative fragility was kind of terrifying whenever I thought about it too much, though I was always more than happy to lend a little body heat. "I can't leave my pack," I murmured again. "I'm sorry. It's not that I don't—" I ran a hand through my tangled hair, at a total loss. "It's my family. It wasn't just Kara. If I left now with Tammy, I would be abandoning Reed and Alara at a time when they needed strong people around them. I had to prove my loyalty to them all over again, and leaving now would send the opposite message. Please, Tammy. I can't bear the thought of life without you in it." She just stared at me with big, sad eyes, and I could almost hear the words in my head. "But you won't leave your pack for me." It was a crazy realization. I was loyal to them now. I would protect the pack until my last breath if I had to, but in that realization, my heart was torn in two. Tammy didn't realize what she was asking of me. She wasn't forcing me to choose between the two things that tethered me to Earth, of course, but if she left, it would likely destroy me. And if I left with her, it would likely destroy us both. "I understand," Tammy said. Her voice was so quiet, I would have missed it if I hadn't been hanging on her every word. A small spark of hope caught in my chest. "You do? Does that mean she'll come back with me? Will she stay?" "Yes." She turned to me. Could you drop me off at the nearest bus station, please?
The spark died. Something broke inside me, a silent howl rising up in my chest, but I kept my gaze steady. I didn't want to cause her any more pain than I clearly already had. I turned my gaze to the road and nodded, forcing out the words past the lump in my throat. As you wish.
Chapter 12. Tammy. Walking back into my city apartment after all the weeks I'd been away, I expected to feel a sense of, I don't know, relief, maybe? Or comfort? I was back where I belonged, after all. Back in the human world, where I knew the rules, kept my head down, and never stood out as different from everyone else around me. Closing the front door, I leaned against it and let out a heavy sigh. I dropped my bag at my feet. After a minute, I began to open curtains and windows to allow some air through and shook out my bedsheets. I rifled through my kitchen cupboards in search of something to eat, but after all this time, there wasn't much left that was edible, so I gave up and ordered takeout, resolving to spend the evening watching trashy TV. I refused, categorically, to allow the sorrow in my heart to take hold. I had done the right thing. He deserves someone amazing, someone strong and athletic, someone he doesn't have to worry about every second of the day, someone as beautiful as him. I ignored the gnawing ache deep inside and picked up the university forms that still lay on top of my dresser. I took them into the living room, and with the help of the white wine that came with my takeout, I set about filling them in. Alara is wrong. This is my dream. It was waiting for me, right here. I got distracted for a long minute, but now I'm back where I actually belong. I'm home. I repeated the mantra to myself over and over while I worked on the forms. I said it so much that by the time I crawled into bed in the small hours of the morning, I had almost convinced myself it was true.
Jason. I spent most of the following morning in a total daze. When Kara asked me where I'd been and where Tammy was, I dodged the question. I grabbed a piece of toast off her plate, trying to keep to normal behavior so she wouldn't ask anything more, ignored her protests, and headed outside without a backward glance. I walked around and spoke to people, like I always did. I even cracked a few jokes, I think. But I wasn't really there. I felt hollow inside, like my soul had been cut out of me and there was only an empty shell left. All I could think about was my mate. I dropped her at the bus station as she requested, and waited at a distance until the coach had pulled up and she was safely aboard before heading back to the village. A hand landed heavily on my shoulder and I started, whirling around and automatically lowering my posture into a defensive position. Reed put up his hands to indicate that he wasn't a threat. Hey, come on, man. I called your name like 3 times. I blinked and straightened. Sorry, I threw out a vague hand, unable to finish. Reed seemed to catch my meaning well enough. Yeah, no shit. He looked me over, frowning. You look like crap. Thanks, I said dryly. The last thing I wanted to do was get into it with Reed right now. It all felt too raw, too sudden. I'd lain awake half the night and it still felt like a bad dream. Surely I'd wake up from this soon enough. Where's Tammy? Reed asked. My expression must have raised some alarm, because he dragged me over to the edge of the trees and looked me up and down, concern growing in his eyes. Then he waited, eyebrows raised, and didn't say anything. Obviously, he wasn't going to let it go like Kara. I couldn't easily run from the alpha's mate. I drew myself up, finally ready to speak the horrible truth. She went back to the city, I said shortly. What can I say? I guess fate doesn't always get it right. The touch of bitterness in my voice masked the loneliness and loss that ate away at my insides. I wasn't used to feeling so wronged by a woman. Just give it some time, man, Reed said. I knew he was thinking of Alara. She'll come around. Reed had waited 5 years to get Alara back. I didn't think I'd last that long without my mate by my side. I wish I had the same confidence. It wasn't just the miles that separated us. A rift had opened up, and only time would tell if it could be healed.
Tammy. I sat down heavily on the edge of the bathtub and held the small plastic wand in my hand. I prayed under my breath to every god or goddess that I could think of, begging, imploring the thing to show me that my worries were unfounded. After a minute or so, I stared blankly at the result. 2 narrow lines. It was funny how such a tiny thing could make me feel like a hole had been punched through my chest. It wasn't possible. It wasn't. We'd been careful, hadn't we? Aside from that first time, the voice in the back of my head piped up. You lost control, remember? He took you right there in the middle of the woods. I groaned and slid to the floor, the cold bathroom tiles pressing against my butt. Getting pregnant the first fucking time we had sex? What were the chances? Maybe that meant we really were destined by fate. As if the constant empty sadness in my heart hadn't already convinced me of that. I rested my head against the side of the tub and ran my fingers over those dreaded lines. In my heart, I had already known the truth. Hadn't needed to see the test result to know I was expecting. I'd known for a while, if I was being honest with myself. I curled up right there on the bathroom floor and took stock of my situation. I was pregnant. The father of my child was miles away, and was probably already hooked up with another woman right now. No doubt the time we spent together was just a memory to him, one chapter in a long line of his conquests. That thought made me close my eyes and press a hand over my mouth to stop the tears spilling down my cheeks. How could I have a child here, now? How would I earn money, provide for us? My hand found my stomach and curved around it protectively as I thought about the tiny spark of life in there. It would just be the 2 of us. And yet, I had never felt more alone in my life. I had no one. Nothing. Every man I had dared to love had disappeared out of my life, scattered like dust in the wind. If this was fate, then she sure had a sick sense of humor.
Jason. There was a knock on my bedroom door, and I rolled over and shoved my pillow over my head. I wanted to tell whoever it was to go away. I didn't want to speak to anyone. After a moment, when I didn't say anything, the door creaked open. I groaned into the pillow before removing it and rubbing my eyes, a wave of tiredness cresting through me. Kara, I told you, just leave me alone, will ya?
It's me. My eyes snapped open and I turned my head to stare at the intruder. I knew that voice too well. Naomi. I half sat up and rested on my elbows, watching her warily as she moved through the room and sat at the edge of my bed, crossing one long leg over the other. Her proprietary attitude annoyed me. I decided not to beat around the bush. What do you want? Wow, someone's in a bad mood. A smirk slid across her face. You used to be so much fun, Jason. What happened? I didn't answer. Lying back down, I slung an arm over my face, hoping that my obvious disinterest would be enough to send her packing. No such luck. Her voice dropped to a low, seductive purr, and my skin prickled with discomfort as she sidled closer. You know. Naomi's fingers found the edge of my leg, brushing lightly against my calf atop the bed cover. We were almost mated, once upon a time. It's not too late, Jason. I'm right here. She leaned close until I could feel her breath. I could give you everything. I'm like you. You know that. We understand each other. I removed my arm from over my eyes and studied her. Naomi was perfect to look at. She had the sharp features of our kind. High cheekbones, pointed chin. Her hair was glossy, and her body was lithe and toned. I knew all this, objectively. None of it affected me physically in the slightest. She was pretty wrapping, concealing a fucked-up present. As gently as I could, I sat up and pushed her hand off me. I maneuvered so that we were no longer touching and leaned against my headboard. I'm sorry. I shook my head, rubbing a hand over my face. I just wanted her to leave so I could return to my pity party. I just don't feel that way about you, Naomi. It might have seemed like a good idea once upon a time. But now, no. It will never happen. Her eyes narrowed. Don't tell me it's because of that woman. God, Jason. I thought you had standards. A human? I narrowed my eyes. She didn't have the right to swan into my bedroom and talk disrespectfully about Tammy. My silence seemed to enrage Naomi. It was never gonna work out with her, babe. She flicked her long hair over one shoulder, fixing me with her calculating gaze. You know that. She's not from our world. You'll be happier in the long run, believe me. I shook my head and pointed to the door. After a long pause, she gave a huff and stood up, marching out of the room and leaving me alone in the silence. I hoped I could fly under the radar of the Alpha for a couple of months and do all my brooding in peace. I'd been a pariah around here for long enough. I didn't think anyone would miss me. Unfortunately, I had no such luck. For some reason, Lyra had gotten over her nerves around me. More than that, she developed an annoying habit of trailing me everywhere on the rare occasions I ventured outside my house. She kept up an endless stream of questions. Where was Tammy? When was she coming back? Did she leave because she was angry? Did I make her go away? Did she miss being around other humans? Did I know if she missed Lyra now that she was back in the city? I didn't have any answers for Lyra, but she kept going nonetheless. Lyra I could deal with, and even Kara's pointed looks and attempts to get me out of the house were manageable. But Alara and Reed kept giving me searching looks, and they made me nervous. Had they changed their minds about letting me stay with the pack? Were they questioning my loyalty? Hadn't I already proven it when I watched the one woman I had ever truly wanted, whom I'd genuinely seen a future with, slip away? It all came to a head one day when Alara gathered us on the steps outside the social hall to make an informal announcement. I'm traveling for a few days. There are some obligations I have to fulfill with the pack in Denver. Ignoring the hushed murmurs that followed her statement, she put a hand on Reed's shoulder. In the meantime, Reed is in charge. If there are any problems, bring them to him. Got it? There were a few mutterings of acknowledgement, and Alara nodded, satisfied. The crowd began to disperse, and I turned away with them. Jason? Alara called, and I swung back. Outside Kara and young Lyra, nobody had spoken to me in about a week. Everyone was giving me a wide berth, like I was an unexploded bomb that could go off at any moment. I'll need backup on the road. You're coming with me. It wasn't a question. I met her solid gaze and lifted my chin, giving her a short nod. Looks like I'm hitting the road with the best friend of the woman who broke my heart. Awesome. I sighed. At least it would provide a distraction against the constant thoughts of Tammy. Whatever else, this trip was certainly going to be interesting. Tammy. I spent a few listless, restless days drifting around my empty apartment in a daze. And then, I did what I always did when life threw a curveball my way. I picked myself back up, dusted myself off, and made a new plan. First off, I was keeping the baby. I knew that it wouldn't be easy, but I couldn't fathom the alternative. I'd lost Jason. I wasn't losing the only piece of him I had left. I didn't know how it would work, of course. A wolf shifter's baby would surely be a wolf shifter. At the very least, he or she would likely have non-human traits. I filed away all those fears, resolving to worry about them later. Jason had said shifting abilities only came about near puberty, so I had at least a decade, hopefully, before I had to figure anything out. With a baby on the way, I wouldn't be able to continue paying the rent on this apartment. I handed in my notice and moved in with Leah, an old friend of Mom's who lived out in the suburbs. Her kids were long since grown, and her husband had died a few years back. Alone in her big house, she lived with 3 dogs and had a whole load of chickens in the backyard. We'd struck up an odd kind of friendship after Mom died. She had always looked out for me, especially during the low points of my life. I was pregnant, alone, and soon to be homeless. As far as I figured, that was about as low as it got. When she heard I was looking for a place to stay, she offered me her spare room for free. I think the arrangement suited both of us. She ended up with company and someone to cook for her, and I got a roof over my head without having to worry about how to make rent each month. I gave up on bar work completely, instead taking a job part-time at Penny's Diner. I dipped into my savings for the rest, spending my weekends gardening in Leah's yard and sitting in my favorite armchair, staring out the window, thinking about everything and nothing. The day I was accepted into grad school, Leah, Penny, and I shared a bottle of non-alcoholic bubbly in celebration, much to Penny's disgust. We sat around the kitchen table, and I listened to the two of them talking baby names. Try as I might, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still drifting. It had been a whole month since I'd left the pack. I walked around the city streets, went to work, cooked, did laundry, and all the while felt like I was under some kind of spell. This was the world where I belonged, a world that made sense to me. Yeah, it would be difficult raising a child on my own, but I'd made the best of a bad situation before, and I could do it again. My time in the forest felt like a sunlit dream. And the thing about dreams, they weren't meant to last forever. Sooner or later, I was always going to wake up. Alara had been wrong. I wasn't Jason's soulmate, and he wasn't mine. We were just two people who got tangled up with each other, taking a detour from the path we were meant to travel. But we were always destined to return to our own separate paths in the end. I knew all of this, for certain. So why did it feel like an essential part of me was missing?
Jason. We'd been on the road for about an hour, and my head was buzzing. Alara sat in the passenger seat, silent. There were so many things I wanted to ask her, but I kept my mouth shut, unwilling to stoke the tension that I was afraid would overwhelm the trip if I wasn't careful.
I know what you want to ask me, Alara said in a calm voice.
You do? I shifted in my seat, uncomfortable. She was the alpha. She probably knew everything about everyone in the pack, including me.
You want to know if I've heard anything from her?
I was silent. I didn't need to ask which her she was referring to. As usual, Alara had hit the nail on the head. I didn't want to give her the satisfaction of knowing it, though, so I let out a non-committal grunt.
I'm sorry, Jason, she said. Her tone was surprisingly soft. I wish I had good news.
I'm just trying to put it in the past, I murmured. My voice barely cut above the roar of the engine, but Alara's head jerked in acknowledgement. Anyway, she was right. She's a human and I'm a shifter. It was never going to work. It doesn't even make sense. Alara didn't reply. A strange expression settled across her features. She glanced out the window, and I watched as the corner of her mouth tilted up a little. That's kind of a weird reaction to have when someone tells you their soul bond was doomed. Then again, Alara was kind of strange. We fell back into silence, but it was no longer an uncomfortable one. I focused on the open road for a few minutes.
You know, I asked Reed something the other night.
There was a gleam in Alara's eye that I'd only seen on rare occasions, and his answer surprised me. Oh? I couldn't keep the curiosity out of my voice.
I asked him a simple question. If he were the alpha, who would he pick as his beta?
I shrugged, tapping my fingers against the steering wheel. You, surely.
I wasn't in the running.
Alara smiled at me, not unkindly.
It's totally hypothetical, obviously, but he told me that if he had to pick, he would have picked you.
I frowned. That didn't make any sense at all. Why?
Alara let out a bark of laughter, no doubt at my shocked expression. Why not, Jason? You're strong, smart, and you've proven your loyalty to this pack 100 times over. She gave me a serious look, and I saw the spirit of the old alpha, her father, reflected in her eyes. You're a good man.
I had to blink a couple of times, and I coughed once or twice. Something must have blown off the windshield into my eye. It was the only explanation as to why I felt so choked up all of a sudden. I didn't know you guys, I flexed my hands against the wheel, unsure. Trusted me so much. I'd been on the edge of things for so long, the bad guy with a chip on his shoulder. I didn't know how to be anything else. Sincerity, softness, it wasn't a script I was much familiar with.
I've seen the way you act around Tammy, Alara said. That's all the reason I need to trust you right there.
I noted her use of the present tense, but I didn't dare correct my alpha. It was oddly comforting. For a moment, I could kid myself that Tammy was still a part of my life, that when I got home,
She would be waiting for me.
I don't know what to say, I mumbled.
I know a thing or two about divided loyalties, Alara said gently. For what it's worth, I'm glad you stayed with us, with our pack, when all that shit went down with Jamie. And I'm glad you found Tammy.
Emotions whirling, I managed to give her a nod of acknowledgement. That seemed to satisfy her. We spent the rest of the journey in silence, but I sensed that something integral had shifted between us. Alara and Reed. And me. In spite of how bleak everything else looked, there was a tiny glimmer of hope on the horizon at long last. I was back in the fold, welcomed with open arms. I belonged. I allowed a small smile to ghost across my face. It looks like I finally have my family back. By the time we arrived in Denver, dusk had fallen. It was chilly this time of year. I caught Alara rubbing her hands together, a rare acknowledgement of the temperature, as our kind didn't easily feel the cold. I turned up the collar of my jacket before following her toward the gated entrance of the large compound we'd pulled up outside. The Denver pack resided, unusually enough for our kind, on the outskirts of the city's urban center. Like us, they had built their settlement out of materials found in the landscape around them. Scrap metal, corrugated iron, and old tires formed the walls that surrounded the small community, and each house looked to be built similarly. We followed the sound of whooping laughter to where a massive bonfire had been constructed. It towered over the pack members that gathered around it, at least 6 feet tall. In the fading light, it flickered and burned, stacked with crates, boxes, and old furniture. A hulking figure approached us, flanked by several others. I immediately identified the huge man in the middle as the alpha of this pack. He and Alara exchanged a polite, if formal, greeting, inclining their heads to each other and clasping their forearms in a universal show of respect. After a few minutes, Alara moved off to talk with the alpha alone. She signaled for me to stay put, and I did so, even if part of me was frustrated. I should be going with her. Why did she bring me here, if not for protection? I slouched down at the edge of the group of revelers and stared into the flames. I could feel my misery rising once more. These people were strangers to me and offered me no distraction from my state of mind. After a moment or two, I became aware of a small presence hovering near my elbow. I looked down. A petite woman smiled up at me. She was near middle age, with gentle smiling eyes and a motherly expression. She was holding out a plate of cupcakes to me. I caught their aroma under the fire smoke and inhaled deeply. They smelled delicious. "Want one?" she asked with a grin. I nodded gratefully, suddenly aware of how starving I was. "They look good. Thanks." I was halfway through the cake when something strange occurred to me. I stopped mid-chew, glancing down at her again. She was watching me with a contented expression. That wasn't what stopped me in my tracks, though. It was her eyes. They were clear and bright, a perfectly pleasant green color. They reflected the firelight. And that was it. There was no unearthly tinge of silver around her pupils, no predator's glow. Nothing about her marked her as a wolf. She didn't have the sharp jawline, the arrogant tilt of the head, all the little tells that were easy to read if you knew what to look for. She's not a shifter. The realization was like a shot through the chest. I felt my heart clench and then thud extra loud, and something dangerously close to hope flooded my system. She's human as Tammy, and she seems to live here, with the pack. "Can I help you?" she asked cheerily. She looked amused by my fairly obvious reaction, but not offended. "Sorry, ma'am," I murmured, polishing off the rest of the cupcake and brushing the crumbs off my hands. "I'm Jason." I extended a hand and she took it. I wanted to apologize again for my rudeness. I was totally flabbergasted by the presence of a human right in the middle of a wolf shifter pack. In spite of recent events, I couldn't get it to make sense in my mind. It was like a hen cohabitating with a den of foxes. "Cecily," she offered. She was assessing me with a sharp, perceptive gaze. "And what are you doing all the way out here, Jason?" "I'm escorting my alpha," I said. I turned to try and catch sight of Alara in the crowd, but she was nowhere to be seen.
I can't say I'm doing a great job of it, though. I seem to have lost her." I turned back to her with a rueful grin, and she laughed, tipping her head back. "Yes, I can see why they like you." I lost the thread of the conversation somehow. This human was running rings around me while I blundered in the dark. They keep doing that, don't they? I shook off that critical inner voice and refocused my attention. Who? Reed and Alara, of course. Her eyes twinkled up at me. You have a good heart. I can tell these things. I couldn't help but feel charmed by the lady. Other than the human thing, in many ways she really reminded me of my mom. For many years now, it had just been Kara and me. I'd forgotten what it was like to have someone reassure me, even in such a basic way. "Can I ask you something?" I queried. The fire in front of us flared, golden sparks flying up into the darkened skies above. "Ask away, dear." "You're human." My voice trailed off into the night air between us. "That isn't a question." She leveled a glance at me, her expression warm. "But yes, I am." She folded her hands and stared into the flames. "The alpha of this pack, Embry, is my mate." My eyebrows flew into my hairline. I didn't bother trying to hide my astonishment. An alpha mated with a human? I had never heard of such a thing. Does that mean what I think it means? "We met by accident," Cecily explained in her soft, lilting voice. "Bumped into each other outside a train station. At first, I thought he was crazy. He kept telling me I had to come with him, that it was important. I almost turned tail then and there, but—" She spread out her hands, shrugging. "There was something about him. I just couldn't get him out of my head, no matter how hard I tried." "You're bonded to him?" She nodded. "Our children are shifters, like him. I like to think they got some of their better traits from me, though." She twinkled at me again. "When they've got themselves filthy from playing outside, they're his kids." A booming voice sounded from somewhere behind us. "She's right. Their better traits are definitely from their mom." I jumped to my feet, turning as I did. Embry, the alpha, pressed a kiss to the top of his mate's head and gave me a short nod. I touched my hand to my chest in a sign of deference. "Embry, meet Jason." Cecily stood up, sliding her small arm around his waist. Even standing, she didn't quite reach his shoulder. "I was telling him about the day you and I met." The alpha's face turned soft and fond, a surprising expression on such a big, stoic man. "I guess it was a little unusual. It's clearly worked out for you, though," I pointed out. They both chuckled. "It has had its ups and downs." Cecily tilted her head, resting it against Embry's upper arm. "But so does every relationship. He's a shifter, I'm a human. But we're right for each other. And at the end of the day, that's what matters. All the other stuff? It's just window dressing." I couldn't argue with that, especially when I saw the expression in Embry's eyes as he stared down at Cecily. I had rarely seen two people more clearly in love with each other than these two. Alara wandered over, a drink in her hand. When I made eye contact with her, the corners of her mouth lifted in what looked like a satisfied smirk. Something hit me out of nowhere. It was totally obvious in hindsight. I couldn't believe that it had taken me so long to see it. This is a setup. Alara had brought me here for one reason, to meet Embry and Cecily. She didn't need my protection. She'd wanted me to see that the situation I was in, that seemed so impossible to reconcile, could work out just fine if only I would let it. It was possible for a human to live in the middle of a wolf pack. Not just live, but thrive. Have children, raise them in safety, and become a valued and loved member of the community in her own right. I couldn't believe Alara had tricked me like this. She'd used my loyalty to her advantage, and I'd walked right into it. Still, I couldn't bring myself to be mad at her. She had obviously done it with Tammy's and my best interests at heart. And I knew as well as she did that if she'd been upfront with me, I would never have come. I'd been shut up in my house for weeks now, wallowing in my own self-pity. Hope began to stir somewhere inside. Seeing Cecily and Embry's successful relationship firsthand changed things. If they could do it, Why not Tammy and me? Even thinking her name struck a chord of loss somewhere deep inside me. I knew I had to see her again, touch her, make her mine in every way possible. Prove to her that she was the one I wanted, now and forever, and that I could make her happy if she'd let me. I didn't care that she was a human. It had never bothered me, except insofar as it had made her feel like she didn't belong. All those worries at the start about her not fitting in, not finding her place with us, had turned out to be totally wrong. She did belong with us, and looking back, I knew she had been happy living in the village. Why did I let her go so easily? Why had I not tried to convince her to stay? It was me who had been too much of a coward to let her in fully, to let her know, truly, how I felt about her. There had to be a chance that she still felt something for me. I wasn't done fighting. For her. For us. For the life we could have together. And if she wanted to stay in the city, then I would stay there too. She was my destiny. My future. I didn't care where we ended up. I just knew I needed her by my side again. I felt a fire kindling inside me. It wasn't over. Not yet. I knew exactly what I had to do.
Chapter 13. Tammy. The day had started like every other. Just another morning, adding to the countless mornings I had woken up since I'd left Jason. Ordinary hours passing by in my ordinary life. As usual, I got up, ate breakfast, and got dressed in my new tailored jacket and trousers. I waved goodbye to Leah and headed out the door before 8. I like to arrive a little early to give myself a chance to prepare for the rigors of the day ahead. I'd been accepted into my postgraduate course and was working part-time around my studies at the local social worker's office, just answering the phones and making appointments, but I loved the people. And it was great experience for when I graduated. I was right where I wanted to be. So why do I feel like a zombie? Images of the future crept into my brain without warning. I could see the next 5 to 10 years mapped out in front of me with startling clarity. My baby would arrive in the late summer. I pictured the makeshift nursery, the sleepless nights, finding a kindergarten, reading school reports, swimming lessons, pushing a tiny bike down a long drive, watching him or her blow out a cake with 2 candles on it, then 3, then 4. As I drove to work, I pictured breaking the news to Jason. I couldn't even imagine it. That small town in the woods felt so far away, almost like it didn't exist at all. The pain of those memories flared up sharp and hot, but I suppressed them as best I could. My child wouldn't grow up with a father who had 1 foot permanently out the door. That much at least I could guarantee. My baby would be surrounded by adults who provided unconditional love and support. People whose loyalties weren't divided between their pack and their loved ones. I wasn't going to compromise anymore. I wanted someone who would fight for me. Love me as fiercely as I love the child growing inside me. And I wouldn't settle for anything less. I would choose my own path from now on, and count my friends among those who were there for me when I needed them most. I pulled up in the parking lot of the office building where my reception job was based. I could see the first clients through the window already. A family of 2, mother and daughter. I got out of the car and walked inside. "Hey, Julie." I smiled at the tiny girl with pigtails, and she lit up when she saw me, bouncing up and down in her plastic seat. "How are you today?" Julie's mom, Rosa, put an arm around her daughter and squeezed her shoulders. "She's a bundle of energy. I'm sorry." She threw me a chagrined smile. "Oh, please don't apologize." I shook my head fervently. "I love it. I wish I were that much of a morning person." I wasn't lying. I did love my work, and seeing children like Julie. But it wasn't the life-defining passion I had once thought it would be. It was perfectly fine. And that's good, right? That's more than most people get. You should be grateful. I turned away from them toward the check-in desk. I fished my lanyard out of my bag and slid it around my neck, then almost slammed right into the guy waiting up ahead of me. I put my hands out, prepared to launch into a volley of apologies. "I'm so sorry. I didn't see—" My words died in my throat when the man turned and I got a good look at him. It was Jason. His hair and beard had grown out a little in the weeks we had been apart, and he looked weather-beaten, like he'd been spending even more time outside than usual. But other than that, he was just as I remembered. Well-worn jeans, sturdy boots, and a plaid shirt. A world away from the office environment we stood in. I ran a hand over the edge of my neatly pressed blouse, suddenly self-conscious. The other receptionist, Stacy, poked her head out from behind him and caught my eye. "Tammy, do you know this guy? He came in a couple minutes ago saying you guys know each other." She glanced at him and then mouthed, "Do you want me to call security?" "It's fine, Stacy." I took a deep breath. My eyes returned to Jason's piercing gaze. Those eyes, both hazel and silver versions, had haunted my dreams. Right now, they were like a dagger through the heart. I paused, unsure of how to finish. A friend? Ex-boyfriend? My soulmate? "I know him," I said eventually. "It's okay." Hearing the weight in my words, Stacy tilted her head to the side, then she shrugged. "You're in early anyway. Take your time." Maybe I could use the staff room to chat with him for a minute. My brain scrambled through possible explanations for what he was doing here, what he could want. Answers? Gas money? A map? He was here in the middle of the city. Maybe he was lost. He probably wants his shirt back. You know, the one you keep under your pillow at night. I fought down the blush that threatened to rise in my cheeks and tried to get a handle on the situation. The sheer fact of his presence here was enough to send me reeling. This was my world, the human world. He looked as out of place here as I was deep in the forest among the wolf pack. "You didn't feel out of place there," a traitorous voice reminded me. "You felt like you'd come home." Despite his obvious discomfort, he looked me straight in the eye. There was nothing cocky or overconfident in his demeanor. The snarky guy I had first met back at the bonding ceremony had vanished. He looked calm, steady. In spite of the circumstances, there was an openness in his expression I hadn't seen before. "Stacy, is it okay if I use the staff room to chat with Jason for a minute?" The other receptionist nodded, indicating to the files in front of her. "Yeah, of course. I've got this." "This way," I said, pointing down the corridor that led to the staff room. I didn't bother asking him anything. Out here, it felt too public. There were too many curious eyes and ears. Silently, he followed me. He kept a respectful distance between us, but I still fancied I could feel his warmth radiating against my back the whole way down the hall. I opened the door and told him to take a seat on the sofa next to the fridge. I internally debated taking a seat behind at the table. It felt too formal, too defensive. In the end, I perched awkwardly on the edge of the dining table, pushing aside some files as I did so. "You've cut your hair," Jason said. His voice was decidedly neutral. I couldn't get a read on his intentions at all. Does he like it? Is he happy to see me? Sad? Bored? I decided to ask the obvious question. "What are you doing here?" He looked down at his hands, turning them over, like he was trying to find the answers in his palms. I ached, wanting nothing more than to slide off the desk and take those big hands in mine and hold them close, feel his fingers cradle my face like they had done so easily, so instinctively, not so long ago. Finally, he looked up. "I needed to see you." I fought back the emotions that welled up inside me. Even his mere presence was enough to quiet the panicked voice buried deep inside my chest, that emptiness that had me lying awake at night, wondering if he was okay.
"Tammy,"
he spoke again, and my attention returned to the present moment.
"I wanted to give you space. I tried to stay away from you. I thought if we went back to our separate lives, maybe this feeling would fade over time."
He drew a deep breath.
"I'm not strong enough to stay away from you anymore."
I froze. Whatever I had been expecting to come out of his mouth, it wasn't that. "What are you saying?" I whispered. He leaned forward on the couch, forcing me to meet his gaze. Even though I was the one in the dominant position, I felt cornered. I crossed one leg over the other, trying to exude a control over the situation that I didn't feel.
I'm saying that being apart from you isn't an option for me.
His voice rumbled out of his chest, and I shivered.
I can't do it. So either you're gonna have to force me out of here right now, or we work this thing out.
I gaped at him. All my careful plans for the coming years were crumbling before my eyes. I hadn't factored Jason into the equation. Then again, Jason had never failed to surprise me in the past. It's one of the things I love about him. I turned the thought over in my head and realized that it was true. Terrifying, impossible, but true. I loved him, completely and utterly. In some ways, I still barely knew him, but it didn't matter. I loved him. Unbidden, my hands slid over my belly. Jason's eyes tracked the movement without comprehension. "What did you have in mind?" I asked in a small voice. "My work, my life. It's here, Jason. I'm happy." His eyebrows drew together and his head fell forward, his curls tumbling. It was such a familiar sight, one that I'd missed so much.
"Okay," he said. "Then I'll come to you, Tammy. I'll pack up and move to the city for you. I don't care where I live. I just want us to be together."
I thought about the wolf shifters. Each pack was different, but I remembered Alara telling me that forest dwellers particularly struggled in urban centers. The noise, all the bright lights, it drove their elevated senses haywire. "You would do that?" I asked. "For me?" I was struggling to raise my voice any louder than a whisper. I worried that if I spoke at full volume, I would break the spell and this fragile thing between us would snap like a matchstick.
"Anything, Tammy."
Jason reached out and put his hands over mine. When I didn't resist, he tugged one of them toward him, tangling our fingers together. Warmth flooded through me, and the emptiness I'd carried for so long dissipated.
"I'd do anything, go anywhere. I don't care, as long as I'm with you."
I thought of all the careful plans I'd made, the life I'd laid out for myself in his absence. I pictured the forest, which stretched out in my mind's eye. Mysterious, endless, full of promise and adventure. Home. "What about the pack?" I asked. Part of me still wanted to test him. We had been away from each other so long. Whatever he felt for me, I knew his loyalties would always lie with them. His expression shadowed.
"It will be difficult,"
he conceded.
"I want you to come back with me, Tammy. But I know that's not what you want."
I swallowed, watching him rise from the couch completely and erase the space between us. His hands slid either side of me, resting on the table. I looked up at him, his proximity making me dizzy. I trailed off. "I don't know what to say."
"I know you didn't ask for this."
He flung out a hand, indicating between us.
"Me coming into your life, our bond, any of it. But I can't keep pretending anymore. I'm done. I can't hide the way I feel."
I leaned into his heat, unbidden. It had been only about 6 weeks, but it felt like forever. He was intoxicating. Suddenly, I couldn't fight against it any longer. I was tired of pretending I didn't care. "Then don't," I whispered. "I'm right here, Jason." His hands came up to brush the hair out of my face. One of his thumbs traced down the soft part of my jawline, ghosting around the outer corners of my mouth.
"Tammy."
His gaze was serious, his eyes scorching.
"I love you."
His mouth met mine, searching at first. It wasn't enough. My fingers grasped the collar of his shirt and dragged him closer, and the kiss rapidly deepened into something heated and desperate. I broke away with a gasp, leaning my forehead against his. "I love you too," I giggled, lightheaded and giddy. I was floating. I'll come back, Jason. You don't have to choose." Jason loved me. He loved me so much he was willing to give up everything he'd ever known in order for us to be together, to leap into the unknown, to build a new life for himself. For us. Suddenly, every reason I had for leaving the pack seemed tiny and insignificant, All of Naomi's words, so spiteful and vicious in my memory, faded away. They couldn't hurt me anymore. They didn't matter. Because to Jason, I wasn't some low-grade amusement. I wasn't a fling that he had bedded and abandoned when he grew bored of me. As it turned out, he couldn't live life without me, and I felt exactly the same way.
"You'll come back?"
he asked. His voice was full of wonder. His arms drew around me, pulling me up off the desk and into a tight hug. He lifted me up off my feet a little, and I squealed.
"You'll come home?"
"Yes." I kissed him again, reveling in the luxury of it. I could kiss him again, touch him. I could do anything. We could do anything.
"What about all this?"
His eyes flickered around my office, taking it all in.
"I thought this was your dream."
I thought so too, I shrugged. But the truth is, I think I've been pretending. I've been pretending that all my plans would work out exactly the way I expected them to. Pretending that I would be better off without you in my life. I drew him closer. We stood there, holding each other for a long moment. "I'm not okay without you," I admitted huskily. Jason paused and then let out a chuckle.
"I guess they didn't see you coming. You took me by surprise."
"You threw a monkey wrench into my plans too," I smiled. "Guess you can't argue with destiny." He drew back just enough to look me in the eye. His gaze had turned serious again, roaming over every inch of my face.
"It's not because of fate or prophecy. I'm choosing you, Tammy. I'm choosing you for you."
In all my life, I'd never heard anyone say those words to me. I could feel myself let go, surrender to the reality of loving him, and for once, it didn't terrify me. It was time to trust him now, with everything. It was surprisingly short work to pack up the life I'd built for myself over the past 6 weeks in the city. Jason and I ended up staying for the week with Leah. I had to tie up loose ends with work and organize to defer my studies for a year. The other stuff, the people I would be leaving behind, that was much harder. I said my goodbyes to Leah and Penny, who both hugged me tightly and made me promise to keep in touch. From the way they behaved, you would think I was disappearing into the forest, never to be seen again. I assured them I wouldn't be a stranger, struggling to make my point while balancing the stack of boxes I carried in my arms. Penny placed my favorite cherry pie on top of the pile, which made the whole thing severely unstable. Luckily, Jason swooped in before I dropped the load and took everything out of my hands. He paid particular interest to the pie on his way to the truck, and out of the corner of my eye, I caught Penny batting his hands away from it before he could dig into the thing himself. The sight made me chuckle. I had a healthy appetite myself, but the wolf shifters were on a whole other level. Leah drew me aside in the midst of the chaos. Her kind eyes betrayed a quiet concern. I knew she was happy for me, but I couldn't help but feel bereft leaving her like this. She had taken me in when I had nothing, no one. I pulled her into a hug and murmured my thanks against her shoulder. She stroked my hair just the way I remembered Mom used to. "Are you going to tell him?" she whispered, quietly enough so that only the two of us could hear. I nodded. Yes. I had to, and sooner rather than later. It wouldn't be long now before the physical evidence would be impossible to hide. Leah caught my eye, and I could sense that she wanted to say more. Advice, maybe, or a word of warning for the dangerous new world I was about to enter. Before she could, however, Penny launched herself at me. I giggled, catching her before she could bowl us both over. "I'm coming to visit you guys," she grinned toothily. "As soon as—" Cutting herself off, she glanced around. Jason was busy strapping my luggage down on the roof of the truck, none the wiser. "You know what?" she finished in a stage whisper, pointing at my stomach. "Sooner, I hope." My smile for Penny was broad and genuine. She had become a good friend to me, and I would miss her. "Don't keep all of them to yourself." Penny reached out and squeezed the bicep of an alarmed-looking Jason before bursting into laughter. "You and Alara better not forget about me. That's all I'm saying." I shook my head, unable to stop myself giggling. Her laughter was infectious. "We could never forget about you, Penny. After that, there was nothing more to do. No more goodbyes to be said, no more suitcases to be packed. We were waved off from the sidewalk, and in the rearview mirror, I watched my friends grow smaller and smaller before they vanished from view completely.
You okay?
Jason glanced over at me. One of his hands left the steering wheel, coming to rest in the space between us, palm upwards. I slid my hand into his and squeezed it in response. Yeah, I'm more than okay. I was finally, truly happy.
Jason. After spending a week in the city, my offer to move there permanently began to seem more and more crazy. A week was more than enough. The noise of the traffic, the bright neon signs, the humans and all their chaos. I didn't know how Alara had coped for so long. I couldn't help but be relieved that Tammy was returning to the pack with me after all. The fact that she actually seemed excited about it made me happier than I had any right to be. We said goodbye to her human friends and hit the road, settling into a companionable silence that I had missed. It was the simple things that made me feel so good. My hand in hers, the open road ahead of us, and her presence by my side. Sure, we may have problems along the way, but Cecily's voice rang in my ears. It's all just window dressing. As we left the city behind us, Tammy turned to me. The expression on her face was radiant, but there was a touch of nervousness in her eyes. She looked like she was hanging on to the edge of something, and she was suddenly unsure of how to let go. "What's the matter?" I murmured, bringing her hand up and pressing a kiss against her skin. The sunset glowed ahead of us, lighting up the landscape with golden rays. The forest looked beautiful, like it had caught fire.
Nothing, she said. Can you pull over for a minute? I have something to tell you.
My heart stuttered. She hadn't changed her mind, had she? My heart couldn't bear it. Quickly, I pulled into the verge and turned to her. "Tell me." She smiled at me with those gorgeous shining eyes.
It's all good. At least I think it is.
Her smile turned shy.
I'm pregnant, Jason. We're going to have a baby.
A wave of shock hit me, followed by a pure wave of elation that made me grip the steering wheel tightly. Thank God she got me to pull over. I might have crashed the truck otherwise. That's... I couldn't speak, but I shot her a huge grin, hoping it conveyed my joy.
I know, Jason.
Her hand came up, gently curving against my cheek. I focused on the gentleness of her touch, letting it soothe the pounding of my heart.
I love you.
I love you more, I murmured. I wanted to kiss her properly, tangle my fingers in her beautiful auburn hair and make her swoon. But this spot on the side of the highway wasn't the best place to express how I felt. I settled for turning my head and kissing her palm. That is the best news I have ever heard, Tammy.
You're happy?
She asked, her eyebrows flickering up as though she was still a little unsure. I laughed. I wish I could show you just how happy, but I think that will have to wait until I get you home and into our bed. Tammy laughed happily and settled back into her seat, one hand spread over her still flat stomach. I covered her hand with mine and left it there for several seconds, imagining what our child might look like when it arrived. Boy or girl? I didn't care. I just knew I would love it as much as I loved Tammy. I finally tore my gaze away from my beautiful mate and started the car once again. We had a long journey ahead of us, after all. Tammy, me, the baby. But we would make it. Together. We were going home.
The end.
Chapter 1. Kara. I was on edge today. Not for any reason I could put my finger on. The atmosphere around me, inside me, just felt tense, like the air before a storm. Across from me, on the other side of the lawn, the pack alpha, Alara, sat with her feet up, watching over the children running about. Although her body language was lazy, I could tell that she was on alert in the way that alphas always were, scanning for threats over at the tree line and ensuring the safety of pack members, even while appearing relaxed. Not that she could spring into action right now, though, even if something did turn up to threaten us. Not in her condition. The sundress she wore couldn't hide her large, round belly. She chewed her bottom lip, deep in thought over something. Reed, her mate, crossed the lawn to join her, carrying 2 large glasses of lemonade. Alara accepted one, smiling up at him with the softness she reserved only for him. He bent his head to press a kiss to her lips. His fingers were gentle as they slid through her hair. The way he treated her, as if she were made of glass and the most precious thing on earth, was surprising for such a big man. Bitterness spiked through my chest, and it only took me a second to realize what the feeling was. Envy. As Reed and Alara got to talking, I bent my head back over my needlework and tried to shake away the feeling. Those two had always known they were fated to be together, ever since we were kids. Back then it had made us all laugh, the way they were with each other. Not now. Now it made us all yearn for something similar to what they had. Unlike Alara and Reed, though, I'd never had even an inkling of that feeling toward anyone in the pack. I'd never experienced the pull they all talked about, that unshakable certainty that this shifter was the one for me. So I kept to myself. The other members of the pack didn't bother with me, which suited me just fine. It ran both ways. Most of the time, I was happy enough in my own company. Since my brother Jason had found his mate Tammy, I'd withdrawn even more. It wasn't anyone's fault I didn't feel right in company anymore. Besides, it meant I had more time to work on my art. I should be happy about that. I smoothed a hand over the pattern I was working on. Dozens of trees embroidered in shades of green. The forest scene would eventually become part of a quilt for Alara's baby. The room they had planned for him or her was spectacular. Yeah, I have all I need, right here. Alara and Reed were still deep in conversation. Even from this distance, I could see they were arguing about something. Alara's brow creased. It was an expression I knew well. She doesn't want to hear whatever he's saying, but she knows he's right. Sure enough, a few moments later, Alara threw up her hands. Fine, fine. Reed sat back, satisfied, and I smothered a laugh. Alara wasn't one to lose a fight, and she wouldn't take it well. Reed brushed his hand against hers, and she relented, tangling their fingers together. Like all their disagreements, it was over before it had really started. I shook my head and returned to my embroidery. Kids on the lawn played under the watchful eye of 6 shifters. Beyond the grass, a group of pack members emerged from the trees carrying a deer between them. No one would go hungry tonight. At the other end of the village, the vegetable garden was blooming. Come fall, we would be laden with fresh fruit and vegetables. Everything was exactly as it should be. And yet, there was something I couldn't put my finger on. Why did I feel so unsettled? Is it my imagination, or can I smell a storm on the horizon? It was late evening by the time Alara and I were alone and we could catch up properly. We sat on her porch together drinking iced tea and listening to the cicadas flitting in and out of the grass around the house. Alara had one hand on her belly, and the other absently stirred her drink. It's any day now, Kara. She patted her stomach and grinned. Ugh, I'm so done being pregnant. I chuckled as I remembered how Tammy had gotten in the weeks leading up to her due date. Jason had been almost as bad as his partner, fussing over Tammy in the imminent event as if everything else in the world had come to a stop. Which, I guess, for my brother and his mate, it had. Setting foot in that house was like waiting for a bomb to go off toward the end. By the time baby May finally arrived, we were all at our wits' end, only to be greeted with the most placid, easygoing kid ever. Not for the first time, I wondered what Reed and Alara's baby would be like. I took a sip of tea, hiding a little grin. Whether male or female, the coming bub was bound to be a leader of some kind. How's Reed holding up? Alara shrugged. A smile played about the corners of her mouth. Put it this way, I'm gonna miss having him wait on me hand and foot. Though it has started to get a little ridiculous. He carried me into the bath yesterday. Like, actually ran me a bath and put me in it. We both laughed aloud this time. How well Reed treated his mate came as no surprise to me. Few men looked at a woman the way Reed looked at Alara. Her smile slowly faded and her eyebrows pinched together. Honestly, I'm frustrated. Until this baby is born, I'm stranded here. It makes my business as alpha kind of limiting. Yeah. I put a comforting hand on her arm. I can imagine. It wasn't a situation an alpha typically found themselves in, especially since most wolf shifter alphas were male. As much as Alara had flourished in her role as pack leader, she now had a new priority: motherhood. I'm gonna confess something. Alara turned to me, setting her drink down on a table next to her. Her expression was serious, so I mirrored her posture. This isn't purely a social visit. I need to ask you a favor. Oh? Alara and I had been best friends since we were kids. We'd reconnected almost immediately after she'd returned to the pack, picking up right where we left off. The fact she was now my alpha hadn't changed that relationship between us. There was little I would refuse her. I've been in contact with Elder Frey, from the Thornwood clan. He's been keeping things running round those parts ever since. Alara's face twisted with discomfort. Well, you know. Right. Their alpha's passing. I'd never met the Thornwood alpha face to face, but over the years he'd nurtured an alliance with Alara's father. News of his sudden recent death had spread like wildfire to every shifter pack in the state. Shifter packs fiercely guarded their secrets, especially upon the death of an alpha. The risk for any pack was greatest just after an alpha passed, and before the new leader was chosen. But the Thornwoods had been in open disarray for months now. They haven't chosen a new leader yet? I couldn't keep the shock out of my voice. I'd never heard of such a thing. A pack running wild for so long with no sworn alpha. How had they survived a takeover bid? Alara's face darkened. Oh, they had chosen one. The Thornwood alpha's son was all set to inherit, but for some reason, on the day he was set to be sworn in, he took off. What? He ran off somewhere. Alara looked pissed, and I sensed it wasn't a good idea to point out right this minute that she hadn't embraced the role of alpha with open arms at first either. Instead, I tried to keep my face totally blank of emotion. The truth is, Alara continued, hefting herself back in her chair with a heavy sigh, I'm worried. Jamie's still out there, and the Thornwood pack, the one closest to our borders, currently has no alpha. Honestly, I don't know what Jamie's capable of. If he stepped in and took over... I caught a flicker of real fear in her expression. I shared her fear. Jamie was unstable, and if he stirred up trouble with our nearest neighbor, that trouble could spill over to us. I stared out at the clearing in front of us. Earlier that day, it had been full of kids playing chase, giggling and play-fighting with each other. The thick line of trees at the edge of the grass seemed darker than usual, full of shadows. I knew it was simply my mind playing tricks, but it felt like danger could be lurking around every tree trunk or branch. I shook the thought away. So, what does this have to do with me? I asked. Reed is going to meet with the Thornwood clan, Alara said. Normally I'd go with him, but I don't feel strong enough at the moment. I want you to go in my place. I stared at her, shocked. What? Why me? Because I trust you, Alara said simply. And I don't say that about many people. I need people I can trust right now. Your brother and Tammy are busy with May, and besides, you are my first choice. She smiled and squeezed my hand. But, I fumbled, I don't know anything about politics. It might have sounded like a feeble excuse, but it was true. I wasn't like Alara, bold, confident, and strong. She'd left our village without a backward glance and lived for years in a strange city before returning to take up the role of pack leader. She was born for it. I'd always been content to spend my days here with my weaving and craft work, making beautiful things for my community. I couldn't just step into her role next to Reed and do the job well. I didn't believe in myself that much, and I was positive no one else would either. There was no way I could do it. Kara. Alara caught my eye and held it in that instinctive, unyielding way that only an alpha could. Damn. When she pinned me with that look, I knew I wouldn't be able to refuse. Look at me, she insisted. I know you can do this. I wouldn't have asked you otherwise. I opened my mouth and closed it a few times, discarding excuses that I knew she'd throw aside as soon as I uttered them out loud. What if I messed up? One wrong move could wreck whatever alliance Alara wanted to build and make things worse for both clans. But the look on her face told me that I couldn't argue. Alara had already made up her mind. More than that, I could hardly disobey a direct order from my alpha. Fine. When do we leave? I mumbled. Alara brightened immediately. She sat back in her chair, looking like a weight had been taken off her shoulders. At least she's confident. That makes one of us. Tomorrow. So soon? I almost squeaked. Alara caught my expression anyway and draped an arm around my shoulders, squeezing tight. You'll be perfect, Kara. A soft smile played around the corners of her mouth. You'll see. It was still dark outside when my alarm started blaring, far louder than I expected it to be. With a groan, I gave it a couple of smacks to turn it off. I rolled over, every muscle in my body tensed, and listened with bated breath for the sound of a baby crying. Had my alarm woken May? There was nothing but silence from the rest of the house. I let out a long sigh of relief and allowed myself to relax into my pillows. Tammy would never forgive me if I woke May up with my stupid alarm. On the chair beneath the window, the bag I'd packed yesterday lay in wait. I glowered at it, but it didn't burst into flames. It remained exactly where it was, mocking me, ready to leave. With a heavy sigh, I knew I couldn't delay any longer. I clambered out of bed and threw on my clothes. I was meeting Reed outside in half an hour. I had just enough time to eat some toast and brush my teeth before he'd be here. There was no point waking Jason and Tammy. I'd said my goodbyes to them yesterday, and with May well and truly making her beautiful presence felt, like all babies do, the sleep-deprived parents needed as much rest as they could get. Tammy had hugged me tearfully and asked when we were coming back. She didn't need a shifter's advanced senses to pick up on the tense atmosphere. Jason had not said anything, but his body language when he moved in for a hug and the way he'd squeezed me so hard my feet lifted off the floor told me how worried he was about me going on this mission for Alara. Jason was more than a big brother to me. Since Mom and Dad had died, we were all the family we had left. Once I had my bag on my shoulder, I glanced out the window and into the dark street. I could see Reed heading toward our house in the dim light cast by the street lamps. Tension was written across the broad line of his shoulders. I didn't blame him. My own shoulders were tight with apprehension. I knew this mission wasn't his first choice either. He'd much rather be with Alara and his unborn child right now. Like any expectant dad, he wanted to be around just in case Alara went into labor earlier than expected. Sometimes, pack duty has to come first. I tiptoed down the stairs and shut the front door behind me as quietly as I could. Reed nodded as I came down the front steps of the house and gestured for me to follow him.
Morning, Kara. Come on.
He hitched up his own bag on his shoulder as I fell into step beside him.
Truck's all packed and ready to go.
I stowed my bag in the bed of his truck and climbed into the passenger seat, trying not to feel awkward. It wasn't often that Reed and I were in each other's presence without Alara. I was hoping we'd find things to talk about along the way and not spend the whole trip in quiet discomfort. If he sensed any of my awkward feelings, he didn't show it. He looked a million miles away as he turned the key in the ignition and we headed down the road that led out of the village. There were dark circles under his eyes, like he hadn't slept in a month. He glanced at me properly once we were on the main road.
All good?
I nodded. Sure. I must have sounded unconvincing, because he grinned briefly.
We'll be back before you know it, Kara. All will be well.
Judging from his expression, I could tell he wanted to believe that just as much as I did. This trip was the last thing either of us wanted to be doing right now. But orders were orders, whether you were the Alpha's friend or their mate. The trees rushed past as we drove. The sun began to rise, and golden light dappled the hood of the car. I tilted my head up, looking through the sunroof at the crows circling high overhead. What are they like? I eventually asked, breaking the comfortable silence.
Who? The crows?
He followed my gaze upward, then concentrated back on the road again. I rolled my eyes and looked directly at him. No, the Thornwood clan, of course. Reed drummed his fingers against the steering wheel.
Oh, you know.
No, I don't. I frowned out at the road ahead. It's a genuine question, Reed. I've never even been to the other side of the creek. Reed's brows shot up.
I didn't realize.
I could see he was turning my question over in his mind, trying to find the right words.
They're secretive,
he said eventually.
They keep to themselves, you know? The same as any shifter pack.
Huh. That wasn't much to go on. We fell into silence for a few more miles until eventually Reed spoke up again.
You know Naomi, right? She's one of the Thornwood clan. Or she used to be, anyway.
He shrugged.
Who knows where she's at these days?
I wrinkled my nose. Of course I knew Naomi. And I have to admit, I really did not like her. My brother's on-again, off-again ex. In the old days, she'd stick around just long enough to mark her territory and get Jason hooked on her before prancing off again. She reminded me of a poisonous flower. Lovely to look at, but you didn't want to get too close. When Tammy had entered the picture, I wasn't the only one in our clan to breathe a sigh of relief. Naomi had scampered away once she realized Jason wasn't coming back to her. I didn't know where she was now, and frankly, I didn't care, as long as she stayed away from my little family. Reed caught my scowl and broke into laughter.
Aw, come on. You can't judge a whole clan by one wolf, Kara.
I made a non-committal noise and crossed my arms. Fine. What about the others? The old alpha had a son, right? A son who has mysteriously run off somewhere?
Yeah.
Reed shifted in his seat.
He had 2 of them, actually. I've only met the younger one, though. Kit Thornwood.
What's he like? I pressed.
He's cool.
Ugh, I would get so much more out of Alara. The clan was secretive, and the younger son of the old alpha was cool. I couldn't tell if Reed was holding back on me for some reason, or if he genuinely didn't have any other information to share. I might not have traveled far in my life, but I was still a shifter, and my shifter senses were on high alert. The farther we drove from the village, the edgier I became. The wolf in me was wary as all hell. Every bump in the road made me flinch in my seat. If I'm heading into an unknown, I'd rather go in with my eyes open. But I didn't bother trying to pry any further. For whatever reason, Reed clearly had no more information to provide. I would just have to wait and find out for myself when I arrived. Chapter 2. Kara. It was mid-morning by the time the truck rolled to a stop at the edge of the Thornwood settlement. The perimeter was surrounded by a high wall, and as we approached the gates, a couple of figures stationed in a watchtower turned around to look at us, then disappeared from view. A guarded perimeter? With watchtowers? That's not creepy at all. The gate slowly started to open. Reed tapped the steering wheel a couple of times, then drove forward toward the small group of shifters clustered around the entrance. He brought the truck to a standstill and glanced at me as he put his hand on the door.
Wait here, yeah?
Sure. I nodded and watched as he climbed out of the car, my heart pounding in my chest. I was perfectly happy for him to take the lead at this point. I had never done anything like this before, visiting as the representative of our alpha. I hardly even knew how I was supposed to behave. I sat bolt upright in the passenger seat as a group of shifters approached Reed. They looked like a welcoming party of sorts, though the expression on their faces was not what I'd call friendly. Reed reached the group and clasped hands with a couple of the men, exchanging a few words with them. I tried to read their lips, but they were too far away. Reed's posture was loose and easy. I allowed myself to relax a fraction, taking a deep, calming breath. I would take my cue from him. They're our allies. They're not going to hurt us. Not without good reason, anyway. Most of the men in the group peeled away after they'd spoken to Reed and wandered out of sight. One of them remained. He continued to speak with Reed, his hands waving in the air in an expressive way that looked more human than shifter. Reed nodded at whatever he was saying, so I took the opportunity to study the other man. His hair was lighter than most of the shifters I knew. Burnished strands caught the light, flashing auburn when he moved into a patch of sunlight shining through the trees. He had a soft, easy smile, and even from this distance, that smile made me want to smile too. He clapped Reed on the back before turning away and loping off in the same direction as the others. Reed jogged back to the truck and slid behind the wheel. He seemed happy enough.
Let's park, and then I'll introduce you to everyone.
Another twinge of nerves shot through my chest as my heart continued to pound like I was running a marathon. I had to let some of my nervous tension go before I ruined this for Alara. Sounds good. I forced a smile as he swung the truck around, and we trundled over to a small patch of grass where several other vehicles were parked. This time, I was first out of the truck. I pushed the door open as soon as Reed turned off the engine, anxious to stretch and move. The second my feet touched the grass, my wolf wanted to bolt off into the forest. Don't be stupid. There's nothing to be afraid of. Don't screw this up. I swallowed the thickness in my throat. Reed came around to my side of the vehicle. He grinned down at me, and I wondered whether he was oblivious to the anxiety thrumming in my chest, or simply ignoring it in the hope I would get myself under control. Knowing Reed and his heightened senses, it was probably the latter.
You ready?
He asked. My stomach churned. Still, I nodded.
Come on. Their meeting house is this way.
I followed Reed across a clearing toward a collection of small homes. Other than that first group of men who had assembled to greet Reed, I hadn't seen more than one or two others. Where was everyone? A couple of people passed us as we made our way down what I took to be the main street, but I caught movement at some of the windows. One of the chimneys was belching smoke. My shifter senses told me that we were being watched, and it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I hadn't expected anything else, of course, but it was creepy being here, knowing that there were eyes on us, but not being able to see exactly where they were. Like us, these people probably weren't used to outsiders, and given the fence and the watchtowers, they seemed even more guarded in this community than our own. I recognized the meeting house. It was the biggest building in sight, for one thing. Unlike ours, it had a second floor, and the wide porch area underneath the jutting balcony was crowded with what looked like most of the Thornwood pack. Okay, so that's where everyone is hiding. No wonder the village seems so empty. Looks like all the action is here. Several heads turned as we approached, eyeing us as we climbed the stairs to the main doors. A couple of women had auburn hair similar to the guy Reed had spoken to. Theirs was brighter, like copper, and braided back into an intricate fishtail pattern. As we headed inside, everyone moved back, leaving a wide berth around us before following us inside, albeit at a distance. I couldn't shake the worry that we were surrounded by people who could turn on us in a heartbeat. Inside, the meeting house was already half full of pack members. They were clustered in small groups on several rows of low benches that faced an empty stage, like they were waiting for something to begin. We were halfway down the central aisle when a man sidled in front of us, blocking us from going any further. I tensed up. Reed put a warning hand on my arm, and I forced myself to relax somewhat, at least on the outside. Nothing I could do about the inner nerves, except keep them hidden. The man held up his hands, catching my expression.
Whoa, didn't mean to startle you there, Missy.
I took a closer look at him. He had a broad, open face, and his hair had that same deep auburn color as many of the others, but his was streaked with gray at the temples, as was his beard.
Elder Frey.
Reed identified the speaker before moving forward, his voice warm as he clasped the other man's hand and forearm.
It's good to see you again. And you, my boy.
The elder looked Reed up and down.
Not much of a boy these days, I see. You've grown into a fine man.
Reed chuckled.
Left boyhood behind a while back. It's been a long time, huh? Too long.
Elder Frey clapped a hand on one of Reed's shoulders.
I hear congratulations are in order. Alara's expecting, I take it.
Reed's expression warmed and his eyes lit up.
Yes, it won't be long now. Wonderful news.
After another thud of approval on Reed's shoulder, Elder Frey stepped back.
Well, hopefully we can get this business over and done with so you can return to your family. That's the plan.
The elder's gaze traveled over Reed's shoulder and landed on me.
And you must be Kara.
Yes. I found my voice, glad it didn't come out on a squeak, and raised my chin before extending a hand for him to shake. I'm here on our Alpha's behalf. Elder Frey nodded.
Yes, Alara sent word. Very well. Follow me, you two. Let's go somewhere quiet where we can talk properly.
Reed and I followed the elder to the back of the room, then through a small door that led up a narrow flight of stairs and into an upper room. Thick wooden beams supported the high ceiling, and the desk in front of the window was overflowing with papers. The guy Reed had spoken to earlier, the one with the contagious grin, stood in the middle of the room. He raised a hand in greeting, throwing us a lopsided smile. Up close, I realized that he was young, in his late teens by the look of it. His limbs had a coltish, awkward look to them, like he hadn't grown into his frame yet, but I'd been right about his manner. He gave the impression of friendliness rather than hostility, and I relaxed more in his presence.
Hey!
He came bounding up to us.
Kara, right?
He reminded me of Jason, back when we were still growing up and didn't have a care in the world. He shook my hand enthusiastically, and I forgot for just a second to be afraid at all. Yes, I grinned back at him, charmed already.
Kara?
Reed interjected.
This is Kit Thornwood.
The Alpha's youngest son? Nice to meet you, I said. So this is the cool younger brother. Where's his older brother then? The supposed next Alpha? The rest of the room was empty. There was nowhere for anyone else to hide. And besides, hadn't the other brother run off? He was probably out there lurking in the woods somewhere. I glanced at Reed, but he wasn't looking in my direction. Instead, he was studying Kit and the elder.
Take a seat,
Elder Frey said as he sank into a well-worn armchair. Reed and I sat on the couch opposite it. Kit dragged over the desk chair and sat in it, crossing his ankles and swiveling back and forth in an annoying manner.
Kit.
The elder put a foot on the edge of the chair and brought it to a halt.
Stop that.
Kit bit his lip. His eyes darted toward the door, like he expected it to open, but no one else entered the room.
Fine.
He spread out his hands and turned to Reed.
Where do you want to begin? Do you want to go first, or shall I?
Elder Frey coughed, but Reed didn't seem bothered by the informality. If anything, he looked more relaxed by the way this meeting was being handled. As did I. If this was a pack business meeting with an alpha son swinging on a chair, then surely I could handle this too. I reminded myself that stuffy bureaucracy was never Reed's thing either. The guy didn't want to wear a suit to his own wedding, for crying out loud.
How about I start?
Reed said. Kit shrugged.
Works for me. Great.
Reed's deep voice filled the room. He'd settled into the leadership role with ease, even here, on another pack's land. He was the kind of person who naturally drew a crowd. A born leader, alongside his mate.
As you know, we had some trouble a few months back with one of our pack members, Jamie.
Kit nodded, exchanging glances with Elder Frey before waiting for Reed to continue.
Jamie was like a son to Alara's dad. After she left, everyone assumed he'd take over as Alpha.
Reed paused, his jaw tightening.
When the old Alpha died, he named his daughter as his successor.
I thought back to the day Alara had returned to the village. The 5 years she'd been gone had melted away almost immediately. She came back almost the same brash, outspoken girl I'd grown up with. Only there were subtle differences, too. Her experiences in the city had matured her into a formidable woman. An alpha through and through. We were lucky to have her as our alpha.
Alara claimed the position of alpha by defeating Jamie in combat.
A shadow fell over Reed's face.
But she chose not to kill him. Jamie's still out there. That's the reason we're here. Alara wants to strengthen the alliance between the Thornwoods and the Banes before Jamie has the chance to spread his poison any further.
Silence fell over the room. Reed leaned forward, addressing Elder Frey directly.
Tell me, has Jamie made contact with you in any way?
The elder shook his head.
No. We keep our borders secure, as you saw on your way in. There's no way he could breach our defenses. Not without us knowing about it.
Don't be so sure about that. You don't know him like we do. I'd known Jamie my whole life. Like all shifters, he didn't give up easy, and he had a cunning streak a mile wide. Sometimes I used to think he was more snake than wolf. Reed seemed satisfied, however, as he leaned back against the sofa and turned his attention to Kit.
Why don't you give me an update on your news? What's been going on here that's got everyone so riled up?
We both knew, of course, about the Thornwood Alpha's death. It was the event that had caused the power vacuum, but it was obvious there was more to the story. I spoke up then, knowing it would be something Alara wanted said up front. Our pack sends its condolences on your father's passing, Kit. Reed shot me a look laced with approval.
Thank you.
Kit's bright features dimmed a little as he recounted his father's death. I caught a glimpse of the sadness underlying his cheerful personality.
So, my brother was considering accepting the position of Alpha, and things were all set for him to take over.
Kit started jiggling his knee up and down again, but catching a look from Elder Frey, he stopped.
Then on the day of the ceremony, he just took off, shifted and disappeared into the forest before anyone could do anything to stop him, or ask what was going on. Nobody's seen him since.
Reed and I exchanged a glance. Did he say anything before he left? I asked. Kit shook his head.
Nothing. I don't know what happened, and neither does anyone else. But now we don't have an Alpha, and everything's screwed up.
So it was as bad as Alara had suspected. Not only did the Thornwoods not have an Alpha, but the one who should rightfully inherit the role was AWOL, and the next in line was just a kid. Kit seemed like a delightful person, but he didn't strike me as someone strong enough to lead a pack. From the look on Reed's face, he shared my thoughts on that, but when he spoke, his tone remained even and calm. He was doing a good job of masking any concern he might be feeling.
Do you know where he might be? Can we assist in searching for him?
Kit hung his head.
Nah, the truth is, I don't think he wants to be found. And when my brother wants to disappear, it's pointless trying to look for him. He's likely long gone by now.
My heart thumped in my chest. The small office suddenly felt too cluttered, too hot and stuffy. I stood up and crossed over to the window, cracking it open and inhaling a lungful of fresh air. It was clear and crisp outside, and the deserted village scene served to calm my senses. It would be a while before I adjusted to all the new smells and sounds that this place had to offer, but I wasn't getting any impression of threat. On the contrary, with Elder Frey and Kit temporarily in charge, I felt like we were with allies. Then my body tensed as something strange prickled at my senses. My attention was drawn to a flicker of movement. It was coming from the edge of the square, the same direction Reed and I had come in from. My skin crawled with alarm when a huge wolf loped into the clearing. Its long reddish-brown fur was matted and its paws dirt-crusted. Even from this distance, I could see leaves and mud in its fur. But its movement was confident and sure. The wolf didn't seem hurt. On the contrary, it was walking like it owned the place. Its head was high and its strides were long, as if it were familiar with this place and knew exactly where it was headed. Once the wolf reached the middle of the square, it stopped and gave a full-bodied shake, dislodging most of the leaves and muck. By the look of what fell off it, the beast had dragged half the forest into town on its back. The wolf lowered its huge head, and the air grew hazy with the telltale sign that a shifter was transforming. Once the haze cleared, a man stood in place of the wolf. He was one of the tallest and most impressively muscled men I'd ever seen. Like Kit, he had burnished auburn hair, although his was longer and darker, partly obscuring his face. His body was strong and well-built. A heated flush rose in my cheeks at his brazenness. The way he stood naked outside the meeting house, totally at ease with his body, did something to my insides. He shook the hair out of his eyes and looked up, his gaze locked straight onto mine. The breath left my body when our eyes met. I bit my lip, embarrassed to have been caught spying, but for some reason I couldn't look away. He held my attention like he had every right to it. Suddenly, I was the one who felt naked. I'd been so caught up in the arrival of this stranger, I hadn't noticed that the others in the room had moved to the window and were all standing next to me, gazing down at the guy in the town square,
Who? My voice sounded husky. I cleared my throat and didn't finish. It was Kit who eventually answered my unspoken question.
That's Ronan.
He said it slowly, like he couldn't believe his eyes.
That's my missing brother.
Chapter 3. Ronan. I knew I had to return to town as soon as I saw the truck approach the gates. Elder Frey was too old, and Kit was far too young to face down any potential threat on their own. I needed to be there to protect them, and not just by keeping watch within the tree line. From my vantage position in the forest, I was perfectly positioned to watch everyone who came and went, and I had been keeping a close eye on all movement in and out of my pack's village. I knew every vehicle by sight, every dirt bike, every rust bucket on wheels that my pack mates drove. This truck, carrying strangers, made my internal alarm go berserk. As they had approached the perimeter wall, I padded through the trees, my belly low to the earth. It was easy to track the rumble of their engine along the straight road, and I ducked back into the undergrowth every time I felt too exposed. I got the sense that they didn't know I was there, following their truck right up to the gate. I wasn't close enough to see who the visitors were, but something in my stomach twisted with unease. Was this the threat that sought to tear my pack apart? My hackles rose as the gate opened and the visitors were allowed to pass through without incident. My lips peeled back in a silent growl when a tall man jumped down from the driver's side, striding forward like he owned the place. That one was an alpha, for sure. At the sight of my little brother jogging forward to greet him, I couldn't help the snarl that rumbled through me. My muscles coiled, preparing to spring. The man got back in his truck, and the high gates closed behind them, cutting off my view of what was happening inside the village. Strange, being on the outside of my own pack like this. My exile might have been self-imposed, but it wasn't without good reason. No matter who I'd hurt by my decision, my brother, my friends, Jake and Noah, and even Elder Frey, I knew eventually they would understand. I hadn't left them unprotected, as they all likely thought. I hadn't run off due to cowardice. Was it time to come forward out of hiding at last? I brushed the leaves aside and trotted out into the open, ducking my head to examine the track marks in the dirt. I sniffed at the air, and a barrage of different sensations hit me. With a deep huff, I forced myself to separate them out so I could identify them one by one. The truck contained only 2 individuals, by my reckoning. Both shifters, one male and one female. Mates? No, they weren't a bonded pair. They were definitely from the same clan, though, and I knew the scent. I'd picked it up from somewhere before. But which clan? Silverback? Farrers? I inhaled again, more deeply this time. Bane. Though unsettling to scent a neighboring pack member or two on our land, it wasn't the smell of the Bane pack that had me on such high alert. It was the female. I had never smelled anything like her before. She had a sweet, light scent that made my mouth water and my system switch into hyper-alert mode. It was like finding a clear, bubbling stream after crawling through the desert for years. I wanted to throw back my head and howl into the sky. With effort, I restrained myself. I loped back into the trees, horrified at the urges I could barely control. After weeks of carefully evading the attention of the pack, I'd almost blown my cover over some random chick. Don't think about that. Come on, focus. Why do you know that scent? You've never visited the Bane clan. Maybe not, but some of their members had come around these parts in the past. I must have picked the scent up from Kit. He'd run into them once, several years back. He was always the more sociable one of us. Fate had some sense of humor, making me the firstborn. I circled the edge of the village a few times, sticking close to the walls of the perimeter. There was no sign of life from either the forest or the watchtowers that were stationed around the outside of town. Everyone must have gathered in the meeting house, trying to decide what to do in my absence, undoubtedly. A stab of guilt shot through me. It was no use. I couldn't stay away from my destiny. I was the Alpha's firstborn, for better or worse, and I had to go back. I'd always known I would. Otherwise, I would have been halfway to Canada by now. Instead, I'd stayed close, watchful and aware, in case my pack needed me. And now they did. I had to set things right, or at least be held accountable for my actions. With a deep sigh, I turned around, heading back toward the front gates.
Kara. I tried to speak, but it was no use. My muscles were all locked up, and the air had deserted my lungs. What the heck is wrong with me? Luckily, Reed broke the silence for all of us.
Wait, that's Ronan Thornwood? The next alpha of the Thornwood clan?
It was clear, judging by the tone of his voice, that he was in just as much shock as I was. However, he didn't seem to have experienced the same intense, dizzying bolt of electricity as me at the very sight of the auburn-haired shifter. On the contrary, Reed was frowning through the window at the figure making his way up the steps of the meeting house, and he looked confused rather than impressed.
Where the hell's he been all this time?
Reed's tone was laced with bewilderment. Kit shrugged, pure joy written across his features. He clearly didn't care where his brother had been. He was focused only on the fact that Ronan had returned. Kit bounded over to the door.
Come on,
he called before vanishing through the doorway. Reed and I glanced back at Elder Frey, who merely threw up his hands in an I have no idea kind of way, and slumped down on the sofa with a weary expression. Reed and I headed down the narrow wooden staircase, more slowly than Kit. When we reached the bottom, Kit didn't head into the main room, where the majority of the pack were still waiting for the meeting to start, but slipped out the front door and onto the porch. Reed looked at me, shrugged, and followed after him. After a split-second hesitation, with my heart thumping a mile a minute in my chest, I headed through the door too. Ronan, the next alpha of the Thornwood pack, waited for us on the porch. The air around him had a sharp, earthy smell, like it was going to rain. I was suddenly aware of every little detail of my surroundings. The uneven floorboards beneath my feet, the weathered siding on the wall, and even the uneven rasping of my own breath in my ears as I came face to face with Ronan. He was barefoot. Mercifully, he'd pulled on a pair of beat-up-looking jeans from God knows where. I'm not sure what I would have done if he was still fully naked. Judging by my skittishness, quite possibly turned tail and scurried straight back up to sit on the sofa with Elder Frey. His chest was still bare, though, and he was breathing heavily from the aftermath of shifting. A fine sheen of sweat coated his skin, highlighting the defined muscle and sinew of his arms. Damn, he's gorgeous. His eyes slid from Kit to Reed and then me, and his expression darkened, like clouds drifting to cover the sun.
Who are you?
His voice was dark and rough, and rippled over me in a strange yet compelling manner. When he spoke, all the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Reed seemed to be affected too, which made me feel slightly less embarrassed at my reaction. I was used to alphas. I was the friend of Alara, for heaven's sake, but this one seemed to leave everyone around him breathless. Reed visibly took one breath and then another. It was a familiar trick that shifters often used when they needed to ground themselves in an unfamiliar environment, or deal with someone their inner shifter perceived as a rival. Ronan had no such compunctions. I caught a flicker in his eyes. His shifter was still close to the surface, waiting and watching.
Reed, of the Bane clan.
Reed held out his hand with a thin smile that held little humor. His eyes never left Ronan's.
And this is Kara. She's standing in for our alpha, my mate Alara, who couldn't make it here today.
A muscle in Ronan's jaw twitched. He grabbed Reed's forearm, and they shook in the traditional shifter way. Then Ronan jerked Reed closer, teeth bared.
And what are you doing on my pack grounds?
Reed's lips pulled back into an open snarl. My hands were on his shoulders before I could think, tugging helplessly. He shook me off easily. He wasn't rough. Reed was still in there, after all. But it was clear his shifter was rearing up and angling to be in the driver's seat. Opposite me, Kit murmured in Ronan's ear, obviously taking the same conciliatory role as me. Ronan's eyes flashed as he continued to square up with Reed, but slowly, he began to back down from his aggressive stance. Reed stepped back as well. He glanced at me,
giving a small nod as if to confirm he had himself under control.
"We were hoping to rekindle our alliance with the Thornwood Pack," he said, stone-faced. "We had a situation a couple of months back. One of our young males went rogue. He almost killed my mate."
Reed stared at the ground, taking a further moment to calm himself. His eyes were dark when he looked up again.
"Alara and I hoped we might be able to come to an understanding that would benefit both packs."
Ronan tilted up his chin. The glint in his eyes told me he was listening closely. Despite only being clad in the old jeans, he looked every inch a leader.
"I see."
He glanced toward the door. Through the glass panel to the side, several pack members watched the drama unfolding out on the porch. They whispered back and forth to each other, and I couldn't tell if their interest lay with me and Reed, or if it was Ronan's sudden reappearance that had captured their attention.
"Why don't we continue this conversation inside?"
I realized that Elder Frey stood in the doorway of the meeting house. He stepped out and put a hand on Kit's shoulder, steering him toward the front entrance.
"Good to see you, Ronan. I'm sure the rest of the pack deserve to hear whatever this is about. In the interest of transparency, of course."
There was a note in his voice that spoke of annoyance. Was he annoyed with Reed and me, or Ronan? I couldn't tell, but Reed and I followed the Elder and Kit inside. Ronan moved fast, stepping past me to hold the door open for me, and as I passed him, I was once again forced to inhale that intoxicating scent. To my surprise, we didn't head to the log benches where the rest of the pack were gathered. Instead, the Elder led us all the way down the aisle toward the raised platform at the end of the room. At first, I almost veered off to sit to one side, but then I remembered. Right. I'm meant to be standing in for Alara. It was strange play-acting the role of Alpha. I felt like I was wearing someone else's clothes, and everyone could see how ill-fitting they really were. Like a child play-acting at being an adult. When we reached the foot of the platform, Ronan murmured to me,
"Watch your step."
His gruff voice sent a shiver down my spine. I wanted to roll my eyes, but I wasn't sure if it was at his words or my physical reaction to his closeness. "I know how to walk up a few steps, thanks," was on the tip of my tongue. But in the end, I bit my tongue. The stairs were a little uneven, and as I started to climb up to the stage, I faltered. Ronan grabbed my hand to steady me. As soon as his fingers closed around mine, every nerve in my body lit up. The sensation was instant and intense, like an electric current passing under my skin, flowing through his hand into mine. Our eyes locked, and my own shock was reflected back at me in his astonished gaze. What the? For what felt like years, we stood there, connected by a single point. My hand in his. Nothing else mattered. The rest of the pack, even Reed. Everything faded into the background, except for the touch of Ronan's fingers that convulsed on my skin. Abruptly, he dropped my hand and the moment dissipated. We climbed up onto the stage, but I couldn't forget. What just happened? I glanced at Reed, who stared at me with a mild frown.
"You okay?"
he mouthed. I nodded. It was only half a lie. I was okay, and yet, somehow I wasn't. Something had changed deep inside me. The eyes of the crowd passed over me, and then Reed, with mild curiosity. They seemed to be more focused on Ronan, who I didn't dare look at after that moment. I still felt his touch tingling all the way up my arm and down my left side. I was itching to touch him again, but managed to refrain, clenching them into fists by my side. Whatever the hell just happened, it must have taken mere seconds. Remember, you're here for Alara. You have to make a good impression. Don't blow this for her, or your pack. I let myself be ushered by Elder Frey into one of the high-backed wooden chairs, the kind that council members usually sat in when our own meeting house was in session. I shifted in the seat, hot and uncomfortable, feeling the need to shift and head out for a run. I swallowed a couple of times, dry-mouthed. Ronan's voice crept over me. I didn't know how he was just standing there, talking to his people like nothing had happened. Maybe he hadn't felt whatever it was. Maybe it was just me whose world had suddenly shifted on its axis.
Our visitors from the Bane clan have come to strengthen the bonds between our two packs.
The crowd murmured, and a few pairs of eyes flicked over to Reed and me with a little more interest this time.
I want everyone to show them a warm welcome. I know I have some explaining to do regarding my recent absence.
Ronan paused. The silence was deafening.
The explanation will come in due course. But for now, I'm afraid you will have to wait. In the meantime, I can assure you, I'm back now. For good.
Does this mean the Alpha ceremony is back on? Someone from the back called out. Several people clapped in agreement, until Ronan held up his hands and a hush fell once more. Damn. He may not be the official pack Alpha yet, but his presence is compelling. These people certainly respect him.
The truth is, both our packs are in danger, the Thornwoods and the Banes. There are those out there who want to tear us apart, and not just from the outside. I want to stop that before it can take root. So Reed and Kara will be staying with us indefinitely as ambassadors on behalf of their people.
Ronan continued, ignoring the way Reed's head jerked sharply in surprise.
I hope their visit will bring our clans closer.
The murmuring grew louder. Eventually, scattered applause broke out. Oh, crap. Were we prisoners of the Thornwood Pack now? Once it became clear that the show was over, the pack members began to get up from their seats and file out. The whole time I just sat there, frozen. Once we were alone, Reed stood. All pretense at civility was forgotten as he rounded on Ronan with renewed aggravation.
That's a kind invitation, he growled. You could have told us you wanted us to stay before you announced it to your entire clan, and didn't give us a chance to refuse without looking boorish.
Ronan shrugged. At first glance, his posture was loose and easy, but the slight tension in his shoulders told another story.
Look, if I'm going to agree to this alliance, I want to know who I'm getting into bed with. We only met a few minutes ago. I need more time.
His eyes skimmed over mine. I couldn't stop the heated flush running up my neck.
Besides, it's a win-win. This way we both get what we want, right? My wife is giving birth in a matter of days,
Reed hissed.
There is no way I'm staying here. I will not miss the birth of my child. Fine.
Ronan's voice was like steel.
Then you can leave. We'll take the girl. What?
Reed spluttered.
No. The way I see it, your Alpha should have killed the one that betrayed your clan while she had the chance. You've brought this danger on all of us.
Ignoring Reed's thunderous expression, Ronan's eyes wandered over to his brother and elder Frey.
I'll keep my word, but I need to know that you'll keep yours. My pack is everything to me. Kara isn't a bargaining chip,
Reed said firmly.
She's coming home with me, and that's that.
The two men stared at each other. Reed was clearly frustrated, but Ronan seemed impassive, like he couldn't care less one way or the other. I don't buy that attitude for a second. Time to do what Alara sent me here to do. I took a deep breath and released it slowly. Finally, I spoke up. I'll do it. Chapter 4. Kara. The loudness of my voice startled me. Everyone turned in my direction. Kit and Elder Frey seemed mildly surprised, and Reed's eyebrows drew down. But it was Ronan whose expression intrigued me the most. His eyes pierced mine as he gazed down at me. Most of the shifters I knew had eyes that ranged from warm chocolate brown to light hazel, the color of sunlight shining through spring leaves. Ronan's, however, were a sharp, unyielding amber. Every detail of his features overwhelmed me. The line of his jaw, his rumpled hair, not to mention the fact he's still half naked. Can we postpone this thing and find the guy a shirt already?
Kara.
Reed's voice drifted in from the sidelines.
You don't have to.
My head jerked to catch his eye. I know, but I want to. I tried to communicate everything I couldn't say out loud in a look. I knew that we didn't have much time left, and I wanted him to tell Alara I would be okay. This is the right thing to do. If I can get these people to trust me, we have a real shot at standing our ground against Jamie, if and when he does decide he wants to make a move. Reed blinked. Something in my face must have communicated what I was thinking,
because he gave a short nod and stepped back. With the other 3 men, Elder Frey, Kit, and Reed, standing behind us in a loose half-circle, Ronan and I were face to face. My skin prickled uncomfortably. Something about the setting, the fact we were still in the meeting house, made this feel like more than a political agreement. It feels like a bonding ceremony. I shoved the thought out of my mind just as Ronan held out his arm. Taking a deep breath, like I was about to plunge into an icy pool, I gripped his forearm, just beneath the elbow. He did the same to mine. Sensation flooded through me. It was exactly like our encounter on the steps, except stronger. Much stronger. I couldn't let go of him. I didn't want to let go. I was trapped like a fly in those amber eyes, and I would happily drown if it meant he would continue touching my skin. Frenzied thoughts raced through my mind, my imagination spiraling beyond control. If a simple handshake feels this good. I went weak at the knees. For a split second, I was terrified I'd literally melt into the floor, but I managed to stand my ground. And yet, there's something else. Something that wasn't there before. I couldn't chase the thought to its conclusion. In the heat of the moment, I couldn't bring myself to care. I just needed more. Needed him to pull me close so that I could feel the heat of his skin through my clothes. It was only when I wrenched my hand away in a panic, gasping, that I realized what exactly was different. This time, we weren't alone. This time, everyone else had noticed it too.
Ronan, the 2 of you are fated mates, Reed declared in a shocked tone, the words booming around me like a cannon. The hall was empty now. The rest of the pack had returned to their usual duties after I dismissed them from the meeting. Only the 5 of us remained. The elder, my brother, and I, along with our visitors. The alpha male of the Bane clan, Reed, rambled on, but I was only half paying attention to the explanation. I heard the words bonded and ideal partner in a strange, muted way, like I was deep underwater, and the words were floating down to me from the surface. With each passing moment, my heart beat faster and faster, like it was searching for a way out of my chest and would explode if I didn't let it out. Eventually, I'd had enough. I looked up, my jaw so tight I could barely force the words out. "All right, I understand." When Elder Frey frowned, I realized my tone was too rough. I growled out a belated, "Thank you," in the direction of Reed. I couldn't even look at the girl. Kara. My brain seemed determined to acknowledge her, even though my heart did not want it. Her name is Kara. She wasn't the type of woman I usually gravitated to. Not that I dated anyone seriously, but my brief flings of the past had all tended toward the blonde, bubbly variety. Human women, for the most part. I liked that they knew nothing about me, nothing of who I was. They had no expectations beyond wanting a bit of fun, which suited me just fine. This girl was a dark brunette. Her blue eyes were so pale they verged on gray. With her pointed chin and dainty, slender frame, it was difficult to see the shifter in her at all. She certainly didn't look like she knew how to party. She looked like she'd never even heard the word fun. I'd never given much thought to finding a mate. And even if I had, this petite, quiet creature? Really? Where's the fierce she-wolf they say all alpha women must be? In all the stories my mother had read to me growing up, fated mates were like 2 halves of one soul. They hunted together, fought off rivals, raised their young, and basically did everything that made up a shifter's life together. Most alpha wolves in the old tales were fierce warriors, and their women were more than a match for their strength in battle. I'd always assumed that if I ever found a mate, she would match my passion in bed also. This one, Kara, looked like she'd snap in two if I tried anything close to passionate with her. "It's literally fate that you came here," Kit piped up, throwing a sunny smile in Kara's direction. Despite my misgivings, my heart warmed at my brother's optimism. He was always the one of us to see the best in people. Kara smiled back at him. It seems so. I had to admit,
Standing here with her beside me was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. When she thought I wasn't looking, her eyes kept dancing over my torso in a way that made me think she'd prefer it if I wasn't wearing any pants. The wolf in me wanted to gather her into my arms and head off into the woods, far from prying eyes. The man in me, luckily, knew that was an insane idea. You don't even know this girl, and now you want to kidnap her? You're losing it, Ronan. When will you head home, Reed? Elder Frey got to his feet, addressing the male guest. I'm not sure. Tomorrow at the latest, given Alara's condition. Reed stopped, his gaze sliding to Kara. He clearly felt guilty about even thinking of leaving her here alone. In fact, he looked downright pissed at the idea. She gave him a quick smile. I'll be fine. Elder Frey cleared his throat. Maybe you and Kit would like to show our guests around the village, Ronan. He turned to Kit and me with a smile. I would join you, but I'm afraid I have some matters to attend to. Yes, all right, I said. Anything to break the strange tension encapsulating us. The four of us headed out into the town square. Reed was frowning again, not at anything in particular. He still seemed displeased by the revelation that Kara and I were connected in some way. When Kara caught hold of his arm, a jolt of jealousy mixed with a twinge of anxiety shivered through me. Has she changed her mind already? So soon? The thought of her leaving was suddenly impossible to contemplate. I blinked, trying to rein in my errant and irrational feelings. You should go now. Kara looked up at Reed. Her face was full of warm understanding. I'll be all right, Reed. It's time for you to return to your wife. Reed looked down at her. His eyes darted from me to Kit, back down to Kara, then off to the side, downcast. I can't just... Yes, Kara said, more firmly this time. She squeezed his arm to draw his attention back to her. You can. You said it yourself. Alara's due any day now. There's no way you're missing the birth of your first child because of me. Alara would never forgive me. Come on, Kara. I don't need babysitting. Kara tilted her head, affection and exasperation coloring her voice. I'm a grown-up, Reed. I can take care of myself, all right? I know that, Reed grumbled. Are you sure? Absolutely. Kara gave him a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, but Reed didn't seem to notice the underlying tension in his packmate. I noticed. I wanted to fold her into my arms and tell her she really would be okay. I scowled at the direction of my thoughts. Reed frowned down at her, then pulled her into a bear hug, his biceps tight around her slender shoulders. There it was again. Unmistakable this time. Jealousy. Like acid eating at my gut from the inside. I wanted to drag him off her and settle this in a fight. Our shifters would resolve it soon enough. It was a crazy thought, but it was there nonetheless. When they pulled back from each other, he ruffled her hair like she was his kid's sister, and she shoved his hands away from her. They both laughed. All the amusement drained from Reed's face as he stepped in close to me. A muscle twitched in his jaw, and his hands flexed by his sides, like he was itching to throw a punch. He clearly cared for her, which was the only reason I kept my shifter reined in tightly against his aggressive stance. If you hurt her, he said in a low, deadly voice, I'll end you. Got it? I met his eyes. The shifter in me wanted to fight back, to challenge him right there and then. But my survival instincts told me to hold back. Got it, I said in a carefully neutral tone. Besides, I kind of respected the guy. I liked the fact that Kara had someone who'd protected her up until now. And I wasn't going to hurt her. Not unless she liked it rough in bed. And then I could get as creative as she wanted. Apparently satisfied, Reed stepped back. Kara was wide-eyed. Her gaze darted between the two of us, like she was expecting a full-on fight to break out at any moment. Kit broke the silence, sidling up to Reed. Come on. He shoved his hands in his pockets and nodded in the direction of the road leading out of town. I'll walk you back to your truck. With one final stony look at me, and a parting, anxious stare for Kara, Reed allowed himself to be led away, which left the two of us, me and Kara, alone. For the very first time, my brain pointed out helpfully Let's try not to screw this up, Thornwood. I could barely look her in the eye, which was ridiculous, especially if we were destined for each other. And every instinct was telling me we were. Yet we were still total strangers. Where were the rose petals and violins, the tearful vows of eternal devotion? All that crap was nowhere to be found. This was worse than an awkward first date. Come on, I muttered, before the silence stretched out even longer. I'll give you the grand tour.
Kara. I was doing my best to concentrate as Ronan led me down the main street, but my head buzzed wildly. What the hell are you doing? You're smack in the middle of a rival pack, totally alone. No protection except my wits, and whatever strength my shifter wolf gave me. What made you think this was a good idea? Of course, the answer lay ahead of me in the form of Ronan, the muscles of his back flexing as he strode onwards ahead of me. He occasionally glanced back to make sure I was keeping up with him, but he made no real concession for my shorter legs in his stride. Every time our eyes met, the rush of electricity was almost overwhelming, and definitely like nothing I'd ever felt before today. The truth was, I'd never even been with a man, any man, much less one who ignited such a strong spark of desire in my belly. There hadn't been much opportunity back at our village. My options were kind of limited. There was Reed, who had always been Alara's and who I saw as a brother more than anything else, and Jamie and his gang. They were my brother's friends, which was kind of a turn-off. Who was I kidding? It wasn't like no one had offered. I knew several men in our clan who would have happily taken me for a mate if I'd shown them any interest whatsoever. I just never felt that spark. Damn spark. It was stupid, but on some level, I'd always craved what Reed and Alara had, but had come to the conclusion a while back that it likely wasn't going to happen for me. I'd grown up with Alara and Reed after all. I'd had a lifetime of knowing what a true bond was supposed to look like. A perfect relationship with someone who was my ideal match. I knew it was naive. Even with Reed and Alara, it hadn't been smooth sailing. But I couldn't help the way I felt. Now it looks like I've got my wish. And I'm not sure how I feel about it. Ronan Thornwood was nothing like my idea of an alpha. All the alphas I'd known, Alara and her father, even Reed, were all warm, gentle, and extroverted. Tough when they needed to be, but always quick to pull anyone who looked like they needed it into a hug. It was difficult to imagine this man acting that way. I was so caught up in my thoughts that I didn't realize Ronan had come to a halt outside a wooden dwelling until I almost crashed into his muscled back. The dwelling was a simple A-frame structure, bigger than the ones farther down the street. A claw print was carved into the crossbeam above the front door.
This is the Alpha's house.
Ronan swept a careless hand up at the facade of the building.
My brother and I live here.
I made some noise of acknowledgement that seemed to satisfy him, because we moved past the house and continued down the street. The scant information he'd given me was intriguing. The way he'd said the Alpha's house was strange, like the house itself didn't belong to him and Kit. It sounded like they were just occupying it for now. A million questions crowded in the back of my mind, but I didn't have the nerve to voice them. What was it like growing up here with your parents? Does the house feel too big, too empty now that they're gone? Where did you run off to, and why? And why did you come back today of all days? We walked around the perimeter of the town, sticking close to the high fences that surrounded it. My stomach twisted. It all felt unnatural, existing so close to the forest, yet being cut off from it by a man-made structure. Completely unlike our pack village, which was more in tune with its natural surrounds.
This is the East Watchtower.
Ronan pointed up at a tall structure at the edge of the town. A man inside spotted us and waved.
You can see the forest for miles around up there.
Impressive, I said. But why? Ronan looked puzzled.
What do you mean?
No offense. It's just that this place is like a fortress. Ronan smiled ruefully. My heart sank. I'm sorry. I haven't seen much outside my own village, you see, and ours doesn't look like this.
Don't apologize. I get how it must look to an outsider.
Ronan stared up at the high wall,
but his expression was distant, contemplative.
My father was a vigilant man, I guess you could say.
At my questioning look, he shrugged.
Some might call it paranoia. It got worse as he got older. He started to question old alliances and treaties. He had it in his head that the other clans were out to get us. He used to tell my brother and I that they wanted to steal our land and take our women, all that crap. So he built these walls. In his mind, he was keeping us safe.
I couldn't stop the shiver that ran through me.
Anyway,
Ronan threw me a forced smile, as if slightly awkward about sharing anything personal.
Mom reined him in when she was alive. They were, you know.
Fated mates, I finished in my head. Got it. As we turned back toward the main road, I couldn't hold back the curiosity that itched inside my chest. Back there, I glanced up at him. It was getting easier to meet his eyes. Why did you agree to let Reed go? I'm nobody, Ronan. I'm not an alpha. I'm not Alara. We all know that. So, why me?
I didn't want Alara,
Ronan said simply.
Or Reed.
I blinked. Oh. He turned away, leaving me to stare at his retreating back and ponder what the hell exactly he meant by that. Chapter 5. Ronan. It was nearing lunchtime by the time Kara and I made our way back to the village square. Several people were milling around. A couple of them looked like they might talk to me, so I skirted near to the edge of the clearing until I found my brother leaning against one of the posts outside the meeting house. He brightened up when he saw me, offering a familiar sunny smile. Something in my chest tightened. I'd missed him more than I realized.
Hey!
Kit waved at us as we got within talking range.
I was about to head home and grab something to eat. You guys want to come with me?
I glanced down at Kara, who nodded. Sure, I could eat.
Awesome.
Kit fell into step beside me as we walked toward the main track.
I was thinking mac and cheese.
It was obvious how relieved Kit was to see me, but he kept the flow of conversation light and casual as we walked. I knew he wouldn't ask about what happened until I opened up and told him. Nobody knew me better than Kit, and he knew not to push until I was ready. As I walked side by side with Kara, our arms occasionally brushed. Every time, it sent a spark of electricity through me. I clenched my teeth, forcing myself to focus on the discussion.
So, is this place any different from what you're used to?
Kit asked Kara. Kara shrugged, scuffing the edge of her shoe against the gravel path. Her eyes wandered over to the high fence. Some things, but the people seem nice. She gave Kit a friendly smile, clearly unwilling to criticize anything here in front of Kit. I appreciated her kindness. You've all been very welcoming so far. I thought back to the moment at the meeting house, to my insane decision to have her stay here in a flash of pure, unadulterated instinct. I was regretting it more and more with each passing moment. Now I've trapped her here. This meek, shy girl who has hardly set foot outside her own village. Of all the people I could hold here as a bargaining chip, Kara is the least suitable for that role. When we reached the Alpha's house, we climbed up the steps to our front door. Kara's eyes wandered over to the bear claw carving. As Kit opened the door, I came to stand beside her.
My grandfather's handiwork,
I said. She looked up at me with those sweet blue eyes, and it was an effort to turn my face away.
He carved it the day he and my grandmother were bonded together.
She stared up at the carving, a soft smile crossing over her features as she studied it. What was she thinking? Then she dropped her gaze. Her eyes shuddered as she entered through the doorway. I reached up and ran a hand over the carving before I followed her. I had never properly noticed it before today. It was just a part of life, as familiar as the sky. But the way she had looked at it, really looked, made me take more notice too. Kit and Kara had already gravitated into the kitchen. Kara stood to the side, her arms wrapped protectively around her middle. I pulled out a bar stool and she hopped onto it, swinging her legs back and forth like a kid. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. She bit her lip and stopped speaking. I had to look away from the sight of those perfect white teeth sinking into reddened flesh.
Internally, I groaned, my mind going to exactly where I wanted her to bite me.
Your house is way tidier than I expected for two young guys living alone.
Kit smirked. He was pulling pots and pans out of the kitchen cupboards and laying them on the sideboard with swift, confident motions. I wish I could be anywhere near that level of calm right now. Kit's the neat freak, I admitted as I pulled out the stool beside hers. Her cheeks reddened as she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and laughed. I can't take responsibility for any of this. Yeah, it's been way easier than usual keeping this place clean over the past couple of weeks. Kit averted his gaze from mine as he opened the fridge. It was the first time he'd brought up my disappearance, and there was a note in his voice that stung. I'd clearly hurt him with my disappearance, but he was too kind to say that straight out. By the time he turned, his arms full of ingredients, he was smiling again, and it was as if he hadn't said anything untoward. Hey, why don't you show Kara around while I cook? No offense, dude, but it'll be awkward having you two sitting here staring at me the whole time. I raised an eyebrow. If my extroverted, cheerful brother was feeling awkward, then that was really saying something. Not to mention, there's not much to see. It's just a house. Kara was already on her feet.
Oh my god, can I do anything to help? I'm kind of a useless cook, but I can peel vegetables or…
No. Kit flapped a tea towel at her before she could get too close to the stove. Seriously, I'm fine. Go with Ronan. He shot a look at me that was followed by something dangerously close to a smirk. Oh God, was my brother matchmaking? Go have fun, okay? Kit said, and Kara's face flushed even darker. As she scurried out of the kitchen, I glared daggers at my brother, who was struggling not to laugh. You're welcome, he mouthed to me with a wide grin. In the hallway, Kara was waiting for me. She smiled as I approached, and I found myself smiling back. Something inside me wanted to open up to her, to show her how I truly felt. It was an unnerving sensation, and one I was definitely not used to.
No pictures.
I frowned, thrown off track by her statement. What? Kara pointed to the faded square patches on the walls, the cluster of bare hooks.
You don't have any pictures? No family photos?
I guess not. She didn't press further, but she glanced behind us as I led her into the living room. There was a spare hoodie lying over the back of the couch, and I shrugged it on, pulling up the zipper.
That's better,
Kara mumbled, seemingly to herself. Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Oh, nothing. Doesn't matter.
We wandered toward the staircase. As we reached the landing, I realized belatedly I was leading her in the direction of my bedroom. She paused outside Kit's bedroom, poking her head in and smiling at the collection of colorful posters and the guitars arranged in the corner. Kit's, I take it? At my nod, she said,
Your brother's really sweet.
She leaned her head against the door jamb as she spoke, and my heart ached. She looked so soft, so pretty. I wanted to reach out, but my hands remained firmly by my sides.
You guys seem close.
I nodded. It's just the two of us, you know?
I do.
She let out a soft sigh. Before I could question the reason behind her sigh, she skirted around me and headed for the door at the end of the corridor.
What's through here?
I came up behind her and leaned over the top of her head to nudge the door open so that she could peer inside. My bedroom. She blinked, looking apprehensive.
May I?
Go right ahead. She slipped into the room. I glanced behind me at the empty hallway to make sure that we were alone. After picking up the distant clatter of pots and pans and the sound of Kit whistling to himself, I followed her.
Kara. My breath caught in my throat as I stepped over the threshold into Ronan's room. I could feel his presence at my back. He wasn't leaning into me or anything, but my body sensed him anyway. It was like my synapses had rewired themselves. I could feel him whenever he was standing nearby. His scent was strongest in this part of the house. As I neared the rumpled bedspread, his distinctive smell grew even stronger. It was delicious and heady, and it made me want to rip off my clothes and turn to press my naked body against his.
Damn,
I couldn't believe where my thoughts kept heading. The curtains were partly closed. I reached out and pulled one of them open, letting a beam of light fall across the hardwood floor. Ronan watched me, his face shrouded in darkness.
Not much to see, I'm afraid.
His gaze flicked between the dresser to the bed and back again.
I left in kind of a hurry.
I can see that. I swallowed. My eye was drawn to the walls, or rather their emptiness. Just a vast expanse of bare white space.
What are you thinking?
He murmured. I fought not to react. He was right behind me. I could feel his hot breath against the side of my neck.
I can see a question burning in your eyes,
he said.
Tell me.
I reached out until my fingertips touched the nearest wall. Don't you get tired of waking up to a load of empty space? He huffed a laugh, as if I'd surprised him with my query.
I guess I'm kind of used to it.
You don't have to be. I didn't say anything, just trailed my hand over the bare whiteness. That's sad.
How so?
I shrugged. I hadn't meant to say it out loud. First the pictures, now this. Ronan curled his hand around mine. His fingers brushed over the space I'd just vacated, like we were doing a weird kind of dance.
Are you into art?
I guess. I allowed his hand to guide mine, higher and higher, until I was standing on tiptoe. I make homewares for people in my pack. Cushions, rugs, pottery, that kind of thing. Sometimes I paint. It depends, really.
On what?
I giggled. With his longer arms, he could reach way higher than me. I teetered on the balls of my feet before giving up and slumping back against his chest. He slid his arm around my waist, catching me. He didn't let go. Suddenly, it became much harder to breathe normally. Inspiration. I felt him take a couple of breaths, processing what I'd just said.
Sounds like you're an artist to me.
Oh, yeah? I turned in his grasp. His other arm came up to join the first, holding me in place. His body language was loose, casual, but his eyes burned with a heat that made me shiver.
Uh-huh.
His gaze tracked over my face. I tilted up my head, hungry in a way I'd never been before today. He touched the side of my face, cradling it loosely. I let my lips part, acting purely on instinct, and his eyes widened a fraction. His index finger traced below my mouth, and his thumb skimmed over my bottom lip, pressing down slightly. At the feel of his roughened skin against my flesh, I almost moaned out loud. I wanted him to kiss me. I imagined how it would feel when he did.
Dinner!
We sprang apart like we'd both received an electric shock. I was certain I was flushed all over. Ronan, for his part, just shook his head and a rumble filled his chest.
My brother has great timing.
He strode over to the door and held it open for me. I can hear that. My body still felt like it was alive with electricity. How would I be able to concentrate on dinner now? We made our way down to the kitchen without incident, although I felt Ronan's eyes on my face, particularly my mouth, the entire time we were getting settled at the table. Kit brought out a delicious-smelling stir-fry, and my mouth watered. I hadn't realized how hungry I was until this moment. Thank you. I smiled up at him as he handed me a bowl. I didn't know whether it was the stress of the morning or the close encounter in Ronan's bedroom, but I was ravenous.
You're welcome.
Kit's voice had a hint of smugness in it. When I looked up, he was eyeing Ronan with open amusement.
Did you get the full tour, Kara? Kit.
Ronan's sharp tone made his brother laugh out loud.
Come on.
It's okay. I winked at Ronan before turning my attention to Kit. Ronan showed me everything, including your secret stash hidden in your bedroom. So, who is she? One of the girls in your pack? Kit's mischievous expression switched to shock.
What?
He hurried across the room, mumbling something about fetching the salt and pepper before disappearing altogether. A few seconds later, we heard the telltale thud of footsteps rushing up the stairs. Ronan raised an eyebrow at me.
What the hell was all that about? We didn't even go into his room.
I know we didn't. I laughed. But I know teenage boys, okay? If it's not a stash of love letters he's hiding up there, it's porn. Either way, I figure he'll leave us alone now. Ronan's mouth fell open and he spluttered with laughter.
Oh, wow. You're a genius.
Nah. I ducked my head at the compliment, my face heating up all over again. Just used to handling obnoxious younger brothers is all. Ronan said nothing, but his face was open and curious as he took another bite of food. The plates were stacked high. Like the men in my pack, Ronan and Kit could clearly put food away. I played with my fork before trying the food. It was as delicious as it smelled. After several mouthfuls, I spoke. I have a brother too. I picked up my glass and took a sip, keeping my eyes firmly fixed on Ronan. His name's Jason.
How much older are you?
12 minutes? I laughed at the surprise in Ronan's face. We're twins. I never let him forget that I'm the oldest, though. Ronan shot me a grin, all sharp, white incisors. He must have been living in his shifter form for a long while, because I could see the wolf in him still. It had been hours since he'd shifted, but there it was, right near the surface, watching me. I swallowed hard, and his eyes trailed down my throat, noting and tracking the motion. Kit slid back into the room and took his seat at the table. At our questioning looks, he threw me a rueful smile.
Well played, new girl. Well played.
I inclined my head in a small bow.
I like her.
Kit sat back in his chair, folding his arms behind his head. He sat opposite Ronan, and I was struck by the family resemblance.
Me too,
Ronan murmured. When I looked up at him, his pale amber eyes were fixed on me, with an expression so hungry that all coherent thoughts fled out of my head. Chapter 6. Kara. By the time we finished dinner and returned to the town square, a huge bonfire was standing half-built in the middle of the clearing. A group of guys emerged, each carrying a vast log over his shoulders. They were all shouting with laughter and trying to shoulder barge their friends so that they'd drop their cargo. At the sight of the bonfire, they dumped the logs, with others bringing handfuls of kindling to add to the pyre. Early evening had fallen. The sky above us was faded blue, and fireflies darted through the loose clusters of pack members who surrounded the pyre. The people's chatter and laughter filled the open air, growing louder as we approached. A sharp pang pierced through me. The atmosphere was familiar, and yet not. If I closed my eyes, I could imagine, just for a second, that I was back in my own pack, with the people I'd known my whole life, getting ready for an evening of celebration. I could almost reach out and touch them, the people who loved me just as fiercely as I loved them, my family, back where I belong. And then the bubble of familiarity was gone, and I was surrounded instead by strangers on a rival pack's land, and the only people I knew here were Ronan, Kit, and Elder Frey.
Hey.
Ronan moved his head closer to mine. Even over the noise of the gathering, his deep voice made my skin tingle.
We can head home if you want. Get an early night. No one would mind, I swear.
Home. He meant the Alpha's house. The place with the empty walls. I'm fine, I whispered. Then I said it again, a little louder, and found myself believing it. I would be fine. I would make sure of it. Ronan squeezed my fingers, so brief I barely had time to react.
Come on, I'll introduce you to some folks.
I let him lead me over to the log bearers, who all looked up as we approached. They were almost done with the bonfire. It was taller than I was by a good 1.5 feet. They were all panting with exertion, but they had bright smiles for both of us.
What did you do to build this?
Ronan walked toward them, nodding at the structure.
Chop down half the forest? I guess you'll never know, since you weren't here to help us.
The nearest one shot back, before rushing over and pulling Ronan into a hug.
Where have you been, man?
Ronan extracted himself and hooked his thumbs into his pockets, giving a loose shrug. The guy who had hugged Ronan didn't seem bothered by his lack of response. Instead, his gaze slid over and landed on me. Unlike Kit and Ronan, this guy's hair was sandy and short. A deep scar ran through his left brow.
"Aren't you going to introduce us?"
he said to Ronan, grinning at me. Ronan sidled in close to me, as if he didn't like the other man's gaze on me.
"Kara, this is Noah."
He pointed to the shorter guy just behind.
"That's Jake. And the guy with the burning torch is Zach."
Noah whirled around.
"Zach?"
He strode away from us with his hands flung wide.
"Come on, man. Not cool. We were gonna light it up together. You know that."
He and Zach started to bicker over the torch, which burnt out, unnoticed, between them. Ronan and I were breathless with laughter as we wandered away, weaving through the crowd. Are they always like that?
"Pretty much, yeah."
Ronan's eyes were soft, still glowing with amusement.
"They're good guys. We grew up together. They never treated me any different for being the alpha's son or anything, and I appreciate that. I know I can trust those three."
I thought of Alara, my best friend, the person who, aside from my brother, I knew the best out of anyone. That was how I knew her, not as my alpha, but first and foremost as my friend. It was how I still thought of her, my best friend. Growing up, it had never occurred to me that she had a huge weight on her shoulders, an expectation that one day she would follow in her father's footsteps. When she ran off to the city, it had hurt, but I understood why she had done it. Now that she was back, it was as if she'd never left. I hoped that she felt about me as Ronan clearly did about his friends. Trust in friendship was important and rare, and when you found it, you had to hold on to it. "Sure," I said eventually. I took Ronan's hand in mine like I'd done it 1,000 times before. He looked down at our entwined fingers, surprise in his eyes, but he didn't let go. Hand in hand, we made our way over to a long trestle table, where food and drinks were being laid out. I became aware that we were being watched. A tall, willowy woman stood nearby, leaning against a wall with her arms folded. Her eyes were fixed on us. When I glanced at her, she raised an eyebrow as if in challenge. I froze. It couldn't be. But it was. Naomi.
"Hey, what's wrong?"
Ronan asked me. I nodded over to where Naomi was standing. She hadn't taken her eyes off us. Her gaze remained challenging, like she was daring me to start something. "What is she doing here?" I hissed. Over the past few hours, I'd been growing more and more relaxed in this new environment, but one sight of Naomi was all it took to get my hackles back up.
"Wait, Naomi?"
Ronan glanced in her direction, looking confused.
"Do you know her?"
"Yes, we've met before." Something in my tone must have registered my dislike, because his eyebrows crept toward his hairline.
"Oh, this should be good."
"She used to visit our pack," I said. "She managed to get her claws into my brother Jason. He even considered making her his mate. When his true mate came along, she wasn't happy, and she didn't care who knew it. I haven't seen her for months. It's just a shock, that's all." Ronan let out a low whistle.
"Damn. That sounds like Naomi, all right."
I gave him a questioning look, and he shrugged.
"She's still a part of the Thornwood clan, but only in name. She comes around here when she wants something. The rest of the time, she's out causing trouble somewhere else. Shifters, humans, who knows?"
He shook his head.
"Who cares? As long as she's not making trouble here."
"I guess every pack has its own poison," I said, thinking of Jamie. "Though, if she's still considered Thornwood, then anything she does would reflect on your pack's reputation, wouldn't it?"
"Like Jamie and the Banes?"
"Touché." Ronan was probably as responsible for Naomi's bad behavior as Alara was for Jamie's. Which was to say not at all. Naomi and Jamie, and others like them who behaved badly, were responsible for themselves. No one else could be blamed for any adult's poor life choices or decisions. Naomi's lip curled in a sneer, as if she could hear the negative train of my thoughts. I turned away from her, determined to put the toxic woman out of my head. Ronan and I lingered by the refreshment table. He poured me a drink of something sweet and fruity, and I sipped it as we turned back toward the center of the clearing. The bonfire was alight now, yellow tongues of flame creeping along the dry kindling, sending smoke into the sky. We only took a couple of steps in the direction of the bonfire before Naomi intercepted us. "Kara!" Her smooth voice set my teeth on edge. "Fancy running into you here. Long time no see." I forced my features into a smile. "Indeed. Hello, Naomi." Without meaning to, I shrank into Ronan's side as if my body already knew I would receive support from him, even if my head hadn't quite caught up. His hand tightened around mine. Naomi's gaze flicked down to our joined hands, and her eyes widened slightly, as if she'd only just noticed. "Oh, come on. You clocked us from 20 feet away, bitch. Enough with the theatrics already." "Oh, wow." Naomi let out a warm chuckle, but her eyes remained calculating. Snake eyes. "I see you didn't waste any time." Don't rise to her bait. That's exactly what she wants. "I'm here on business," I said, my voice tight. "Now, if you'll excuse us." "It sure doesn't look like it." Naomi folded her arms. The movement pushed her breasts forward, emphasizing her ample cleavage. She flicked a glance at Ronan, as if checking to see if he'd noticed. My eyes narrowed. "How long has it been? A few hours? I have to say, Kara, I really didn't think you had it in you."
"Naomi."
Ronan's voice was firm, an alpha's command. Naomi flinched a little, but then rallied. "I'm serious. You always seemed so meek, so shy. Just like a sad little mouse, trailing around after me and your brother." A deep rumble began in Ronan's chest, and I tugged quickly on his hand. "I've got this." "Funny you should mention Jason." I tilted up my chin, meeting her narrowed gaze. "He and Tammy have a beautiful new baby. They're doing amazingly, all three of them. I've never seen my brother so happy. How are you doing, Naomi?" Naomi opened her mouth, then closed it. Her face turned red and she swiveled and rushed away. Good. She could choke on her own poisonous tongue for all I cared. Ronan released a huff of laughter.
"Remind me not to get on your bad side,"
he murmured, and I shrugged. All the grief that woman had given Jason and the empty promises she'd made was all in the past. She would never be able to hurt him again. Together, Ronan and I made our way toward the bonfire.
"You okay?"
Ronan bent his head close to mine. His eyes were full of concern. I nodded. "I'm fine. I can handle her." He glanced behind us with a furrowed brow.
"I'm sure you can. You just proved that. Only be careful with her, okay? She doesn't take kindly to insults. I've seen her strike back, and strike hard. I don't want that to happen to you."
I looked up at him, warmed all the way through by his concern. "I will be careful. I promise. I have no intention of going anywhere near that bitch." His face smoothed out at my expression, and he softened, putting an arm around me. His arm felt good over my shoulders, warm and protective.
"I guess we should make the rounds,"
he said.
"That's the sort of thing one does at a party, right?"
You don't sound stoked at the prospect. Aren't alphas supposed to be extroverted and genial? His answering glower made me laugh. I leaned into his body and slid an arm around his waist. "I'm just teasing," I whispered. "You'll be a great alpha. You've got the command needed for the job. You got this."
Chapter 7. Ronan. Attending a party thrown in honor of my return and ascendancy to Alpha wasn't high up on the list of ways I wanted to spend my time. Having Kara by my side made things even harder. Everywhere I turned, I caught curious glances. I could see people's minds turning over, wondering what could possibly have happened at the meeting house, and why she was now pressed into my side as if we were joined at the hip. As if we were mates. Kara seemed to shy away from the attention almost as much as I did. To my relief, however, people mostly left us alone. The other members of the pack had been told by Kit that I wouldn't be answering any questions tonight about where I'd been. I felt Naomi's eyes burning into my back more than a couple of times, but I was careful to evade her. I did not want my first job as Alpha to be stopping a fight between that annoying woman and Kara. I was given the prime spot in front of the bonfire, with Kara beside me,
on the low wooden bench that my mother and father used to sit at, watching over the rest of the clan. For once, I didn't refuse the honor. I could see that Kara was more rattled by Naomi's sudden appearance than she was letting on, so we sat on the prime bench and people watched for a while. My thigh felt warm where it pressed against hers.
That's my Aunt Clarissa, and my young cousin Molly.
I pointed out the two redheads as they passed, giving little Molly a wave. She giggled and ducked behind her mom, but her tiny hand stuck out from behind Clarissa's legs, waving back. I talked Kara through the dynamics of our clan, who was considering who for a potential mate, which ones were competing, who had broken up, and the couples who were fated for each other. As I discovered, it was a perfect mirror of her own clan. All the rivalries and friendships that made up the rich tapestry of a shifter pack were laid out for all to see. And though the people may have been different, the dynamics within my pack and hers were pretty much the same. Let me get this straight, Kara laughed. Noah was with Lacey, but then he broke up with her for Ruby. But when Lacey started dating Jake, Noah wanted Lacey again? How does that work? So, who does Lacey want? I groaned and dropped my head into my hands.
Ugh, when you put it like that, it sounds even crazier.
And I thought our pack was dramatic. Kara smiled, her gaze drifting toward the glow of the bonfire. This is lovely, she said, and a warm feeling grew in my chest. There were so many stories, so much I didn't yet know about her. I wanted to know everything. We have time. Kara wasn't going anywhere, after all. As I remembered the deal we'd struck, the warmth inside me mingled with a twinge of uncertainty. She's only here because she has to be, remember? The moment you allow her to leave, she'll be home to the Bane clan in a shot. So, what about you? Kara's hand on my arm jolted me back to the present. Where are you in all this drama?
Nowhere,
I answered truthfully.
I steered clear of all that. I had the occasional fling with human women, but nothing serious.
Human? She looked surprised. Why specifically human and not another shifter? I chuckled.
Yeah, I guess it sounds a bit strange. But with shifters, everything gets so messy. All the pheromones and hormones flying everywhere. I've seen firsthand what kind of chaos it can create. I didn't want to risk my position like that, not over some casual hookup.
Kara was silent, staring into the flames. From the moment I saw her, I thought she was beautiful. But in the dusk and the firelight, she looked extra stunning. Her dark hair pooled around her shoulders and her eyes glimmered. I resisted the urge to reach out and tuck a soft strand behind her ear, to stroke a finger over the delicate blush on her cheeks.
What about you?
I said instead, scrambling for a distraction.
You must have had offers from many of the men in your pack. Or other shifters passing through the area, perhaps?
I struggled to keep the jealousy out of my voice at the thought of other shifters around her, competing for her attention, for the chance to mate. Yes, there were a couple, I guess. Kara bit her lip, sounding evasive. She shrugged. Your parents must have wanted you to find a match. You were the future alpha, after all.
Now it was my turn to dodge the question. They did, I said shortly. But like I said, it never interested me.
But that was before. Now Kara was here, and I couldn't deny that her presence had changed everything.
Kit was always the extrovert, I said. Even with the age gap. He was always the one following in Dad's footsteps. He's more cut out for the alpha role than I'll ever be.
I'd always preferred to be off exploring the forest with my friends than learning about pack politics. Now that I was older, I'd learned to mask how uncomfortable I felt when people looked to me as their leader. But that was all it was. A mask. Deep down, underneath the mask, I knew it should have been Kit who was the firstborn. The alpha. He just needed a few more years to mature, and he'd have been the perfect leader for the pack. But unfortunately, we weren't given that opportunity with the passing of our father. Kara seemed to read my thoughts exactly. The firelight flickered in her gorgeous eyes, and I drew a sharp breath when she took my hand and our fingers tangled together. Look, I know my opinion doesn't mean much to you. She drew a shaky breath, continuing before I could argue.
We don't really know each other that well. Hell, I'm not even supposed to be here at all. But from where I'm standing, I think what you just said is a load of crap."
My mouth dropped open. Whatever I'd been expecting, it wasn't that. "What?"
She tilted up her chin, her expression full of defiance. In this light, she was a far cry from the quiet, withdrawn girl I'd met that morning. "I've seen how people look at you around here. They respect you, look up to you. They listen when you talk. And the way you talk about them, you care about them, Ronan. Their well-being, their wants, their fears. That's what's important. Being an alpha is about so much more than being the life and soul of the party. I was joking before, when I said an alpha is usually extroverted. That's a plus, but it's not a requirement for the job. Commanding respect and having the ability to lead in a clear and rational manner is what people need in their leader." She let out a huff, and her shoulders slumped. Her bottom lip trembled, like she was on the verge of pouting at me. She was adorable. I couldn't resist any longer. I reached out and tucked that loose piece of hair behind her ear. She turned her face toward my palm, closing her eyes as if in bliss at my touch, before flushing deep red and jerking away. "I'm so sorry," she mumbled, covering her face with her hands. "I don't know what that was."
"Hey."
I tried unsuccessfully to pry her hands away from her face.
"Come on, it's okay."
She lowered her hands to her lap. Her gaze darted down to the cup of punch I'd poured for her earlier, resting on the bench beside her. "Did you spike my drink?" Her mouth curled up at one side to let me know she was joking.
"I can assure you, I didn't."
I spread my hands wide.
"That was all you."
"Uh-huh." She tilted her head to one side. "I'm on to you, Thornwood."
"Is that right?"
I leaned closer. From this distance, I could smell her intoxicating scent underneath the smoke from the fire. I tilted my head to mirror hers. We were inches away from each other. I couldn't tell if the rapid drumbeat I heard was my heart or hers. A loud whoop sounded from nearby, and a light rain of punch fell all around us. Some of it got on Kara, but most of it fell on me. We jolted apart, and I stood up, enraged.
"Oops,"
Noah called from nearby.
"Sorry, Ronan. My bad."
Kara stood up too, her hand falling onto my arm. She must have seen my expression, because she laughed. "It's no big deal." She stood up on her tiptoes and whispered, "It was getting just a tad hot there for a bit." I looked down at her. She had a small, secretive smile on her face, and her thumb rubbed back and forth over my arm, light and teasing. "We could just head back to your place." She raised her eyebrows. "And get a change of clothes."
"Oh. Good idea."
I returned her smile. The walk back to the house was thick with a different sort of tension than earlier. Every time her hand brushed against mine, I wanted to grab her right then and there, pin her up against the side of the nearest building, and claim her as mine. I clenched my hands into fists and forced myself to keep moving. We sped up our pace as the house came into view around the next corner. The street was dark and deserted. It appeared that everyone was still at the bonfire. By the time we reached the stairs of the porch, I couldn't handle the need anymore. I needed to kiss her, to hold her, to drown in her essence. Kara had one foot on the top step when I grabbed her and spun her round so fast that she gasped. We stood there, drunk on each other. I could tell from her somnolent features that she felt the same way as me. The full moon above us lit her face perfectly. I drank in every detail. Her wide eyes, her parted full mouth, her lips, crying out for mine. She surged up and dragged my mouth to hers. I groaned and hitched her up. We stumbled across the porch, and I pressed her back against the front door. The kiss grew in urgency, deeper and hotter than before. I groaned as our tongues slid against each other, my hands on either side of her head. She submitted eagerly, tilting her head up and arching her body against mine. Why had I ever thought she would be too timid, afraid of my passion? She was ready and willing, and I couldn't wait to explore more of her body. The wolf in me wanted to take her right here, right now, under the night sky and the stars sparkling above us. The man knew better. She deserved more than a quick fuck. Kara deserved everything I had to give and more. I reached around her and pushed open the door, guiding her over the threshold and into the darkened house. Kara. We stumbled through the door and somehow made it into the lounge, pressing kisses onto every inch of skin we could reach. It was dark, but we managed to reach the dark shape of the sofa, more by instinct than anything else. I collapsed back onto the cushions and Ronan fell on me like a starving man. He suckled on my lower lip, taking it between his teeth, and I gasped. The gasp turned to a whimper as his hand slid up over my shirt, skating over my ribs, cupping my breasts. His touch felt so good. I needed to get closer. Ronan moved back and grabbed my jeans, tugging them down my legs so there was nothing between us but my damp panties and his jeans that barely held in his erection. Then he was back, kissing me, stealing my reason. But I had to tell him the truth. I lied, I gasped. I've never.
What are you trying to say?
I shuddered at the sound of his voice, half wolf, half man. The shifter was there, right at the surface, and it wanted to claim its mate. I knew because mine was right there, ready to leap out and claim my mate too. I shook my head, moaning, overwhelmed by his touch, and most of all by the sensations of his tongue dragging over my skin. It was almost impossible to concentrate. His tongue trailed over my bare stomach, lighting up my nerve endings like a switchboard. Still, I had to get this out. I persisted somehow, between gasps and moans. I've never done this before. Ronan went still. He looked up. His face was unreadable in the dark, but his eyes glinted with arousal. I shivered, wanting his body on mine, but not knowing how to ask for it. I settled for squirming and arching my back, trying to encourage his mouth to return to feasting on me, but he shifted away so that we were no longer touching. I bit back a whine at the loss.
What do you mean?
He was breathing heavily, short, punched-out breaths. Or was that me? I couldn't tell anymore. We were both breathing so hard I could barely hear anything else. I've never. I turned my face into the couch cushion to avoid his piercing gaze. You know. He sat back completely, slumping down against the back of the sofa.
You've never been with a man before.
I squeezed my eyes shut, nodding. He was silent. I lay there in the dark, breathing in and out and trying not to panic. Why was he suddenly so quiet?
Time for bed.
The softness of Ronan's voice startled me into awareness once more. I jerked my head up. My hair, I could feel, was all over the place, but I couldn't bring myself to care. I was too shocked. What?
It's time for bed,
Ronan said slowly, like I hadn't heard him the first time. With you?
No.
But I'm not tired. I sat up and slid across the couch until I was pressed up against his side. He didn't reach for me, but he didn't shift away either. I dropped my head and kissed his shoulder, the side of his neck, sliding my thighs until I was straddling one of his knees. I kissed the side of his neck again, groaning and clenching my thighs around his leg. A tiny groan slipped past his lips, but that was the only sign he was as affected by our closeness as me. Gently but firmly, he took my shoulders in his hands and pushed me back.
I am.
From the sound of his voice, he was anything but tired, but his jaw was set and firm. I tried to rock forward into his lap again. His arms tensed around me, and all of a sudden, I was up off the couch, cradled in his thick arms. Ronan! My feet flailed in the air, but it was no use. He carried me across the room, heading toward the stairs. Ronan, put me down! He ignored me, climbing the stairs and heading in the direction of his bedroom. Maybe he'd changed his mind? My heart started hammering jackrabbit fast when we reached the threshold, but when he deposited me on his bed, he didn't climb in after me. He just stood there, one hand rubbing at the back of his neck as he stared down at me.
You can sleep here tonight.
His gruff voice, such a stark contrast from his warm, easy tones earlier, shocked me.
I'll take the spare room down the hall.
He crossed over to the door. Ronan! At the sound of my high-pitched, desperate cry, he turned his head. I sat up in the middle of the bed, panting. I felt shameless, but it was no use. My breath hitched as something like a sob escaped me. Please. Holding his gaze, I let my legs fall open. I stared at him imploringly. Don't leave me here like this. In a flash, he was at the foot of the bed. His hands circled my ankles and dragged me to the edge of the mattress. Chapter 8. Ronan. I woke with a sore neck, a sore and aching groin, and a whole heap of guilt. Groaning, I shuffled around on my bed, trying to find a less lumpy part of the old mattress. Eventually, I gave up and sat upright, shaking my hair out of my eyes. My head gave a throb, and I winced, pressing a hand against my temple. Damn, I didn't even drink that much last night. I chalked it up to the stress of being in human form after spending so long as a wolf. My body was still calibrating itself, reorienting to the environment. And, of course, to the base need that had roared through my system half the night. Every time I relived Kara's gasping, I rolled up and out of bed, pulled on a pair of old jeans and a t-shirt, and stumbled my way toward the kitchen. When I passed something on the floor in the lounge, I scooped it up and my fingers closed around the crumpled pile of fabric. I lifted it, holding it up to the light. Kara's sweater. She must have dropped it last night while we were... I closed my eyes, letting the sweater fall back to the floor. Her scent clung in the air around me. I glanced up at the ceiling. My room lay directly above the lounge, and I listened carefully for any signs of life. The house was totally silent. It looked like I was the first one up, in more ways than one. I groaned out loud before clambering to my feet and slinking off in the direction of a cold shower. I took advantage of the early start, busying myself with preparing breakfast. By the time I heard signs of life coming from upstairs, I had a stack of pancakes ready on the table, and I was slicing up strawberries while I waited for the last pancake to be done. Kit wandered in first, yawning widely. The sight of him was a shock. I'd almost forgotten he lived here. I'd been so focused on Kara and what we had almost done last night. "Hey, man."
"Hey."
I jabbed the spatula toward him in warning as he reached for a pancake.
"Use a plate, and leave some for our guest."
Left to his own devices, Kit would just shove the whole thing into his mouth and then dive in for more. But we had company this morning, and I wanted to make a good impression. That is, if I haven't squandered the opportunity already. As if she'd heard my thoughts, Kara appeared in the doorway. She looked between us shyly, and I gave her an encouraging smile.
"You hungry?"
She nodded, sitting down opposite Kit and helping herself to a pancake. I nodded to Kit as we watched her fill the pancake with strawberries and roll it up neatly.
"See?"
I turned back to the stove and slid the final pancake onto an empty plate, then wandered over to the table and sat beside her.
"Manners."
"Whatever." Kit stuck his tongue out at me.
"What did you guys get up to last night anyway? I totally lost track of you, and by the time I got back here, it was dead quiet."
I looked at Kara, and she looked at me. We both started to speak at the same time.
We decided to take a walk and
stargazing. Kara's voice was firm and steady. We were stargazing.
"Oh."
Kit grabbed another pancake and slathered it with an unholy amount of maple syrup.
"Cool."
"Cool," I echoed, meeting Kara's eyes and giving her a soft, secretive smile. Just as we were wrapping up breakfast, we were interrupted by a volley of knocks on the front door. I excused myself from the table and went to answer it, only to find Noah, Jake, and Zach waiting for me with identical expressions of excitement. I looked between the three of them.
"What's up, guys?"
"Hunting season is what's up, man." Noah reached out and cuffed me on the shoulder. "Come on, we're heading into the forest on guard duty. We were going to grab something to eat on the way back. You coming or what? Been a while since you joined us." I glanced behind me toward the kitchen, where Kit and Kara were still sitting, finishing up. Patrolling, followed by a hunt?
How long will that take? It stood to reason that my friends, brothers in spirit, if not in blood, would expect me to keep to my regular duties like nothing had changed. But the truth was, everything had changed. Like Noah said, I'd been gone for some time, and the memory of Kara's sweet face, the way she'd gazed up at me last night, was enough to harden my resolve.
I'm kind of in the middle of something right now.
I started to draw the door closed, shaking my head.
Sorry. I'll take the flak from the elders, okay? Don't worry about it. I'll join you next time.
Jake nudged his foot into the gap before I could shut the door completely.
Ronan, come on. You've been AWOL for weeks, and now you don't even want to hunt? What's wrong with you, man?
In unison, I was met with 3 pairs of wide, dejected eyes. Guilt prickled inside me. Here I was, abandoning guard duty with my packmates, after everything I'd put them through. A voice sounded in the back of my head. The last voice I wanted to think of right now. My father. Remember your duty, Ronan. What the hell was my duty? Things had gotten so muddled. I pressed my fist against the side of the door, one foot on the threshold, torn. Soft footsteps sounded behind me, and Kara appeared at my elbow. She smiled at the 3 visitors, then directed her gaze at me. Can I talk to you for a sec, Ronan?
Sure.
I moved away from the door, leaving it open. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched Zach slump down onto the decking. The other 2 leaned against the doorframe, their downcast mood obvious. I think you should go with them, Kara whispered once we were in the other room. My mouth fell open.
What? You heard all that?
Kara's mouth tilted up at the corner. Your friends weren't exactly whispering. Also, she raised an eyebrow. Right. Shifter hearing. I was so used to dating only human women. I kept forgetting that Kara had the wolf in her. Gentle and breakable as she seemed, I knew there was a tough core underneath the soft, sweet exterior. Every so often, she let it show. Perhaps that seeming gentleness made her stronger than many others, rather than weak. She clearly had control of her shifter side.
Are you sure?
Something twanged in my chest at the thought of leaving her here without me. What if something happened to her?
I can send them away.
You have your duty, Kara said, like it was as simple as that. And I have mine. Go. I'll still be here when you get back.
You better,
I grumbled. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, you know.
So they say.
She huffed a laugh and reached up to drag my head down toward hers. The kiss was short and chaste, nothing like the fiery passion from last night. Nevertheless, pure need pulsed through me, hot and greedy, just from the brief contact. When we pulled apart, her eyes were full of challenge. I'll see you later. Her words dripped with intent. I wanted to devour her. Again. With a deep sigh, I stepped back from her and headed for the door. Kara. Once Ronan was gone, I found myself at a loose end. Kit disappeared shortly afterwards. It was a weekday, and he said he had a study group with some of the other teenagers in the pack. After a brief internal debate, I decided to slip outside and head out to the town square once again. After all, I had a job to do, a purpose, a reason I was here. I tucked away the memory of Ronan's intense, hungry gaze. For now, at least, I had to be vigilant. I was here as an ambassador, after all. It made sense to get to know as many people as I could and try to establish some rapport within the pack. The thought made my heart sink. I was a loner by nature, far more comfortable with my paintbrushes than with making small talk. Luckily for me, I ran into a familiar face almost immediately. And it wasn't Naomi, thank goodness. Halfway down the road that led to the meeting house, a small vegetable patch lay between 2 cottages. Elder Frey waved me over, one hand resting on his spade and the other wiping his brow.
Good morning, Kara.
His face broadened into a smile as I grew closer, and he beckoned me forward.
Come in, come in. Don't be shy.
Hesitantly, I slipped open the wooden gate and picked my way over the narrow gravel path that ran between the raised beds. Broad beans trailed off on pitched wooden frames, and a grapevine crept on a trellis over the back wall. Elder Frey was in the middle of the patch, pulling out weeds from a bed of frothy green stems. Once I got close enough, he tossed me a pair of spare gloves.
"Anything that looks like it doesn't belong,"
he said, pulling up a dandelion and holding it up to demonstrate before tossing it into a nearby wheelbarrow.
"Just root it out."
I pulled on the gloves and got to work beside him. We worked in companionable silence for a few minutes until he sat back on his heels, turning to face me.
"So, are you settling in around here? I know it's only been a short time, but are you comfortable?"
I nodded. I am, actually, surprisingly. I glanced around at the peaceful garden. Somewhere in the distance, I could hear faint laughter, and a gentle breeze rustled through the plants around us. There were many things that reminded me of my own pack village, enough that I didn't feel completely out of place. When I first arrived, everything seemed so different, but I think I might have been letting my nerves rule at that point.
"The Bane clans certainly have their way of doing things, and we have ours."
Elder Frey nodded.
"There are differences, of course, which is natural, but there are also many things that remain similar in most shifter communities. I hope that the Thornwood brothers are making you feel welcome in the Alpha's house."
Yeah, they're great. I couldn't help but smile as I thought back to the morning. Kit and Ronan, they remind me of my brother and I. The gentle ribbing, but underneath, they really care for each other.
"And you have everything you need."
You could say that. I didn't answer, but the flush that I could feel cresting my cheeks told the story without me wanting to share it.
"Kara."
The elder's face furrowed as his expression turned pensive, solemn.
"I consider it my duty to tell you this, and I hope you will accept my advice. I assure you, I speak only as a friend. I knew your Alpha's father very well, and I know he would want me to look out for one of his own."
I pulled my hands back from the vegetable patch and frowned, confused. Tell me what?
"What happened yesterday, between you and Ronan?"
For a wild second, I thought he was referring to the night I'd spent in Ronan's bed. Then I realized he meant before, in the meeting house. Oh.
"I didn't want to say anything then. I didn't think it was my place."
You mean the fact that we seemed to be fated? I was totally puzzled as to what the elder might be about to say. Is being fated to a mate a bad thing? Where's he going with this? Elder Frey looked regretful. He heaved a deep sigh, and for some reason, the sound sent a chill creeping down my spine. Whatever he was about to say next, I wasn't sure I wanted to hear it.
"How many men have you known, Kara?"
He spoke kindly, but his words didn't reassure me.
"Not many, I'm willing to bet. A handful in your own pack, perhaps. And Ronan is the only one who has ever elicited these feelings."
Nobody has even come close. I felt like it wasn't his business, but equally I felt the need to be honest. Whatever brief passing interest I'd had for anyone else, none of them could hold a candle to the way I felt around Ronan.
"But,"
the elder pressed,
"given your, forgive me, lack of experience, who's to say that there isn't someone else out there? After all, how are you to know? Perhaps these feelings are an infatuation, one that over time will fade."
Why are you saying this? I bit out. I didn't understand his motive. My hands trembled, and anxiety sent my senses reeling. I don't want anyone else. I don't.
"Kara."
Elder Frey's hand on my shoulder steadied me enough to take several deep breaths, and I felt my heart settle inside my chest.
"I'm so sorry, my dear. I didn't mean to upset you."
Well, I snapped. You did.
"I can see that."
There was a note of genuine regret in his voice.
"Look, the bond between fated mates is a mysterious phenomenon. Nobody truly understands how it works. We only have the word of the individuals who experience it. All that those on the outside see, more often than not, are two people who rush into a lifelong commitment without thinking through the long-term consequences."
He hasn't promised me anything, I sniffed, if that's what you're worried about.
All I'm worried about is you.
Why is he only worried about me? What about his alpha? Shouldn't he be worried about Ronan? Is there something about Ronan that he's not telling me? Something that might change my opinion about this whole situation if I found out. I've told you, I'm fine. My voice wobbled. Don't cry, damn it. Don't you dare cry. Look, I know that this is a curveball. I get it. This is your future alpha, and I'm some stranger who showed up out of nowhere. But I promise you, the last thing I want to do is stand between him and his destiny. I stood up shakily and brushed the soil off my jeans. Elder Frey looked up at me. In the glare of the midday sun, I couldn't read his expression.
Just think about what I said, Kara.
His soft voice wasn't soothing anymore. I didn't want to listen or think. I just wanted to get away as fast as possible.
There are things you don't know. Some shifters. They just aren't meant to have a mate.
I'd heard enough. I mumbled something unintelligible in response and ran back through the garden, letting the gate clang shut behind me. He didn't try to stop me. I ran all the way back to the Thornwood house, tears blurring my eyes the whole way. I waited until I was inside, safe and secure with the door locked behind me, before I finally let my tears fall. Chapter 9. Ronan. Despite my initial reluctance to join my friends, we ended up staying out in the forest for most of the day. It felt good to be back in shifter form, but not to be alone this time. To feel the wind through my fur, the dirt under my paws. After so long spent as an outcast, albeit self-imposed, having my packmates surrounding me again was nothing short of exhilarating. The joy of running with friends sang through my bone marrow, and when I put my head up and howled, snatches of their own song echoed back to me through the trees. By the time I arrived back in town, I was spent. I shoved on the spare clothes we'd stashed in the gatehouse earlier, dressing in a daze. No one nudged my shoulder as he wandered past. He grabbed a bottle of water off the side of the gatehouse, chugging half of it in one go and wiping his mouth.
Tell us about the chick.
Jake bobbed up beside him and snagged the bottle for himself, ignoring Noah's protests.
Yeah, man, she's hot.
My eyes narrowed and my teeth bared, lips peeled back to reveal my sharp incisors. My shifter growled. It was a struggle to wrestle it back down beneath the surface.
Whoa.
Zach appeared with spiky hair and a towel draped around his neck. He'd fallen into the creek as we were heading back and was none too pleased about it.
Dude, relax.
I shrugged off the guys as they attempted to calm me.
She's not just a chick. She's...
I hesitated, not sure how to explain Kara, and they seemed to get the message. Crowding me only made it harder to control the wolf within. It was easier when all of them backed off a touch.
Wow,
Noah whispered. He looked odd.
You're actually fated mates. Everyone was gossiping about it last night, but I didn't think it was true.
I didn't reply. The look on my face must have said enough, because the other two dropped down to a nearby bench, dumbfounded.
We thought it was just a crush or something,
Noah said. I stared at him with a raised brow, and he shrugged.
What? It seemed kind of far-fetched is all. Is that why you're all tensed up?
Jake asked.
Man, you need to get it out of your system. All the crazy shifter stuff, it won't go away until you know. No, I rumbled. I don't know.
Jake and Zach looked a little nervous. Noah came over and laid a hand on my arm. I didn't try to throw him off, but I did glare, hoping that the sheer force of my rage would get him to back off.
Ha! As if I'm ever that lucky.
Noah has a set of balls the size of coconuts.
What we're trying to say is...
Noah quirked an eyebrow, fixing me with his serious, steady gaze.
Don't try to fight this one, Ronan. I know how stubborn you get, but you just gotta let fate do its thing. The rest will fall into place. You'll see.
I grit my teeth, but managed to nod. I want to see her. Right now. It was the oddest thing, like a magnet dragging a compass needle due north. The urge to get back to her, now that I was close by, was almost overwhelming. I left them soon afterwards, but only after I'd endured as many encouraging backslaps as I could handle. I approached my house in good spirits. The day had been more fun than I expected, but the conversation after had set my mind on one thing: Kara. From the look in her eyes as I left that morning, I was certain that she wanted to take things to the next level. I wanted to go slow, to take my time with her. She was a virgin, and that state needed to be protected, valued, enjoyed. My shifter wanted to rush in, to claim, to devour. Time would tell which instinct would win out. I unlocked the door of the house and slipped inside, heading for the living room. At the sight of Kara's dark head resting at the edge of the sofa, my heart leapt. She looked up as I moved closer, and I almost froze in place. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and she was pale. She sat up and curled her hands over her knees as I sat down beside her. Instead of meeting my gaze, she hung her head. "What's wrong?" My mind flashed through 1,000 possibilities. I wanted to demand answers, to ask who did this, who made her miserable. "Hey." I reached over, putting my hand on her cheek. She let me tilt her face upwards readily enough, but her gaze skittered away from mine. "Talk to me. Did someone do something to upset you? Hurt you?" She shook her head and wiped a hand over her face. "No, I'm fine. It's nothing like that." "Doesn't look like it." I took her hand between mine, turning her palm over and pressing a kiss against it. She let out a soft sigh, so I did it again. "Come on. Tell me." "I'm just—" Her voice trembled. I thought she was about to burst into tears, but she didn't. She steeled herself before continuing. "I'm scared of this. Of us. What if it's not right?" "Not right?" My heart beat in alarm. "What do you mean?" "I mean—" Kara shook her head. Her dark hair fell in a curtain of loose waves, hiding her face. "We barely know each other. I don't want to pressure you or—" I sat back. Realization was dawning on me, slow and sure. She didn't understand if this really was a fated mate situation. I racked my brain for something to say. Some way to make her see how certain I was about this, about her. Even at the best of times, words were never my strong suit. I stood up from the sofa, and she looked up sharply. "Wait here," I said. "I want to show you something." "Kara." I curled my feet into the sofa cushions and pressed my head back against the couch, closing my eyes. I thought of the soft, thick woven blanket that I had at home. I'd made it with wool I'd dyed myself, in bright orange, red, and purple. My favorites. The colors of a sunset. A tear slid down my cheek. I wiped it away impatiently. There was no sense being homesick. I was fine. The things that Elder Frey had said haunted me. His words had been going round and round in my mind since this morning. By the time Ronan had come home, I'd been half convinced I'd be sent packing immediately. But Ronan hadn't done that. He'd kissed me, and spoken in a soft, soothing voice. Then he'd disappeared again. The minute I thought I'd gotten a handle on him, he did something like that. Just took off without a word. I wonder if I'll ever work him out. I wonder if he'll ever give me the chance. I squeezed my eyes shut and focused on breathing. Several thuds came from upstairs, like he was rummaging around for something. A few minutes later, I heard him back in the doorway. I opened my eyes and saw him standing there with a slender black file tucked under his arm. In spite of my low mood, my curiosity was piqued. I sat up straighter as he dropped down beside me. His face was unreadable as he pulled out the file and held it to me. At first, I just blinked at it, uncertain. "Here." He brandished the file until I eventually took it. He tapped the cover, eyes flicking between me and it. "Open it." "What's this?" "Just open it. Please." I opened the folder. As soon as I laid eyes on its contents, I let out a small, involuntary breath. A loose pile of photographs was tucked inside. I picked up the top one and held it to the light, my pulse racing. "Is that—" I trailed off, looking at him questioningly. "You?" He nodded. I stared at the tiny child in the photograph. His head was thrown back in uproarious laughter. The woman carrying him was smiling too.
a broad, wide smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes. I pointed at her. "This is your mom?"
Yes.
I looked down at the photo, then up at Ronan. "You have the same eyes." Ronan smiled sadly. He took the photo from me and tucked it into the back of the pile. We shuffled through the rest of the photos together. There were more shots of him, a little older, barefoot and wild, holding baby Kit's chubby hand in the forest, on the shoulders of a tall, bearded man, cuddled up on the sofa with his brother, running with his packmates in the woods, and laughing, always laughing. Ronan held up another picture.
Here. This was the one I wanted to show you.
Ronan's mom and dad stared up at us from the photograph. They were seated on the front porch of a house. I recognized it as the one we were in. The wooden beams were neatly painted, and their smiles were shy, but their eyes were bright and glowing with happiness. His mom wore a lace veil and had a bouquet of wildflowers in her hands. His dad's hair was smoothed down, and aside from the beard, he looked very much like Ronan.
This was taken after their bonding ceremony.
Ronan's voice was low and hushed. I leaned in closer.
My grandma took it. Mom and her were just visiting the pack. They lived a couple of states over, in another pack at the edge of the city. But Dad took one look at my mom, and she looked at him, and that was it. She was the one for him, his one true mate.
My eyes met his. Even in the low light, they were such a piercing shade of amber. For a split second, I lost my breath. Were they happy? I asked, mostly to distract myself from the beauty of his eyes.
Yeah.
Ronan took the photo back and closed the file, setting it down on the coffee table.
Very happy. Everyone thought they were crazy, bonding with each other so soon after they met. But they didn't care what anyone else thought. They knew it was right.
I didn't know what to say. For some reason, I found that I was on the verge of tears. Without looking up, I reached out blindly and took his hand, tangling our fingers together. "Thank you for sharing that with me." I finally got the courage to look at him, blinking away my blurred vision. "I would have liked to meet them."
No problem.
Ronan squeezed my hand.
I just wanted to show you. My parents couldn't help the way they felt. And neither can I, Kara. I know that what we have is real. No one else can weigh in on that. I don't know if someone said something, or if the doubts you were having stem from you and no one else. But I wanted to make it clear that this thing between us, it is no one else's business but yours and mine. And it's up to us what we want to do about it.
My heart was light as he drew my hand up and pressed a kiss onto it. How could I have doubted him? How could I have doubted this?
Mom would have loved you, by the way.
Ronan ran his thumb over the backs of my fingers, his eyes soft. I allowed myself to smile up at him. The heaviness weighing down my insides was gone. Seems like you were born into the perfect family. Ronan's smile seemed to freeze on his face. Then the moment passed, and I was left wondering if I had imagined it all together. I mentally shrugged and snuggled further into his solid chest. It's been a long day. Stop being paranoid. Everything is perfect. All you have to do is not screw it up. Chapter 10. Kara. Ronan and I sat on the couch for a while longer, talking quietly about nothing in particular. My head rested on his chest, and I pressed into the warmth of his shirt, listening to the slow, steady beat of his heart. The knot of anxiety in my chest began to ease. I was used to keeping my own company. I didn't mind it most of the time. Sometimes I even appreciated the solitude and drew strength from it. I convinced myself that my creative passions were enough, and that I was content to while away my days in the pack watching other people be happy. Meeting Ronan had changed all that. For the first time, I allowed myself to imagine what it would be like to stay here in the Thornwood pack. A day ago, the idea would have filled me with horror. But now, once the thought materialized in my head, I couldn't stop thinking about staying here with Ronan. I kept mulling the idea over as we moved from the living room to the kitchen, where Ronan threw together a simple but delicious stir-fry after refusing to let me help with anything.
You're still our guest, Kara,
he said, then dug out place settings for two. With Kit still gone, it felt a little bit like, well, a date. I should have dressed fancier.
I joked as Ronan sat down opposite me. He'd found a candlestick in the back of one of the cupboards and set it in a holder in the center of the table. It was a little bent out of shape. It clearly hadn't been used in years. And in the glow of the candlelight, I caught him making a face.
You don't need to dress up. You're gorgeous all the time.
He picked up his fork and played with it absently, gazing at me with obvious interest. I managed to meet his eyes. I was getting better and better at accepting the attention instead of shying away from it. Thank you, I managed, though part of me didn't believe him. No one had ever shown me this level of interest, or if they had, I had never picked up on it. With Ronan, everything was different in that sense, new and undeniably exciting.
All that other stuff is just surface level. It's you that I want,
he said. My inner soul? I tilted my head at him, only half joking. He shot me a crooked grin. He didn't seem offended, though, just curious.
Maybe.
A spark entered his eyes.
The wolf in me wants the wolf in you.
Is that all? Ronan stared at me for a long moment. I ached under his heated gaze. I pressed my thighs together under the table, wanting things I couldn't even put a name to.
No, that's not all.
I want all of you. He didn't say that last bit out loud, but I could almost hear the words hovering there between us. I knew because those words were on the tip of my tongue, too. I grasped about for a new conversational topic, something that wouldn't result in me crawling over the table and into his lap right then and there. When I got here, I thought this place was so different from home. I clenched my fork. My mouth suddenly felt dry. I lifted my glass and took a sip of the wine before continuing, letting its sweetness flood over my tongue. The people, the watchtowers, everything. But now I'm not so sure.
What do you mean?
I gestured around us, and Ronan looked around the kitchen, frowning.
I'm not sure I follow.
I let out a soft sigh. I know this house, Ronan. These walls. I've lived inside them too, at least metaphorically, ever since I lost my parents. My voice was gentle, but there was an undercurrent of sadness in it that I couldn't hide. No matter how long it had been, I knew the sadness would never go away, not completely. For the longest time, my brother Jason and I were on our own. We had the pack, sure, but I bit my lip. There were times when it felt like all we had was each other. The house we grew up in, our parents' house, became a memorial to them. It wasn't a place to live anymore, just a reminder of everything we'd lost. I gazed around at the kitchen. Like the rest of the house, the walls in here were bare of decoration.
I'm sorry,
Ronan murmured. I reached out and grabbed his hand over the table. I'm just saying. I get it.
What changed?
A smile blossomed across my face. Jason found his mate, Tammy. A human girl, of all things. Ronan's eyebrows shot up.
Wow.
I know. My smile faded as I thought of them in that house, happy with the new life they'd just brought into the world, making new memories to fill the space with love once again. I'm happy for him.
But...
I tilted my head, confused. There's no but. All I want is for the people I love to be happy. A wrinkle appeared between Ronan's eyebrows.
Of course. But you deserve happiness too, Kara. You deserve to make your own memories.
I'm happy enough, I countered.
I beg to differ.
I wanted to put an end to this conversation that had suddenly taken a ridiculous turn. We were debating my happiness for some reason, when I was the happiest I'd ever been, sitting across from Ronan with nothing but a beat-up old candlestick between us. I opened my mouth to say something to that effect, but before I could get any more words out, Ronan stood up and circled the table, hoisting me up out of my chair. I gasped and flung my arms around his neck to steady myself. I wanted to protest. I could walk on my own 2 feet, thank you very much. Before I could say anything, he pressed his mouth against mine, hot and demanding. It was exactly what I'd imagined doing to him only a few minutes earlier, and now that he'd taken the initiative, I melted into the embrace. I moaned as his arms tightened around my body, reveling in our closeness. When he pulled away, his gaze was determined behind the heat in his expression.
"You deserve everything," he growled. "Everything."
Well, when he put it that way. "I want everything," I whispered, and I had never spoken a truer word. I pulled his face down to mine, and we kissed with an intensity that left me trembling and weak on the inside. In a move that left me dizzy, he lifted me up, encouraging my legs to wrap around his waist, and then he carried me upstairs. This time, he wasn't as controlled about it. Judging by the way he kept pausing to press hot-mouthed kisses over every inch of my skin he could reach, he was struggling to contain his desire. Chapter 11. Ronan. Now that Kara and I had laid all our cards on the table in relation to how we felt, a strange sort of peace settled over the house. Over the days that followed, we fell into a routine. Each morning, I headed out to attend to my pack duties. On good days, this meant patrolling with Noah or Jake, and on bad days, it meant sitting through a seemingly endless council meeting and listening to the elders strategize about this or that. Usually, I returned in time for lunch with Kara. Sometimes Kit joined us, or it would just be the two of us. After, we'd sit out on the porch people-watching, and Kara would tell me about her morning. She had taken it upon herself to renovate the house. It started with, in her words, sprucing up the kitchen and living room, before unfolding it into a full-on transformation. After the morning I came home to find her cursing at the wall and holding her wrist, I enlisted the help of some of the guys for the manual labor, and by the end of the week, the wall that divided the kitchen and dining room was mostly gone, replaced by a couple of rustic beams that opened up the space and somehow made it cozier at the same time. I began to notice small things appearing. Colored cushions on the sofa one day, followed by a throw in a soft loose knit the next. Things that I hadn't seen for years. An old wind chime, a rusty planter, a watering can, all rescued and restored, or else repurposed into something new. At first, she would ask me if I liked each new thing. I always said, truthfully, that I loved it. After a while, she stopped asking. People around town, some teasing, some sincere, began to point out the change in me, how there was a new purpose to the way I walked, a true alpha's glint in my eye. Even Kid, who had always been a happy kid, but full of excess energy, seemed calmer, no longer skittering around the house like he was full of nervous tension. It was all down to the positive influence of Kara. I couldn't believe how lucky I had been to meet her. One day I would have to visit Alara at the Bane Pack and let her know how grateful I was that she had sent Kara in her place. The peace and happiness for all of us was new, and it was welcome. But, in my experience, good things didn't last. I woke up in the night to the sound of movement coming from outside my bedroom window. I stirred, half awake. Kara lay beside me, still deeply asleep, her hair spread out on the pillow and one of her hands curled up against her cheek. She looked adorable, and my dick stirred immediately, until I realized what had woken me. At the sound of a distant shout, I sat bolt upright in bed, amorous thoughts on hold. Silently, I climbed out of bed and moved over to the window. My shifter senses were on high alert. I could hear more shouting in the distance, and the thud of running feet on the street outside. A sleepy voice came from the bed behind me. "What's the matter, Ronan?" I turned around. Kara was gazing at me and rubbing her eyes. "What's going on?" she asked.
"I don't know."
Trepidation filled me. It sounded like some kind of attack. I glanced back outside, but it was too dark to see anything clearly, even with my shifter-enhanced vision.
"Stay here and lock the door behind me."
I quickly threw on some clothes and strode out of the room, taking the stairs two at a time. I slipped out of the house as silently as possible, praying that Kit was still asleep upstairs. He was too young to become involved in a battle, if this truly was an attack of some kind on our pack. It was pitch dark outside. The rest of the houses were still and quiet. Whatever was happening, most of the pack still seemed to be oblivious. I followed the sound of voices, my heart thudding under my shirt. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, but I couldn't put my finger on what. Then it hit me. Everything was dark, but it shouldn't be. The lights from the watchtowers, those familiar beacons that shone over the town every night, were gone. Thud. I tensed up as I smacked into something warm and solid, and my hackles rose, instincts telling me to fight. A low growl slipped out of me. Ronan? At the sound of Jake's voice, I relaxed a touch.
What's happening?
I asked.
An attack?
My pack is in danger. The thought thrummed through my whole body. I have to protect them. I have to protect Kara.
I don't know.
The seriousness in Jake's usually carefree voice sent a chill down my spine.
I woke up and heard noises. Figured I'd come and find you.
I blinked, touched by his loyalty.
Come on, this way.
I tapped his shoulder, indicating that I wanted him to follow me. Together we crept through town, sticking to the sides of buildings to orient ourselves. Even with our shifter eyesight, it was nearly impossible to see much in the darkness. Jake and I had been packmates all our lives, friends for years, and had done many guard duty hours together. We didn't need words as we soundlessly worked our way through town. As we neared the edge of the square, we ran into Noah and Zach, who were crouched behind a high fence. A fire burned nearby, and a spark of relief flooded me when their faces came into view, despite their grave expressions.
The gates are open,
Noah said.
Ronan, I think it's a coup. There's a group of people, shifters, I'd say, and they said they're looking for you. And when they find you...
My blood froze. I sprang to my feet.
I left Kit and Kara back at the house. I have to go back for them.
Zach yanked me down again, ignoring the growl I sent his way.
No way. If you go back to that house now, you're a dead man. I don't care.
I wasn't thinking logically. I wasn't thinking at all.
You may not care, but we do,
Noah interjected.
We need a living alpha, Ronan, not a dead one. I'm no one's alpha,
I hissed, forgetting that I'd started to slide automatically into the role over the past couple of weeks. Right now, I didn't want to lead a pack. All I cared about was the safety of my younger brother and the woman I...
Guys, we can debate this later.
Jake peered over the fence. I realized that the area beyond our hiding place was brighter, like more fires had been lit nearby.
We have to leave now, before they see us.
As we skirted around the edge of the square, I caught sight of a few of the figures gathered in the center, holding torches. A woman's long hair shone in the firelight. As she turned her head, I got a good look at her.
Naomi.
A man I didn't recognize slid up alongside her and wrapped an arm around her waist. Her lips thinned, but she didn't push him away. He whispered something in her ear, and a smile stretched across her face. Something about that smile chilled me to the bone.
Enough of this.
I wasn't born to crouch in the shadows or slink away like some coward. I turned to Jake and Zach.
Circle back to the front gates, then close them. Cut these other shifters off from escape. Make sure no one else gets in.
I used my commanding tone, knowing they couldn't refuse. They turned away without a word and vanished into the night. I trusted them completely to get the job done. I turned back to the clearing. My eyes narrowed as I considered and discarded options. In the end, there was only one option that made sense.
Wait.
Noah hovered at my shoulder.
I know that look. Ronan, this is a bad idea.
I know, I muttered.
But it's the only idea I have.
It's me they want. Nobody else has to get hurt. With a deep breath, I straightened upright and swaggered into the clearing. Chapter 12. Kara. The minute Ronan ordered me to stay put, my hackles rose with fear mixed with a healthy dose of anger. There's no way I'm staying here. I wanted to yell after him as he swept out of the room, but the words stuck in my throat. Furious, I flung back the covers and stumbled into the clothes that had been abandoned by the side of the bed earlier that night. I remembered the way Ronan had torn them off me, frenzied with passion. I squeezed my eyes tight shut and drew a deep breath. Now is the time to be brave. Without thinking twice, I pulled on my clothes and headed for the door. The landing was dark. As I crossed over it toward the stairs, the door cracked open behind me and a chink of light appeared, along with Kit's sleep-tousled hair.
Kara?
His voice was rough and gritty with sleep.
I heard something.
I glanced back at him. I know,
I'm going outside. Stay here, okay?
Where's Ronan?
I paused, one foot hovering over the top step. I couldn't lie to him. Ronan was his brother. He deserved the truth. It was what I would have wanted in his position. He left already. We exchanged a long look. With each minute that ticked past, I was more awake, more alert. The silence prickled against my eardrums. Something was wrong. Kit slid out of his room, flannel PJs and all, and shut the door behind him. Even in half shadow, I could see the determination on his face.
I'm coming with you.
No, Kit.
If you try to tell me it's too dangerous.
His eyes flashed at me, and I caught a hint of his shifter beneath the surface. Young, feral, ready for action.
Save it, okay? He's my brother. I know you understand.
I nodded. I understood all too well. I had just been angry with Ronan because he had assumed I was too weak to help and demanded I stay put. It would be hypocritical of me if I did exactly the same thing to Kit now. Be careful, okay? Ronan loves you so much, Kit.
I know. That's why I need to help.
After a moment, I nodded. There wasn't time to argue. We headed downstairs together, slipping on the first pairs of shoes we could find in the darkened hallway, and snuck out into the night. The streets were mostly empty, but there were a handful of other people from the pack who had heard the noise and come out like us to see what was going on. We found ourselves in the middle of a group of people who were heading toward the town square. It seemed to be where the action was, with the flicker of flames in that direction drawing us, all like the proverbial moths. By the time we made it to the edge of the clearing, the crowd was thick enough that we had to nudge our way through to the front. My heart plummeted down to earth, and I had to clench my hands into fists to stop them trembling. Ronan stood alone at the center of the clearing. He was surrounded on all sides by shifters. They didn't seem to be from this pack. Even though I didn't know everyone here on a personal level yet, I'd seen a lot of Ronan's pack around the village since I'd been here, and at least knew them to look at. These shifters were strangers, stony-faced and threatening. Some of them were in wolf form, and they padded around the edge of the square like moving shadows, circling Ronan, as if he were prey. One of the strangers stepped forward into the light, and my heart all but stopped. He wasn't a stranger. Not to me. Jamie. He looked unchanged from the last time I'd seen him, when he'd turned up to fight Alara, assuming he was going to kill her and win the alpha spot. Same smug, smirking face. Same sandy hair. Only a deep scar, bisecting his left eyebrow and carving an ugly crevice down his cheek, spoke of his fight for dominance against Alara all those months ago. A smaller figure slunk up beside him. Naomi? Was she with Jamie now? A sick feeling settled in my gut. Individually, Jamie and Naomi were poison. Together, they would likely be deadly. The two of them moved forward like some twisted parody of an alpha pair, coming to a standstill about 5 feet away from Ronan. He wasn't moving. The only indication of the emotion I knew must be bubbling inside him were his clenched fists. Even from here, I could see his white-knuckled grip.
I guess we have an audience now,
Jamie said, his voice ringing out through the clearing.
It looks like this takeover won't be as peaceful as I hoped.
Ronan's face twisted.
You mean you can't kill me in my sleep now that the pack is here to bear witness?
He swept out a hand toward Jamie and whirled around.
Behold, your would-be alpha, everyone. A coward who attacks under the cover of darkness because he knows he'd never win in a fair fight. The Bane Pack's alpha proved that already.
The smile on Jamie's face instantly disappeared. His eyes glittered coldly.
At least I know what I am, what I can be. You had all the power at your fingertips, there for the taking, and you ran away. What sort of alpha runs away and leaves his pack unprotected? Why do you think I'm here? There's a power vacuum, Ronan.
He shrugged.
You didn't step up. You will never be alpha of this pack,
Ronan said. His voice rang out clearly, strong and sure. The flames burning around the clearing flickered, and several people gasped.
Get out of here before I tear you apart.
Jamie's smile reappeared.
The truth is, he said,
obviously playing to his captive audience and making sure we all caught every word. "Deep down, you know you aren't the man for the job. Everyone knows it." His eyes narrowed, and his voice dropped into a hiss. "Your father knew it." Ronan let out a growl so powerful I felt it rumble through the ground beneath my feet. Everyone around me held their breaths. Even Naomi took a small, involuntary step back. Jamie looked surprised, but he held his ground. A mist was churning up in the center of the clearing. Dust rose from the ground and static flashed in the air. Ronan was shifting. Jamie's eyes flashed with something. I couldn't tell if it was panic or anger, but he damn sure hadn't expected to have to fight Ronan. The coward had planned to kill Ronan in his sleep. He didn't have any choice now. Jamie crouched low in the dirt, a cloud of mist rising up around him to mirror Ronan's own. The wolves patrolling around the edge of the square threw back their heads and howled. My chest grew tight and my gut churned. I felt it, that familiar urge, the instinct to let the wild creature inside me run free. It was the strongest call I'd had in years, stronger than my first uncontrolled shifts, stronger even than the first time I'd laid eyes on Ronan and realized he was my fated mate. I bit my lips so hard I tasted blood. Now wasn't the time to lose control. Beside me, Kit shifted his weight from one foot to the other, as if he were fighting against the same urge as me. Unable to drag my eyes away from Ronan, I reached out blindly and grabbed at Kit's wrist, shaking my head. "Don't do it, Kit. Control yourself." Young shifters couldn't always help it when they shifted sometimes, especially when they were scared or angry. The skill only became more controlled with time and experience. Inside the clearing, Ronan drew himself up to his full height. He was a massive wolf. His russet fur gleamed in the firelight, and his thick pelt rippled across his broad, bulky frame. Despite Jamie's taunts, his features were unmistakably those of an alpha's bloodline, and it was strikingly apparent to everyone there that they were looking at an alpha wolf. He shook himself off in a familiar motion, and his head dropped low, eyes narrowed and deadly as he readied himself to fight. Poised to strike, he stood taller than Jamie in wolf form, and every muscle in his body tensed. One-on-one, he was in a good position to defeat the rogue intruder. But he was outnumbered. Already the other wolves were crowding in, ready to defend Jamie at a second's notice. The back of my neck prickled, and my mouth went dry. Unconsciously, one of my hands came up to rest over my abdomen. Jamie's ears flicked, and he glanced at the wolf to his left side. The wolf slunk backwards, and the others followed. Okay, so this isn't a pile-on. Not yet, anyway. This is a fight for control of the Thornwood pack. Something in the air shifted. Ronan's muzzle came up, and his eyes slid past Jamie and landed on me. I poured everything I felt for Ronan into my expression, praying it would give him strength. Then, Jamie lunged at Ronan. I jumped, my heart pounding as I watched the man who should be my mate handle an attack from a man I knew to be vicious and unhinged. There wasn't going to be any mercy here tonight. This would be a fight to the death. Both were going in for the kill. Ronan twisted away from Jamie, then lunged in, his jaws latching onto the back of Jamie's neck. He lifted him into the air and shook him before slamming him back down to earth. Jamie snarled and shook himself free, slinking backwards, his belly against the earth. I was fixated on the fight. I didn't even blink. I sent out a soundless, desperate prayer into the darkness. Please, Ronan, you have to finish this. For me. For us. I was barely conscious of who I meant. Us. The pack? Me and Kit? Or something else. Something that I was too elated and afraid to even name. Perhaps it was for the tiny something that could be growing inside me right now as I watched the man I loved fight for his life. Sharp, vicious snarls and growls pierced the air, and I snapped back into the present. Naomi had joined the fray and advanced while Ronan's back was turned. She was sleeker than Jamie, with fur that shone white in the shadows. Ronan's ear flicked outwards as she grew closer. He knew she was there, but he was too busy fending off Jamie's snapping jaws to do anything about her. Then I realized that my hand, the one that had been locked on Kit's wrist, was empty. Shit. Russet fur flashed at the edge of the clearing. My heart thundered in my chest and adrenaline zinged along my veins. Kit was in wolf form and advancing around the circle, keeping to the shadows, but obviously trying to position himself to launch into defense of his brother. Several of Jamie's wolves turned to Kit. My mouth formed a single, soundless word. No. As if we were psychically connected and he'd heard me, Ronan's head snapped up. He immediately saw what was about to happen and charged Jamie, tossing him to one side. He bounded past Naomi like she wasn't even there. His eyes were wide with fear and fixed on his brother. He was too far away. Jamie's wolves sprang on Kit and dragged him down in a blur of teeth and fur and snarls. Kit whined and tried to lash out, but the wolves were too big to fight, too strong to throw off, and too many to defeat. Ronan skidded to a halt in front of Kit's fallen form and let out a snarl so powerful it was almost a roar. He grabbed the nearest wolf in his jaws and tore him away, sending him tumbling to the ground in a mess of blood and fur. Another of Kit's attackers snapped at him, but he twisted aside and then lunged for him, knocking the wolf aside and slashing out with his huge paws. Kit lay on the ground, curled onto one side. From this angle, I couldn't see if he was still breathing. My vision blurred. My heart thundered in my chest. I couldn't control my shifter any longer. My family needed saving. I dropped to my knees and the world around me dissolved. When I blinked and straightened up, I wasn't fully Kara anymore. My shifter was in the driver's seat. For once, I didn't try to suppress my wolf instincts. I simply got out of its way and let it take control. I crept forward. Being a wolf again was surreal. It had been months, maybe even a year, since I'd been in this form. Every blade of grass under my feet, every brush of wind on my face, every subtle movement of the crowd surrounding the square flooded my senses. I couldn't get distracted. Ronan was caught up with Jamie again. Naomi was watching them, waiting for a chance to jump in and help Jamie. She hadn't noticed me. I had the element of surprise. I bounded forward and lunged at her, sinking my jaws into her neck without hesitation. I'd never attacked anyone like this in my life. It felt surprisingly good, given the recipient was Naomi. My human mind, buried deep under thick layers of shifter instinct and rage, replayed every encounter with her over the years. The sly comments, the casual cruelty, the way she'd tossed Jason aside when it was convenient, then came running back the second he found someone better. Her shameless greed, her ambition for power, and now, her desire to destroy Ronan. I could not forgive nor let that slide. Not anymore. She managed to roll me over, dislodging me off her neck, but I had drawn blood, and I wanted more. She snarled in my face, long teeth glistening. I arched up and growled straight back at her, baring my lips to reveal my own shifter teeth. It was obvious she was the more experienced fighter of the two of us, but I had something she didn't have: unstoppable anger and the drive to protect my family. With a sharp twist, I pounced and pinned her to the ground, my front paws on her neck and chest. Her white fur, so flawless before, was marred and tangled. I probably looked similar, but I didn't care. A crack rang out like a gunshot over the square. I jerked up my head, looking for Ronan, and felt the jolt of shock through Naomi's body beneath my paws as she arched her head in the same direction as me. Jamie lay at Ronan's feet, still and lifeless. Cold shock rushed over me. A couple of whining noises from the edge of the clearing caught my attention. The wolves from Jamie's pack were crowded together, pinned down by 3 newcomers that I suspected were Noah, Zach, and Jake. A small, pained sound came from a few feet away. Kit. Like a spell had been broken, I climbed off Naomi and left her on the ground, walking away from her toward Kit. She didn't try to get up. Ronan was already standing over Kit when I got there, nudging at him with his muzzle. He looked up as I approached, but allowed me to press up against his side. Another shifter approached, but Ronan snarled at him until he backed away. Kit's chest was rising and falling in short, shallow breaths. Ronan nudged him again and whined. A low, awful sound that set my fur on edge. I couldn't imagine this village without Kit's smiling, happy face in it.
and I'd only known him a short time. Ronan must have been so scared at the thought of losing his only sibling. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught movement. The crowd parted to let someone through. Elder Frey strode into the middle of the clearing and spread his arms out wide.
"The challenger has been killed,"
he said. Even from this distance, I could see his expression, grave and stone-like.
"Go home, all of you."
Something flickered in my chest. Doubt, maybe. Or confusion. Why wasn't he declaring Ronan the victor? I shook my head and refocused on Kit, who was just beginning to stir. I'd held a grudge against the Elder ever since he'd taken me aside and told me Ronan wasn't cut out to be a mate. Ronan is the perfect mate, for me. I stared again at Elder Frey, whose lips were tight as he glared around at the crowd. It's probably nothing. We had far bigger problems right now. Chapter 13. Ronan. The next few days passed in a blur. I couldn't keep track as days faded into nights. I sat beside Kit's bed, the changing light outside the window my only source of company. Kara brought me food occasionally, slipping in and out of the room and closing the door softly behind her. I must have eaten, but I barely registered what passed my lips. Sometimes she sat with me, and together we shared the silence that lay like a thick fog over everything. I couldn't even begin to face the thought of life without my brother by my side. On the third day, Kit woke up. I was dozing face down on the bedspread when I felt a soft poke against the top of my head. I jolted, mumbling and blinking the sleep out of my eyes.
"Kara?"
I muttered.
"No."
The voice was scratchy with disuse, but it made my heart sing.
"Your brother."
My eyes opened properly, and I sat up so fast I felt dizzy. Kit was resting against his pillow. He was still pale, but he was awake, and smiling at me.
"Hey."
I poured him a glass of water from the bedside table and handed it over. He drained it in one swallow, then wiped a hand over his face.
"How do you feel?"
"Like I got run over by a truck." Kit ran a hand through his mussed hair and tilted his head to the side.
"What happened? What do you remember?"
"Not much." Kit struggled to sit up, shuffling around and ignoring my hand on his shoulder, trying to get him to lie still. "I remember the fight. Those other wolves getting ready to attack you. I thought I might be able to distract them, help you. But after that, it's all a blur. The coup failed. Jamie's dead. It's over." Kit raised an eyebrow.
"You killed him."
He said it as a statement rather than a question, like he had every confidence in me. I nodded slowly.
"I did, but it was close."
"Are you okay, Ronan? And Kara?"
"We are. The storm has passed, I swear, Kit. We're safe."
Kit grinned.
"You beat the challenger. Congrats."
I didn't smile back. When I thought of the life I had taken, mixed emotions rose in my chest. Bitterness, sorrow, and the surefire certainty that I would do it all again if I had to. I'd do anything to keep the ones I loved safe. But I wasn't ready for Kit to learn about the guilt that came with killing a man yet. To see the look in his eyes when he learned the truth. Killing didn't bring triumph. Killing was a last resort, and always something that weighed heavily on a person's soul, even if the death was deserved, or in self-defense.
"Does this mean you've accepted, then?"
I blinked, snapping back to the present.
"What?"
"That you're our alpha," Kit said carefully, like I was slow on the uptake. "The ceremony doesn't have to be a huge deal, Ronan. It's just a formality, right?" I said nothing, plucking at a loose thread in the duvet cover. Luckily, Kit's attention had already wandered to other things. Now that he was awake, that restless teenage energy was back with a vengeance. He moved under the covers, as if about to get up, and I shook my head, pushing him back down.
"No way, man. You're still healing."
"Ronan?" Kit's voice had gone full little brother whine. His eyes widened as I climbed to my feet and headed toward the door.
"Come on. I'm fine."
"Even shifters need time to recover." I remained firm, even when Kit rolled his eyes and slumped back down again.
"Give your body a chance to heal, okay? At least until tomorrow."
As I left the room,
I hoped the palpable relief in my voice wasn't as obvious to my brother as it was to me. 3 days ago, we weren't sure he was going to wake up at all. I stood outside his door and gave an involuntary sigh of relief, soaking in the reality of the fact that my brother was alive and going to be okay. I didn't have a chance to bask in the relief for long. Already the respite was draining away. I had other problems, and now there was nothing to distract from them. Like an echo, his words filtered through from the back of my mind. You're our alpha. My ribcage felt several sizes too tight. I tried to draw in a deep breath, but my lungs were being squeezed inwards. Fresh air. That's what I need. My heart hammered as I jogged down the staircase. I hadn't so much as set foot outside in days. A good run through the forest would clear my airways and soothe the tension thrumming along the length of my spine. Kara came out of the kitchen. Seeing the look on my face, she buried herself in my arms. He's awake? He is. I pressed my face against the top of her head, comforted. Thank you, I mumbled, pulling away to kiss her properly. For everything. Her eyes shone up at me, and I cupped a hand against her cheek, tucking a few loose strands of hair behind her ear. I've got a surprise for you. Her smile was soft. Look, just here. She led me away from the foot of the stairs, across the hall to the wall on the other side. I came to a standstill. The wall, which had been bare for almost a year now, had been transformed. The photos from the file I kept buried in my closet, the same ones I'd shown Kara all those weeks ago, had been arranged in a pretty collage on the wall. I didn't recognize the eclectic bundle of frames that housed the pictures. They were mismatched, but they all somehow fit together. Some pictures were of Kit and me, down by the creek, arms slung around each other's shoulders with matching smiles. Noah, Jake, and Zach were holding beers in one of the photos, while my teenage self frowned from the corner of the frame. There was even a recent one of me and Kara, in the garden behind the house, standing amongst the sunflowers. I think Kit took that one a couple of weeks ago. Dad was everywhere, standing center stage in the meeting house, swinging Kit in his arms, laughing and clapping a man on the shoulder. I leaned closer, realizing the other man was Elder Frey, just a less grizzled version than the one I knew. In the central frame, my mom and Dad stared out at me. I was perched on Dad's shoulders with a wide, cheery grin. In Mom's arms, baby Kit was sleeping peacefully. I tried to speak, but when I opened my mouth, nothing came out. All the tiredness, rage, confusion, and frustration that had been building up over the days I'd spent at Kit's bedside rushed over me. I swayed backwards on my feet, unable to take my eyes off the picture in the middle. From my father's unyielding, frozen gaze. You're our alpha. Kara put her hand on my arm. What do you think? Do you like it? Kara. With each passing moment, each second of silence that dragged out, my anxiety grew. I thought he'd love the collection of photos. I'd spent ages picking through them all to find ones that resonated with who I believed Ronan to be. I wanted to give him this reminder of all the relationships he valued, everyone who had cared for and supported him over the years. Ronan stared at the collage with an unreadable expression. He was so still he could have been a statue. Only the slow rise and fall of his chest told me otherwise. I glanced again at the wall, my stomach sinking. I'd wanted to channel all the nervous energy I'd built up over the past week into something productive, something that would brighten up the barren hallway, something that could remind Ronan what he had right in front of him, the life he had, the people he'd loved, even those he'd lost. I thought it would help him come to terms with what had happened. Now, doubt flooded through me. Had I overstepped the mark? Ronan seemed to appreciate all the other little changes I'd made around the place. Maybe I'd gotten carried away this time. Finally, Ronan's shoulders hunched forward and he turned away. His eyes dragged past mine without meeting them on his way over to the door. He opened it, then paused with his hand on the door handle. The kid's restless already, he said. You should go see him. I glanced back toward the photos on the wall. With the light of the sunset flooding in from the porch,
The glass of the frames glimmered. Ronan's eyes were fixed on the floor. He couldn't seem to look at either the photos or me any longer. I will. I was proud of myself for holding my voice steady. But only once you've told me what's wrong.
I'm fine,
He shot back, his eyes hard. It wasn't an expression I was used to getting from him. All that affection and warmth seemed to have vanished. This was not the Ronan I knew. He moved to close the door, but I swept forward before I knew what I was doing and pushed my way through, following him outside. No, I said. You're not. Ronan, I'm sorry. I wanted it to be a surprise. I thought it would cheer you up.
It's fine.
He dragged a hand over his face.
Kara, I just need some air. I need to take a walk.
Stupid and irrational as it was, a surge of crushing panic swept over me. The part of me that was human, the rational, level-headed part, knew the panic was ridiculous. But I couldn't help it. The other part was terrified of losing its mate. It wouldn't listen to reason. The fear was primal, lodged deep in my chest. The worst part was, I couldn't fight it. He got halfway down the steps before I put a hand on his shoulder. Ronan, please, just talk to me. Stay. The word hovered in the air between us, unspoken. Under my hand, his body stiffened. He turned his head to the side so that I could see his darkened profile.
I'm done with talking right now.
Well, I'm not. You've been watching over your brother for days, barely talking to anyone, and now you can't even look at me. The mention of his brother seemed to crack through the surface of whatever wall Ronan had put up. He wheeled around at me.
Because I've been trying to take care of the only family I have left.
I bit down hard on my lip to quell the tears that threatened to spring up. My shifter was growing frustrated, and with frustration came anger. My throat burned, and my breath came out fast and uneven. And what are the rest of us meant to do? You're acting like you're alone, but you're not. My clan— Ronan's mouth curled bitterly.
Your clan? Your clan let Jamie go free. Your reckless alpha almost got my brother killed.
Don't you dare talk about Alara like that. We were almost nose to nose, staring each other down without blinking. I hated how Ronan's sheer proximity always made my heart race in my chest. It was totally inappropriate, but heat coiled in my gut, and not entirely for the right reasons. Ronan's gaze darted to my mouth. He huffed out a long breath.
I don't endanger me and mine, Kara.
Neither does she. I looked up at him, and my breath caught at his burning gaze. There's a difference between protecting people and holding them prisoner.
What are you saying?
This place, these walls. You're not keeping people safe. You're locking them in. I have a brother too. The words were coming out fast, harsher than I intended, but I didn't care. One I haven't seen in weeks, and a sister-in-law, and a niece. I let out a short laugh that bordered on hysteria. What am I even still doing here? If you would turn like this, so cold and unfeeling. Something flashed across Ronan's face. For a brief second, he looked anguished.
Kara.
Maybe it's time for me to go back to my own family. My clan. My breath hitched as I held back a sob. Now that Jamie's gone.
Kara, wait.
I shook my head, darting out of his grasp as I descended the steps of the porch. That's why I'm here, right? I whirled around toward his stricken face. You needed collateral, something to keep your truce with the Bane clan. I was so stupid. I thought, well, it doesn't matter what I thought. I was wrong. Ronan growled. He started after me, but I skittered out of reach.
Don't be ridiculous,
he shouted. Ridiculous? I'm being ridiculous? The fire inside my heart was burning, and nothing could put it out. Jamie's dead now. The clans are safe. There's no one left to challenge you. You don't need me here anymore.
Kara!
Ronan's voice resonated through my chest. From the way he was holding himself, I knew he was on the verge of shifting. I didn't want that to happen, because I knew that if he did, I would shift too. I backed away slowly, shaking my head. Tears tracked down my cheeks, flowing freely. Don't. I couldn't look at him anymore. I turned and fled, ignoring his booming voice and the sound of my name fading into the distance. Only one thought consumed me. I have to get out of here, away from him. I made it to the edge of the village in one piece. Nobody tried to stop me. Here and there, people gave me vague smiles or raised a hand in greeting, but I hurried on. If my tear-stained face raised any eyebrows, I didn't stick around to find out. Only one face stood out among the townsfolk I passed. Elder Frey stared at me as I hurried past the meeting house. He was in the upper window, standing in the same place I'd been when I first laid eyes on Ronan. His face was unreadable, not smiling or frowning, just watchful. A tremor ran down my spine, but I kept going. As I reached the gates, I'd worked myself into a rage so powerful I was fully prepared to start kicking them down if they didn't open. But they did. I didn't see who was manning the watchtowers, but I passed between the high fences for the first time since I'd arrived. I didn't stop running until I was deep in the forest. Only then did I allow myself to break down. I sobbed for what felt like hours, until I had no more tears left to cry. Until I trembled on my feet, lightheaded and empty. I wanted to curl up on the forest floor and sleep. I wanted to sink down into the earth and just forget everything that had happened in the past few days. Behind me, the foliage rustled. I inhaled sharply, pressing my back against a nearby tree, and held my breath. A deer trotted out into the open. Relief flooded through me, so powerful that I almost laughed out loud. I can't stay here. I'm too close to the thornwood boundary. I have to get over to the other side of the creek. I dug deep, feeling around for my shifter. It was curled up, burrowed away from the light. Slumbering. Heartbroken. Tough shit. I needed my shifter now in order to get home safely. I couldn't travel like this. My frail human body couldn't trek through the forest, especially with my emotions torn to shreds. I needed my shifter's speed and agility. After a few deep breaths, I finally felt my shifter stir. The change spread through me, starting at my feet, building in my chest. The wolf was here. Time to go home. Chapter 14. Ronan. For the longest time, I stood on the porch, gobsmacked that she had ignored my commanding tone. I dismissed the thought of running after her. It was no use. I'd seen the look on her face before she turned away. Her mind was made up. We were both alike in that way. We made decisions and followed through on them. Stubborn, a voice in the back of my mind whispered. I snorted. Eventually, I slouched down onto the top step, staring out at nothing. I was in shock. The argument that had come out of nowhere still drumming through my head on a loop. I didn't know how it had escalated so quickly from 1 minute to the next. I squeezed my eyes shut. Maybe when I opened them again, Kara would be back, and all the terrible things we'd said would be undone. I opened my eyes. I was alone. A hopeless certainty filled me. Kara wasn't coming back. Even if I went to the Bane clan, crawling on my hands and knees, that Reed guy, Alara's mate, would run me out of their territory on principle. Fuck. A floorboard creaked behind me, and I looked up to see Kit hobbling toward me. Thought I told you to stay in bed, I grumbled, although there wasn't much heat behind the words. What happened to resting up? I heard the angry voices. Kit dropped down beside me, like it wasn't weird to him that I was sitting out here on my own. What's up? Where's Kara? Gone. Something in my tone of voice made Kit stare hard at me. I could feel his gaze, but I didn't turn and look at him, just frowned into the middle distance. What did you do? His tone dripped with suspicion. I was offended enough to look up. What makes you think it was me? Kit just gave me a look. I slouched forward, resting my elbows on my knees. Told her the truth, I said. I've got one job, as far as I can see. Since Dad died, I'm your only family, Kit. I have to look out for you. That's what you told her? I nodded. My chest felt hollow. You're an idiot. My head snapped up.
What?
If he wasn't still recovering, I would have put him in a headlock.
First my mate turns against me. Now my brother?
I was so indignant that it took me a second to realize I'd just thought of Kara as my mate.
Do you really feel that way?
Kit gaped at me, outraged.
That it's just the two of us? That she's not family?
He was right. I knew it deep down in my soul. Kara was family, and I had just watched her walk out of here on her own. I had let her down, just like I'd always done with family. With obligation. Kit dropped his head to his chest when he saw the look on my face. He scrubbed a hand through his hair, tussling it in every direction, then looked up again.
Wait, is this about those pictures in the hallway?
I saw them on my way out here. He wasn't indignant anymore. His voice had gone quiet. He sounded older than usual. His boyish expression was gone, replaced by something sober and deep with understanding. For the first time, I realized that he was growing up. I set my jaw and said nothing. I didn't need to. My silence said it all.
I like them,
Kit whispered eventually.
Especially the ones of Mom.
I still didn't trust myself to speak. I just nodded and dragged a hand over my mouth, wincing at the coarse stubble around my chin. I needed to shave.
When you were little,
I said eventually, my voice rough.
You broke your arm climbing in the forest.
I know, Kit replied slowly.
I was there, hurt like a bitch. I was meant to be watching over you.
I turned to face him.
But Noah had found something. A cave near the mouth of the river. I lost track of you up in the canopy. You were like a spider monkey.
I smiled at the memory. Then the smile faded.
I heard this crack, and you were bawling your head off. I carried you on my back all the way home.
Kit snickered, shaking his head.
I don't remember any of that.
Dad was so mad, I continued.
He got right up in my face.
I still remember his exact words.
You'll never make an alpha like this, boy. Alphas watch out for their own. It's in your blood. Never forget that.
Kit, for once, was quiet.
I failed you, kid. I didn't keep you safe. And you almost died again a few days ago.
I punched my hand hard into the side of the porch.
Because of me.
With slow, hesitant movements, Kit grabbed onto the stair rail and got to his feet.
Bullshit. I wanted to fight. I'm grown, Ro. I can make my own choices.
He jabbed a finger into my arm.
Stop using me as a distraction and start thinking about how you're gonna win back the only woman you've ever truly cared about.
He began to limp toward the door, and I called out after him. I knew better than to offer a helping hand. I'd only land myself another poke, or worse.
When did you get so perceptive?
Always have been. He shot me a sunny smile as he opened the door. Then his smile dropped, and he shot a glance inside, expression turning serious.
Want me to take those down?
He jerked his head at the wall where the photos were hanging. I shook my head. Kara had worked hard on that, for me. It was time I showed her my appreciation, and so much more. It was time to go get my mate back, if she'd have me. I got to my feet, stretching out ligaments that were stiff with disuse.
You're right, kid,
I admitted.
I am stupid. And I gotta go fix things, before it's too late.
Kara. By the time I reached the road that led toward home, the sky had opened, and it was pouring with rain. Droplets hammered down onto my back as I raced through the forest, sliding through my fur and turning the forest floor into a muddy quagmire. I dashed through wet leaves and slithered under low-hanging branches, relying on my shaky mental map of the area until I hit a familiar track. My paws thundered on the ground, and I let the rhythm soothe my senses and lull me into a state nearing calmness. I was going home. Back to my life, the place I knew best. The only place, up until recently, I had ever been. Back to my family and friends, familiar rhythms and routines. Old, well-worn patterns. my haven where I could hide away from the world. I came to a halt near the edge of my village, my heart crying out with relief. I'd made it. I was home. A familiar figure trudged through the downpour carrying a bunch of sodden firewood on his back. If I'd been in human form, I would have burst into tears at the sight of him, but instead I let out a low whine. Reed. He heard me and whirled, and the logs tumbled to the ground, forgotten. I let out a soft bark in greeting and managed to stumble forward a couple of paces before exhaustion washed over me, and I fell to the ground at his feet. I was distantly aware of the thud of more footsteps rushing toward me, but I didn't have the energy to raise my head and see who it was. The sound of my brother's voice, shouting something in alarm, was the last thing I registered before everything went black. When I woke up, I was me again, human, tucked up in my own bed, under a pile of soft woolen blankets. Pale light drifted in from the window, and the long shadows across the floor told me it was late afternoon. Groaning, I pulled the covers over my head and sank back into unconsciousness without another thought. I woke up properly early the following morning. I ached all over from yesterday's mad dash through the forest. Inside, my shifter was quiet again, still licking its wounds. I curled onto my side and pressed my face against the pillow, willing myself to go back to sleep. I didn't want to be awake and have to start thinking about what had happened with Ronan. All I'd wanted was to come home. Now I was here, back in my own room, surrounded by familiar things. Paint pots littered the desk under the window, and a half-finished blanket lay over the back of the armchair in the corner. My bedroom was like a time capsule, a snapshot of my life on the day I left the pack with Reed. I hadn't expected everything to change that day. I hadn't realized that, when I did finally return, I would be vastly different to the innocent girl who had left. More than anything, I wanted to go back to that day, to tell myself not to get in the truck and not to leave pack territory. But it was no use. There was no going back. I dragged the pillow over my head and tried desperately to push down the tight feeling that squeezed my chest. I can't believe I've been so stupid. I'd actually begun to let myself believe that I could have more. More than this room, this life. I had thought that Ronan and I belonged together, that he saw me as family, someone worth protecting, someone to make new memories with after laying old ghosts to rest. Now I saw how naive I'd been, how childish. Elder Frey had been right all along. Ronan didn't want or need a mate. He wasn't going to step up and become alpha of his clan. Nothing would change that, especially not a woman he'd only known for a few weeks. The pillow grew damp under my face as tears leaked onto it. I'll just stay in bed today. I'll deal with the fallout from all of this tomorrow. I wasn't ready to show my face around the village just yet. I couldn't face the questions, the looks of confusion, or worse, pity. Would they all know? Would they be able to tell that I had met the person I thought would be my mate, and he had essentially rejected me? I'd just begun to drift back into a light slumber when a sharp knock jolted me awake again. "Go away," I called out. My voice was weak and scratchy. I slumped down, defeated, when the door opened anyway. "Jason, just go." I trailed off in surprise, blinking. Tammy shut the door behind her, then turned to face me with her hands on her hips. "Oh," I said stupidly. "I thought you were my brother." She leveled me with a look, then grabbed the chair from my desk and dragged it over to my bed before plopping herself down on it. "I don't want to talk," I said weakly. "Yeah?" Tammy raised an eyebrow. "Well, I don't want to be awake at the ass crack of dawn. But here we are." I fell into a miserable silence, slumping back on my pillow. Her expression softened slightly as her eyes raked over my face. Oh God, my hair is probably a bird's nest. Running through the forest, even though in wolf form, was not conducive to a good hair day the next morning. "Alara put you to bed last night," Tammy said. "You are pretty out of it. She thinks this is all her fault. She's the reason you left in the first place. It's not her fault. I raked a hand over my face. Every movement was exhausting. I didn't belong there. My throat was sore from holding back the misery. With the Thornwoods? I stared up at the ceiling. I guess I don't really belong anywhere, I whispered. Tammy, I can't go out there. I can't face it. Reed told me... Tammy paused, like she wasn't sure she should continue. You found your mate, the Thornwood heir. That's why you stayed. I let out an empty laugh. So everyone did know. Ronan and I, no one will understand. Destiny, fated mates, what does it matter? We're from totally separate worlds. She snorted. At my shocked, affronted look, she just shook her head at me, folding her arms over her chest. We were roughly the same age, but suddenly, I felt like I was about to get told off. Nobody will understand, Tammy scoffed. Kara, I'm a human living in the middle of a wolf pack. Tammy, I managed to sit up properly, chagrined at the look on her face, but she wasn't finished. You think you're the only one who fell for someone they didn't expect? Tammy's eyes flashed. She might not have been a shifter, but her strong will was more than a match for my own. The only one who comes from a different world? I twisted my fingers in the bedsheets. That's totally beside the point. Is it? Tammy demanded. Because I'm not going to let you wallow around in bed feeling sorry for yourself over this. I'm not feeling sorry for myself. Yes, you are. Tammy grabbed my hand, forcing me to look up at her. Kara, running away from this isn't going to fix anything. You can't hide away forever. When I first got here, I was terrified. But you made me feel welcome. Her eyes softened. You made me feel like this was my home too. You've been nothing but kind to me. So please, for the love of God, let me take care of you for a change.
Chapter 15. Ronan. I had my mind made up. Even though I was walking through town alone, my heart was racing a mile a minute in my chest. I didn't know what lay ahead of me on the other side of the creek. From the look on Kara's face the last time I'd seen her, I was guessing there'd be a whole load of pain and rejection. But I had to try. I had to know for sure if she'd forgive me, or if it was too late. If she never wanted to see me again, she'd have to tell me that to my face. Buoyed up by the thought that, either way, I would at least see her again, I felt a new spring in my step as I made my way into the center of town. Kit's pep talk had done the job. I took a deep breath, inhaling the forest air gratefully. A sharp voice from the steps of the meeting house made me stop in my tracks. Ronan. Elder Frey stood with his arms crossed, staring me down. Where are you going? A sharp prickle ran along the back of my neck. My hackles began to rise, and I tamped them down before I did anything stupid, like snap back at him. I have business to attend to, I said shortly, striding onwards. I don't know when I'll return. I was hoping to speak to you, Ronan. He unfolded his arms and started down the steps. Inside. It'll have to wait. No, I don't think it can. I stopped. What did he mean? In a flash, Elder Frey had crossed over to me and laid a hand on my arm. I shrugged it off. We met each other's eyes for a long moment, my steel gaze clashing against his steady, severe countenance. Eventually, I pushed past him and strode toward the meeting house. Whatever it is, I said with a snarl. Make it quick. He followed me inside without another word. By the time we were ensconced inside the tiny office on the upper floor, my skin was itching with impatience. I'd made a decision. I needed to find my mate, to fight for her. Everything else was an unnecessary distraction, and my shifter was growing more restless with every second that passed. The elder sat at the desk, and I dropped down into the chair opposite. All of a sudden, I felt 13 years old again, about to be told off by my father. Well, I bristled. What is it? The elder heaved a deep sigh. There was a strange, calculating look in his pale blue eyes that I didn't like one bit. I'm sorry that it's come to this, Ronan. He folded his hands together.
With another sigh, he pulled some papers out of the lower drawer in the desk and slid them over to me.
But you've given me no choice.
My eyes darted over the writing. The more I read, the more my stomach sank, leaving a hollow pit in its place.
What is this?
I asked, my eyes darting up. My head was lowered in challenge, and I forced myself to straighten up, to feign indifference. I could tell that he wasn't buying my forced pose one bit. He tilted his head. The look on his face made me feel like I was a troublesome insect he couldn't squash.
I always knew that you would never make an alpha.
I opened my mouth, but he continued on like he barely noticed me sitting there.
We use the bloodline as our guide, of course. And 9 times out of 10, it's right. The mantle of alpha passes from one generation to the next, uninterrupted. Strength begets strength. Strong leaders make strong heirs, and so on and so forth.
His mouth twisted in contemplation.
But sometimes it fails. Sometimes there's a weak link.
I was frozen in place. Every word he spoke fueled the hot ball of rage inside my chest, but I couldn't find the words to counter him.
Your father didn't believe it at first. The memory of your mother, it softened him.
Absently, Elder Frey turned his attention to the rafters above us, to the claw marks from alphas gone by. Generations of my ancestors had carved themselves into history right above our heads.
I spent years persuading him of the truth, that your brother was the better, the stronger choice. Friendly, amiable, eager to please. Given time, I knew I could mold him into something truly great. You wanted a puppet, you mean?
I spat out. The mention of Kit had shaken me back into speech.
Someone who would listen to your every word.
Elder Frey leaned forward across the desk. A thin smile lingered on his face.
We'll never know, will we? He hero-worshipped you from the start. His perfect older brother. No matter how arrogant you were, you could do no wrong in his eyes. I knew that there was no way he would ever betray you.
A spark of warmth glowed in my chest despite the curl of bitterness in the elder's voice.
You got that right. We look out for each other.
I glowered at the man opposite me.
It's called loyalty. It seems you're unfamiliar with the concept.
The elder laughed, but there was no joy in the sound. It was harsh and cold, and I had to fight not to flinch back from it.
Loyalty? I didn't see much loyalty on the day of your alpha ceremony. You shamed your father's memory, Ronin, by running off. That day, I knew I was right. You could never step into his shoes.
His face darkened further.
And then you returned, just in time to meet our dear visitors from the Bane clan.
His expression twisted. He looked unrecognizable. It was like a stranger occupied the chair, instead of the man I'd known my whole life.
They're Alpha's mate, that Bane idiot, and his whore companion.
I was out of my chair so fast I barely registered moving at all. I loomed over the elder, hands clenched into fists. I wanted to punch the smug look off his face for daring to use that term about Kara. The urge was almost overwhelming, and I fought to get my breathing under control and quell the red mist that rose up.
You do not, ever, use that language in relation to Kara. Or what? You'll hurt me?
Elder Frey rolled his eyes. A growl erupted out of my chest.
She is my mate. You will not disrespect her. When I realized that you were fated for each other, I must admit, I was worried.
Elder Frey chuckled.
But she was so meek, so afraid. No strength, no passion in her. Hardly a fitting mate for an alpha. Even my attempts to drive her away, to make her see the truth, were wasted. She was as blinded to your faults as the rest of them.
The words were the final straw. With an angry roar, I lunged over the desk and hauled him up by the collar. His eyes glittered with triumph as they stared into mine.
You don't know a damn thing about that woman, I said. You're the one who's blind, you old fool.
Elder Frey laughed. Through the haze of anger, something in his words stuck out to me. Even my attempts to drive her away.
What the hell did you do to her? I shook him, senseless with rage. If you hurt her, I'll kill you. Why would I hurt her? He wrenched himself free, straightening up. I didn't need to. You managed to hurt her all by yourself. You might have killed Jamie in combat, but your mate is long gone. At the mention of Jamie, something twinged in the back of my head. Slowly, I looked up to meet those cold eyes. You let him in. You brought him inside the gates, I whispered. Didn't you? When he didn't respond, my voice rose up into a roar. Didn't you? I'll admit it. Elder Frey's lip curled. You surprised me, Ronan. Jamie was easy enough to persuade. He was hungry for power and the honor of leadership. I expected you to go down without a fight. Maybe you have some of your father in you after all. He shoved the papers in my direction. I think we're done here. I glanced down at the document before me. The opening sentences chilled me to the core. I, Ronan Thornwood, do hereby relinquish my right to the position of Alpha of the Thornwood clan. What is this? I hissed. Sign it, he snapped. You've poisoned this pack enough. Step aside, Ronan. Go and live like the outcast you were born to be. I picked up the document. If I sign this, my claim dies with me. Elder Frey's voice turned soft, persuasive. It won't trouble you again. Or your children. Or your children's children. It's a fresh start, Ronan. You should take it. Think about Kit. What would he want? I looked up at him, making sure I had his full attention. Then I ripped the paper in half, clean down the middle. The pieces fluttered down onto the desk. You forgot the most important part of being an alpha. Nobody tells you how to live your life. I loomed over him. This time, I was gratified to note that he actually began to look afraid. And nobody threatens your family and gets away with it. I spared him one final dismissive look before heading for the door. Running away again, he called after me. Or are you worried you'll lose to an old man? I paused in the doorframe. When I get back, I said, my voice low and dangerous, you'll be long gone. I will not allow you to set foot in Thornwood territory for the rest of your days. I'm not sparing your life out of mercy. Your exile will be punishment enough, after I make sure the other clans know of your treachery. No one will take you in. You don't deserve the dignity of an alpha's challenge. You are nothing. If he said anything in reply, I didn't hear it. I was already out of the door. Kara. I clutched my jacket around me and shivered. The wind blowing through the trees had grown cool, and the dark clouds overhead told me that thunder was on its way. I'd spent a long time with the Thornwoods. The peak of summer was long gone, and fall was fast approaching. I don't like this, Reed said. He had been the hardest one to convince, having not warmed to Ronan on their first and only encounter, but he'd accepted my choice to return in the end. I know. I gave him a quick hug. I'm sorry. I'll see you soon, okay? All of you. Alara's face broke into a smile. Careful not to jostle the sleeping baby in her arms, she wrapped one arm around my shoulders and squeezed. You got this, she whispered in my ear. Good luck. When she pulled away, we regarded each other for a moment. It didn't matter how many years passed or what was going on in our lives. Alara always brought out that shy teenager in me, slightly in awe of her feisty best friend. We were standing at the edge of the forest. I'd said my goodbyes to Jason and Tammy already. I was ready to go. After all, I had little more than the clothes I stood up in. Most of what I need is in Thornwood territory. My heart, for one thing. I couldn't ignore it for a moment longer. I had to find Ronan and tell him how I truly felt. I was done being angry, or afraid. With one final smile for my friends, I turned away and walked into the trees. I had a full day's hike ahead of me, but I wanted to do it this way. I didn't want to turn up with Reed or Alara. As much as I loved them, this was my journey to make alone. The thick canopy of trees overhead protected me from the rain as it started to patter, soft and light, through the leaves.
I tilted my head up as I strode onwards, oddly comforted by the gentle sound. Soon the downpour was coming thick and fast. The foliage still protected me from the worst of it, but by the time I neared the edge of Bane territory, where it abutted Thornwood land, my hair was damp and curling at the ends, and I was pretty much soaked through. Once, Ronan had told me that it didn't matter to him what I looked like, that it didn't change his feelings for me one bit. I guess it's time to test that theory. As I neared the creek that formed the border between territories, trepidation set in. What if I was wrong and he really didn't want me back? What if, in my quick rush to anger that day we fought, I had destroyed what we had once and for all? There was no turning back now. I didn't know what waited for me on the other side of the river. My future, bright and glittering with possibility, or a heartbreak so devastating I would never recover from it. Only time would tell. I took a deep breath as the trees around me started to thin out. It wasn't as dark here. Bright patches of sunlight pierced the forest floor around my feet. The rain was still falling, but the clouds overhead were starting to clear. I stepped out of the trees. I'd reached the creek. On the other side, Thornwood territory stretched for miles. I shivered. Once again, I was a stranger in these lands. He won't hurt me, no matter what. Not physically, anyway. My heart would be in pieces if this didn't work. The creek was at its widest point here. The shallow waters swirled at ankle height, and large stones littered the crossing, forming a natural bridge. I hopped onto the first one easily enough. I looked up at the opposite side toward my destination. Through the rain, everything in sight glittered with refracted sunlight. My heart caught in my chest when a hazy figure came into view. I took another step, keeping my eyes fixed on the man in the distance. The clouds cleared, and a beam of sunlight fell onto his face. I just about stopped breathing. Ronan. His gaze was intense, piercing. Even from this distance, the light in his amber eyes took my breath away. He strode easily from rock to rock, like he'd done it 1,000 times before. I was less graceful. Nerves and impatience churned in my gut, and more than a couple of times I slipped on a damp stone surface. By the time we reached the middle of the creek, I was trembling with anticipation. I put a foot wrong and almost fell headlong into the river. He caught me around the waist.
"Kara,"
he said, his eyes drinking me in.
"What are you doing out here?"
I bit my lip. Now that the moment had come, the words stuck in my throat. I closed my eyes briefly and swallowed down my nerves. I reached up and tangled my fingers in his hair. The touch sent a shock of electricity down my arm. It had barely been 2 days since I'd seen him, but it felt like a lifetime. It felt unbelievably good being able to put my hands on him again. "Why are you here?" I asked. He was still holding me close, and I curled my hands around his forearms. I pulled back, looking him in the eye.
"I was coming to get you."
His eyes blazed. It might have been the light, but for a brief flicker, I thought I saw his shifter rise up from their depths.
"I've come to take you home, Kara. Come home with me."
The way he spoke was simple, and appeared as easy as breathing to him. I leaned into the seductive promise of him, closing my eyes. Warmth flooded through my chest, and I forgot about everything else. Nothing mattered. Only the sunlight on my back, the rain on my face, and the feel of Ronan's arms around me, our chests pressed close. His heart beat against mine. "Are you sure?" I whispered. I didn't want to ask the question. That was why I was standing here, after all. To come back. To come home. Alara's pack would always accept me, but I didn't belong there anymore. My spirit longed to return with Ronan. But there was a shard of doubt still lodged in my chest, a terror that this was all too good to be true.
"It was never about a treaty,"
Ronan said, his voice deep with emotion.
"You weren't here because of some political pact, or because I saw you as collateral. From the moment I first saw you, I wanted you with me. Always."
He slid his hand up my neck, tilting my head back until my eyes met his.
"You are my family, Kara. As much as Kit is. More, in some ways." You are my future.
I hardly dared to believe what he was saying. It was more than I hoped for. It was everything. What are you trying to say?
I'm saying I want you to be my mate. Properly.
He dug around inside the pocket of his shirt before pulling something out. I squinted in the sunlight, and my heart started to hammer even harder than it already was.
I should have done this sooner, he said. I'm sorry.
I couldn't find the words to reply. He held the ring between his thumb and forefinger, fumbling for my hand. The metal was warm to the touch from having lain against his chest.
Kara, this has been in my family for I don't know how long. It's a human tradition, I know. But I want you to have it.
I could only nod, overwhelmed as he slid the ring onto my ring finger.
It's a promise.
The ring was gold, 2 hands linked by a heart. I ran my thumb over the design, and tears blurred my eyes. It's beautiful, I murmured. It's perfect. A smile lingered around the corners of his mouth as he took my face in his broad hands and pressed a soft kiss to my lips. The second our mouths met, I felt the same rush as I did the first time. Every moment with Ronan was fresh and new and exhilarating. It only lasted a second before he pulled away, and I bit down a sigh of frustration.
The life of an alpha's mate won't be easy, he said, absently tucking a strand of hair behind my ear.
I leaned into the touch before his words fully registered. Hang on, did you say alpha?
I'm done hiding from this, Kara.
His expression shifted, turning serious.
It's who I am. It's time to stop worrying about living up to someone else's expectations and start making my own.
I tilted my head. Why did you run away from the pack, Ronan? I need to know. He pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed.
I don't have a good reason.
Tell me anyway, I said. And I'll never bring it up again, I promise. I just want to understand why. He nodded.
My father had made it clear since I was pretty young that I wouldn't be a good alpha. That I just didn't have it in me to lead. He said it constantly, in fact. That's why they had Kit, I think. So that there would be a second heir to inherit the title. But Dad died earlier than expected, and Kit just isn't old enough. So they told me I had to take on the mantle. I felt like a fraud, stepping in to take something away from my brother when everyone knew I couldn't do the job well. I couldn't handle the judgment from the pack, from Elder Frey.
Ronan shook his head and tisked loudly.
But I couldn't leave. That would have left the pack vulnerable. I ran out of the compound, got about 100 yards down the road, then turned back. I couldn't leave my pack unguarded. What if something had happened to one of them? I would never have been able to forgive myself.
Damn, I said faintly. You really are an alpha, aren't you? Protecting the pack even then. He laughed suddenly, smiling down at me.
I suppose I am. I never thought of it that way before. I just figured it was one more thing I couldn't do right. Only half running off, and not letting Kit get on with it.
Then he grew serious once more.
Are you okay with that? With me being an alpha?
Ronan's brow furrowed as a sudden spark of concern entered his eyes.
You didn't sign up for any of this.
Neither did you, Ronan. I couldn't hold back my smile any longer. I'm proud of you. Ronan shot a crooked smile back at me.
You came out here all this way, by yourself.
For you, I finished for him in a rush. I took his hands in mine and stood on my tiptoes to kiss him properly. When I pulled away, we were both breathing heavily. I know the life of an alpha and his mate. All the responsibility. It's not what either of us pictured, but that doesn't have to be a bad thing. Maybe we can figure it out together. I shrieked as he hitched me into the air and my legs scrabbled for purchase around his waist. He didn't seem fazed, just pressed burning kisses against my cheeks, my neck, my nose, and forehead. I submitted to the attention, laughing, before drawing him into a proper kiss. By the time we walked back together to the village, hand in hand, we were both soaked from head to toe. I couldn't have cared less.
Epilogue. Kara. Ronan straightened and brushed off his hands. He was grinning from ear to ear, and I couldn't help but grin back at him.
That's the last one.
He stared down at the pile of wood at his feet. Here and there, pieces of barbed wire glinted, poking through the long grass.
Time to start building another bonfire, I reckon.
I wanted to take him to task about the barbed wire. Someone was going to slice themselves up if they weren't careful. But Ronan looked so happy I couldn't bear to dampen my mood. The project had been a couple of weeks in the making. The plan had been to pull everything to the ground at first, but then it was agreed that one of the watchtowers should stay. But the fences were gone, at long last. The open forest stood around us. Pack members wandered past us in a daze, staring like they couldn't believe their eyes. After years of being penned in, they were free to roam their whole pack territory to their heart's content. It was like Ronan had said, getting up to the platform to speak after our bonding ceremony. You can't protect the ones you love from danger by hiding away from the world. Danger is out there, but it's our bonds with each other that will keep us safe. The forest is our home, our territory. We won't be cut off from it any longer. The applause was the loudest I'd ever heard. The pack had rallied around Ronan in his decision, just like I'd hoped they would. Alara came to stand beside me. She was holding a beer, and a soft smile played at the corners of her mouth. Reed's foster mother was looking after the baby in honor of the occasion. It was nice to see my best friend get the chance to let her hair down a little. "Thank you," she said, tilting the neck of her bottle in my direction. I blinked. You're welcome?" I narrowed my eyes at her. "What did I do, exactly?" "Exactly what I asked you to do." Her voice was soft. "You've helped to unite the Bane and Thornwood clans. Because of you, we don't have to fear them. Your children will be our kin." I opened my mouth, then closed it. I ducked my head, heat flooding my cheeks. I hadn't thought about it like that. I just fell in love, Alara finished for me, smirking. "Shut up." I nudged her with my elbow. "Wait, did you plan this?" Alara scoffed. "Don't be stupid. I couldn't have known. I couldn't go with Reed, and I needed someone to go in my place. Simple." It might have been a trick of the light, but I could have sworn that she winked at me. "Maybe I was hoping you'd find a match along the way." Alara the matchmaker. I shook my head, dumbfounded. "Anyway, it all worked out in the end," she said happily. "Now all we have to do is get those two to behave themselves." She pointed toward Ronan and Reed, where they were dragging one of the fence posts in from the edge of the woods. It was a huge log, the size of a tree trunk. Both men were having an intense debate about the best way to carry it, but they kept waving off anyone who tried to come over and help shoulder some of the weight. I sighed. I think I preferred it when they were locking horns. Alara snorted into her drink. "Agreed. They're a liability like this, I swear. They're going to lead each other into mischief. Well, we'll just have to lead them straight back out of it, won't we?" She laughed and shot me a look filled with respect. We watched idly for a while. Ronan brushed his burnished hair out of his eyes in a gesture that had become achingly familiar. The sun was low in the sky, and his eyes, always striking, were particularly vibrant in the evening light. His eyes met mine and his features softened. The change was only slight. Nobody noticed but me. But it was enough to send a spark of warmth through my chest. The tang of fall was in the air. Dead leaves crunched underfoot, and debris from the old fences littered the ground around us. A cool, fresh wind rippled through the trees, and blue smoke began to rise behind the rooftops ahead of us. Alara linked her arm through mine and raised her beer. "Here's to..." She tilted her head at me. "What?" I smiled as the sound of laughter reached me. The sound of family, of home. My hand slid down to my still flat belly, where my child grew. The next alpha of the Thornwood clan. I clinked my bottle of water against her beer. Here's to beginnings. The end.